A youth, betrayed by his own leader and imprisoned, unexpectedly acquires the blood of the Demon Ancestor, awakening his latent powers and embarking on a path of vengeance. A tale of the struggles of a group of underprivileged youths. Mad Dragon, Savage Tiger after dusk, I shall reign supreme. A legend belonging to the Mad Dragon and the Savage Tiger. Chapter 1. The White Tiger. The story unfolds in an alternate world. A century after the apocalypse has descended. The world lies in ruins, life withers, and resources dwindle. The ice prison, the dead man's dungeon. The harshest prison in this post-apocalyptic era. Name, White Tiger.id. 00191. Crime, murder. Clank, clank, clank. Cold iron chains dragged across the damp concrete floor. Accompanied by 5 prison guards, a tall youth with striking features entered the prison. Brother Tiger. Brother Tiger. In the prison yard, inmates engaged in casual chatter or entertainment rose to greet the approaching youth. A line of boys, all of similar age to the White Tiger, bowed in reverence, their eyes reflecting an indescribable respect. It is hard to fathom how a mere youth could command such authority within a prison. The little White Tiger from Red Street, the most ruthless blade of the old evil from 3 streets. How did he end up here? Hey, didn't you know? He took the fall for old evil after killing Crazy Yang, and then old evil sold him out. This kid is too wild, even old evil cannot keep him in check. Now, the prison is bound to be tumultuous again. Looks like we're in for a show. Crazy Yang is one of Mr. Lee's men. Half a month ago, just released from prison, Crazy Yang had set his sights on the territory of Little White Tiger's boss. He, bold yet timid, chose to flee, leaving all troubles for the young White Tiger to manage. To preserve his superior's reputation, the White Tiger ventured alone to negotiate with the Mad Yang, who ultimately met his demise at home. Thus, the White Tiger was betrayed by his own leader. Coincidentally, the Mad Yang had once served his sentence here, and a significant number of the inmates shared a fraternal bond with him. A tempest of bloodshed was inevitable. Old Yang, come over to receive the newcomer. The prison guard bellowed, and a man clad in a yellow cotton coat, his face adorned with a scruffy beard, approached with a grin. In this apocalyptic world, prisons, suffering from a lack of personnel, resorted to allowing inmates to manage one another. The youth named White Tiger raised his gaze slightly, a barely perceptible glint of malice flickering in his eyes. It's up to you now. This lad is slated for execution on the 1st of next month. Ensure he causes no trouble and that no one bullies him, the guard instructed before retracting his neck, lighting a cigarette, and hastily departing. Is the old demon of Red Street your boss, Little White Tiger? Old Yang fished out a pouch of tobacco from his coat pocket, rolled it in newspaper, and lit it. But he is no longer, White Tiger replied, snowflakes clinging to his eyelashes, his gaze sharp, unabashedly exuding an aura of menace. Did you kill the Mad Yang? Old Yang spat out a mouthful of phlegm, his eyes icy. White Tiger raised an eyebrow slightly, a teasing smirk playing on his lips. Are you here to avenge him, old timer? Do you realize that the madman was a brother I would stake my life for? Old Yang's gang of over 20 men began to encircle White Tiger, their intentions clear. Those who found themselves in the dead man's prison were all hardened criminals, unrestrained in their actions. The distant prison guard responsible for escorting the White Tiger cast a casual glance at the playground before firmly shutting the heavy iron gate. In the dead man's prison, fatalities occurred daily. As long as there were no uprisings, they would remain indifferent. The younger brother stood silently, protecting the White Tiger in the center. Brother Tiger, Yang the madman, previously served time. Here most of the leaders are his brothers. A lanky youth with a shaved head whispered softly. The White Tiger coldly raised the handcuffs on his wrists and smiled at old Yang. Can the esteemed elder still wield a knife? In response to the provocation, old Yang's brow furrowed slightly. As a seasoned leader within the prison, he had encountered countless inmates, yet few displayed such unbridled arrogance as the White Tiger. Kid, being fierce on the outside is futile here. If you're a dragon, you must coil. If you're a tiger, you must lie low. Old Yang jabbed a finger into the White Tiger's chest, his threat palpable. Let's make a deal. Give me 200,000, and in front of all the brothers, bow 3 times for me, and I'll ensure you survive until the day of your execution. Old Yang exuded an air of certainty, while the surrounding leaders cast mocking glances. I have no money. Perhaps you would like to try and lay a finger on me? The White Tiger snatched the cigarette from old Yang's mouth. Esteemed elder, with tens of thousands dying each year in the ice house, your family is but a drop in the ocean. Renowned for his merciless nature, the white tiger showed no fear of Old Yang. Surprised by the white tiger's audacity, Old Yang, furious and humiliated, retorted, "Threatening me? Ha! If you don't pay this sum, I assure you, you won't survive 3 days in this prison. I have entered, and Old Geo remains outside. You all should just crush me to death in this prison." The young white tiger ceased further entanglement and turned to leave. Old Yang's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and dread. He felt a twinge of fear under the piercing gaze of the young white tiger. Although the white tiger was not comparable to the influential figures on the ground, one could not underestimate the recklessness with which this young man approached his endeavors. The fierce feared the reckless, and the reckless feared those who had nothing to lose. The young white tiger and Old Geo were indeed the most audacious among the new generation of Ice House. "Make way." The young white tiger looked up at Old Yang's taller subordinate. The latter stood defiantly, puffing out his chest in a show of bravado. The young white tiger took a step back to clear the way. Without uttering a word, a lean subordinate beside him pulled out a sharpened toothbrush and thrust it directly into the rob. UST man's abdomen. Crash. In an instant, Old Yang's brother was grappled by the young white tiger. "Don't move, damn it." The young white tiger's other subordinates simultaneously brandished an array of concealed weapons, toothbrushes, razor blades, sharpened iron rods from windows, and more. Faced with imminent danger, not a single one of these young men flinched. Old predecessor, the world has changed. Longevity in the game no longer guarantees respect. I send a new soul to the death pit every day, relentlessly pursuing you for a kill. How many times can you evade? The young white tiger tossed aside his cigarette, but his eyes brimming with disdain. Though his companions appeared frail, the ferocity in their eyes was unmistakable. There lay a genuine willingness to kill. "Old Geo is still alive, and you dare challenge me? Do you have parents? A wife and children?" "Old Senior, believe me, with just one word, you could take a leave tomorrow to attend a funeral." Xiao Baihu faced dozens of people, not only unafraid but slightly exhilarated. In contrast, Lao Yang contemplated draining Xiao Baihu for all he was worth, noting that most of Feg, ethered individuals were unarmed. This was the end of times. Medicine was scarce, and once injured in the prison, one could only await death. Lao Yang's face darkened ominously as he fixated on Xiao Baihu. "Baihu, this matter has escalated." Having already stabbed someone upon their first encounter, Lao Yang's comrades eagerly prepared for revenge. "What's going on? Who did this?" A dozen prison guards surged through the crowd, led by an imposing old guard with a belly and a firearm at his waist. Upon seeing the old guard, Lao Yang's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of trepidation. "Brother Zhu, what's the meaning of this?" It was an unspoken rule in the prison that inmates managed other inmates, and Brother Zhu's actions blatantly violated this norm. "Do I need to report to you when I handle my affairs?" Brother Zhu jabbed a finger into Lao Yang's chest. "Or would you like to take the position of warden?" Despite his hardened demeanor within the prison, Lao Yang was merely an inmate and could not truly confront the guards. He coldly gestured towards Xiao Baihu. "So you have Brother Zhu as your backing. Fine, we may not turn the tides, but if you are not dead within 3 days, I shall take your surname." "I await your arrival," Xiao Baihu replied, resolute and succinct, pointing at Lao Yang. "Don't let me down, Old Senior." Once Lao Yang departed, Brother Zhu sighed. "Haven't I told you not to stir up trouble?" Xiao Baihu gratefully glanced at Brother Zhu, but chose not to elaborate further. The two were evidently old acquaintances. "They will not relent," Zhu cautioned. "Understood." One of the younger brothers removed his coat and draped it over the small white tiger, who then stepped over the body of the burly man and entered the cell. The small white tiger is even more ruthless than the rumors suggest. The old nine outside is even fiercer otherwise. Old Yang would have acted already. Old Yang is not one to suffer in silence. He will undoubtedly seek vengeance. The seasoned observers murmured among themselves. Chapter 2. The public enemy of the entire prison. The prison cells were divided into numerous small factions. The small white tiger's crew occupied the sunniest cell on the second floor of the entire building, the only room on the floor that occasionally basked in sunlight, clearly indicati of the strength of this group of young ruffians. "Brother, there's actually something else." The younger brothers exchanged glances, hesitating before softly reporting. Yesterday, Xiao Jun came for a visit, and old Xie claimed you embezzled company funds. The brothers were indignant and confronted him, but old Xie resorted to underhanded tactics, resulting in San San's demise, Xiao Wu's incapacitation, and injuries to Jiuge. After the brothers whispered this, they anxiously looked at the small white tiger. They had first imprisoned the small white tiger and then attacked his brothers. Old Xie seemed intent on eliminating the small white tiger's crew out of fear of retaliation. What is the situation with Old Yang? The small white tiger straightened his posture. To seek vengeance, he must first ensure his own survival. Old Xie had thrown him into a death trap. Aiming merely to use others to eliminate him, the immediate priority was to nurture. Allay the threats within the prison. Before you arrived, they declared that you wouldn't survive 3 days. Lao Yang is the leader of the 5th floor, commanding over 40 brothers. Huge brother, it's not just Lao Yang, all the leaders in the prison have issued threats against you. The brothers gazed at Xiao Baihu with palpable concern. A slight smirk played at the corners of Xiao Baihu's mouth. Then let them be the ones to fear death first. Morning dawned. The sky remained shrouded in a dreary haze, characteristic of the frigid climate. In temperatures plummeting to -10 degrees, a moment's inattention while sleeping on the iron-framed bed could lead to frostbite. Get up, breakfast is ready. A deep voice rumbled in Lao Yang's ear. A figure then settled onto Lao Yang's bed. Who? Lao Yang jolted upright, astonished to find a youth perched on his cot. The prison operated under a system where inmates managed one another, placing the keys to all cells on the 5th floor in Lao Yang's possession. At that moment, his other brothers were still confined within the cell, unable to emerge. Xiao Baihu, draped in Lao Yang's padded coat, wielded a glinting toothbrush, casting a chilling gaze at Lao Yang. You! Lao Yang's eyes widened in terror as he glanced at his cellmates, realizing that someone had infiltrated without alerting him. 5 of his fellow inmates, clad in scant clothing, knelt trembling on the floor, each with a sharp object poised against their necks. I do not appreciate being the subject of others' designs. If you wish to eliminate me, I trust it would be quite simple for me to dispatch you in return. Xiao Baihu cast a fleeting glance at the long-haired prisoner nestled in Lao Yang's blankets, who recoiled in terror. What do you intend to do? Lao Yang steadied his nerves and inquired. You have lingered in prison for far too long. Do you truly believe you can play games with me? Today, I shall make an example of you, lest any specter, be it man or ghost, dare to covet my existence. Prison is a realm governed by the law of the jungle, where survival necessitates the demonstration of one's strength. Little White Tiger had eliminated Old Yang, compelling the other leaders to weigh their options carefully before making a move. Old Yang's face darkened as he began to fumble beneath the covers for a weapon. Smack! Little White Tiger thrust his toothbrush directly into Old Yang's palm, penetrating not only flesh, but also the bed frame beneath. Old Yang stifled a grunt, his body trembling, yet he refrained from uttering a sound. In the presence of this younger adversary, he was reluctant to lose face. How the hell did you get in here? Old Yang gasped for breath, blood staining the sheets. Have you forgotten what our group was once capable of? Is picking a lock truly so difficult? Old Yang's tone softened slightly, fear creeping into his voice. Brother, we are strangers no more. Your elder brother has forsaken his bounty, which I have seized. Every big shot in this prison is eager to kill you for that reward. Little White Tiger's gaze turned icy. He had risked his life for Old Evil, only to find himself facing extermination at his hands. Even with a death sentence hanging over him, Old Evil remained unconvinced. I want to leave. Brother, you are placing me in a rather difficult position, Old Yang retorted, his visage contorting as he trembled with indignation. If I had a way out, do you think I would still be suffering here in the cold? Who else wishes to end my life? Little White Tiger asked with a wry smile, settling for a lesser concession. Is it possible for me to remain silent? Old Yang understood the prison's unspoken rules. Betraying others would not bode well for him either. Little White Tiger nodded solemnly. That is acceptable. They are all mere pawns. You have your rules, and I shall not impose upon you, but I too have my own principles. Little White Tiger discarded his cigarette, and cast his gaze toward the corner. In the shadows stood 7 or 8 of his young companions, who upon receiving Little White Tiger's silent command, seized Old Yang's kneeling subordinate with ruthless efficiency. With the precision of a butcher, They thrust sharpened toothbrushes and pointed sticks mercilessly into the victim's neck. Thud, thud. The muffled sounds echoed in the room. Within mere seconds, 5 lifeless bodies collapsed to the ground, blood splattering across the entire chamber. These 5 men were the core subordinates of Old Yang, and Little White Tiger's actions were a declaration of dominance. After all, the disparity in strength between the two factions was considerable. It was essential to instill fear in all the prisoners on the 5th floor. Old Elder, do you yield? Old Yang glared furiously at Little White Tiger. Damn it, a young companion of Little White Tiger, with a shaved head, jabbed a hollowed, sharpened bamboo stick into Old Yang's thigh. I'm talking to you, is your tongue tied? Fine, I yield, damn it. Old Yang was thoroughly subdued this time. Little White Tiger's brutality exceeded his expectations. Who could have anticipated that Little White Tiger, surrounded by adversaries, would dare to strike first against him? After this display, Little White Tiger had effectively quelled the entire 5th floor of prisoners. Brother, I won't interfere in your matters with Yang the Mad. Is that acceptable? Old Yang pleaded in agony, clutching his wound. Little White Tiger slowly rose, amusement glinting in his eyes. If you lay a finger on me, the other leaders in the prison will not spare you. Seeing Little White Tiger's murderous intent, Old Yang hastily attempted to dissuade him. Respected elder, I was raised in the refuse heap, and for young age, I understood that to avoid being bullied, one must instill fear in others and walk the path with assurance. The young White Tiger stepped aside as a subordinate swiftly lifted the thin blanket to cover Old Yang's head. A group of 7 or 8 young men surged forward, brandishing their weapons and thrusting them towards Old Yang. You cannot kill me. I am a man of M.R.Li. I care not for whom you serve today. I shall claim your head, the young White Tiger declared, silently lighting 3 cigarettes and placing them by Old Yang's bedside. I intend to make an example of you, and you have fortuitously found yourself in the line of fire. Farewell, respected elder. Old Yang's eyes widened as the blanket became stained with his blood. Until his last breath, he could scarcely believe that the young White Tiger would truly carry out his threat. You, M.R.L. I will avenge me. The entire prison belongs to him. You are doomed. Chapter 3. Mr. Lee. Huge brother, I've just received news old Xie has raised the bounty to 300,000. Upon returning to the cell, a subordinate immediately reported. What does 300,000 signify? In this apocalyptic world, 3,000 can purchase a bride, and the average person earns only a few hundred a month. 300,000 could allow one to transcend social classes. For the vicious individuals in the prison, such a sum would ensure their families would never suffer from hunger. Old Xie was genuinely fearful that the young White Tiger might escape death, or perhaps not even wait for his execution. Bad news continued to pour in. Huge brother, it's dire. M.R.L. has declared that he will kill you today, and all the leaders in the prison are gathering their men. The enthusiastic subordinate rushed into the cell, his words tumbling out in a flurry. Mr. Lee is a true celestial being within the prison. Even the warden is under his influence, explained the other subordinates. As these words echoed, a cacophony of footsteps resounded from below. Little White Tiger peered out, witnessing hundreds of individuals armed and advancing with great fervor across the playground. The guards, who typically patrolled the area, had mysteriously vanished. What do you want? Get lost, you bastards. Are we about to engage in battle? The furious shouts of Little White Tiger's comrades resonated from the entrance. However, the corridor outside was already packed with individuals, forcing Little White Tiger's brothers to retreat into the room. Leaders from various floors had converged, bringing their men along. The man at the forefront donned a pristine, thick cotton coat, his hands tucked within its sleeves, locking eyes with Little White Tiger through the iron gate. Brother, you've stirred a hornet's nest, the man remarked, rubbing his frostbitten hands mockingly. You stepped in here and went after Old Yang, disrupting the order. And so what? Little White Tiger replied, wiping his nose. If I don't deal with Old Yang, will you let me go? It was a dead end regardless, since death was inevitable. Perhaps by striking first, he could carve a sliver of hope. If Little White Tiger chose to endure, he would merely be drained of his worth by Old Yang before being eliminated. In a world on the brink of collapse, those who cowered met their demise swiftly. Did you not inquire about Old Yang before taking action? We are all under Mr. Lee's command. The leading man shot a glance at Little White Tiger. I care not for your Mr. Lee, whether he be a noble or a beast. If you wish to confront me, consider whether you can withstand my vengeance, little white tiger retorted, seizing the cigarette from the man's mouth and taking a deep drag. In a month, I will face execution. Do you think I fear playing dirty? The white tiger turned and seized a rusted dagger fashioned from a piece of iron from his subordinate's hand, gripping it firmly. Though outnumbered, the doorway of their cell could only accommodate a single individual at a time, ensuring that any attempt to rush in would inevitably result in casualties. The leader of the opposing faction discerned the white tiger's intent and stood motionless at the entrance. A prolonged standoff ensued until a cough echoed from the far end of the corridor. If we don't take you down today, we won't be able to safeguard our brothers in the future. The brutish men began to surge towards the white tiger's cell. Kill him! A voice bellowed from the crowd. Prisoners outside, armed with makeshift weapons, frantically pressed into the cell. Fearless, the white tiger clutched the dagger with one hand, positioning himself defiantly at the threshold. Thud, thud. Having spent years brawling on the streets, the white tiger was acutely aware of how to inflict maximum damage with minimal losses. After plunging the blade into a prisoner's neck, he grasped the lifeless body by the collar. Using it as a shield with the dagger, he needed no precision for a mere thrust wound. Lame another victim. Push in, don't just block the doorway. The leader kicked the corpse the white tiger was holding, prompting his subordinates to surge forward and shove the white tiger aside. The other brothers of the white tiger wasted no time, charging forward with their weapons, attempting to force the intruders out of the room. Alas, the sheer number of adversaries proved overwhelming, as nearly all the prisoners in the block had converged. After several minutes, only the white tiger remained standing in the cell, while his brothers lay defeated upon the ground. Seeing the white tiger drenched in blood, the leader finally dared to step into the room. Damn, I regret taking old Sia's bribe. I've sacrificed so many talents for a mere 300,000. How absurd. The leader spat thick phlegm, casting a disdainful glance at the little white tiger. No wonder your boss wants to deal with you. If it were me, I wouldn't dare to take you on. Care to leave your name? The little white tiger, with numerous wounds adorning his body, leaned against the collapsed iron bed, panting heavily. Nyo-san, he replied with a smirk. And the boss of the first tier. I know your brother, old Gio, is out there, but here I am, a solitary figure in this prison. If old Gio dares to enter, he will meet the same fate as you. Nyo-san patted the little white tiger on the shoulder. Despite being adversaries, it was evident that Nyo-san held a certain admiration for him. Brother, travel well. Thank you for your 300,000. With that, Nyo-san turned and departed. The room was soon surrounded by a dozen of Nyo-san's comrades, yet none dared to make the first move. This fellow was too ruthless. Who could predict if he would take someone down with him before his demise? No, this lad would undoubtedly drag someone along. A sense of unease crept into the hearts of these notoriously criminal inmates. They exchanged glances, reluctant to be the scapegoat. The little white tiger scoffed, "It would be too damn frustrating to die at your hands. No need for you to lift a finger, I'll take my leave myself." With that, he brandished the bent dagger, preparing to slit his throat. Mr. Lee! Mr. Lee! Sir! Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the doorway, causing Nyo-san's imposing presence to wane. Li, what brings you here? Nyo-san hastily removed his coat and hurriedly approached to drape it over the other. The younger inmates parted to create a path. Only then did the little white tiger discern the figure before him, a middle-aged man, bespectacled, refined, and clad in a suit. Such a pristine, delicate-looking individual was a rarity within the confines of a prison. Observing the other inmates' demeanor towards him, it was evident that he held considerable status among them. Without hesitation, the little white tiger plopped down next to a corpse, curiously scrutinizing the man. My surname is Lee, like you. I'm also an inmate. The gentleman introduced himself, his gaze appraising the little white tiger. Noticing the myriad of injuries adorning his form, yet still perceiving a fierce glint in his eyes, he nodded in acknowledgement. Do you know when a beast is at its most aggressive? I turned to Nyo-san, a burly man, and smiled. Nyo-san, scratching his head, replied with a laugh during mating season. Ah, a mere layman. I dismissed him without a glance, his interest now fixed upon the little white tiger. A beast at its wit's end is the most ferocious. Just like him, I indicated towards the little white tiger. Everyone, please leave, Mr. Lee commanded, noticing the little white tiger's silence and gesturing for those nearby to exit. Neosin cast a worried glance at the little white tiger. He had no concerns with others, but this reckless fellow was capable of anything. Leave, Mr. Lee's voice rose in intensity, prompting Neo-san to reluctantly vacate the room. Care for smoke? Mr. Lee produced a pack of imported cigarettes and offered one to the little white tiger. The latter accepted without hesitation, biting down on the cigarette and gesturing towards the tip. I paused momentarily, then chuckled. You're the first in all these years to dare ask me to light a cigarette. Death is the ultimate concern. I am on the brink of demise myself. So your background and power hold no significance for me, declared the young white tiger, embodying a nonchalanta. Attitude akin to a pig unconcerned by boiling water, as he leisurely lit a cigarette. I scrutinized the young white tiger, and by the time he finished a cigarette, he was convinced that this lad truly feared nothing. Very well, let us proceed. The young white tiger tossed the dagger at Mr. Lee's feet. In consideration of this cigarette, I shall not resist. I appear to be entertained by a humorous anecdote as he nudged the dagger aside with his foot. You shall not meet your end today. I turned to Neo-san, gesturing for him to keep his distance. Once everyone had vacated the corridor, Mr. Lee spoke slowly. Shall we strike a deal? I shall assist you in your escape, and in return, you will retrieve an item for me. Chapter 4. The Third Underground Level. What? Little White Tiger knew that in the apocalypse, there were no free lunches. Mr. Lee shrugged, mimicking Little White Tiger's tone, saying, Since you're doomed either way, why not take a gamble? There was some truth to Mr. Lee's words. After all, there was nothing left to lose. Little White Tiger gestured for him to continue. Have you heard of the third underground level of the dead man's prison? Seeing Little White Tiger shake his head, Mr. Lee patiently explained, the third underground level holds special prisoners. There are only two ways to get in. First, commit a particularly heinous crime, but once you're in, you're there for life, never to see the light of day again. Mr. Lee raised two fingers with a smile. You face two possibilities, immediate execution or confinement in the third underground level until the day you are executed. Little White Tiger's eyes widened as he stared at Mr. Lee, suddenly realizing the depth of the man's cunning. Mr. Lee didn't hide his intentions, smiling as he said, These people are here for you to kill. Only by killing enough might you get in. Looking at the corpses scattered around, Little White Tiger gave a bitter smile. He was just a pawn, and these dead prisoners were even more pitiful. Why me? Little White Tiger finally asked the question he wanted answered. It's not just you, Mr. Lee replied with a sly, fox-like grin. I've sent over 20 people in, but most were executed outright. The rest went down and never came back up. But you, I think you might just succeed. Mr. Lee pointed at the corpse in the room and gave a thumbs up, saying, No one has ever managed to kill over 20 people in one go like you did. With such skill, why don't you go down to the third level yourself? Little White Tiger clearly didn't believe his words. Unperturbed, Mr. Lee spread his hands helplessly and explained that the third level underground wouldn't accept money. After his explanation, Mr. Lee left alone, regardless of Little White Tiger's willingness. Now, Little White Tiger was a trapped beast. To survive, he had no choice but to accept the mission, or else he would either die at the hands of other inmates or await execution. The conversation ended. The warden personally led a team into the cell block, and heavily armed guards dispersed the prisoners. Can you not cause me trouble? The warden was quite exasperated with Mr. Lee, yet it was evident he was wary of him. I have no choice, my time is running out, otherwise I wouldn't resort to using outsiders. Mr. Lee patted the warden's shoulder reassuringly, as per the old rules. Remember to check. As they spoke, Little White Tiger, covered in blood, was dragged out of the cell like a dead dog. Report, 17 dead, over 30 injured. A guard reported, to which the warden waved indifferently. It's too normal for people to die in the prison of the dead, in the apocalypse. The least valuable thing is human life. The warden lifted Little White Tiger's hair and laughed. This kid is wild. Be careful he doesn't bite you. He won't, Mr. Lee looked at Little White Tiger with satisfaction. Take care of my brother. On the verge of fainting, Little White Tiger looked up and shouted to Mr. Lee, Save them. Little White Tiger knew that if Mr. Lee didn't intervene, his injured brothers would most likely be thrown into the prison's mass grave. The temperature has plummeted to more than 10 degrees below zero, rendering their survival utterly impossible. Despite your own dire predicament, You still concern yourself with your brother." The warden chuckled, about to summon someone to drag the little white tiger's brother away, but Mr. Lee intervened. "Take him to the infirmary. I'll cover the cost." Mr. Lee had taken a liking to the little white tiger's temperament. Deep within the third underground level, a place perpetually shrouded in darkness, damp and devoid of sunlight. It was rumored to have once been a refuge from the converters. Converters, a peculiarity of the apocalypse, emerged a century ago when the blood moon descended. Those exposed to its light, whether human or animal, risked mutation into bloodthirsty monstrosities. In the present world, converters and humans each lay claim to roughly half the territory, with humanity constantly under threat from converter incursions. This place had once served as a sanctuary for our predecessors. Report. As the prison guard knocked open the iron door to the third underground level, the scene that greeted the little white tiger was startling. Along a 100-meter-long corridor, awakeners stood at intervals of 10 paces. Awakeners, another product of the apocalypse, could acquire extraordinary abilities through the awakening ceremony, becoming the primary force against the converters. These awakeners, who should have been on the front lines, were now stationed in the sunless underground. The little white tiger finally understood why Mr. Lee had said they didn't accept bribes. If awakeners wished to make money, engaging in any form of crime would yield more than accepting illicit funds. Let him stay for a few days. We'll send him on his way once the higher-ups verify the situation, the prison guard said with an ingratiating smile to the guards of the third underground level. Despite their bravado on the surface, they dared not even breathe heavily in the presence of these awakeners. The individuals present were hardly surprised, after all. Confining those troublemakers to the depths below was the most prudent course of action. The captain of the guards turned to salute the soul man seated behind him. Clad in a black uniform, his hat pulled low, his expression remained obscured, yet his mere presence evoked an overwhelming sense of intimidation, akin to standing before an insurmountable mountain. With a sharp motion, the captain propped his legs on the table, seeking a spot to remain undisturbed. Two awakened individuals hoisted the small white tiger, dragging him down the corridor to the far end. "Hey, kid, you're fortunate. You've got a private room." A young awakened, his face partially disfigured by burns, gestured towards the room ahead, where an elderly man had just passed away. "Heh, why not go in and keep him company?" The small white tiger, who fancied himself accustomed to the cycle of life and death, was nearly overwhelmed by the foul stench upon entering the room. A withered old man lay decaying on the bed. "You'll be sleeping on the upper bunk. Rest assured, he won't mind. Make sure to get along with your roommate." The guard remarked, amusement dancing in his eyes as he observed the scene akin to that of animals in a zoo. "Are you not going to remove him?" The small white tiger, barely clinging to life, leaned against the wall, battered and bruised. Once confined to the underground level 3, escape was a distant hope unless met with execution. He had received a life sentence, and even in death, he would remain bound to this place, as was the rule. Cursing under his breath, the small white tiger retrieved a pack of cigarettes, a gift from Mr. Lee. There was no need for a search in the depths below, for no one dared to stir trouble under the watchful eyes of the awakened. "Make sure to get along with your roommate," the guard chuckled as he closed the door. The albino tiger lit several cigarettes in quick succession and then ingested some pills from his pocket. Despite the rudimentary stitching and bandaging he received at the infirmary, injuries of this magnitude would typically warrant intensive care. The box. The albino tiger surveyed the barren room. Aside from a bed, it was completely empty. There was only one possibility. The box was in another room. "Hey, buddy." A prisoner in the adjacent cell gestured to the albino tiger, offering a cigarette. The latter merely glanced at the awakened guard. "As long as we don't step out of our rooms, they won't bother us. But if you try to escape, they'll definitely kill you." The man's cell was diagonally across from the albino tiger's, and they could barely make out each other's features. He was a gaunt young man. The albino tiger's cell was unlike the others. While the other cells lined both sides of the corridor, his was at the very end, directly facing the captain. "Hey, are you down here looking for something too?" The gaunt young man produced a skewer of roasted cockroaches from his room and tossed it to the albino tiger through the bars. "Trade you for a cigarette. Even a butt." The albino tiger, nursing his injuries, had no time to engage with the man. He tossed the half-smoked cigarette to him and found a corner to lie down. "Hey, don't bother looking. Half the people on the third sublevel are down here looking for something. Everyone's been in every room already." Perhaps it had been too long since he had someone to talk to. The young man chattered incessantly. "Hey, don't sleep. Let's chat. Shut your trap." The albino tiger retorted irritably. On the third sublevel, time was irrelevant. There was only the dim light of the corridor. The young white tiger was uncertain of how long he had been asleep, but he felt somewhat better. This was his secret since childhood. He had possessed an extraordinary ability to recover from injuries. As long as the wounds were not fatal, he could always pull through. Still preoccupied with his mission, he began to search his cell, though Mr. Lee had not specified what kind of box he was looking for. At this moment, the young tiger felt like a headless fly. "Stop searching," said the lean young man in the next cell, lying on the floor and speaking through the meal slot in the iron door. "There are 18 rooms below, and Mr. Lee has placed someone in each one. None have found it. You're not the only one searching. The awakened ones are also looking. Why else do you think they guard the 3rd basement level?" 3 days later, the young tiger grew increasingly anxious. He had searched every corner of his 10 square meter cell, even the toilet, but found nothing. This could only mean the box was not in his room. However, he had no way of accessing the other cells, as the 3rd basement was filled with awakened individuals who would never allow prisoners to roam freely. This dashed his hopes of searching elsewhere. To make matters worse, his execution date had been moved up due to the dozen lives he had taken in prison. In 3 days, he would face the firing squad. "Hey, got any cigarettes?" The chatterbox in the next cell started again. The young tiger had grown accustomed to his incessant talking. At first, it had been annoying, but when it became the only voice in his world, he realized how comforting it was. The awakened guards at the door never acknowledged him, and the other prisoners had remained silent since his arrival. According to the chatterbox next door, they've all been driven mad by confinement. Being cooped up in such a cramped space, it's only a matter of time before one's sanity crumbles. "Do you know what kind of box he is looking for?" The young white tiger leaned against the iron door, pushing aside the small panel used for delivering meals to peer at the guy next door. "No idea. I doubt even he knows what box he is after. But down here on the 3rd basement level, there's not even a takeout container to be found. Even if there were a box, it's probably been torn apart by others for makeshift toilet paper." The guy rubbed his nose, eyeing the young white tiger greedily. "Buddy, got any cigarettes left?" "Even if I did, I wouldn't give them to you." The young white tiger lit a cigarette with a huff, took a few drags, then tossed it to the guy. "Huh, you'll never find it." The scarred awakener, his face disfigured by burns, strolled up to the young white tiger's cell, hands in his pockets, and knocked on the iron door. "Mind lending me a light?" Having grown up on the streets, the young white tiger knew that survival hinged on seizing every opportunity. He pulled out a lighter, crouched low, and extended his hand to light the awakener's cigarette. "Brother, I'm being transferred in 3 days, but even if I die, I want to go as someone who knows the truth. What exactly are you all looking for?" The young white tiger muttered. The awakener took a long drag, savoring the smoke, then pulled out a half-empty pack of cigarettes from his pocket and tossed it on the ground. Under the envious gaze of the chatterbox, the young white tiger stealthily retrieved the cigarettes and slipped them through the iron bars. "I suppose there's no harm in telling you." The awakener leaned against the door, glancing at his team leader. "It's not like you're going anywhere." He lowered his voice. "Ever heard of the Demon Ancestor? Demons in this world?" The chatterbox scoffed, his lips curling in disbelief. "You're pulling my leg, right? When exposed to the crimson moon, humans transform into the changed. But what about animals?" The awakened inquired languidly, exhaling a smoke ring. "Changed beasts. Yes and no. Perhaps having guarded the subterranean 3rd level for too long." The awakened engaged in a rare moment of leisurely conversation with the two. The initial 10 individuals to become changed during the Great Cataclysm were known as the progenitors. But what are the first animals to become changed beasts? They are the Demon Ancestors. The world knows only of the 10 progenitors, but the awakened are aware that the Demon Ancestors possess power on par with them. The awakened gazed upward, a sense of despondency in his eyes. The silver-striped tiger, the 2 horned dragons, the sword crane, the slothful turtle. Never mind you. Even I would never have the chance to behold them in my lifetime. What does this have to do with the box? The little white tiger asked curiously. The box contains their blood. Who could possibly obtain their blood? The loquacious young man curled his lips, clearly unconvinced. A progenitor alone could slaughter a city of 1,000,000 people. One can only imagine the demon ancestors who stand alongside them. Who possesses the power to collect the blood of such terrifying beings? That's why I say you won't find it. The box is merely a legend, passed down that a 9th level awakened, on the verge of death, entrusted the demon ancestor blood he had collected to his son, who happened to be seeking refuge on the subterranean 3rd level and perished here. The person in your room has been searching for the box for 20 years. What has he found? The awakened rapped sharply on the little white tiger's iron door. Give up. Having spoken, the awakened departed as if having completed his task. The little white tiger lay prone on the ground, shouting through the food delivery slot. Why tell me this? The little white tiger understood the other party's meaning. Mr. Lee's incessant dispatch of individuals below had already stirred discontent among the awakened group. They intended to convey through little white tiger's voice that Mr. Lee should cease wasting time and refrain from disturbing them further. Simultaneously, a profound sense of despair overwhelmed him. He had yet to avenge, and his comrades were still out there. On the eve before the execution, little white tiger had resigned himself. For the sake of a legend. His life was cut short by nearly a month. The damp ground was littered with cigarette butts as he sat despondently on his bed. His mind flooded with memories of his brothers. He wondered if Old Ninth would seek vengeance for him after his death. Damn it, what a miserable way to die. He cursed under his breath, lamenting a life spent merely striving for basic sustenance and warmth, only to end with nothing to show for it. Perhaps it was the accumulated grievances of the past days, or the unwillingness to face the impending end of his life. In a fit of frustration, little white tiger kicked the wall from his upper bunk. The already decayed bed frame instantly gave way, and unprepared, he crashed onto the corpse below. Shit, he exclaimed as the corpse's slime splattered all over him, the stench assaulting his senses. He hastily pushed the corpse away, wary of potential viruses it might carry. However, the corpse seemed almost glued to the bed frame, and despite 2 attempts, he couldn't move it. Suddenly, little white tiger paused, his eyes widening as he felt something hard in the corpse's abdomen. Perhaps due to the corpse's emaciation, he could distinctly feel something inside. No way, he thought. A bold idea forming in his mind. Fortunately, he had also survived through the midst of death. After closing the unseeing eyes of the corpse, he silently muttered, "Old man, you didn't swallow the box, did you?" The deceased had been starved to skin and bones, allowing the young tiger to feel a hard outline. It was definitely not food. The corpse's abdomen had a small protrusion. Although unsure if it was the box, the young tiger couldn't afford to hesitate. He was soon to be sent to the execution ground, leaving no time for mental preparation. Glancing around, he picked up a relatively sharp piece of bed plank, laid the corpse flat, and apologized. "Old man, sorry, have a smoke? Bear with it, it'll be over soon." He lit a cigarette and placed it in the corpse's mouth. "If you feel wronged, come find me after I die. I'll beat you to death." With a grunt, the young tiger bit the cigarette butt, gripped the bed plank with both hands, and thrust it into the corpse's abdomen. Enduring the stench, he reached in to search. The awakened outside heard the commotion, opened the food slot, and saw the young tiger sitting in front of the corpse, back to the door, fiddling. "What are you doing?" the awakened shouted. The young tiger turned, his face smeared with blood. "Hungry, looking for something to eat. Want some?" He pulled out a bloodied piece and offered it. "Ugh, damn it. You're sick." The awakened turned green, closed the food slot, and cursed. People often do outrageous things to vent their fear before death, but the young tiger's actions were too much even for the awakened. Chapter 6. Success. After confirming the awakened had left, the young tiger tremblingly pulled out 4 syringe-like objects, each as thick as a finger, from the corpse's body. 4 silver tubular objects, their midsections resembling glass, contained a droplet of blood that swayed within. Indeed, it was blood, black blood. The young white tiger clutched the 4 icy tubes, his shoulders trembling. Suppressing the overwhelming surge of joy within, he had found it. Though it was the box, the Awakener had said that the box contained the blood of a demon ancestor. Only a transformed being would possess black blood. No wonder the box couldn't be found. It never existed. The items had been swallowed. The young tiger scrutinized the corpse before him, but alas, the individual had long since perished, making it impossible to ascertain his identity. The only clue was a peculiar circular symbol etched on his chest. "You must have been someone of significance." Seeing a glimmer of hope, the young tiger's spirits lifted. He carefully redressed the corpse and draped his own garment over it. Whoever had managed to locate the demon ancestor's blood must have been no ordinary figure. There was no time to delve further into the corpse's identity. As the faint sound of footsteps approached the door, the young tiger prepared to depart. The door was knocked upon. The prison guard had come to fetch him. Panicked, the young tiger scanned the surroundings, but there was nowhere to conceal the items. The metallic clank of the door lock echoed. In desperation, the young tiger steeled himself. "Old man, I hope you swallowed those tubes rather than inserting them through the back." A shiver ran down his spine as he tore a thread from his garment, tied it around the tubes, and, suppressing the urge to retch, forced them into his mouth. The other end of the thread was secured to his teeth, ensuring that once outside, he could retrieve the tubes by pulling the thread. But time was unforgiving. The iron door emitted a grating screech. "What are you doing?" The prison guard stepped forward and gave a shove to the little white tiger sitting beside the corpse. The little white tiger turned its head, and the guard let out a ghostly scream, retreating in haste. The little white tiger, bare-chested, had traces of blood at the corner of its mouth, and its hands were soaked red with blood. Eat well and be on your way. The little white tiger wiped the blood from its mouth, its gaze resolute as it walked out of the cell. A chatterbox lad lay on the ground, waving to the little white tiger through the meal slot. Bro, have a smooth journey. We'll continue our chat in the next life. The little white tiger, in high spirits, flipped the bird at him. Passing by the awakened one with a burnt face, the latter took the cigarette but from his mouth and placed it into the little white tiger's mouth. Have a good death. IFING thank you. The little white tiger raised its head, strutting proudly out of the third underground level. The biting cold wind hit the little white tiger, who breathed in the fresh air, a look of triumph on its face. The entrance was already crowded with prisoners who had come to watch the spectacle, most of whom bore grudges against the little white tiger. In the prison battle, they all had brothers who died at the hands of the little white tiger. Yet, they couldn't help but cast admiring glances at it. The ferocity of the little white tiger was deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. Neosin walked at the forefront, giving a thumbs up to the little white tiger from afar. Bro, I have to say, I admire you. Boss, brother tiger. 7 or 8 bandaged youths, tears in their eyes, looked at the little white tiger, separated by guards. The little white tiger smiled at them. Scanning the surroundings, Mr. Lee stood side by side with the warden, watching the little white tiger from a distance. Seeing the little white tiger bare-chested and empty-handed, a flash of disappointment crossed his eyes. Hey! As Mr. Lee was about to depart, little white tiger let out a roar. Found it. His gentle eyes gleamed with the ferocity of a beast. As they passed each other on the way to the execution ground, escorted by prison guards, Mr. Lee lowered his voice and demanded sharply, "Where is it?" Little white tiger pointed to his head, indicating a glass tube with silver ends. Mr. Lee's breathing grew heavy, each exhale releasing a puff of white mist. Where? If I tell you now, you'll kill me. Who am I supposed to complain to then? Little white tiger shrugged. I want out. The guards, without the warden's permission, stood still with little white tiger. What if you're lying? Mr. Lee hesitated before asking. In your eyes, I'm just a small fry. If I lie, you'll kill me. It's just a matter of 1 bullet or 2, little white tiger said indifferently, reaching out. Give me a cigarette. Mr. Lee's usually refined demeanor turned icy cold as he stared into little white tiger's eyes, trying to discern if he was lying to save his life. This wasn't the first time such a thing had happened, but little white tiger's gaze was unwavering, meeting his without flinching. Lie to me, and you'll die horribly. Mr. Lee finally relented as little white tiger described the appearance of the item in the box, making it impossible for him not to believe. How could a street thug know what the container of the Demon Ancestor's blood looked like if he hadn't seen it himself? Add one more condition, little white tiger seized the opportunity to bargain, get my brothers out. Otherwise, where would little white tiger get the confidence to make demands? I need to make a phone call. The young tiger continued to push his luck. Mr. Lee, as usual, did not refuse and handed his phone to the young tiger. In front of Mr. Lee, the young tiger skillfully dialed a number. Hello, a deep young voice answered. Idiot. What the hell? Yeah, the two spoke in code, leaving the others bewildered. I'm coming out soon. How's it going on your end? The young tiger inquired with concern for his brother. You're a minute late. I was about to break into old Sia's place. The voice on the other end boasted arrogantly. You're hitting the road today. I plan to kidnap old Sia and bury him outside the city to keep you company. The young tiger chuckled and called him an idiot. But a rare tenderness appeared on his face. Only with his brother did the young tiger show his true feelings. Pull everyone back. I'm coming out soon. The young tiger said without explanation, and none was needed. Got it. The young voice on the phone responded, then instructed those around him. Give old Sia a heads up. Let him know I'm in town. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of rapid gunfire erupted. Damn you. Old Sia, clean your neck and wait for me. Help. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of fleeing pedestrians, the cries of the wounded, and return fire came through the phone. Retreat. The young voice roared after venting his anger. Whoever dares to chase me, I won't leave. Damn it. Want to play with your life. All of you. Kneel and watch me go. Chapter 7. An unconventional release. The execution ground. The prison's own execution ground was essentially a small patch of wasteland. Not far away was a mass grave. In the apocalypse, rules are scarce, and executions are typically carried out within the prison walls. Parading a convict through the streets is nearly impossible as the world is teeming with outlaws. Encountering someone like Little White Tiger and his brother, attempting a public display would only invite a daring prison van heist. The executioner, holding the gun, retrieved a pill from his pocket and placed it into Little White Tiger's mouth. Procedures must be followed. Suffering won't kill. But a misplaced shot to the abdomen could be fatal. The executioner patted Little White Tiger's shoulder, who stood rigidly in place. Prisoner Little White Tiger, convicted of murder. Execution today, identity confirmed, he announced, raising his gun. Little White Tiger looked up at the sky, took a deep breath. Execute, came the command. Bang. The bullet tore through his abdomen, a wave of excruciating pain followed. Little White Tiger collapsed straight to the ground, blood seeping from the wound. The intense pain nearly eliciting a scream. But with onlookers watching from a distance, he clenched his teeth and closed his eyes, playing his part to the end. Prisoner deceased. To the mass grave was the order. That night, the old man responsible for collecting bodies found the unconscious Little White Tiger among the dead and placed him on a small cart. Most unclaimed prisoners were forever buried in the mass grave, but if a family paid, the body would be removed from the prison. In the darkness, several burly men in black sat tensely in a van, watching the prison. When the back door opened, and a hunched old man appeared dragging a young body. They quickly opened the van's rear door. Inside, a black market doctor was already waiting. How is he? They asked as Little White Tiger was loaded into the van. The doctor expertly connecting various instruments. The doctor glanced at the readings on the monitor, perplexed. This can't be right. Was he really shot? He stared at the fluctuating lines on the screen, baffled. The young man's heart was beating with more vigor than that of a normal person. The two men in black were equally confused. The young man, known as Little White Tiger, had a rosy complexion. Was this the state of someone who had been shot? Yet, the wound on his abdomen was still bleeding profusely. In the post-apocalyptic world, nighttime temperatures often plummeted below zero, and the car's air conditioning wouldn't last much longer. The two men started the car and drove away, oblivious to the homeless man sleeping in a nearby trash bin. The surgery concluded. The black market doctor, exhausted, emerged from the makeshift operating room that was once a bedroom. Mr. Lee sat in the living room, sipping a cup of hot tea, watching television with apparent delight. Why did it take so long? Complained the two men in black standing behind Mr. Lee. The bullet was removed quickly, but the young man had swallowed 3 tubes. The bullet shattered one of them, and the fragments are lodged in his body. If we don't remove them, what? Before the doctor could finish, Mr. Lee, who appeared refined, grabbed the doctor by the collar and roared, "Say that again. He has 3 tubes in his stomach. One of them is shattered." The room fell into a tense silence as Mr. Lee, a man of high status, erupted in anger. No one dared to provoke him further. Damn it, why didn't he mention this earlier? Breaking one of those tubes could cost the lives of everyone in the city. Mr. Lee, pale with fury, stormed into the operating room. Seeing that Little White Tiger was still unconscious, he grabbed the 2 tubes from the table and swiftly exited the room. "You all stay here and ensure no one approaches him. I'm going to report to the boss." Mr. Lee hurriedly descended the stairs, entered his car, and after confirming no one was around, he retrieved an anonymous space card and dialed an unfamiliar number. "Boss," Mr. Lee's voice trembled uncontrollably. Only he knew the value of those tubes. Now, one is destroyed and another is missing. Who knows how many heads will roll because of this? "Any progress this late?" asked a hoarse, elderly voice on the other end. "Yes," Mr. Lee took a deep breath to calm himself. "We've obtained the Demon Ancestor's blood, but that kid is too cunning. He swallowed the container, and our men, unaware, shot and broke one. There's still one missing. There were 3 in his stomach." After finishing his report in one breath, Mr. Lee dared not breathe, like a convict awaiting sentencing. Time ticked by, the car door freezing over, yet Mr. Lee was drenched in sweat. "You must find out where the missing one is gone," the voice on the phone was chillingly cold. "And what about the kid?" Mr. Lee ventured to ask. "Should we eliminate him?" Eliminating him would waste a dose of the Demon Ancestor's blood. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Monitor his physical data 24/7. Temporarily conceal all his information and do not report it. The board is unstable lately. After I resolve the company's issues, bring him to the company. He must not leave your sight. Understood. The call ended. Mr. Lee felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. His strength nearly drained as he slumped weakly into his chair. Silently, he lit a cigarette. In the faint glow of the flame, a group of teenagers carrying canvas bags passed by his car. The leader, with his hair parted in a 3/7 style and dyed white bangs, exuded an air of arrogance. Mr. Lee immediately noticed that these youths were armed, especially the leader, who made no effort to conceal the shotgun in one hand and a cigarette in the other. Bang, bang, bang. The door of the black market clinic was pounded. "Who is it?" the doctor asked, peering through the peephole into the pitch-black hallway, where even the corridor lights had gone out. Those who sought the black market doctor were often thugs or troublemakers, and the doctor dared not be careless. He leaned close to the door and whispered, "Who is it?" Crack. The peephole was shattered from the outside, and a dark gun barrel was thrust through, pressing against the doctor's eyeball. In the living room, two men in black swiftly drew their weapons, aiming at the door. The tense standoff lasted less than a minute before the kitchen door burst open, and 7 or 8 young men charged into the living room. "Nobody move. Put your weapons on the table," shouted a young man with yellow, curly hair, leaping onto the coffee table with his gun pointed directly at the mouth of one of the men in black. "Brother, which gang are you with?" the black market doctor asked, sweat dripping down his face as he struggled to suppress his fear. In the underworld, one might fear the bosses, but it was the reckless young thugs who were truly terrifying. A boss might have a reason to harm you, but these half-grown kids might do it simply because they didn't tea like you. Ninth brother, the young man in the living room moved swiftly. The moment he entered, he subdued the two men in black and thoroughly searched every possible hiding spot to ensure safety before opening the door. "Not doing business anymore, huh?" The young man with a shotgun slung over his shoulders sauntered into the room, patting the doctor's face. "Am I the big bad wolf? If you don't open the door, what kind of business are you even running?" The doctor clearly mistook them for robbers. In these times, such people are not uncommon. Black market doctors deal in shady dealings, and their wealth makes them prime targets in the eyes of these individuals. "How much money do you even have?" "If I needed cash, I'd rob a bank. Why would I bother coming here for you?" Despite his youth, the boy carried himself with the demeanor of a seasoned leader. Chapter 8. Old Ninth brother, found him. A shifty-eyed youth pointed towards the operating room. "Damn it." The youths surged forward, rushing into the operating room. Little white Tiger lay pale on the bed. "Tiger, is Tiger brother okay?" "Tiger brother is tough. He once took 3 knife wounds for me and was fine." "Who shot my brother?" Several young men stormed into the living room, directly pointing their guns at the two men in black. The two exchanged glances, their grievances unspoken. These half-grown kids were truly not to be trifled with. "Who fired the shot?" "Name them, and I'll take my men to kill them right now." The blonde with curly hair, eyes red with anger, shoved the gun barrel into the other's mouth. Bang! Old Ninth kicked the blonde away, calmly lighting a cigarette. "Which side are you brothers from?" "Certainly not your enemies." The two naturally wounded T reveal their boss, standing firm, ready to face death. Lao Jiu observed that the wounds of the little white tiger had been properly treated, deducing that the other party harbored no ill intentions toward the creature. "Well done, you've worked hard. Since there's no hostility, there's no need for bloodshed. Until my brother wakes up, no one in this house is allowed to leave," Lao Jiu declared, turning to the black market doctor. "When will my brother wake up?" "All right," Lao Jiu said, pulling out a wad of cash and tossing it onto the table. "This covers my brother's medical expenses and our lodging. If it's not enough, just point out which household in this building has money, and I'll get it for you." It's enough, the black market doctor replied, sweating profusely, relieved that the patient had survived. He dared not imagine what these reckless youths might have done otherwise. Suddenly, a sharp, prolonged creak of the door echoed through the room. A tall, slender figure stood at the entrance. Without hesitation, the youths inside the room simultaneously aimed their guns at the person outside. "Don't shoot," the black-clad man urgently shouted. The person at the door was none other than Mr. Li. Lao Jiu curiously scrutinized the man, who, despite his genteel appearance, exuded an aura of danger. "You're the man from the car outside," Lao Jiu said, standing casually in front of Mr. Li, though his gun never wavered from its target. Mr. Li was equally surprised. Lao Jiu and his group had merely brushed past him, only revealing themselves briefly when he lit a cigarette. How had Lao Jiu remembered him? "This is Mr. Li. He saved your brother," the black-clad man explained in a grave tone. Lao Jiu slightly lowered his gun, nodding with a hint of gratitude. "Thank you. It was merely a transaction. He helped me find what I needed, and I saved his life." Mr. Li entered the room, and under the dim light, the corridor was littered with 4 or 5 young sentinels lying haphazardly. In a brief confrontation, both sides were astounded by each other's strength. From the moment Lao Jiu entered the room until Mr. Li opened the door, not a single sound was heard outside. This meant that Mr. Li had silently dispatched 5 armed youths. "Help your brother inside. Don't let him catch a cold," Mr. Li called out to Lao Jiu, then sat down on the sofa, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. You're Lao Jiao, right? Lao Jiao gave a subtle signal to his brothers behind him, instructing them to drag the person at the door into the room. With a snap, Lao Jiao picked up Mr. Li's cigarette from the table, lit it, and remained silent. Mr. Li wasn't angered. Instead, he looked at Lao Jiao with an appreciative gaze. Little White Tiger's brother, how old are you? What does it matter? Am I your long-lost son? Lao Jiao sneered. I know you're an awakened one, but that's not why I won't oppose you. You saved my brother, and I acknowledge this debt. From now on, if there's anything inconvenient for you to handle on the surface, I'll take care of it. I'll repay the debt to Tiger. Mr. Li chuckled softly. Lao Jiao carried himself like a seasoned veteran, but he was still just a youth. His slightly immature face made his words all the more intriguing. Your brother won't wake up until tomorrow. Want to grab some late-night snacks? Mr. Li pulled out a wad of cash from his pocket and handed it to Lao Jiao's brother. Go buy some barbecue. Lao Jiao's lips curled slightly. What was Mr. Li implying by giving the money to Lao Jiao's brother? He was ensuring that Lao Jiao wouldn't suspect him of poisoning the food. At this juncture, both parties had essentially ascertained that the other was not an adversary. I have money, the stubborn, ramen-haired blonde pouted. We're all out here hustling. Using someone else's money for a midnight snack would be a slap in the face to our boss. I'll treat this time, bring a case of beer. Old Nine waved off the blonde. The blonde swiftly led a few brothers, clad in thin clothing, out of the room. Mr. Li did not expose Old Nine's act of bravado, understanding that young men value their pride. However, soon a roar from the blonde echoed from downstairs, begging, spare some change. Damn it, hand over the money. Coughing, Mr. Li lowered his head to fiddle with his phone. Perhaps the silence had lingered too long, creating an awkward atmosphere, prompting Mr. Li to look up with interest and ask, are you still with Old Xia? Once our boss, always our boss, what of it? Old Nine's words were naturally disbelieved by Mr. Li, who had clearly heard Old Nine directly confront Old Xia over the phone earlier. Such talk was merely Old Nine's attempt to gauge Mr. Li's stance. Quite cautious. No wonder you and Little White Tiger are the only ones who've made it big on Red 3rd Street. Mr. Li grew fonder of Old Nine. Unlike Little White Tiger, who was ruthless and straightforward, Old Nine had a certain cunning about him, making him an enigma. While seemingly reckless, he had quickly deduced where Little White Tiger was hidden. And though he appeared brainy, he dared to storm Old Xia's lair with just a dozen men. What are your plans next? I have a deal with Little White Tiger, and I can help you eliminate Old Evil. Mr. Li asked solemnly. Earlier on the phone, Mr. Li had received instructions from above to win over Little White Tiger. For someone like Little White Tiger, who values his brothers more than his own life, the best approach is to win over his brothers, especially Old Ninth. When he wakes up, you can ask him. I'm just a subordinate, Old Ninth shrugged. Seeing that Old Ninth was neither swayed by threats nor favors, Mr. Li had no choice but to temporarily give up. No matter what Mr. Li said, Old Ninth remained evasive, constantly deflecting with vague responses. It was clear that he didn't trust Mr. Li. For guys like Old Ninth, who grew up scraping by on the streets, they only trust their own kind. Gaining their trust from outsiders is nearly impossible. Watching Old Ninth take down Old Evil, he showed no psychological burden whatsoever. Why? Because Old Ninth never saw Old Evil as his boss. Chapter 9, The Demon Ancestor. The next day, Old Ninth groggily opened his eyes. Last night, he had slept on the floor by Little White Tiger's bedside the entire night. Glancing at the still unconscious Little White Tiger, his breathing was steady, but there was no sign of him waking up. At that moment, Mr. Li entered the room with a doctor to change Little White Tiger's bandages. The group stared at Little White Tiger, who seemed to be in a deep sleep. Why has he woken up yet? The doctor fumbled around Little White Tiger's body, examining the wounds and checking the instruments, equally puzzled. He should have woken up by now. The dosage of anesthesia I used yesterday couldn't have been this strong. The doctor placed a stethoscope on Little White Tiger's chest and lifted his eyelids. What is going on? You don't know either? Lao Jiao pressed the muzzle of his gun against the black market doctor's head. If my brother doesn't wake up, you'll join him in the afterlife. Brother, calm down. Medicine isn't an exact science, the doctor explained, pushing the gun barrel aside. Lao Jiao's ferocious demeanor was truly terrifying. The doctor, with a mournful face, said, he might not wake up until noon. I don't want to hear your medical jargon now. If my brother doesn't wake up, you'll turn to theology for me. Kneel down and pray for my brother. You'll stay on your knees until he opens his eyes. Lao Jiao cursed and shouted at the blondie. Hey, dog, go get that cross and bring it in for him to worship. Mr. Li watched the farce in the operating room with a cold gaze, rubbing his throbbing temples. The doctor didn't know, but Mr. Lee had probably already guessed. The little white tiger had absorbed the blood of the demon ancestor. How tyrannical was that power? It was a miracle that the little white tiger hadn't exploded. Could it be that the fragments in his wound weren't completely removed? Mr. Lee asked, feigning ignorance. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The doctor shook his head like a rattled drum, assuring. I checked multiple times. Could the contents of the container have affected him? Mr. Lee hesitated, hiding the specifics of what was in the container, and asked. The doctor's eyes lit up, nodding repeatedly. It's possible. We don't know what was in the container, but it's highly likely it had an effect. I swear on my wife and child that the surgery was absolutely successful. Not only that, the doctor hastily unbuttoned the little white tiger's shirt. The original bullet hole had disappeared, leaving not even a scar. Even more astonishingly, the little white tiger began to grow white fur, and its claws extended several centimeters overnight. This is a phenomenon I've never encountered in my entire medical career. It seems as though he has undergone a mutation. The doctor explained with a grimace, clearly anxious about old Gio's gun potentially misfiring. For a moment, everyone in the room was at a loss. The absorption of the demon ancestor's blood by an ordinary human was unprecedented, and even Mr. Lee was uncertain. Is there any way to wake him up? Mr. Lee asked patiently in a low voice. You might try stimulating him. His body is now more robust than a normal person's. I suspect it's an issue with his brain. The doctor suggested after some thought, offering a solution that was hardly a solution. Mr. Lee exchanged a glance with old Gio and stepped out of the room. The situation has changed. I need to go out and consult some experts. You stay here, Mr. Lee whispered to old Gio in the hallway. If the little white tiger doesn't wake up, a whole vial of the demon ancestor's blood will be wasted, and Mr. Lee dreaded to think of the boss's reaction. Both men were now deeply concerned for the little white tiger, and old Gio's wariness of Mr. Lee lessened considerably. All right, Mr. Lee grabbed a trench coat from the living room, draped it over himself, and hurried away. Downstairs, a young couple, after ensuring no one was around, quickly pulled out their phone. Hey, boss, we've located old Gio. Good, keep him in sight. Damn it, I'll skin him alive today. I'll be there in half an hour. Meanwhile, in the operating room, the little white tiger's breathing became increasingly rapid, and low growls, akin to those of a beast, occasionally escaped his throat. His already robust body seemed to have grown even taller. Most noticeably, his fur had visibly thickened. Ninth brother, the doctor suggested stimulating tiger brother. So, High Dog pulled out a large bill from his pocket, saying, Shall I find a couple of foreign girls to stimulate him? Ninth brother retorted angrily. Are you trying to stimulate him or me? Get out, all of you. After everyone left the room, Ninth brother silently lit a cigarette and sat by little white tiger's bedside. They had grown up together, their bond stronger than that of blood brothers. Everyone knew Ninth brother's capabilities were on par with little white tiger's, yet he chose to remain his second in command. Why? It was all because of the deep brotherly love between them. Brother, you must pull through. We can't do this without you, Ninth brother said, his eyes red, revealing a vulnerable side of him that was usually known for his madness and evil. I swear if you leave us, I'll strap on explosives and take old evil down with me. We've come so far from the garbage heap where we grew up. Are you just going to abandon us? Little, Strong, and the others were killed. Aren't you going to avenge them? After finishing his cigarette, Ninth brother, breathing heavily, rubbed his red eyes, picked up a gun from the table, and left the room. As soon as Ninth brother closed the door, 2 clear tears rolled down little white tiger's cheeks. He had heard everything but couldn't wake up, for his soul had been drawn into an unknown space, trapped in a cave surrounded by impenetrable darkness and the sound of dripping water. The only exit was not far ahead of him. A 5-meter-long, silver-glowing white tiger lay sprawled across his path. The man and the beast had been locked in a silent standoff all night, ever since the young white tiger absorbed the blood of the silver-striped tiger. Though the young tiger was unaware of his exact location, he could hear old Gio's voice. The more he listened, the more anxious he became. He knew old Gio's temperament well. If he didn't wake up soon, old Gio would surely go looking for old Sia. To hell with it. You're a tiger, and so am I. Let us see whose fangs are sharper. With a surge of determination, the young tiger strode toward the colossal beast. The giant tiger, seeing this, slowly rose to its feet and let out a roar that shook the heavens. Though the young tiger was in a spectral form, he seemed to possess boundless energy. He quickened his pace, stopping 10 meters in front of the giant tiger. Without hesitation, the young tiger knelt. Big brother, I know you're the demon ancestor. Could you please move aside and let me pass? Having grown up on the streets, the young tiger had mastered the art of flexibility. The giant tiger, surprisingly understanding, showed a flicker of doubt in its eyes. If you agree, just take a couple of steps to the side, the young tiger urged, though his courage was wearing thin. The giant tiger remained motionless, its white fur rippling as if stirred by an unseen wind, exuding an aura of majesty. You 1T eat me, and you 1T let me go. What is this, a kidnapping? Frustrated by the demon ancestor's refusal to yield, the young tiger suddenly sprang up and headbutted the giant tiger's jaw. Whether it was due to his spectral state or the drop of the demon ancestor's blood he had absorbed, the giant tiger was actually forced to take a step back. I'll kill you, damn it. The young tiger teleported onto the giant tiger's back and began relentlessly attacking its head. Although the little white tiger's attacks inflicted no harm upon the colossal beast, the audacity of mounting its back incited a fury within the giant tiger. With a thunderous motion, the massive creature flung its body, sending the small tiger sprawling over a dozen meters away. The young tiger rose, astonished to find itself devoid of pain, and prepared to continue its assault. However, the giant tiger spoke, declaring, I am Lianshan. The little tiger froze in disbelief. Could a tiger truly speak? A demon ancestor? It thought, adopting a defensive stance and cautiously retreating 2 steps. Indeed, I am the demon ancestor, and you may also call me the silver-striped tiger, the beast continued. Chapter 10, The Little Silver-Striped Tiger. Was it you who brought me to this wretched cave? The little tiger was dumbfounded, never imagining it had been abducted by a tiger. This is my spiritual sea. By absorbing my blood, you have established a mental connection with me, the silver-striped tiger explained, a trace of sorrow flickering in its eyes. My physical form has perished in battle, and this is the only way I could summon you. The little tiger eyed the silver-striped tiger warily, aware that even a demon ancestor was still a transformed beast. The thought of being devoured was mortifying, especially by a being whose power rivaled that of the primordial ancestor and the 9-sensed human masters. What do you want from me? The little tiger inquired. I require your body, the silver-striped tiger stated, its tone commanding and leaving no room for negotiation. Hold on, the little tiger retorted, suppressing its fear. I might be willing to engage in a skirmish with you, but taking over my body is out of the question. I'd rather die. The silver-striped tiger shot a disdainful glance at the little tiger. Were it not for its need of the young creature, such insolence would have warranted death 100 times over. Young man, I advise you to speak with care. With a resounding crash, the demon ancestor stamped his foot, causing the very earth to tremble. Countless fragments of stone cascaded from the cavern above, and an invisible force pressed the little white tiger firmly to the ground. I am on the verge of dissipating. How could such an opportunity fall into the hands of a mere mortal like you? The silver-striped tiger revealed its intentions. If you agree to my terms, I shall assist you in becoming a formidable human power equal to the 9 awakening beings. The 9 awakening beings are the most formidable existence among humanity. The 9 awakenings are akin to demigods. An awakener may experience 9 awakenings throughout their lifetime. The first awakening grants one special abilities, and each subsequent awakening enhances those abilities. Thus, the more awakenings one undergoes, the greater their strength. The condition for the first awakening is simply to participate in the annual awakening ceremony before reaching adulthood, which offers a mere 1% chance of success. My lingering soul has awaited for decades, on the brink of vanishing, yet I remain concerned for my daughter. You have absorbed my blood, therefore, I require your body to nurture her. Allow me to bear a child. If you truly wish to end my existence, then do so. I will not resist. Upon hearing the notion of bearing the demon ancestor's daughter, the little white tiger became displeased and chose to abandon all hope. If the old 9 were to discover that he had sired a little white tiger, he would laugh for eternity. The demon ancestor opened his colossal jaws, but did not direct his bite towards the little white tiger. As the demon ancestor's throat convulsed, a small kitten emerged from his mouth, its pitch-black eyes curiously fixed on the little white tiger below. Child, go forth, came the weary voice of the silver-striped tiger. The little kitten, reluctantly nuzzling its tiny head against the feet of the demon ancestor, waddled clumsily toward the white tiger. Young man, your friend is on the brink of peril. To escape, you must allow my daughter to share your corporeal form. Once you attain the pinnacle of the 9th sense, my daughter shall harness your strength to reconstruct her body. The demon ancestor fixed his gaze upon the white tiger, who was rendered immobile by an unseen force pressing him to the ground. The kitten approached and sniffed the white tiger's face, confirming he was merely an ordinary human. And with a look of disdain, it lifted its leg and urinated on him. You wait, just wait. Once I'm out of here, I'll stew you. With a fierce swipe, The kitten struck the white tiger's face, sending him flying several meters away. Before the white tiger could continue his tirade, the kitten transformed into a beam of white light and burrowed into the white tiger's body. Young lad, protect it well. From this moment forth, your fates are intertwined. Your minds connected. If it perishes, so shall you. The silver-striped tiger's form gradually faded, transforming into an endless cascade of starlight. Beware the sword crane, were the Demon Ancestor's final words before a powerful suction emanated from the cave entrance, forcibly extracting the white tiger from the Demon Ancestor's sea of consciousness. Boss, 5th floor. The number of people inside is unknown, but the 9th brother is definitely there. At the base of the residential building housing the black market clinic, a dozen vans drew open, and silent henchmen armed with knives and guns disembarked. A couple assigned to surveillance swiftly approached one of the men in a vehicle to relay the situation. The man, with skin as dark as coal and appearing to be in his 40s yet looking over 60, cast a glance at his bandaged left hand, his eyes glinting with malice. Damn it, little wolf cub. I raised them, and now they dare to shoot at me. Yesterday, Lao Jiu led a group into his home, nearly sending him away. The most troubling aspect was the fact that being targeted by Lao Jiu was quite unsettling. One could never tell when he might indulge in a drink and come charging back. Ringu, gather your men and leave no one behind. Lao Xie cautiously glanced at the residential building. Very well. Ringu extracted a dagger from the car, wielding a gun in one hand and a knife in the other. After bowing to Lao Xie, he charged upstairs with dozens of men. These individuals were all loyal subordinates of Lao Xie, having engaged in petty activities under his guidance since childhood. Observing the aggressive demeanor of his underlings, Lao Xie confidently lit a cigarette. The group, emboldened by their numbers, felt no fear of Lao Jiu's mere dozen men as they approached the entrance of the dark clinic. Ringu pushed through the crowd and kicked open the door. Lao Jiu, come out and face your demise. As the chief enforcer under Lao Xie, Ringu prided himself on his fearlessness towards Lao Jiu. Although he was not an awakened one, he embodied the limits of an ordinary person. Ringu, leading his throng, surged into the room. The less than 100 square meter space was packed with people. Ringu, there's no one here. Ringu, we've found nothing. Ringu. His subordinates acted swiftly, immediately rushing into several bedrooms. Apart from the bloodstains in the operating room, there was no other evidence. Have they escaped? How could we have lost track? Ringu, in a fit of frustration, kicked the coffee table in the living room. Find them. They must be nearby. Just as Ringu turned to leave, the kitchen door swung open, revealing a noodle-headed Haigo, who entered the living room with a steaming bowl of noodles. Lao Xie's subordinates exchanged bewildered glances. A multitude of individuals stormed in seeking vengeance, yet the audacious Hai Dog dared to emerge. Yo, Ren brother, have you eaten? Hai Dog, unfazed by the throng, righted the toppled tea table and nonchalantly seated himself on the sofa. Ren brother's countenance darkened. They had failed to locate Old Nine and were disregarded by his subordinates. Where's Old Nine? Ren brother pressed, his gun barrel aimed at Hai Dog's forehead. The latter cast a sidelong glance at Old Evil's watchful underlings, disdainfully curling his lip, and pushed the gun away with his chopsticks. Do you truly think yourself significant, Ren brother? Pointing a gun at me? Go ahead, if you dare. Pull the trigger. With a decisive slap of his chopsticks, Hai Dog produced a remote control from behind the sofa. Everyone look up, he bellowed. Instinctively, the crowd obeyed, their gazes directed at the ceiling where several square objects were affixed with tape. Ren brother immediately recognized them as explosives. All the devices were connected to the remote, and Hai Dog's thumb hovered ominously over the button. Just 5 kilograms of explosives. Fate is fickle. Those who live recklessly often meet their end prematurely. Don't you agree, Ren brother? With one hand clutching the remote and the other calmly eating noodles with chopsticks, Hai Dog continued. Old Nine stated that if even one of you dares to leave this room, I will detonate it. His voice was not loud, yet every individual present understood the gravity of his words. The subordinates contemplating a discreet exit froze in place, while those lingering at the entrance longed to grow additional legs to flee down the stairs. Old Nine was notorious for his madness, and his followers mirrored his temperament. Hai Dog was also known as the Mad Dog. He was indeed fearless enough to embrace mutual destruction. Where was Old Nine? Ren brother's face was ashen, his palms slick with sweat. The ferocious fear the reckless, while the reckless fear those willing to embrace death. The Old Nine gang is utterly reckless. Chapter 11, Counterambush. A young couple was stationed downstairs to keep watch, and Brother Joe recognized them at a glance. Hey dog, he scoffed mockingly, it's frigid out here, below -10 degrees. And they're down there smooching in the open. Aren't they afraid of their tongues freezing together? In such bitter weather, what decent person would stand in the open, braving the cold winds to kiss? Cursing under his breath, Ringu lamented the incompetence of the situation. The old Nine gang had once performed surveillance daily. They could discern the living from the spectral with a mere glance. Hey, dog. He gestured towards the kitchen. There's some noodles left. Care for a bite? We've worked under old Xia. It's better to fill our stomachs before we hit the road. Ringu's gaze was fixed on the remote control in Hey Dog's hand. He noticed that Hey Dog had already pressed the button, and with a mere release, the entire room would be obliterated. Ringu, initially intending to seize the remote, resigned himself to the situation. Too many lives were at stake alongside Hey Dog's recklessness. Yet, Hey Dog, emboldened, taunted further, my brother who said it best. You lot will only ever know how to bully vendors. Playing with guns? Can you even hold one? He slammed his palm onto the table, shouting, stand at attention, all of you. The room, filled with burly men adorned with tattoos, stood chastised by a mere youth. Yet none dared to retort. They all understood the weight of Hey Dog's reputation from their time under old Xia's command. Some feigned ferocity, while others, merely a glare was enough to ignite their fury. In that moment, the only sound that filled the room was the slurping of noodles by Hey Dog. You can dodge the first day of the month, but you can't escape the 15th. Although Ren was apprehensive of Hai Go and refrained from taking action, he remained defiant in words. Today, he had suffered under Lao Jiao. Yet Lao Xia could summon a crowd of 100 or 200 with just a casual greeting on Hongsan Street. Engaging directly with Lao Jiao's group of over 90 would be utterly futile. The more Ren pondered, the angrier he became. Igniting a cigarette and cursing bitterly, if it weren't for the missteps of our watchers, we wouldn't be caught in such a passive position. So what now? Shall we try again? You don't even have a resurrection coin. A loss is a loss. Did Jiogo come after you yesterday? Who among you managed to stop us? Hai Go, head bowed, continued to eat noodles, too indifferent to spare Ren a glance. The reality was undeniable. Ren's refusal to concede was futile. He dragged a chair over, sitting before Hai Go, threateningly declaring, Lao Xia has hired awakeners this time. I wonder how long you can keep bouncing around. Boss, we've fallen into an ambush. One younger brother, unable to squeeze into the room upstairs, rushed downstairs to report to Lao Xia. Lao Xia's expression changed dramatically. Ren had rushed into the room without firing a shot, which already struck Lao Xia as peculiar. He knew his own men best. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Damn it, I should have heeded Ren's advice and waited for the awakeners to arrive before taking action. It felt as though Lao Jiao was lurking nearby, poised to strike from the shadows. The sound of soft footsteps echoed. Just then, Lao Xia caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror of a man in a black raincoat approaching swiftly. Damn it, it's Lao Jiao. Lao Xia was alarmed. The other younger brothers swiftly drew their weapons, aiming at the newcomer. With a flourish, the man lifted his raincoat's hood, revealing the unmistakable youthful visage marked by a distinctive side part. With a thunderous crack, Lao Xia emerged, his head boldly presented to receive the bullets. Facing the dozen or so underlings descending to deliver news, Lao Jiao unleashed a barrage of gunfire. The rear windshield of the van where Lao Xia was situated shattered instantly. At that same moment, Lao Xia's subordinates brandished their pistols, returning fire at Lao Jiao. The sounds of gunfire echoed, bang bang bang, tat tat tat, as the two sides exchanged shots from over 30 meters apart, bullets whistling past Lao Jiao, who, in a display of audacity, chose not to evade. Instead, he charged forward, embodying the fierceness of an army. Damn it, stop him. Lao Xia felt a surge of fear. He was acutely aware of how ruthless these kids could be. Hey, when will you arrive? He urged the driver while hastily dialing a number on his phone. What's the matter? Arriving at Bingfu tonight, came a low, raspy voice from the other end. Can you hurry? I'm surrounded. Lao Xia's expression was one of despair. His mood tumultuous as he found himself outmaneuvered by Lao Jiao's relentless assault. If he had waited for the awakener to arrive before taking action, he wouldn't be in such a precarious position now. Listening to the gunfire on Lao Xia's side, the man on the phone calmly replied, if you die, the deposit isn't refundable. Alternatively, you could settle the balance now. That way, if you meet your end, I'll ensure that kid pays for it. Damn you. Lao Xia furiously hung up the phone. Meanwhile, the Tiger brothers emerged to greet Lao Xia, while Lao Jiao whistled sharply, 2 fingers in his mouth. Simultaneously, the doors of several homes on the first floor swung open. A group of 7 or 8 young White Tiger brothers charged out from their rooms. Taking position on the steps, and opening fire on Lao Xie and his subordinates. Just moments ago, the notorious old Xie had managed to take down half of his adversaries with a single glance. However, the remaining foes were of little concern as they fled in panic, clutching their heads. Fortunately, in a moment of dire urgency, old Xie's vehicle roared to life, charging headlong into a hail of gunfire towards the main road. Old Jiu, armed with a shotgun and accompanied by 7 or 8 accomplices, pursued old Xie for several hundred meters, riddling his van with countless bullets before finally halting their chase. Damn it! Old Jiu spat out his cigarette, but, lamenting that had he possessed the skill to drive, he would have surely apprehended old Xie today. With that, old Jiu retrieved his phone and directly dialed old Xie's number. Hey, old Xie, having narrowly escaped, bellowed into the phone. Infuriated, you better watch it. You dare utter another word? Do you believe I won't summon a cab to come after you? Old Xie faltered under the weight of old Jiu's menace. While he might dismiss such threats from others, he knew he had to take old Jiu seriously. Reimburse me for the cost of the bullets, and I shall provide you with a card number to transfer 50,000 yuan. Old Jiu was indeed financially strained. These firearms had depleted all the savings he and his ally, Little White Tiger, had accumulated over the years. After the skirmish, old Jiu found himself without even the funds to purchase more ammunition. Old Xie, incredulous, reacted as if he had just heard a nonsensical tale. You expect me to pay you back for the bullets you used against me? He exclaimed. I have a couple dozen people locked up in my room. If you refuse to pay me, I will have High Dog take them all away. When it comes to unscrupulous tactics, old Jiu was a master of ruthlessness, leaving old Xie at his mercy. The 2 or 3 dozen individuals in the clandestine clinic were old Xie's old associates, if he didn't hand over the money. How could he possibly secure their release? Sitting in the car, old Xie appeared as if he had just consumed something foul, his face turning a shade of green. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, just you wait. 10 minutes had passed, and time was of the essence. Brother Wu was not operating that evening. Brother Wu was a renowned arms dealer. Unable to contain his frustration any longer, Lao Xie smashed his phone in rage. After a considerable wait, he reluctantly picked up the shattered device and utilized the driver's phone to arrange the transfer. He genuinely feared that Lao Jiu would obliterate everyone. This was the city. Even in an apocalyptic scenario, too many deaths would jeopardize his backing. The conflict was resolved within 10 minutes. Upon returning to the clandestine clinic, Lao Jiu entered the room, weary from his travels. The underlings who had long frequented Hong San Street instinctively recoiled at the sight of Lao Jiu. Despite his youth, his formidable reputation on Hong San Street was not to be trifled with. Ringu, it's been a while, Lao Jiu proclaimed arrogantly, smoking a cigarette while gesturing towards the assemblage of underlings in the room. We are brothers, no need to stand. Kneel and address me properly. Chapter 12. The reason for betrayal. 10 minutes later, Lao Xie transferred the funds into Lao Jiu's account. In return, Lao Jiu, ever the man of his word, smiled at the gathered underlings and remarked, although Lao Xie may not be loyal to me and Lao Hu, it does not affect our bond. Leave the firearms. Let us see off our brothers. The underlings, who had been apprehensive about Lao Jiu's potential for violence, breathed a sigh of relief and promptly discarded their weapons onto the floor. Once everyone had departed, Ringu and Lao Jiu found themselves alone together. Ringu, considered the second in command under Lao Xie, while the third was Xiaobai Hu, who had already been ousted from the gang by Lao Xie. The two were old acquaintances, and Lao Jiu offered Ringu a cigarette. The latter did not inquire what you wished to ask, simply pose your question. Brother Rin is aware that old Jiu intentionally left him behind, undoubtedly for a reason. Old Xie has claimed an entire street with his ferocity, and yet I cannot fathom why. Even if one were to adopt a strategy of hiding the bough after the birds have been hunted, the urgency? Hong San Street is merely a few hundred meters long. Old Xie holds a prominent position there, yet within the broader scope of Bingfu. He does not even rank among the third tier. With such a sphere of influence, old Xie could undoubtedly leverage the two of them for further expansion. Why then the haste to target the little white tiger? Brother Rin silently lit a cigarette, reflecting on the matter. He is loyal to old Xie. Betraying him is out of the question, yet if he remains silent today, old Jiu would likely not allow him to depart unscathed. Human nature is inherently selfish, and moreover, old Xie's actions towards the little white tiger have indeed disheartened many. Brother Rin exhaled a heavy breath. You are merely pawns in this game. Old Xie has ascended to greater heights. The other party has set forth their demands, requiring both of your lives. Why is that? Old Jiu pondered in bewilderment. Do you recall 3 months prior, when old Xie instructed you and the little white tiger to deliver a shipment out of the city. Brother Ren's expression faltered with shame. That shipment you delivered 3 months ago belonged to those individuals. Yet upon hearing cries along the way, you released the children instead. Old Zhou smacked his forehead. Indeed. Old Xie had tasked him and the little white tiger with that delivery. Beyond the city lies a lawless territory, abandoned by both legal frameworks and modernity. There, one finds no enforcers, no moral constraints. Additionally, the threat of assailants looms outside the city, rendering it a chaotic mix of characters. What else could be done with the children sold beyond the city? Such unspeakable and heinous dealings. For the young white tiger and Lao Jiao, who grew up amidst the refuse, these children represent the shadows of their past. To transport them out of the city is akin to casting them into a fiery abyss. You two have always been excessively arrogant. Who, aside from Lao Xie, can rein you in on Hongsan Street? The white tiger, emboldened by a bit of liquor, dares to insult even Lao Xie. Now that you have released the goods, do you believe those who follow will spare you? Ringu silently smoked his cigarette. Those individuals hold considerable power within the city and have no need for underlings like you. Since you refuse to engage in their corrupt dealings, you must be eliminated. They desire to temporarily store their goods in the warehouse of Hongsan Street. Do you comprehend? If you disobey, what will happen if the matter leaks out one day? After expressing his thoughts, Ringu fell silent, fully aware that such dealings are devoid of morality. Yet, in a world at its end, survival is no simple feat. Spending 1,000 to acquire a wife or 800 for a child is hardly abnormal. In an era where existence is a struggle, conscience resides in but a select few. Ringu, what will happen to those children if they are taken out of the city? Lao Jiao exhaled heavily. Who could fathom the difficulties he and the white tiger endured growing up? In a landfill with hundreds of people, only Lao Jiao and his group have managed to survive to this day. Ringu remained quiet, as the latter had already grasped the situation. The cultivation of cunning is akin to how Lao Jiao and his companions scavenged in the streets during their youth. Those lacking cleverness would end up begging with severed limbs. At the very least, have you ever been involved in such business? Lao Jiao lowered his head. The misfortunes of his childhood haunt him eternally, which is why he has never harmed a child throughout his life. If I do not engage, how shall I survive? You possess a sense of conscience, yet you find yourself out of the game. Such is the harsh reality, my brother. Rin defended himself, asserting, I have a large family to support. Just take a look outside. How many souls perish in the winter? His only desire was for his wife and children to live well. Lao Jiao had already lost interest in his words. Let us go, he urged. Rin was taken aback as a series of gunshots rang out from downstairs, accompanied by anguished cries. His complexion paled dramatically. Lao Jiao had no intention of sparing them. This is the city. If you slay so many, both the underworld and the law will seek your life, Rin warned, speaking solely to preserve his own existence. Outside, the doors swung open, revealing Haigo, drenched in blood, resembling a rampaging demon. Jiao Ge, have you finished? Lao Jiao inquired, gesturing toward the commotion below. Yes. I left the driver to take the bodies to a desolate location for burial. After completing his grim task, Haigo shed his blood-soaked attire and entered the bathroom to cleanse himself. The sound of whistling emerged from within. Ren's heart felt lifeless. Ringu. Lao Jiao offered him a cigarette. If it were your child who was abducted from the city, what would you do? The once indignant Ren was rendered speechless. Indeed, one's own child is precious, but what of the children of others? In these dire times, someone must retain a semblance of conscience. Lao Jiao sighed, dog-ear. The bathroom door swung open, and Haigo emerged clad in tattered undergarments, emitting wisps of steam. Bang! Rin jolted, blood trickling down his forehead. We were once just unwanted children raised amidst garbage. Do you comprehend how arduous survival has been? Old Jiao sighed, granting you a chance to survive. Yet you fail to grasp it. After completing their task, the brothers swiftly entered the operating room. This room had been transformed from a bedroom, retaining a single window. A rope was tied to the window, and Little White Tiger dangled outside. Old Jiao had not taken Little White Tiger away at all. Tiger. Brother Tiger has awakened. Several brothers surrounded Little White Tiger, who had already opened his eyes. His fur had vanished entirely, and aside from a slightly taller stature, he bore no other after effects. The brothers helped Little White Tiger sit up on the bed, and Old Jiao locked eyes with him. In that moment, two brothers regarded each other with a weightier significance than their own lives, sharing a silent gaze. Thank you for your hard work, Ong Tizi. Little White Tiger rasped, forcing a smile. Foolish bird. Old Jiao turned away haughtily, his eyes glistening. Heh, I owe you a debt this lifetime that cannot be repaid. I shall continue to repay it in the next. Little White Tiger fixed his gaze on old Joe's back, who, with his back turned, raised his middle finger, muttering, "In the next life, I'll keep my distance from you, foolish bird. Ha ha, you silly dog, you can't escape. In this life, in the next, I will always be your brother." Little White Tiger leaped up, landing on old Joe's back. "Foolish bird, get down." "No, haha. I'll take you down." Haha. The brothers huddled together, playfully tussling as they did in their childhood. After some time, they sat on the ground, panting. Little White Tiger looked earnestly at old Geo. "How many of us are left?" At this question, a heavy silence enveloped the group. Old Geo, filled with remorse, gestured towards the 20-odd individuals in the room. Now dwindled to just 12. These 20-odd souls, who had grown up alongside the Little White Tiger in the refuse of society, now numbered only 12, causing a sharp pang in the chest of the Little White Tiger. "The injuries you have endured, I shall ensure that Lao Xie repays them 100-fold. I trust you." Chapter 13. The Onslaught. Red 3 Street. Within the logistics market. As the stronghold of Lao Xie, Red 3 Street is akin to other streets in this apocalyptic world, characterized by muddy pathways and dilapidated low-rise buildings. The streets are crowded with homeless wanderers and beggars, the fates of whom remain uncertain. Red 3 Street serves as a microcosm of the apocalypse, where each individual grapples with their own struggles. Despite the dire circumstances, they remain the envy of those outside the city. Lao Xie's ascendancy is supported by the logistics market within Red 3 Street. Though modest in size, this market facilitates the flow of goods in and out of the city, with a portion of vehicles unloading their cargo here. Boss Ding, my sincerest apologies. I assure you this matter will not affect your business. Please rest assured, Lao Xie explained in a subdued tone over the phone from his office. His subordinates were in disarray. He warned them, "I will give you 3 days. If you cannot resolve this, I shall find someone in Red 3 Street who can." The person on the other end of the line succinctly dictated Lao Xie's fate with just a few words. Gazing out at the vast market and the gathering of his subordinates, Lao Xie tightened his grip on the phone. Once a person becomes accustomed to wealth, they become unwilling to relinquish it. Thus, he would not allow anyone to usurp what rightfully belonged to him. Xiao Kuei urged the awakened ones to keep a close watch on old Geo. "Tomorrow, we must capture him," Lao Xie instructed as he opened the door to his office and addressed his subordinates outside. "Indeed, boss, how many houses are we visiting today?" Xiao Kuei asked, somewhat humorously. Lao Xie's expression darkened, and he harshly kicked Xiao Kuei in the stomach. "What time is it?" "Today, I'm sleeping in the office." Lao Xie had been thoroughly intimidated by Lao Geo. He now longed to gather everyone in the warehouse for his own protection. The 2 sharpest blades were now turned against him, inciting immense frustration. "Send more people out on patrol," Lao Xie grumbled as he slammed the door shut. Retrieving a bulletproof vest from the safe to don, Xiao Kuei stood at the door in dissatisfaction, spitting a thick phlegm, then walked alone to a secluded corner. "Big sister?" He dialed the phone at Lao Xie's home. "Then come over. I'll be waiting at the usual place." "Ah, wait for me, darling." Xiao Kuei slipped into a large black coat and set off in his car towards the warehouse. As he passed the guard post, Xiao Kuei scowled at the lookout and shouted, "Stay sharp. I'm just stepping out to deliver some medicine to sister-in-law. Make sure to protect our big brother." "Understood, Kuei-gu," came the reply. The car roared to life. "Ah, it's great being the big brother. It would be even better if Lao Xie were gone." Xiao Kuei hummed a little tune as he went to meet his beloved. Snow began to drift from the sky, and the fierce wind whipped the blizzard against faces, causing stinging pain. The streets lay empty, as most pedestrians had sought refuge from the biting cold. Only a few essential workers remained braving the elements. Outside the logistics market, the straight road was sparsely illuminated by flickering street lamps. "Hey, darling, are you taking your medicine today, or shall I bring it?" Xiao Kuei grinned lewdly, steering with one hand while clutching his phone with the other. "What to eat, old Xie? Half of the little ones are your offspring. Hurry up." "Ah." Xiao Kuei pressed the accelerator with great determination. With a screech, he suddenly braked, staring blankly at the scene before him. My goodness. Could it be so dire? Xiao Kuei's legs began to tremble as the car stalled at the most inopportune moment. The flickering streetlight cast an erratic glow, and Xiao Kuei swallowed hard. Beneath its light stood 11 figures, cloaked in raincoats, aligned in a row. With each flicker of the streetlight, they advanced closer to the vehicle. Ghost. After several attempts, Xiao Kuei finally managed to start the car. As he prepared to reverse, he noticed a cigarette but flickering just 5 meters from the roadside. The figure huddled in the darkness, the glowing ember revealing half of their face. A ghost. Suddenly, the shadowy figure leaped forth, covering 4 to 5 meters in an instant, and before Xiao Kuei could react, a kick struck his car. The sedan skidded 2 meters on the icy surface and toppled over the roadside. Bang! Xiao Kuei, dazed, looked up as the dark figure descended heavily upon the vehicle. He was left bruised and bewildered, staring at the youth standing on the overturned door. Through the shattered window, the resolute face of the white tiger loomed closer. Tiger! 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 Bang! The white tiger smashed the glass with a fist, brandishing money in one hand and a knife in the other. Choose one. Xiao Kuei, being old Ske's trusted subordinate, was certainly sharp-witted. He instantly grasped the white tiger's intent. Simultaneously, he exhaled heavily, relieved that this harbinger of death had no immediate intention to take his life. Brother Hu, you are alive. Xiao Kuei feigned joy, exclaiming, "You scare me to death. I heard you were executed, and it pained me greatly." Suddenly, a shotgun thrust through the car window interrupted Xiao Kuei's attempts at flattery. The cold, ruthless face of Lao Jiu appeared. A shiver ran down Xiao Kuei's spine, and he dared not continue his idle chatter. Lao Ba was wild, and Lao Jiu was insane. Better to provoke Lao Ba than to incur the wrath of Lao Jiu. With Lao Jiu's arrival, Xiao Kuei knew he had to tread carefully with every word he uttered. How much does it hurt? Lao Jiu's ominous voice echoed. Cry for me to see. No, Brother Jiu, please don't cry. I'll shoot if you do. Brother. Dear brother, I was wrong. Xiao Kuei wept, terror-stricken. The muzzle of Lao Jiu's gun was pressed against his groin. Satisfied, Lao Jiu withdrew his weapon while Little White Tiger stood outside the car, beckoning to Xiao Kuei. The latter, fearing further mischief, obediently crawled out of the vehicle, hands placed upon his head, kneeling on the ground. The snow fell increasingly thick, enveloping the distant logistics market in a heavy white shroud. 13 youths clad in raincoats surrounded Xiao Kuei. The market was bustling with over 100 individuals, 20 at the front entrance, 30 at the rear, and more than 50 hidden within the warehouse. Without waiting for Little White Tiger to speak, Xiao Kuei immediately surrendered. If he dared to flirt with Lao Xia's wife, how could he possibly risk his life for Lao Xia? Lao Xia, fearing an invasion of his lair, had thoroughly prepared for this encounter. I don't believe a word you say unless you apply some torture. Lao Jiu scoffed, signaling a few of his underlings to prepare to give Xiao Kuei a beating. I have absolute reasons to betray Lao Xia. Xiao Kuei raised 3 fingers to the sky, proclaiming, I've had an affair with his sister-in-law. What nonsense is this? Little White Tiger and Lao Jiu were left in utter disbelief. Hi, Dog scratched his pants. Iron Brother, you are still tough. We are going to deal with old Xia, and you dare to mess with sister-in-law? Ahem, Little White Tiger interrupted Dog's gossiping spirit, firmly asking if they could distract the person. The lookout at the front door is mine. I can take him away, Little Kuei assured. But you must ensure old Xia is finished off, or I will be done for. Damn. Old Nine kicked the other person in the face, asking why he wasn't afraid when snuggling under the covers. Lead the way. I am being forced. During the day, I am ordered by old Xia, and at night, I am commanded by old Xia's wife. Brother, I am suffering. Little Kuei tossed his bangs. Chapter 14. Old Nine arrives. Little Kuei, where the hell are you? The heavy snow obscured the surveillance view, and old Xia, alone in the office, inexplicably felt a wave of anxiety, quickly calling for his little brother. The brother at the door knocked on the office, saying, Boss, Kuei Gu has gone out for something. Damn, what time is it? What could be more important than my life? Old Xia stared at the glaring white surveillance video and uneasily asked, How are San Air and the others preparing? San Air and Little White Tiger are of similar age, raised by old Xia since childhood, but their teams do not get along. When Little White Tiger was around, the two sides often clashed, neither yielding to the other. It was only because Old Nine and Little White Tiger were too aggressive that San Air's group was suppressed. Now that Little White Tiger has been driven away, San Air and his brothers naturally rise to prominence, becoming the third in command of old Xia's gang. San Gu and the others are ready. The little brother shouted from outside the door. What are they doing now? They are indulging in hot pot, while Lao Xia is seething with rage. On the eve of battle, his close subordinate is absent, and the newly promoted San Air is brazenly enjoying a meal, seemingly disregarding his own life. This thought makes Lao Xia nostalgically reminisce about the days when Xiao Baihu was still around. At that time, Lao Xia was at the pinnacle of his power. In the nearby streets, Hu Wunti respectfully address him as Brother Xia. Although Xiao Baihu and Lao Jiu were unruly, They possessed genuine skills and treated their leader with due respect. Damn it! Lao Xie curses under his breath, reluctantly rising to don a thick cotton coat, hunching his neck as he opens the door and strides toward the warehouse. With no reliable brothers by his side, he has no choice but to seek solace in a crowded place. Let us go. Take me to the warehouse. Lao Xie exhales a cloud of white vapor, rubbing his frozen palms together. As the two tread upon the thick blanket of snow, they suddenly shudder. The sentry post, which should have been manned, is devoid of any presence. It's over. Lao Jiu has infiltrated. Instinctively, Lao Xie draws his gun and, shielded by a few subordinates, rushes toward the warehouse. Move quickly. Damn it. A bunch of useless fools. And you didn't notice Lao Jiu had already entered. In the biting winter, Lao Xie finds himself drenched in cold sweat, realizing that the wolf cubs he raised are finally turning against him. Bang! The warehouse door is violently kicked open by Lao Xie. San Er and the others are gathered around the charcoal fire, enjoying hot pot. With Xiao Baihu gone, the only ones left capable of fighting for Lao Xie are this group. Thus, despite his simmering anger, he refrains from unleashing it. Still eating, are we? Lao Xie greets San Er with a smile that barely conceals his irritation. The latter remained oblivious to the predicament, nonchalantly rising to greet the old evil. Brother, please take a seat. The others are freezing. Let us have something to eat. I want to allow Old Nine to enter tonight. A smirk tugged at the corner of Old Evil's mouth. Old Nine had already barged in. As he contemplated the opportunity to eliminate Sanner once the chaos subsided, he settled down to exchange pleasantries with his companion. Where have all the people at the door gone? Old Evil deliberately nudged Sanner, suggesting that he should take a look. Sanner, however, wore a perplexed expression. Those are all Xiao Kuei's men. I have no idea either. Clueless, lacking perceptiveness. Old Evil shook his head in disapproval. Third brother, perhaps we should send someone out to investigate. Fortunately, another of Old Evil's subordinates spoke up. Don't worry, boss. As long as we are here. If Old Nine dares to step in, I assure you they won't make it out. Sanner poured a cup of warm liquor for Old Evil as a gesture of reassurance. To Sanner, Old Nine was merely a spent force, engaged in a futile struggle. Thus, he paid him little mind. Old Evil felt a sense of helplessness, knowing he had to rely on this group for protection, which was an unfortunate necessity. Suddenly, the roar of engines reverberated outside the warehouse. Old Evil and Sanner exchanged glances. Whose people are those? In this frigid winter, sitting in a vehicle with the heater on is already a perilous endeavor. Should the car break down or face a malfunction, the driver is almost guaranteed to succumb to the cold on the road. Who would be out driving at this hour? Before they could ponder further, the warehouse door was violently flung open. Two heavy trucks barreled straight into the warehouse, colliding with two unfortunate brothers of Sanner, sending them flying several meters. The heavy trucks thundered into the warehouse, accompanied by a biting gust of cold wind, halting right before Old Evil. Old Xie had anticipated that Old Jiu would arrive, yet he could never have foreseen such an entrance. With a resounding bang, the heavy truck's door swung open, and High Dog leaned out. Half of his body draped over the door as he waved. Boss, third brother, long time no see. Traitor, how dare you show your face? Third brother seized a weapon from the table and aimed it at High Dog. Come on, take your shot, damn it. High Dog leaped from the truck, swiftly unveiling explosives wrapped around his torso. Go ahead, shoot. Will you pull the trigger? Do you need me to teach you? Bebe, you're here. Another youth, driving the heavy truck, rushed over from the passenger seat, carrying 2 canisters of liquefied gas. You have so many people, you're so impressive, yet we are just 2. If you want to end us, then be it. Bebe, adorned with a large braid, aimed a shotgun at the gas tanks. Old Xie and third brother exchanged glances, their faces twitching in unison. The same formula, the same modus operandi. Only Old Jiu's men would be this reckless. Yet, it had undeniably intimidated the dozens of third brother's comrades. Despite the dozens of weapons aimed at the two, none dared to fire. As the tense standoff continued, the sound of footsteps crunching on snow echoed from outside. Everyone turned their gaze to the source, where 2 familiar figures emerged from the storm. With a calm demeanor, Old Jiu lit a lighter, while Little White Tiger bowed his head to ignite a cigarette. Boss, it's been a while. Little White Tiger stood alongside 10 other brothers, forming a line at the warehouse entrance. Upon seeing Little White Tiger, Old Xie couldn't help but inhale sharply, taken aback. In this moment, Sanner's previous arrogance was utterly extinguished, such as the formidable presence of the Little White Tiger. As long as the Little White Tiger remains, his band of brothers possesses a steadfast anchor, unleashing a destructive force beyond measure. Thud, thud, thud. 11 brethren moved in unison, striding boldly into the warehouse. Before dozens of onlookers, Lao Jiao and the little white tiger made their way directly to Lao Xie. With a flourish, a subordinate dragged 2 chairs and placed them before the table, allowing the little white tiger to seat himself comfortably, crossing his legs with an air of nonchalance. "If you dare not fire, then do not brandish that weapon at me," Lao Jiao declared, hands tucked into his pockets, delivering an unexpected kick to San Er's face. "As long as we stand together, you shall remain merely a spectator." San Er found himself shamed before his comrades. With the muzzle of his gun pressed firmly against Lao Jiao's temple, the little white tiger raised an eyebrow, calmly retrieving 2 pairs of chopsticks from the table. "I have your favorite tofu," he remarked. Lao Jiao, undeterred by the gun aimed at him, casually picked up the chopsticks and lifted a piece of tofu to his lips. "Here, your beloved pig offal," he continued, not forgetting to serve a piece of meat to the little white tiger. "Boss, is this how you welcome me back from prison?" The little white tiger poured wine for Lao Jiao, filling his glass to the brim. Lao Xie understood that today's events could not be brushed aside lightly. Yet he was reluctant to lose face as the leader. With a wave of his hand, he signaled his subordinates to lower their weapons. Neither Lao Jiao nor the little white tiger drew their guns. Their subordinates, armed yet hesitant to fire, only served to display their own lack of confidence. Chapter 15. War begins. Lao Jiao kept his head down, engrossed in the hot pot. "Boss, how do you feel about the 2 of us?" Indeed, old Xie did not deny it. Half the street was conquered by them, despite occasionally exhibiting arrogance. Neither Lao Jiao nor Xiao Baihu ever committed any transgressions against old Xie. Xiao Baihu, noticing old Xie's tacit acknowledgement, raised his glass, proclaiming, "This toast is for you. Regardless of circumstances, you have nurtured our brotherhood for nearly a decade." Although it was true that old Xie's guardianship often involved urging them to engage in petty theft, with failures leading to reprimands, it was undeniable that without old Xie, they might have long ceased to exist. Old Xie seemed to reminisce about the myriad memories of Lao Jiao and Xiao Baihu under his command, and a flicker of remorse glimmered in his eyes. "Xiao Jiao, to speak candidly, I regret it," he confessed. Whether his words were sincere or not remained uncertain. Yet the redness in his eyes conveyed a genuine emotional turmoil. "How did I allow myself to be blinded by greed?" He drained his glass in one swift motion. "We have wholeheartedly supported you. Why then must you seek our demise?" Lao Jiao inquired as he placed a piece of meat into Xiao Baihu's bowl. "In every skirmish, we were at the forefront, yet when it comes to rewards, we receive the least. Why is that?" Old Xie lowered his gaze, contemplating for a moment before taking a hearty swig from the bottle. "I, too, desire a better life for my brothers. What prospects lie in merely guarding this street? I yearn to venture beyond, which necessitates accepting their offers. You are precisely the ones they wish to eliminate." Old Xie spoke with a mixture of truth and deception, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Perhaps he truly wished to spare the 2, yet it was he who had betrayed Xiao Baihu. "If you seek to break free, we can assist you in that endeavor. But if you do not wish to harm me, then how did my brothers meet their fates?" The young white tiger observed with clarity the hypocrisy of his elder brother. Having spent nearly a decade in close proximity, they were well aware of Lao Xie's true nature. Short-sighted and willing to betray his comrades for trivial gains, Lao Xie could no longer maintain his facade when confronted. "Little tiger, outsiders claim that without you, I, Lao Xie, am merely a leader of thieves, while everyone respects you. What am I to do?" At last, Lao Xie revealed his genuine thoughts. "I know you would not betray me, but have you considered that my concern lies not in your loyalty, but rather in your capacity to rebel? Your brothers only acknowledge you. When Lao Jiao aimed his gun at me, did he hesitate because I am your superior?" As Lao Xie's agitation grew, he seemed to lay the blame for all misdeeds squarely on Little White Tiger and Lao Jiao. In the face of Lao Xie's unreasonable arguments, Little White Tiger remained silent, sipping his drink. "Little Tiger, leave and seek your fortune elsewhere. Consider this my apology to you, if you will," Lao Xie said, almost pleadingly, his gaze darting toward the door. Just then, a shadow flitted past outside. Upon seeing this figure, Lao Xie's confidence surged. "Otherwise, I have no choice but to keep you here." Little White Tiger exhaled heavily. "If you had only targeted me and spared my brothers, I could have endured this. However, with my brothers lost, you must pay with your life." Seeing the situation deteriorate, San Er directly aimed his gun at Little White Tiger. "Do you really think we fear you? Today, you shall not leave," he declared. Taking advantage of the distraction caused by San Air, Lao Xie suddenly seized a knife from the table and thrust it toward Little White Tiger's chest. A metallic clang resonated through the air. The blade in Lao Xie's hand clashed against the White Tiger, failing to pierce his flesh even slightly. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in the White Tiger's eyes, dividing his gaze into two. An awakened one. Lao Xie was bewildered. Before his imprisonment, the White Tiger was merely an ordinary person. How had he suddenly transformed into an awakened one? If he were not an awakened one, how could the blade fail to harm him? After stabbing twice more and confirming the White Tiger's true nature, Lao Xie shouted loudly to those outside, "Why aren't you making a move?" Bang! San Air opened fire. The bullets struck the White Tiger's chest, but ultimately failed to penetrate his body. Clink! The bullets fell to the ground, and blood oozed out. It seemed that firearms could indeed inflict damage upon an awakened one. Seeing that San Air was about to fire again, Lao Jiao sprang into action. He seized the scalding hot pot and placed it directly atop San Air's head. The boiling hot pot poured down, causing San Air to roll on the ground in agony, clutching his face. At that very moment, the White Tiger grasped Lao Xie's hair. "You must pay for my brother's life." In a shocking turn of events, the White Tiger forcefully shoved Lao Xie's head into the burning coals. The scent of roasting flesh wafted through the air as Lao Xie writhed in unbearable pain. "Do something," he screamed in desperation. Whoosh! A 2-meter-long steel pipe shot through the heavy truck, aimed directly at the back of the White Tiger's head. "Watch out!" Lao Jiao reacted swiftly, pushing the White Tiger aside, only to be impaled by the steel pipe himself. "There's someone at the door," Lao Jiao bellowed. "Open fire." San Air also realized the gravity of the situation, and both sides, blinded by rage, unleashed a barrage of gunfire. "For heaven's sake, don't shoot the explosives," San Air reminded his men at the last moment. Once the explosives on High Dog detonated, everyone in the warehouse faced imminent demise. San Air's henchmen cautiously retreated behind cover before daring to return fire. In stark contrast, Xiao Baihu's brothers unleashed a barrage of gunfire without a hint of fear towards their adversaries' bullets. The clash was fierce, 12 against 50, yet under High Dog's leadership, Xiao Baihu's men stood their ground, fiercely suppressing the opposition. "Damn it, are you hiding? Come out for a duel." High Dog leapt onto a wooden crate in the warehouse, imposing as a deity descending from the heavens, single-handedly suppressing the enemy. Xiao Baihu, concerned for Lao Jiao's wounds, lifted Lao Xie high. "Lao Xie, we're even now." No, Xiao Hu, I was wrong." The sound of impact echoed as Xiao Baihu brought Lao Xie crashing down while simultaneously kneeling. The tyrant of Hong San Street ultimately met his demise at the hands of the very wolf cub he had raised. Lao Xie's spine shattered, leaving him on the brink of death. Xiao Baihu carried Lao Jiao to the rear of a heavy truck, and both sides exchanged fire from behind their respective cover. A gaping wound pierced Lao Jiao's chest, blood pouring from his mouth incessantly. Hold on, Lao Jiao." Xiao Baihu's eyes burned crimson, tears welling in his eyes. Don't worry about me. There are people outside." "Damn it, take him down. Leave the ones in the warehouse to me." Upon finishing his words, Lao Jiao shoved Xiao Baihu aside and drew a shotgun from his waist, charging out from behind the truck. "Bei Bei," Lao Jiao shouted, and Bei Bei understood his intent, seizing a liquefied gas canister from the ground to hurl at the enemy. With precision, Lao Jiao fired a shot that detonated the gas canister, resulting in a violent explosion that obliterated a dozen enemies taking cover nearby. The warehouse echoed with the anguished cries of San Air's subordinates. As the smoke cleared, a wall of flames separated the two factions. Brother Jiao, alongside Bei Bei, excitedly raised another canister of liquefied gas. Suddenly, the piercing sound of something slicing through the air rang out once more. Another steel pipe soared in from outside the warehouse, this time piercing directly through Bei Bei. The gas canister rolled into the inferno. Bei Bei knelt on one knee, dazedly touching his chest, only to realize with horror that his fingers could delve into his own wound. Two brothers injured in quick succession, he thought bitterly. Xiao Baihu seized a meat cleaver from the ground and charged out of the warehouse. In the vast expanse of snow, there was no sight of the enemy. Yet, awakened, Xiao Baihu could sense their elusive presence. They were evidently also awakened beings. "Come out for a duel," Xiao Baihu proclaimed at the warehouse entrance, vowing to eliminate his opponent that day. Inside, Lao Jiao dragged Bei Bei into cover as San Air's group seized the opportunity to suppress them. "Brother Jiao, damn it." Bei Bei trembled, curling into Lao Jiao's embrace, his fingers pressed against his wound. only to discover that he could sink his fingers deep into his own body. It's penetrated, he gasped. Lao Jiu stared wide-eyed at Bei Bei, helplessness washing over him as tears streamed down his face. Bei Bei gazed longingly at his brothers, recalling their shared upbringing, their mutual companionship and dependence. I won't die. Don't worry, I'll get you to the hospital, Lao Jiu vowed, holding Bei Bei tightly. Bei Bei coughed up blood, his eyes growing increasingly unfocused. Don't die, please, Haigo pleaded, gripping Bei Bei's hair in desperation. Chapter 16. The Annihilation of the Awakened. I saw my brothers. They had come to retrieve me. Bei Bei grinned widely, exclaiming how splendid it was to be brothers. Cigarette. Give me a cigarette. Bei Bei trembled as he searched his person. One of the brothers behind him produced a cigarette and placed it between Bei Bei's lips. Those familiar with the specter of death could not face the demise of their comrade with equanimity. Fire, fire. Old Jiu struggled to flick the lighter, as if fate were deliberately testing these young souls. No matter how he tried, the lighter refused to ignite. Bei Bei let out a grim smile. Brothers, wait for me a moment. I shall procure a flame. Suddenly, Bei Bei, whose breaths were shallow and infrequent, widened his eyes, forcefully shoving Old Jiu aside. He leaped from behind cover, rushing into the inferno with a determination that rendered San Air momentarily bewildered, and seized the now incandescent gas canister. With a resounding thud, Bei Bei dove into a shelter, clutching the liquefied gas canister. San Air and his companions gazed in astonishment at the arrival of Bei Bei, exchanging bewildered glances. Brother Jiu, ensure the survival of our brethren. Do not seek me too soon. The brothers have departed, Bei Bei declared, clenching the cigarette in his mouth and flashing a defiant smile at San Air. Lend me a flame. And then he sprinted. As San Air and the others regained their senses, they scrambled towards the exit of the shelter. Bang! Bei Bei shot the liquefied gas canister, engulfing San Air and his group in a fiery abyss. In the snow, Little White Tiger faced the opposing Awakened alone. In the shadows where the warehouse light could not reach, a figure moved swiftly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 steel pipes flew from the darkness, but Little White Tiger deftly rolled away, evading the onslaught. Having absorbed the blood of the Demon Ancestor, the Little White Tiger experienced a remarkable leap in all its abilities after awakening. A sudden gust of wind swept through, accompanied by swirling snow, rendering the Little White Tiger unable to open its eyes. Seizing this opportunity, an assailant emerged from the darkness. Die! The long spear in the assailant's grasp pierced through the Little White Tiger's shoulder. In that moment, the Little White Tiger finally discerned the identity of its attacker, a middle-aged man clad in a tattered black cotton coat, adorned with a small cotton hat. His skin rough and weathered. Kid, do not expose yourself to the enemy, the man rasped, a triumphant smirk playing on his lips. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance to rectify your mistake. The Little White Tiger, unperturbed by the spear embedded in its shoulder, instead bore a cunning smile, revealing no hint of pain. With a swift motion, its sharp claws struck the man's face, and the Little White Tiger spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it. I've been fighting since I was 8. Do you really think I need your advice? With sheer will, the Little White Tiger yanked the spear from its shoulder. The man stared in disbelief at the vibrant Little White Tiger before him. Impossible. An awakened being struck by my spear cannot possibly still possess the strength to retaliate. The Little White Tiger removed its outer garment, revealing that the bleeding from its shoulder had astonishingly ceased. The blood of the Demon Ancestor was overwhelmingly potent. Having absorbed the blood of the silver-striped tiger, the Little White Tiger's physical resilience far surpassed that of its peers. Is your awakening ability of the enhancement type? The man gazed at the Little White Tiger in alarm. Generally, abilities are categorized into enhancement, summoning, elemental, mental, auxiliary, mythological, and unknown types. The Little White Tiger's physical strength should fall under the enhancement category. However, enhancement abilities typically amplify specific body parts. One had never witnessed such enhancement focused on the shoulder as displayed by the Little White Tiger. What reinforcement, you ask? Today, I shall not fall. I will ensure your demise. The inexperienced Xiaobaihu, lacking any formal education or systematic understanding of supernatural abilities, remains oblivious to the man's words. All he knows is that he must eliminate his opponent today. Youngster, the battle between awakeners is not mere street fighting. Today, I shall demonstrate the disparity between us, both being first awakeners. Observe whether my summoning type weapon, the spear, is sharper than your reinforcement abilities. The man leaped into the air, causing the spear to shimmer and multiply its shadows, making it impossible to discern his intended target. Seeing Xiao Baihu frozen in place, the man laughed heartily. Indeed, a novice. With a swift motion, the long spear pierced through Xiao Baihu's abdomen once more. I refuse to believe you can reinforce even your midsection. The man reveled in his triumph as he gazed at Xiao Baihu, who, despite his injury, wore a smile. I may not know how awakeners fight, but I am certain you cannot match my resilience. Without waiting for his opponent to withdraw the spear, Xiao Baihu charged forward, bracing himself against the weapon. The man's combat prowess far exceeded that of Xiao Baihu, who had no intention of evading. He opted for an exchange of injuries. With a resounding clash, the spear completely penetrated Xiao Baihu, yet he managed to reach his adversary. Before the man could make his next move, Xiao Baihu seized him in a powerful embrace. "How dare you harm my brother?" Xiao Baihu roared in fury. The man instinctively attempted to retreat, but Xiao Baihu's grip was astonishingly strong, rendering him momentarily immobile. With a resounding thud, Xiao Baihu's head collided with the man's face. "Let me show you how we fight on the ground." Xiao Baihu relentlessly battered the man's face until half of it was left bloodied and mangled. During this period, the man did not remain idle. He relentlessly pounded the body of the little white tiger. Gradually, despair began to envelop him. The little white tiger's physical resilience was simply beyond that of an ordinary awakened being. Striking his skin felt akin to striking steel. "Aren't you going to teach me how to fight?" The little white tiger grinned and bit down on the man's face. Ah, damn it. The man was driven to the brink of madness. In this fierce battle between awakened beings, this fellow could still bite. It was only when the little white tiger mercilessly tore half of the man's face away that he finally managed to break free. However, he no longer dared to attack recklessly. The little white tiger's approach of exchanging injuries was utterly despicable. Observing that the wound on the little white tiger's abdomen had miraculously ceased to bleed, the man could no longer contain himself. This terrifying ability to heal. "Damn it, continue." The little white tiger beckoned him with a finger. The man's face, partially bitten off by the little white tiger, appeared horrifyingly grotesque. "I underestimated you. A grudge has been formed. If you develop further, you will surely not spare me. Since that is the case, allow me to bid you farewell." The man cast aside his previous underestimation and once again brandished his prized spear. "This is a martial technique I acquired for 200,000. Though it consists of only a single move, it is sufficient to deal with you." The man steadied his stance, and the spear began to whirl rapidly in his palm. As the spear spun faster and faster, a tempest of snow began to swirl around it. "Spinning dragon spear," he bellowed, driving the spear's tail towards the little white tiger. The spear, enveloped in an endless blizzard, resembled a colossal power drill. "I will crush you." The little white tiger inhaled sharply, as a novice who had just awakened. He had no idea how to defend against such an onslaught. Regarding martial arts, the young white tiger was utterly ignorant. The man moved with remarkable speed, akin to a massive electric drill arriving in an instant. The white tiger attempted to dodge to the side, only to find his legs rooted to the ground as if ensnared. Both the white tiger and the man stood in stunned silence, the latter inexplicably refusing to evade. In that critical moment, a tender voice echoed in the white tiger's mind. "Dodge? You useless fool, wasting your mother's blood." A deafening roar reverberated through the air. The wind and snow that enveloped his fateful spear were dispersed. A semi-transparent, 2-meter-long silver-striped tiger leapt from the snow at the white tiger's feet. The spear charged forward, colliding with the tiger's head. In the man's terrified gaze, the spear shattered inch by inch. The silver-striped tiger's eyes brimmed with disdain as it swatted the man away, sending him flying several dozen meters. With a proud roar, the silver-striped tiger leapt and landed heavily upon the man. "No, you are of the summoning type. You deceived me." The man screamed in a final, defiant shout. The silver-striped tiger swiftly clamped its jaws around the man's head, crushing it effortlessly. The white tiger, bewildered, stared at the silver-striped tiger, feeling an uncanny familiarity. Indeed, the silver-striped tiger approached through the wind and snow, shrinking in size until it transformed into a diminutive kitten, no larger than a palm. It was none other than the daughter of the Demon Ancestor. The little feline strutted with its tail held high, akin to a victorious general returning from battle, swaggering to the white tiger's feet. Raising its paw, it relieved itself on the white tiger's foot. "We share a single body. So you possess all the traits of the Demon Ancestor's lineage. Train diligently, do not make me intervene every time." The proud little silver-striped tiger transformed into a flash of white light, vanishing into the white tiger's body. The objective was to eliminate threats from a distance. "Mister, Li calmly observed the entire battle with his team. Did you capture it all? He inquired of the man operating the drone beside him. Yes, it's all recorded. The man affirmed with a nod. A mysterious smile crept across Mr. Li's lips. The blood of the Demon Ancestor is indeed formidable. Inform our personnel to enter the fray. Lighting a cigarette, he slipped into the vehicle. Are we really entering now, just as the fighting nears its conclusion? The man asked, perplexed. How can we remain in the city if so many have perished without intervention? We must take control of the battle. Chapter 17, Recruitment. Brother Tiger. Brother 9 is in dire straits. The combat within the warehouse had essentially concluded, with Old 9 being carried out by several individuals. The powerful strike from the Awakened was beyond the capacity of an ordinary person to withstand. A common individual struck by such force would meet an immediate demise. Much like Bebe, Old 9 had merely managed to endure until the end of the skirmish through sheer willpower. Damn it! Old 9 gazed weakly at Little White Tiger. A relieved smile gracing his face. The Awakened are indeed formidable. Now I can rest easy. Having already lost Bebe, the prospect of Old 9 collapsing too was nearly devastating for everyone. Both Old 9 and Little White Tiger represented the faith of this group. For heaven's sake, stop crying. It's only natural for people to die in these times. It just happens to be me this time. Living in such chaos is burdensome. Old 9 gasped for breath, already showing signs of asphyxiation. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. I'll take you to the hospital. Hang in there, Iron Brother. Little White Tiger clutched Old 9, his heart aching fiercely. This was his most important brother, a companion bound to him by life itself. No, I won't go. Damn it, my insides feel like they've been churned to mush, Old 9 said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. Take care of yourselves, my friends. We, the children of the junkyard, have it tough. His gaze gradually became vacant. The headlights of large vehicles illuminated the rear. A dozen cars simultaneously crashed through the barriers at the entrance of the logistics market, speeding towards them. Tiger Brother, High Dog pleaded with tears in his eyes. Save 9 Brother. Yet, he found himself unable to confront the reality of Old 9's demise. The blood of the Demon Ancestor could save him. A voice echoed in his mind, that of the silver-striped tiger. Damn it, the White Tiger cursed under his breath. What is wrong with my foolish mind? What is going on? The other brothers looked at the White Tiger with forlorn expressions, with a method to save Old 9 now in mind. The White Tiger felt a surge of hope. However, he hesitated to linger, uncertain whether the newcomers were foes or allies. This vial of Demon Ancestor's blood had once been hung on a thread from his teeth and had fallen into his body. Unlike the other 3 that had ended up in their stomachs, the doctor, performing surgery, had naturally overlooked it. Initially, the White Tiger had contemplated returning it to Mr. Li, but now it could be aptly utilized to aid Old 9. Without further ado, the White Tiger extracted the vial of Demon Ancestor's blood and dripped it into Old 9's mouth. Withdraw, just before their adversaries could enter. The White Tiger vanished into the logistics market amidst the swirling snow. In the morning news from the Ice Palace, it was reported that a significant fire broke out at Hong San Street in the Shipu district of our city at midnight yesterday. This calamity has resulted in the tragic loss of 80 lives, with property damages reaching hundreds of thousands. The head of the 8 Treasure Logistics Center also perished in this disaster. The mayor has urged citizens to remain vigilant about fire safety and has initiated a month-long fire inspection campaign. The television broadcasted the reasons behind the recent downfall of the notorious Lao Xie gang, leaving Xiao Baihu and his companions utterly bewildered. Initially concerned that the situation might escalate, they were instead categorized as a mere fire incident. The group exchanged bewildered glances. Come on, my brothers, my ancestors. Must you single me out? With hundreds of illicit clinics in the Ice Mansion, do you really need to come to me every time? What nonsense is this? We trust your medical expertise. Are you worried we want T-Pay? Xiao Baihu patted his pocket, finding it completely empty. Haigo shot a glance at Xiao Baihu, immediately grasping his unspoken thoughts. Without delay, he led 2 younger brothers to procure some funds. Please, big brother. I beg you, lamented the doctor from the illicit clinic. Last time you targeted my brother-in-law. Don't wreak havoc on this building again. I promise I won't charge you. Xiao Baihu, feeling somewhat guilty, patted the doctor's shoulder. Ahem, we will repay what we owe you. I'll write you an IOU. He picked up a pen from the table but hesitated to write. The doctor had no intention of demanding payment, as he had secretly contacted Mr. Li, who would cover their expenses. Ahem, well, I can't write. You do it for me. I'll dictate, Xiao Baihu offered, handing the pen to the bewildered doctor. Why do I feel like I owe you money? The doctor, feeling utterly helpless, relented. Fine, I won't charge you, truly. I fear that if I heal you, I might end up indebted to you for 100,000. Xiao Baihu merely shrugged in response, his previous experiences assuaging his concerns about Lao Jiu's state of unconsciousness. Just then, a knock resounded at the door, heralding Mr. Li's arrival. It is hardly surprising that Mr. Li is able to locate the little white tiger. Undoubtedly, the doctor will reach out to him. And perhaps the doctor is indeed one of his own. Mr. Li, weary from his travels, with snowflakes adorning his hair, reveals a subtle smile upon seeing the little white tiger. The little white tiger's performance yesterday was nothing short of remarkable. Having just awakened, he managed to triumph over a peak opponent, granting him considerable influence with the big boss. Regardless of the circumstances, Mr. Li rescued him from prison and transformed him into an awakened being, a debt of gratitude that cannot be overlooked. The little white tiger, after a moment's hesitation, rises and bows slightly to Mr. Li. The other subordinates nearby promptly rise as well. Outside, there's 500,000 in rewards for your heads. You are becoming increasingly valuable. Mr. Li remarks with a half-joking tone, anticipating the day that old Xie would meet his demise. The little white tiger had refrained from taking over old Xie's territory out of fear. With old Xie's death, his backers would undoubtedly take action. Otherwise, who would dare to associate with them in the future? Old Jiu, 80,000, Mr. Li continues after a brief pause. The little white tiger chokes on his tea, his face turning crimson. Having grown up on the streets, he possesses a keen ability to read situations and discern intentions. Observing Mr. Li's demeanor, he suspects that the latter has matters of significance to discuss. After a moment, Mr. Li takes the initiative. What are your plans moving forward? We can't remain in the city. Let us depart. Those who survive outside the city are all formidable individuals. Even the street urchins, seemingly defenseless, could draw a gun at any moment. In such a lifestyle, the big bosses within the city must weigh their choices carefully before seeking vengeance outside. They are a group of ruthless individuals daring enough to rob even the police station, thus establishing an unspoken agreement of non-interference between the city and its outskirts. Beyond the city, one ceases to be human. Mr. Li gazed intently at the young white tiger, fully aware that he had only this singular opportunity to tame it. The little tiger had grown strong. No shackles could restrain him now. If Mr. Li failed to recruit the white tiger in its moment of peril, once it escaped the city, he would be powerless to pursue. Are you interested in working with me? After a prolonged silence, Mr. Li finally voiced his proposition. I still have hundreds of thousands in bonuses at stake. I am not afraid of attracting trouble. The young white tiger smiled broadly in response. A bunch of scoundrels engaged in sordid enterprises. They are not worthy of my time, Mr. Li declared confidently as he lit a cigarette. Considering how long we've known each other, I realize I have yet to introduce myself. My name is Li Yushan, affiliated with the Yuan Chao Group, temporarily overseeing the grain business in Ice City. Follow me, and you shall walk the righteous path. What do you say? The Yuan Chao Group is a multinational corporation ranked among the top 50 in the Dragon Kingdom, encompassing nearly every industry, a true behemoth. Compared to them, old Xie is unworthy of even carrying their shoes. Little tiger, I hold great promise for you and your brothers. Choosing the right path could spare you decades of struggle, Mr. Li said earnestly, a smile gracing his lips. My foundation in Ice City remains tenuous. Should you choose to join me, I assure you that there will be a place for you at the pinnacle of Ice City in the future. And what if I refuse? The expression on the young white tiger's face fluctuated, for old Xie had wounded him once, leading him to mistrust so-called elder brothers. Mr. Li's words were subtle, yet their meaning was unmistakable. If the young white tiger does not develop under their watchful eyes, he will inevitably be captured and taken to headquarters. Chapter 18. 3 years. Do not harbor any illusions. To the big boss, capturing you is as effortless as breathing. Mr. Li earnestly advised, I admire you. You possess the fervor and clarity of youth. I witnessed your battle with old Xie yesterday, from your entrance to your swift retreat. You and your dozen companions faced over 100 adversaries and emerged unscathed. You are the most astute individual of your age that I have ever encountered. I require your assistance. Such eloquence. Old Xie once claimed that as long as he had a morsel to eat, we would share a bowl of soup. High Dog scoffed, muttering under his breath. This group of younger brothers had entirely lost faith in their elder brother. For them, survival depended solely on their own efforts. Relying on a mountain only leads to its collapse. Depending on an elder brother, one might not even know how they met their demise. With a swift motion, Mr. Li drew a handgun from his waist and slammed it onto the table. The pure gold of the firearm signified its considerable worth. This gun has been with me for over a decade. If I were to sell it, you would be finished, Mr. Lee said. His gaze fixed seriously upon the young white tiger. He truly did not wish for the young white tiger to be taken to headquarters. He understood all too well what that entailed. The young white tiger stared at the golden gun. He was unafraid of being captured, yet he feared for the safety of his brothers. Do you wish to remain ruffians for the rest of your lives? Can you evade the relentless pursuit of those people? Haven't enough brothers already perished? If you follow me, you will all undergo the awakening ceremony. Thereafter, anyone who dares to touch you will be waging war with me. Mr. Lee rose slowly, his eyes resolute. I understand that gaining your trust is a challenging endeavor. Walk with me for 3 years, and should you wish to depart thereafter, I will not hinder you. With that, Mr. Lee abruptly lowered his voice, revealing a secret. You have concealed a vial of the blood of the Demon Ancestor for Lao Jiao to consume, a fact known only to me. In this world, one must adhere to certain principles. If you receive a favor, you are obliged to reciprocate. It is merely 3 years, and I have my own obligations to fulfill. Mr. Lee wielded both kindness and authority, using Lao Jiao to manipulate the situation with the little white tiger. The consumption of the Demon Ancestor's blood by the little white tiger was an unforeseen circumstance, yet the blood taken by Lao Jiao was undeniably theft. No matter how generous the big boss may be, such actions are intolerable, and the consequences awaiting them are all too predictable. The little white tiger sighed. The brothers around them were skeptical of the impeccably dressed man before them. Nevertheless, the little white tiger owed him a favor, and they undeniably required a powerful ally to support their rise. Only through sufficient strength can one possess the privilege of choice. 3 years, and I shall repay you this favor. The little white tiger nodded. Mr. Lee exhibited a satisfied smile and beckoned. Come with me, let us resolve your troubles. The troubles of the little white tiger undoubtedly pertained to the individuals behind Lao Xie. The group, including Haigo and others, turned and entered the bedroom, shortly emerging fully armed and standing behind the little white tiger. It shall be just the two of us. We are not embarking on a brawl, Mr. Lee chuckled softly, gesturing for the others to remain behind. Abandon your small-time thinking. Think critically. Today, I shall impart to you your first lesson, leverage. The little white tiger, puzzled, inquired, leverage? You leverage my influence, and I, in turn, draw upon the authority of the esteemed Mr. Lee. After adjusting his attire, Mr. Lee gently patted the shoulder of the young white tiger, imparting a wisdom that one must understand how to utilize the shade provided by a grand tree. With that, the two exited the room. The young dog scoffed. What influence? When we encounter obstacles, regardless of the group, I shall not hesitate to confront them. As winter set in, the ice palace had transformed into a veritable ice city. The streets, already sparse in traffic, had grown even quieter. Mr. Lee's luxury vehicle, equipped with anti-skid chains, sped along the road. The young white tiger sat in the heated seat, his heart a tumult of emotions. What was he pondering? It was indeed true that a car with air conditioning would not leave one frozen. Observing the envious glances from passers-by, he marveled at the fact. The vehicles he had previously encountered, even with air conditioning, could render one frostbitten in the harsh winter. The admiration from those on the street was something he had never experienced before. In that moment, the young white tiger seemed to grasp Mr. Lee's words. Little tiger, remember this. Once you have witnessed the pinnacle, you shall no longer remain a frog at the bottom of a well. You and Lao Jiao possess vigor and tenacity, daring to strive and venture forth, which is commendable. However, you must not allow your thoughts to stagnate. Not everything can be achieved through sheer determination. The upper echelon can eliminate threats without bloodshed. As they spoke, the duo ventured into the most bustling area of the West Garden district. Here stood a few towering edifices, over 10 stories high, a rarity in the Ice Palace. Even the locals were dressed more elegantly than those from Red 3rd Street. Do you comprehend why Old Ding, a mere thug, has chosen to establish his base within an office building? Mr. Lee inquired with a playful tone. What purpose does a human trafficker have in pretending to be sophisticated? The young white tiger shook his head in response, driven by his ambition to ascend the social ladder. He understood that appearance, much like power, holds significant sway. Despite operating on Hong San Street, he would remain inconspicuous unless he established his presence here, earning him the right to become an influential ally. After a moment of introspection, Mr. Lee pushed open the car door, stepping into a world he had rented for an exorbitant annual fee exceeding $1 million. This payment served as a protective fee to the upper echelons, an unseen, incomprehensible reality. Follow me, and I shall unveil a different realm, He beckoned. The two entered the building, where the atmosphere starkly contrasted with the freezing streets outside, where homeless souls sought refuge. Within these walls, individuals donned ties and tailored suits, exuding an air of arrogance. A man, seemingly a secretary, approached Mr. Lee with haste, bowing respectfully and proclaiming, "Mr. Ding has been awaiting your arrival. Please, lead the way." Mr. Lee nodded graciously. Ascending to the top floor, he beheld opulence that he had never encountered before. The most extravagant residence he had previously known was the grandest KTV in the West Poo district. This marked his inaugural encounter with the district's most formidable figure, Old Ding, a corpulent man tipping the scales at over 200 pounds. Upon seeing Mr. Lee, Old Ding's face, laden with excess flesh, broke into a wide grin. "Mr. Lee, what a pleasure it is to meet you," he exclaimed, extending his hands from a distance. Mr. Lee responded with a subtle smile and a firm handshake, after which Old Ding gestured for them to take a seat. "Mr. Lee, a busy man indeed. I have long desired to meet you, but never found the opportunity," Old Ding remarked, laughing as he prepared tea. His seemingly harmless demeanor belying his reputation as the most notorious trafficker in the Ice Palace. "Ah, but here I am, at last," Mr. Lee replied. "Mr." Lee gestured towards the young white tiger, introducing him as his protege. Young Hu, observing this, felt a slight tremor in Lao Ding's hand, causing the scalding tea to spill onto his palm. Setting down the teapot, Lao Ding regarded the young white tiger with a half-smile, acknowledging his prowess. "Truly, heroes emerge from the youth." "You flatter me, Lao Ding," replied the young white tiger, unfazed and ready to engage in conversation. Both he and Lao Jiao were inherently rebellious spirits, believing that if one could ascend to the position of leader, they could just as easily be toppled and assume that very place themselves. Thus, even in the face of Lao Ding, the young white tiger exhibited not a shred of timidity. Lao Ding regained his jovial demeanor, adopting the role of a senior figure as he patted the young white tiger on the shoulder. "I prefer not to be called boss. Refer to me as Mr. Ding." He chuckled lightly, adding, "If it weren't for Mr. Lee today, you would find it quite difficult to leave here." With a squint, Lao Ding issued a half-joking threat. The young white tiger, slightly irked, instinctively reached for the knife concealed behind him. However, Mr. Lee preemptively grasped the young tiger's hand. With a swift motion, Mr. Lee produced a check. Chapter 19, Negotiation. 200,000, Mr. Ding, for a favor? Mr. Lee maintained a steady gaze upon Lao Ding. The latter, with a stern expression fixed on the check, eventually broke into a smile, stating, "Mr. Lee, you are being overly courteous. Your reputation holds more value than this check. I, Lao Ding, cherish friendships, so let us consider this matter resolved." With eloquence, Lao Ding discreetly tucked away the check. Ultimately, he was reluctant to jeopardize his relationship with Mr. Lee over an old adversary. Such is the nature of power. There is another matter. Mr. Lee had long anticipated that the other party would acquiesce. Calmly, he lit a cigarette. "Our company has substantial logistics volume. Thus I believe it would be prudent for him to take over the land in the Hong San Street logistics market." Lao Xia was eliminated by Xiao Baihu, and he is still affiliated with Hong San Street. According to the rules, he is qualified to take over that street. Lao Ding's movement ceased, his previously amiable demeanor evaporating. If he were to let Xiao Baihu go, it would merely cost him a bit of face. Relinquishing Hong San Street, however, would mean Mr. Lee is brazenly infringing upon his interests, escalating the situation significantly. If my memory serves me correctly, Mr. Lee is engaged in the grain business, and your goods can still traverse the Hong San Street logistics market. I could waive your fees, but considering the mixed bag of characters on Hong San Street, it would be prudent for a businessman like you to avoid entangling yourself in the murky affairs on the ground. Lao Ding's words dripped with veiled threats. In his view, Mr. Lee, as the head of the branch, was ill-suited to navigate the ground-level complexities. Both parties were resolute in their desire for Hong San Street. Xiao Baihu, perplexed, regarded Mr. Lee with curiosity regarding his interest in the street. The atmosphere became palpably tense. After finishing his cigarette in silence, Mr. Lee stated, "I require this street. What is your price?" Lao Ding, with a cold expression, shook his head. "Mr. Lee, we are all sensible individuals, so let us not feign ignorance. The old district is slated for redevelopment, and Hong San Street will soon occupy a central position. That street will become a veritable treasure. Do you wish to partake in that bounty? Can we negotiate?" Mr. Lee inquired in a low tone. Lao Ding, troubled, rubbed his face, acknowledging the project's undeniable significance. "You are a dragon crossing the river," It seems somewhat inappropriate for you to demand a share of the cake upon your arrival at Bingfu, does it not? Is there truly nothing to discuss? Mr. Li, having grown weary of idle chatter, directly posed his question. There was no room for negotiation. Old Ding steadfastly rebuffed Mr. Li, asserting, I am aware of your formidable background, yet do not forget that even the strongest dragon cannot suppress the local snake. The waters of Bingfu run deep, and many large corporations have faltered here. Thank you for the reminder. Let us rely on our own abilities, Mr. Li replied with a faint smile, rising to take his leave, indicating he would no longer intrude upon Mr. Ding. Old Ding, feigning cordiality, shook Mr. Li's hand but did not release his grip. Unperturbed, Mr. Li quipped, what is it? Do you wish to keep me here? Mr. Li, your financial prowess is commendable. We would gladly welcome your development in Bingfu, but your arrival threatens my livelihood. The higher-ups may perceive me as incompetent, Old Ding replied, his smile lacking warmth as he held on to Mr. Li. Although it appeared that Old Ding was issuing a threat, he was in fact signaling to Mr. Li that he too had support, suggesting that Mr. Li's influence might not dominate in Bingfu. He was merely an intermediary in this intricate game. Outside, a throng gathered. Old Ding's subordinates quietly clustered at the entrance. Little White Tiger, glancing at Old Ding, seized an ashtray from the table and approached the door. Just then, a man with dyed red hair, accompanied by a group of lackeys, attempted to push his way inside. Little White Tiger, unfazed, hurled the ashtray directly at the man's head. Damn it! The commotion outside erupted, with several clubs raining down upon Little White Tiger. Stop! Old Ding commanded his subordinates, feigning a smile as he added, Mr. Li is a person from the big city. We are just a humble place in Bingfu, unaccustomed to such encounters. I hope we haven't frightened you. Mr. Li responded with a smile, turning to Little White Tiger and inquiring, are you afraid, young man? In the midst of a tumultuous confrontation, the protagonist, emboldened and unyielding, declared their unwavering resolve. As the tension escalated, the fierce demeanor of the White Tiger emerged, brandishing a dagger with menacing intent. Meanwhile, the red-haired figure, nursing a wound inflicted by the White Tiger, remained defiant and sought to continue the fray. Old Ding, with a thunderous voice, demanded respect, questioning their inability to comprehend his words. With a sardonic chuckle, the White Tiger discarded a half-smoked ashtray, inhaling deeply before exhaling a cloud of smoke directly into the face of the defiant red-haired man. Old Ding observed the ferocity of the White Tiger, aware that anyone else would have quailed under the pressure of being surrounded by dozens in an unfamiliar territory. Mr. Li, with his discerning eye, was indeed commendable. As a radiant glow enveloped Mr. Li's hand, Old Ding, who had been gripping it tightly, abruptly relinquished his hold. A sizzling sound emanated from Old Ding's palm, akin to meat cooking on a grill, indicating a severe burn, yet he remained stoically silent. Old Ding recognized Mr. Li as the first to dare take action within this building, responding with a cold smirk, concealing his hand behind his back. This is not your metropolitan realm, Mr. Li. You must tread carefully on your nocturnal ventures. I have traversed vast distances for the company and have never encountered an insurmountable barrier. The individuals behind you would not dare to detain me. Should I fail to exit today, not a single soul shall survive within this structure come tomorrow. Mr. Li nonchalantly donned gloves from the table and ambled toward the exit. A throng of individuals blocked the doorway, yet Mr. Li maintained a composed demeanor as he approached, casually brushing off the wood shavings from the White Tiger's hair. Are you unharmed? He inquired, to which the White Tiger grinned broadly, gesturing with his chin towards the red-haired man. Mr. Li turned to Old Ding with a knowing smile. My apologies, Ding, for the lack of decorum among my associates. With that, he extracted a bundle of cash from his pocket and flung it directly onto the face of the red-haired man. The golden bills scattered across the ground. A brazen display of wealth. The red-haired man raised his fist in anger, but the little White Tiger swiftly intervened, pressing a dagger against his throat. Let them go. Old Ding barked impatiently. In that moment, the balance of power was unmistakably clear. Mr. Li was willing to act, while Old Ding dared not retaliate. Mr. Li patted the little White Tiger on the shoulder, who then forcefully pushed the red-haired man aside. What are you looking at, you fool? If you're not satisfied, then come at us. The little White Tiger spat defiantly, leveraging the formidable strength of an awakened being to carve a path through the crowd. As they brushed past Old Ding's subordinates, every glare was filled with contempt. At the mere command of Old Ding, they would pounce. Yet, the little White Tiger remained audacious, taunting as he parted the throng. After escorting Mr. Li to the elevator, he turned back toward Old Ding's office. Where are you going? Mr. Li inquired curiously as the little white tiger re-entered the crowd. I have some matters to attend to, the little white tiger replied, lighting a cigarette as he squeezed back into Old Ding's office. Mr. Li observed the little white tiger's retreating figure, a knowing smile gracing his lips. I'll be waiting for you, he called out, his voice carrying a hint of anticipation. Old Ding sat on the sofa, contemplating how to report via phone. When the office door swung open, the little white tiger resumed his seat, crossing his legs with a smirk. Not planning to leave? Old Ding inquired with a frosty demeanor. The newcomer exhibited a fearlessness typical of the young, yet the little white tiger's audacity was strikingly excessive. The young white tiger expertly flicked the cigarette, but into Old Ding's teacup. If it weren't for my recent conscription, I would have razed this entire building today. What the hell did you say? Red-haired men stormed into the office, shouting furiously at Old Ding. Boss, let's take them down. Old Ding raised his hand to interrupt Red Hair, a cold smile playing on his lips as he regarded the white tiger. He doubted that the white tiger would dare to make a move here, especially with Mr. Li still at the entrance. Such businessmen would never place themselves in jeopardy. The white tiger slowly rose, extending his hand towards Old Ding. Old Ding was taken aback, as his right arm sprouted dark fur and sharp claws. If the white tiger made any sudden move, Old Ding could easily crush his skull with a single strike. The white tiger smirked disdainfully, his hands never pausing as he retrieved a check from Old Ding's grasp. With a flick of his finger, he snapped the check, declaring, I don't need to pay for peace. Mr. Li is not a mere mortal. I'm merely playing this game on his behalf. Don't disappoint me, Boss Ding. Use whatever tricks you have. After finishing his audacious proclamation, the white tiger swaggered out of the office, adding, I'll be waiting for you on Red 3rd Street. Chapter 20. Preparing for the challenge on the way back, the white tiger questioned, why must we contend for Red 3rd Street? He gazed curiously at Mr. Li, who offered a mysterious smile, adjusting his glasses. A century had passed since the apocalypse, and humanity had largely developed the capability to withstand transformation. What would come next? Mr. Li's lips curled upward as he explained to the white tiger, rebuilding our homeland, restoring order. Now that everything is in disarray, those with a modicum of intellect will begin to strategize. What does this have to do with Red 3rd Street? Hong San Street is merely a dilapidated logistics market, and it has already been burned down. Even if it holds significant future value, Mr. Li has yet to establish a firm foothold and sees no necessity to engage in conflict at this juncture. The importance lies not in Hong San Street itself, but rather in serving as a wedge. Sooner or later, we, the mighty dragons crossing the river, will encroach upon the territory of the local tyrants. What would you do? Mr. Li turned and asked with a smile. Just eliminate them all, replied the little white tiger with a shrug. Back when we were in the garbage dump, people would die over a moldy bun. Only the living are worthy of resources. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Mr. Li's eyes. Truly, the spirit of a child in the apocalypse, this wildness is something Mr. Li greatly appreciates. Yet, while their ferocity is commendable, their mindset still requires refinement. Our goal, Mr. Li chuckled, is to sit at the table and share the cake, not to exterminate them. To obtain a share of the cake, one must demonstrate the ability to overturn the table. We should first seize a piece of meat from them, provoking a counterattack from the local forces. Once they realize that the cost of attacking us is too high, they will naturally allow us to join the table. We can then compensate them with a bit of profit from elsewhere. They save face while we secure substance, and thus we shall establish ourselves in the Ice Mansion. Sharing the cake is a skillful endeavor, requiring consideration of all parties' interests. One must never assume that strength alone entitles one to monopolize. Mr. Li parked the car by the roadside and suddenly turned serious as he looked at the little white tiger. Little brother, the upcoming confrontation will unfold on the ground. It is you who will bear the brunt of the perilous clash. Do you fear it? In essence, it is a game of cards played by the powerful behind the scenes, with the outcome determined on the ground. The battleground is dictated by financial prowess, connections within official circles, and the strength of one's subordinates. The young white tiger furrowed his brow. Old Ding ranks among the top leaders in the West Pu district, his influence far surpassing that of the young white tiger. Even Old Xie is merely a subordinate to Old Ding's underlings, let alone the young white tiger, whose brotherhood consists of only a handful. At a mere call from Old Ding, half of the influential figures in the West Pu district would rally to his aid. To eliminate Old Ding is no trivial pursuit. The young white tiger gazed thoughtfully out at the snowy landscape, his eyes gradually brightening. Mr. Li's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Have you thought of a plan? Mr. Li inquired with a chuckle. To leverage the situation. The young white tiger grinned, applying his knowledge with vivacity. Oh, please elaborate. Old Ding wields considerable power, yet he harbors a significant inherent weakness, a plethora of dark history, though he has his protectors. These secrets are not impervious to scrutiny. The young white tiger mused, stroking his stubble, suggesting that he might utilize the police's authority. As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow fell across his face. This is the apocalypse. The discipline of the police cannot compare to that of a prosperous era. There is a possibility that Old Ding's allies may include members of the police force. With this thought, the young white tiger suddenly felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. The potential for growth is evident. Mr. Lee produced a cigarette and offered it to the young white tiger, reminding him that one must strategize before taking action. When the enemy moves one step, you must anticipate three. Before I arrived at the Ice Mansion, I spent $1 million to bring down the detective director from the neighboring mansion, who was known for his fierce enmity. Mr. Lee grinned with pride. If all goes as expected, he should now be relegated to the Ice Mansion. The young white tiger inhaled sharply in surprise. He had heard in prison that Mr. Lee had been incarcerated for over a year. This implies that Mr. Lee had begun to orchestrate his plans for the Ice Mansion well over a year ago. Little White Tiger respectfully clasped his fists towards Mr. Lee, exclaiming, "You and Old Gio are both promising talents. I wish to cultivate you into my right and left hands. Do not let me down." Mr. Lee patted Little White Tiger, saying, "Now, let us see your performance. I will grant you a fortnight. During this time, Old Ding will not make a move on Red 3rd Street. Within these 2 weeks, both you and Old Gio must establish your footing." Without further ado, Little White Tiger extended his hand, requesting some funds. After all, it was for Mr. Lee's business, so it was only reasonable for Mr. Lee to provide financial support. With a radiant smile, Mr. Lee promptly produced a 1 million yuan check. "This is my private stash, non-reimbursable. Do not let it go to waste," Mr. Lee half-joked. "I have been navigating the streets since I was 8. Be it Old Ding or anyone from Ice Mansion, I will not yield to anyone." Upon returning to the clandestine clinic, Mr. Lee had to attend to company matters while Little White Tiger entered the room, carrying a hefty bag of money. The other brothers sat around, idly playing cards, while the doctor sighed, lamenting the dwindling amount of his funds. "Brother, Tiger brother," Little White Tiger announced as he tossed the canvas bag onto the table. High Dog opened it, his eyes nearly bulging out in disbelief. When had these country bumpkins ever seen so much money? "This, Tiger brother. Did you rob a bank?" High Dog exclaimed, kissing a stack of cash. "This is from Mr. Lee, preparing for war against Old Ding," Little White Tiger explained nonchalantly. The other brothers exhibited no significant emotional response to the news. "Let us go ahead and confront him. If Old Ding can be the boss of Shipu, why can't we? We are all made of the same flesh and blood. What gives him the right to do what we cannot? Indeed, the new generation shall push the old forward. It is time for Old Ding and his peers to retire. Brother, when shall we take action? I will prepare right now." This group of youngsters is utterly fearless. Upon hearing about a confrontation with Old Ding, they act as if they have consumed some forbidden substance. The doctor at the clandestine clinic wore a distressed expression and said, "Gentlemen, that is Old Ding we are talking about. When he sneezes, the entire Shipu trembles with a swift motion." Xiao Baihu pulled out 2 stacks of cash and tossed them to the doctor. "This is to settle my debts. You needn't worry about our affairs. Old Ding is nothing. I aim to confront the boss of Shipu." Xiao Baihu then distributed several bundles of money to his comrades. "Go enjoy yourselves. I grant you a grand holiday. High Dog, accompany me on a trip to the city. The clandestine clinic is not located in Shipu." So Xiao Baihu felt secure that Old Ding would not dare cross boundaries to trouble them. There are many rules on the ground. If Old Ding's men come to the Dongpu district, they won't need Xiao Baihu's crew to act, for the boss of Dongpu will have to face Old Ding himself. As the brothers received their money, they beamed with joy. "I plan to break my decades-long celibacy tonight. Who wants to join me? Take me along. I shall go as well." After the brothers celebrated for a while, Xiao Baihu checked on Lao Jiu again. Lao Jiu remained in a state of unconsciousness. Although the reason for his prolonged coma was unclear, his injuries had healed. The doctor assured that Lao Jiu was out of danger, which finally relieved Xiao Baihu. Thus, we find ourselves in Old Ding's office. "My dear leader, I fail to comprehend why we do not take action against the ruffians led by the Little White Tiger at this very moment." Lao Ding, with a somber expression, gazed out at the nightscape. "Mr. Lee, with his cunning nature, has orchestrated a grand press conference today at the West Pu District Council, where he boldly announced the establishment of the Winter Charity Foundation on Red 3rd Street. intending to distribute provisions for a fortnight. This maneuver places Mr. Lee on the moral high ground, who would dare to cause a ruckus on Red 3rd Street, thus opposing those who suffer from hunger? Furthermore, with the backing of the district council, who would be foolish enough to provoke them? Should Lao Ding send individuals into Red 3rd Street, he would offend the district council and simultaneously antagonize those in need. Given Lao Ding's already tarnished reputation, resorting to violence at this juncture would only invite trouble. Damn it. Does Mr. Lee have an excess of funds to squander? Distributing supplies for half a month won't bankrupt him, grumbled Hong Mao in dissatisfaction. Lao Ding, cutting his cigar with frustration, admonished, I urge you to think critically. Who is behind Mr. Lee? Are they truly in need of funds? His company has yet to commence operations. How much of the advertising budget will he retain after this promotional wave? Hong Mao, though chastised, felt indignant. The little white tiger had given him a cigarette ashtray, which weighed heavily on his mind. After a moment of contemplation, Hong Mao proposed a cunning scheme to Lao Ding. But, boss, the little white tiger and his crew are not on Red 3rd Street. I have sent people to investigate. The little white tiger has left the city, while Lao Jiao is hiding in Dongpu. What if we? Chapter 21. There are no good people outside the city, outside the Ice City, in the no man's land. Do not be deceived by the little white tiger's bravado within the city. Beyond its borders, he must tread carefully. The people within the city still possess a semblance of humanity, whereas outside, it is a realm where only the strong survive. The young white tiger sat uneasily in a compact van. The driver was a lad in his teens, appearing to be of a similar age to the white tiger. Brother, what are we heading out of the city for? High Dog inquired softly, clutching a large canvas bag. To find Lazy, White Tiger replied, gazing out at the increasingly desolate scenery, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief. Lazy, a specialty of the apocalypse. A band of mercenaries willing to risk their lives for the right price. As long as the remuneration is sufficient, these individuals would stake their lives for you. However, there are also those counterfeit Lazy who take the money without delivering results. Thus, White Tiger resolved to venture out of the city in search of them. After all, the quality of Lazy within the city is subpar. Truly formidable Lazy are often burdened with dozens of lives. Such individuals dare not linger in the city for long. The awakened one hired by Old Sia to eliminate White Tiger was a genuine Lazy. A relentless character who would not rest until his objectives were achieved. The journey was filled with silence. The van delivered the two to a relatively substantial town, not far from the Ice City. The town, with its 100 or so permanent residents, primarily catered to transport drivers and mercenaries, as well as the business of fugitives. Despite the modest number of native inhabitants, surviving amidst the converters and bandits was no small feat. Thank you. 5,000, the driver said, removing his gloves and extending a smile towards White Tiger. What is this? High Dog exclaimed in confusion. Wasn't it agreed upon that it would be 200 in the city? 5,000 equated to nearly half a year's salary in the city. The driver, tall and imposing, with a spiky haircut, exuded an air of arrogance. When I say 5,000 in the city, do you think you could ride for less? If you don't ride, how do I profit from my fare? How do I eat? What about the fuel for the vehicle? The driver retorted with unyielding logic. As the words fell, 4 or 5 middle-aged men approached the vehicle, 2 of whom brandished firearms. It was evident that they were no strangers to such predatory encounters. The sound of knocks echoed against the window as one of the men demanded, "What? Reluctant to leave?" A figure known as High Dog retaliated with a punch to the driver's face. The driver, seemingly unfazed, spat on the ground and grinned. Medical expenses, 6,000. Pay up. The door swung open, revealing a gun pressed against the head of the young man, known as Little White Tiger. Ah, you've taught me a lesson, he remarked with a bitter smile. Just outside the city, encountering such trouble truly validated the adage that no good souls dwell beyond its gates. 7,000. Plus an additional 1,000 for tuition, he continued. The driver nonchalantly exited the vehicle, unzipping his zipper to relieve himself. The middle-aged man gestured with his weapon towards High Dog's canvas bag, commanding, "Hand over the money." "All right," Little White Tiger shrugged. "You outnumber us. You're formidable." The two brothers exchanged a knowing glance as High Dog grasped the canvas bag and unzipped it. Little White Tiger feigned reaching for the cash. "Hey, your brother's in trouble." High Dog pointed towards the driver. In a swift motion, Little White Tiger withdrew a firearm from the canvas bag and aimed it at the middle-aged man's face. "Don't move." High Dog seized the moment, pulling the armed robber through the window while holding a grenade directly against the man's groin. "Move, and you'll lose it all." The tide of the situation turned dramatically. Little White Tiger pressed the middle-aged man's weapon against his own chest. Gentlemen, I will count to 3. We fire together. Whoever flinches is a coward. The middle-aged man was taken aback, not expecting such audacity from Little White Tiger. A middle-aged man swallowed hard. He instinctively glanced at the driver. The Little White Tiger let out a roar, causing the middle-aged man to shiver. Fine, I concede. You all go. I won't ask for money. The driver grinned widely. Slinging a canvas bag over his shoulder, one hand gripping the belt of another middle-aged man wielding a gun as they arrogantly exited the vehicle. Hey, if you have a gun, why didn't you say so? The driver lamented, raising his hands in exasperation. Just give me 400. Had I known, I wouldn't have picked you up. Although the extortion attempt failed, the others were not angered, nor did they plan to retaliate. In the world of swindlers, one inevitably encounters formidable adversaries. After all, what sort of miscreants lurk outside the city? The driver had no intention of confronting the Little White Tiger head-on. He waved his hand dismissively, suggesting they take the money and leave, as he felt it was bad luck. The Little White Tiger displayed a broad grin, revealing his gleaming white teeth, and chuckled. The driver, bewildered, watched as the Little White Tiger pulled out a 10-yuan note. The driver, taken aback, stared at the 10 yuan resting on the car's hood. Normally, one would require 100 yuan for a single trip. What did 10 yuan signify? That wouldn't even cover the fuel. Before the driver could voice his frustration, the Little White Tiger tilted his head back, searching for change. What is this? The driver and several middle-aged men twitched their faces in disbelief. It was a case of extortion meeting extortion. The Little White Tiger tapped the 10-yuan note with his shotgun, insisting, change it, give me 5,000. With a stern expression, the driver retorted, friend, let us not escalate matters unnecessarily. We never intended to harm you. I am merely charging the standard fare. The middle-aged men, including the driver, were all ragged and clearly not affluent. The Little White Tiger, not wishing to press further, declared, forget the money, I'll take the car. The driver was infuriated, nearly rolling his eyes in frustration as he glared at the Little White Tiger. We are the indigenous inhabitants of Heishan Town. Believe it or not, I can assure you, you cannot escape. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and dust erupted at the driver's feet. The driver exchanged glances with his companions before bolting away in fear. Niobai gave a thumbs up to Haigo and plopped into the passenger seat. Having offended the natives of Heishan Town, there was no choice but to leave this settlement and seek refuge in the next town. As Xiao Baihu entered the vehicle, the two stared blankly at the empty driver's seat, their eyes wide with confusion. You drive. You drive. I can't. Neither can I. They exchanged bewildered looks, summoning his courage. Xiao Baihu fumbled around, but then hurried footsteps echoed from behind. They turned to find themselves confronted by a throng of 200 to 300 armed townsfolk. Led by the spiky-haired driver, they had stirred a hornet's nest. The people outside the town were notorious for their solidarity. Without it, survival beyond the town's borders would be impossible. Xiao Baihu estimated that the majority of the town's residents had emerged, some of whom were even children with snot running down their faces. Bang! The rearview mirror shattered under gunfire, prompting the driver to shout, don't shoot at my vehicle. Drive, hurry. Haigo yelled in panic. If they were captured, their bones would surely be broken. Xiao Baihu had little time to ponder, slamming the accelerator as the van sped away. Fortunately, the road outside the town was a straight, well-maintained dirt path, forcing Xiao Baihu to act decisively. The townsfolk chased for a kilometer or two, but eventually gave up when the van vanished from sight. With no trace left, they muttered, forget it. I had already told you to go rob with your cousin. Your entire family are highwaymen, and yet you drive a mere dilapidated vehicle. What is the matter? Do you wish to reform? Notify the other towns to keep a lookout. We must locate the opposing party. The townsfolk buzzed with gossip as the driver seized an automatic rifle from a companion and slung it over his shoulder. Gritting his teeth, he sped along the dirt road. That child, Earthworm, is as stubborn as they come. Chapter 22. Earthworm in a remote wilderness. Within a small cave, High Dog hung his bruised head low. White Tiger, filled with guilt, offered his provisions to the other. However, High Dog swatted White Tiger's hand away, exclaiming in irritation, I don't understand. How could you drive straight into a tree? Did you wish to take flight? Damn it, eat if you want. While I was lighting a cigarette, the car veered off. You weren't wearing your seatbelt. Don't blame me for your misfortune. Barely having escaped, White Tiger crashed the car into a tree, rendering it completely inoperable. High Dog, bloodied and cursing for a while, begrudgingly pulled up his pants to relieve himself outside. Boom. Gunshots echoed through the wilderness, traveling far. Instantly alert, the two listened intently. Outside the city, carelessness could lead to death. What is happening? White Tiger dashed out of the cave, while High Dog crouched suspiciously, peering into the wilderness. Venturing out at night? Aren't you afraid of being transformed by the blood moon? Outside the city, no one dared to step out after dark. Those exposed to the blood moon might become transformed beings. The city, shielded by a dome, was safe from its effects, but outside, there was no such protection. This fellow appears strikingly familiar. As he absent-mindedly scratched his nose, could he possibly resemble that driver? Mere meters behind him, a towering monstrosity, standing over 2 meters tall with only half a head remaining, was relentlessly pursuing him. A transmutant? He excitedly pointed at the beast. Transmutants are those who have succumbed to the infection of the blood moon, transforming into bloodthirsty creatures impervious to blades and bullets, exuding an aura of terror. As the transmutant closed in, the worm raised his weapon and unleashed a barrage of bullets. Countless crimson blossoms erupted from the creature's body, yet they proved non-lethal, only serving to incite its wrath. Damn! With his ammunition depleted, the worm drew a dagger from his waist, bracing for a final stand. Faced with a transmutant that towered over him, he chose not to flee but to confront it head-on. One must admit, this lad is remarkably bold. Most would have already wet themselves in such a dire predicament. The worm panted heavily, cursing under his breath. In truth, he felt utterly despondent. An ordinary person stood no chance against a transmutant, not even a 1-star variant. The star rating denotes the level of a transmutant, ranging from 1 star to 9 stars, corresponding to the awakening levels of the awakened. The transmutant, unable to comprehend the worm's words, leaped towards him. The latter executed a roll to evade, thrusting his dagger into the creature's side. However, the force was too great, causing the dagger to snap in two. With his last weapon rendered useless, the worm found himself powerless to escape and could only watch in despair as the transmutant approached. Damn it, what a misfortune. If only someone could come to my rescue. I would gladly acknowledge them as my savior. The worm lay sprawled on the ground in a starfish position, resigned to his fate. The transformer would not relinquish this delectable meal, pouncing upon the earthworm with its gaping maw. Viscous, repugnant saliva dripped onto the earthworm's head, prompting it to despairingly shut its eyes. After a considerable time, the anticipated monstrous bite did not descend. The earthworm, with its nerves of steel, opened its eyes to discover that a young boy had ensnared the transformer's head. Are you still watching? Are you courting death? Leave. The dog-like figure dragged the earthworm from beneath the transformer, while the young white tiger bellowed, "Hurry, that is a transformer." The earthworm, filled with apprehension, sought to warn them, but caught sight of the young white tiger effortlessly lifting the transformer with one hand. What the hell, an awakener? The earthworm's eyes widened in disbelief. I have been pursuing an awakener for an entire day? How brave of me. The dog-like figure seized the earthworm by its collar, hastily dragging it behind a massive stone, where it finally regained its composure amidst the shock. Wait, why are you awakener types running? When have awakeners ever feared mere mortals? It was utterly astonishing that the young white tiger had been frightened away by a group of ordinary people. My leader has recently decided to renounce violence and abandon killing. The dog-like figure replied, his gaze fixed intently on the young white tiger, albeit distractedly. The young white tiger, after all, had only just awakened and was encountering a transformer for the first time, causing the dog-like figure to worry for him. With a roar, the young white tiger's arms sprouted the silvery fur of a tiger, while its claws became extraordinarily sharp and powerful. The physical strength of the transformer was utterly overwhelmed by the young white tiger as they engaged in a primal struggle. The silver-striped tiger, unable to bear the sight any longer, remarked that within your being lies the essence of the silver-striped tiger. You possess the most formidable offensive and defensive talents in the world, yet you remain oblivious to their application. I manifest through your extraordinary abilities. You can summon me or briefly merge with me. Give it a try. Although I harbor no fondness for you, your demise would also spell my end. Please muster some resolve. The silver-striped tiger incessantly chattered at the white tiger, who, overwhelmed by irritation, bellowed for it to emerge. As the white tiger grasped the converter's neck with both hands, a silvery glow radiated from its chest. The silver-striped tiger emerged partially translucent from the white tiger's torso, effortlessly cleaving the converter in two with a mere swipe. You are truly worthless. I believe Mother chose the wrong host for me. The silver-striped tiger taunted before departing. The white tiger refrained from retorting this time, realizing that after battling the converter for an eternity without success, The silver-striped tiger had dispatched it with such ease. It silently resolved to take time to learn the combat techniques of the awakened from it. The worm and its companion exited the boulder, eagerly surrounding them. "Impressive," exclaimed the worm, amiably patting the white tiger's chest, completely disregarding its prior intent to pursue them. "Call me father and let me hear it," the white tiger jested. With a sense of indignation, the proud worm picked up a gun and slung it over his shoulder, exclaiming that had he known it was them, he would not have accepted their assistance. "You stole my car, yet saved my life. We're even now," he declared. Little White Tiger held a favorable impression of the worm, perhaps due to their shared youth. The worm had the audacity to pursue Little White Tiger with a gun in hand and showed no fear when confronted by the transmuters, proving himself to be a man of courage. "You claim we're even, yet you still follow us?" High Dog scoffed. "What if I encounter a transmuter outside and get killed? Wouldn't that render your rescue pointless?" The worm, stubbornly sitting before the two, seized High Dog's cigarette and began to smoke it nonchalantly. Sensing the atmosphere was somewhat awkward, he explained, "It's not that I fear death. You saved me, and I must acknowledge that debt. Here's the deal. I overheard your conversation in the car. You're looking for Lazy, right? I know a formidable group." "Oh." Little White Tiger raised an eyebrow, dismissing the worm's words. What could a petty thug, who survives through extortion, possibly know about Lazy? Noticing their evident skepticism, the worm assured them, "I live by my word outside the city. Do you know of Black Mud Mountain? That's my cousin. Just a few days ago, he hijacked 8 trucks of supplies from the Ice City Police Department. Black Mud Mountain, the largest old mountain outside Ice City, lies along the crucial route out of town. Any gang capable of establishing a stronghold there is ruthless. Lazy wasn't he the one being robbed. Could they even take on such a job?" High Dog expressed his doubts regarding the worm's claims. The worm cast a sidelong glance at the two. "Outside the city, as long as you can pay. Even bandits can be employed as mercenaries. After all, killing is killing, regardless of the perpetrator." Chapter 23. Assassination. The following day, in Haishan Town, 3 youths, once adversaries, now linked arm in arm, strolled into the bustling town. The worm boasted with pride, gesturing towards his companions in Haishan, "I'm not exaggerating. Our reputation here is quite remarkable." Just how remarkable? At this moment, the young White Tiger, in a state of desperation, found himself at a loss in the unfamiliar surroundings beyond the city limits, deciding to take it one step at a time. Firstly, Haishan Town was the most lively settlement within a radius of several dozen kilometers, making it easier to seek out mercenaries. Secondly, it would be advantageous if the worm's cousin were willing to take on the job. Familiar faces greeted the worm amiably along the roadside. Although dawn had yet to break fully, some small establishments in the town had already commenced their operations. Despite its modest size, the town was equipped with an array of amenities. Breakfast shops, karaoke lounges, and casinos were all present. However, the most numerous were the motels catering to passing truck drivers. "Good morning, Aunt Jean." The worm called out boisterously to the owner of a breakfast shop. "I'll have 3 bowls of your finest." The shop owner, carrying a bucket of water, began to wash away the bloodstains at the entrance while smiling and nodding at the group. The water trickled down to the feet of the young White Tiger, revealing a severed finger that had been overlooked in the cleanup. "Quite the lively scene, isn't it?" the worm remarked, as he kicked the dismembered finger aside and pulled out a chair by the roadside to sit down. "Greetings. Engaging in work is nothing to be ashamed of. In the city, individuals often find themselves as mere cogs in the machine, while those of us from the outskirts are left to partake in more nefarious activities. Nevertheless, fear not, as long as you are with me. No one will dare to harm you." The worm extracted a cigarette and offered it to the two, inquiring, "What do you need thunder for?" "Thunder operates without asking questions," Xiaobaihu cautioned. The worm shrugged. "I was merely considering joining you if you require additional hands. A successful venture could earn me a commission." As they chatted idly, 3 off-road vehicles rolled into the town, splattering mud and water onto them. "You bastard, you'll pay for that." The worm rushed forward, intent on extorting compensation. But Xiaobaihu restrained him. "What's the matter?" the two asked, puzzled by Xiaobaihu's frown. "It is better to avoid unnecessary trouble," he replied, casting a wary glance at the trio of vehicles. He did not recognize the occupants, but as an awakened individual, his senses were heightened. In that fleeting moment when their eyes met, he distinctly noticed the other party's pupils dilate, a glint of intensity flashing within them. Though it lasted only a heartbeat, it did not escape Xiaobaihu's keen perception. The 3 vehicles came to a halt nearby, their occupants remaining inside. "Rest assured, in Black Mountain Town, who would dare to touch my worm?" The worm boldly called over to the others, inviting them for breakfast. "Big brother, it seems the trio at the street corner is indeed our target," one of the occupants in the vehicle communicated via radio. The man known as Lang spoke, stating that once this matter is resolved, he would introduce us to General Ding, presenting an opportunity to ascend to greater heights. A man clad in a denim jacket relayed grand aspirations via a walkie-talkie to the occupants of two other vehicles, suggesting that if they gained General Ding's favor, there would inevitably be a place for them in the Ice Palace. He emphasized the importance of performing the task with excellence, pointing out a figure dressed in black, indicating that they should focus on him. "Should we extend greetings to the local authorities?" he pondered. When conducting affairs within another's territory, it is customary to acknowledge the local leaders. It is a rule of engagement. Typically, any settlement that thrives in the wilderness is under the watch of awakened beings. Therefore, to eliminate someone under their very noses and present a bribe is essential. "Understood," replied the second-in-command. "You and Xiao Hui should gauge the situation and confirm the target." After the instructions, two individuals disembarked from the last vehicle, sauntering toward a breakfast stall with a languid gait, their hands resting on their stomachs. They approached a table adjacent to Little White Tiger, settling in with an air of weariness. "Boss, 2 bowls of wide noodles, please. I'm starving. Hurry up." "We have miles to cover," one of them called out. Their FAAD was convincing, revealing them as seasoned veterans. Throughout the exchange, they deliberately averted their gaze from Little White Tiger, attempting to lower the guard of him and his companions. Unfazed, Little White Tiger discreetly dipped his finger in water and inscribed the character for kill on the table. Both Earthworm and High Dog exchanged glances, with High Dog feigning the act of retrieving money, his hand slipping into a canvas bag. At that moment, a man from the adjacent table turned and tapped Little White Tiger on the shoulder, asking to borrow a light. Clad in a black leather jacket, which exuded an air of luxury, he stood out in stark contrast to the rugged attire most wore outside the city. Little White Tiger offered a faint smile as he extended his lighter. "Thank you, my friend. It seems that despite your youth, you dare to venture beyond the city limits. Quite impressive." A man, wearing a facade of a smile that belied his true intentions, fixated his gaze upon the young White Tiger. "You flatter me. What is your esteemed surname?" The man pulled out 3 cigarettes and offered them to the trio. "No need for questions. I am precisely the person you seek." As White Tiger accepted the cigarettes, he deftly grasped the man's wrist, cautioning, "Next time you probe into someone's background, refrain from instinctively reaching for your firearm." The man in the leather jacket engaged in conversation with White Tiger, while his companion's subconscious gesture towards his weapon did not escape the watchful eyes of the 3 youths. In a sudden burst of action, the young man, dubbed Earthworm, dashed to the entrance of the breakfast shop, seized a cleaver from the counter, and with a swift motion, severed the leather-clad man's arm. A gunshot rang out as another attempted to draw his weapon, yet Earthworm's canvas bag erupted, creating a gaping hole. The firearm within spat flames, effectively neutralizing the threat. "How did you know?" the leather-clad man stammered, clutching his injured limb in terror. "Fool, next time you spot a target, maintain your composure." The excitement evident in the man's eyes during his exchange with White Tiger had already betrayed him. "Is there anything else you wish to disclose, son thief?" Earthworm inquired, tapping the cleaver against the man's skull. In a moment of desperation, the leather-clad man, with a sudden flicker of cunning, upended a table and bolted into the breakfast shop. Simultaneously, he retrieved a walkie-talkie concealed beneath his clothing, shouting, "It's compromised. This kid has caught on." Before his words could fully escape his lips, the leather-clad man was propelled from the kitchen of the breakfast shop. A gaping wound now marred his chest. A stout woman in her 40s, brandishing a shotgun, strode confidently to the entrance. "You brazenly come to rob Black Mountain Town?" A man clad in leather, in a state of panic, burst into the kitchen of a breakfast establishment, only to be mistaken for a robber and promptly escorted away by the proprietress. It is likely that he would never fathom why, during the preparation of meals, a shotgun might be found resting on the cutting board. The situation escalated rapidly. With 3 vehicles surrounding them, 1 car engaged in direct fire suppression. A man in denim forcefully flung open the car door, drawing an automatic rifle from beneath the seat, unleashing a barrage of gunfire upon the young fighter known as Little White Tiger. Blood sprayed as the bullets found their mark. Had Little White Tiger not been an awakened individual, this onslaught would have surely led to his demise. Simultaneously, the 3 vehicles reversed dramatically, executing a flawless drift to block the trio's escape route. The windows rolled down, and 2 gun barrels emerged, aiming menacingly at the group as they opened fire. Inside the establishment, The robust female proprietor seized a handful of worms and hurled them into the breakfast nook, while simultaneously wielding a firearm with one hand, directing her fire towards the occupants of the vehicles. The scene outside the breakfast shop descended into chaos as Little White Tiger shielded his companion, the exuberant dog. Making their way into the eatery, the proprietress, weighing nearly 200 pounds, vaulted into action, pulling down the rolling shutter. The trained assassins, operating in pairs, one providing suppressive fire towards the shutter while the other guarded against potential ambushes from other adversaries. Within a few breaths, the man in denim and two allies from the vehicles converged at the entrance of the breakfast shop. With a call from the man in denim, the shutter was violently breached. Little White Tiger and the proprietress were forced to retreat into the kitchen. Little White Tiger, tearing open his shirt, revealed 3 bullets lodged within his muscles, blood gushing forth. Had it not been for the formidable physical strength of the silver-striped tiger, an ordinary awakened individual would have sustained significant injuries. I confronted them. You all better hide well. The 4 approached step by step, and Little White Tiger prepared for a desperate struggle. Chapter 24, The Man Behind the Curtain. Don't rush, the earthworm cautioned the reckless Little White Tiger. You are here by my invitation. Causing trouble in my territory is akin to slapping my face. The earthworm pushed open the small window of the kitchen, revealing 3 children playing with pebbles beneath the sill, their noses dripping. Third uncle. The earthworm called out to one of the boys. I've been attacked. Hurry and call for help. A child of about 7 or 8 glanced up at the earthworm, his expression shifting to one of understanding upon seeing the sweat dripping from his brow. Quickly, go summon assistance, the earthworm urged. Third uncle pouted, issuing a soft command to his companions. Go find my dad. With that, he reached for the red string around his neck, much to Little White Tiger's astonishment. Typically, such strings worn by children bear charms like jade pendants or longevity locks. Yet third uncle's red string held a short firearm. What the? Little White Tiger stared in disbelief at third uncle. These children, raised in the garbage dump, had always believed themselves wild enough. But compared to the kids from outside the city, they felt utterly insignificant. Wait. Third uncle shouted as he grasped the handgun and charged toward the front door of the breakfast shop. The target is inside. We'll go in first. 3 cars will provide cover. As Little White Tiger and his companions remained hidden, one of the assassins from the 3 cars pulled out a grenade, preparing to throw it inside. Bang! A gunshot rang out from behind the group. Damn it! You think you can cause trouble in Black Mountain Town? None of you will be leaving today. The earthworm shouted from beyond the wall. The young White Tiger emerged, and with a fierce declaration, threatened the assailants. I will slay you, or else you shall all meet your demise. The leader of the assassins, drenched in sweat, was utterly astonished that mere hours after the White Tiger's departure from the city, individuals from outside were willing to come to his aid. Had he known that the people of Black Mountain Town would shield him, the assassins would not have been so complacent. Time was of the essence. As he commanded his comrades to pull their injured from the breakfast shop, he retrieved a grenade from the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Just as 2 of his team members exited the breakfast establishment, they were showered in a torrent of blood. In the horrified gaze of their leader, the 2 comrades crumpled to the ground, riddled with bullets. Damn it! Who dares to bully the children of Black Mountain Town? Eliminate them. And do not damage the vehicle. It can be sold. Dozens of townsfolk, armed and clad in tattered clothing, surged through the narrow alleys toward the entrance of the breakfast shop. Cough, cough. Hey, can anyone hear me? There are disturbances in our Black Mountain Town. Grab your weapons and head to the town's entrance. Boomed the voice from the town's loudspeakers, rallying more and more people toward the scene. The assassin leader felt a wave of panic wash over him as he noticed the increasing crowd. Suddenly, a white figure burst forth from the kitchen. The leader instinctively unleashed a volley of bullets, yet the figure moved with the agility of a beast, scaling the walls with ease. The individual, unperturbed by the vertical surface, ultimately hung upside down from the ceiling, reloading and preparing for the next encounter. As the leader took cover behind his subordinate, he finally discerned the identity of the assailant. It was none other than the young White Tiger, who clung to the ceiling with a sinister grin, gazing down at them. An awakened one? The leader of the assassins felt an unsettling chill creeping over him. It was not mentioned that the target was an awakened one. The assailant dropped his weapon and knelt, as a crowd of over 100 individuals loomed at the entrance, their guns aimed at the 2. The slightest movement from them would seal their fate, akin to that of the 3 vehicles and 2 men before them. Is the worm dead? A resident shouted towards the kitchen. The worm, disheveled and covered in dirt, emerged, disregarding the weapon still clutched by the two. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, plunging his knife into the throat of the assassin's second-in-command. The blade was dull, becoming lodged in the victim's flesh. "Damn it! Shoot me if you dare. Count the bullet holes on our bodies," the worm exclaimed, still unsatisfied, as he struck the assassin leader across the face. The latter cast a resentful glance at the small white tiger, now adorned with stripes, feeling utterly hopeless. The adversary was an awakened one, and their band of seasoned fighters could not possibly subdue him in such a short span. "Listen, drop your weapons. I will only sever your hands," the worm declared. A path was cleared as an elderly man, leaning on a cane, emerged from the crowd. Faced with dozens of guns, the assassin leader had no choice but to concede. The idea of killing the small white tiger was now impractical. Resistance was futile, and he could only opt for surrender in hopes of sparing his life. Had he forewarned the inhabitants of Black Mountain Town, perhaps he would not find himself in such a precarious situation. "In our Black Mountain Town, you dare to fire? I must commend your audacity. I shall not make it difficult for you. Pay me 100,000 and leave behind a pair of claws, and you may walk free," the old man asserted, pointing his cane towards the assassin leader. With a resounding thud, the assassin's hand was pierced by an unseen force, causing his firearm to clatter to the ground. The awakener, known as Little White Tiger, narrowed his gaze, realizing that the elderly man before him was also an awakener. "Esteemed elder," Little White Tiger gracefully leaped to the ground and offered a slight bow. "May I inquire if I might pose a few questions to him?" "Grandfather, this is my savior. He has come to discuss significant business with my cousin San," the worm explained to the residents at the entrance. "Thank you, esteemed elder." Little White Tiger turned his attention back to the assassin. "Who sent you?" The assassin shook his head resolutely. "You may kill me. We have a rule of not betraying our employer. Reveal the mastermind, and I shall allow you to depart," Little White Tiger stated, understanding that the assassin was at his wit's end. If he resorted to force, the man would only seek a swift death. By offering him hope, perhaps he would be inclined to speak, for in this apocalypse, who does not strive to survive? "Speak, and you shall be freed. These individuals are my relatives, uncles, and cousins." "My words carry weight," the worm interjected, expelling a thick glob of phlegm as he spoke boldly. "Come on, revealing the truth is nothing to be ashamed of. A good death is no match for a miserable existence. In these times, who isn't living for money?" The elder provided the assassin with an avenue of escape. After a moment of hesitation, the assassin remained silent. Little White Tiger, tired of idle chatter, produced his mobile device and snapped a photograph of the assassin. "You came to kill me. Surely you know who stands behind me. If you refuse to cooperate, I shall have my people investigate your ancestry. You may be tight-lipped, but what about your wife and children?" Little White Tiger seized the assassin's hair, threateningly demanding his compliance. In the assassin's eyes flickered a trace of fear, dispelling the earlier arrogance. "If you confess, your wife and child shall remain unharmed. If you refuse, I shall ensure your family is reunited in another way." With a click, the gun was cocked against the assassin's temple. "1, 2, 3. I ask you," he said, "will you truly let me go?" "Yes," nodded the Little White Tiger emphatically. "It is. It was Old Ding's subordinate. Langus sent us to find you." The assassin sank to the ground, trembling as he extracted a cigarette and lit it. The notion that Old Ding had dispatched someone to kill him did not surprise the Little White Tiger in the least. Although Mr. Lee had promised him a fortnight of respite, how many who tread the murky waters of the underworld remain untainted by foul play? Who is Lango? A red stick under Old Ding, a peak-awakened one. Since the assassin had begun to divulge information, there was no need for him to conceal further. He candidly continued, "It is not just our team. He has dispatched another group to Dongpu to find Old Gio." A chill coursed down the Little White Tiger's spine, his eyes widening in alarm. Old Gio remained unconscious. They lacked the fortune of having the residents of Heishan Town to assist them. "When will they strike?" I do not know." The diminutive, frail-looking elder exuded a sense of unshakable calm. After hearing the old man's words, the Little White Tiger felt an inexplicable tranquility wash over him. "Am I free to leave now?" the assassin cautiously inquired, casting a glance at the elder, who smiled gently in response. "Of course, I keep my word. However, you must crawl out of Heishan Town." The sound of 2 gunshots echoed, and the assassin clutched his knees in agony. In the wilderness, a person with incapacitated legs cannot survive beyond a day. His fate is sealed. He would either be devoured by a converter or succumb to the cold on the road, or perhaps encounter a living soul who would strip him of his very clothes. Chapter 25, Piglet, the black market clinic. Old Nine remained in a deep coma. Yet his brothers, now seasoned by experience, remained composed. With newfound wealth, they naturally indulged in some spending. For these youths, who had suffered since childhood, the first order of business upon acquiring money was to engage in revenge spending. After grooming themselves, they stood in front of the mirror, preening their hairstyles. "Piglet, aren't you going to have some fun?" The brothers glanced at the boy lounging on the sofa, who was busy messaging his girlfriend on his phone. Piglet, whose real name was Zhu Daong, had grown up alongside Little White Tiger. "No, my girlfriend won't let me hang out with you guys." Piglet's eyes sparkled as he gazed at his girlfriend's photo on his phone, a smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. He was the only one among the brothers with a girlfriend, a fact owed to his delicate features. While he was not particularly handsome, he was undeniably neat. Having a girlfriend is all the more reason to go out and have some fun. It's called furthering one's education, learning a few more moves, heh. The group chuckled lewdly as they stroked their chins. Despite their playful banter, most of these youths were still rather inexperienced. They were at an age where they had just begun to explore their own desires, and women were still a realm untouched. Brother Nine needs someone to keep an eye on him. You all go ahead. Piglet lazily turned over. The others did not press him further and pulled out 2 grenades from their bag, placing them on the table. How fast can you be? If you can do it in under a minute, I'll help you out, and you can just give me the money. After all, it's better to keep the benefits within the family. Haha. Piglet picked up the grenade from the table and tucked it into his pants. After a round of playful banter, Piglet felt a pang of loneliness and began to chat on the phone with his girlfriend. "Darling, do you miss me?" I do. But my mother doesn't allow me to go out at night." "Oh, come secretly. Let us have some fun." "I think I'm sick and can't even stand up." "Come over and take a look." As Piglet scratched his groin in a somewhat lewd manner, he excitedly made his way to the restroom. "Hurry, love. I even dreamed about you last night." Light footsteps echoed as Piglet emerged from the restroom and instinctively peered through the peephole. Just that glance sent a chill down his spine. "Don't come yet. I have something to take care of." In a panic, Piglet hung up and rushed into old Gio's room, disregarding old Gio's unconscious state, and shoved him under the bed, temporarily covering him with luggage. The keyhole trembled slightly, and Piglet quickly deduced that someone was attempting to pick the lock. He had seen clearly through the peephole that there were 4 individuals outside, each wielding silenced weapons. If they were Mr. Lee's men, there would be no need to pick the lock. Seizing the moment while they were preoccupied, Piglet pulled out a gun from beneath the coffee table and fired through the wooden door. With a resounding bang, a large hole was blown through the door, sending the man attempting to unlock it crashing to the ground. The remaining 3 outside exchanged startled glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. "We've been compromised," one of the men shouted in frustration. It was absurd that 4 seasoned assassins were outsmarted by a mere boy. The Piglet was under heavy fire at the entrance, retreating into the kitchen to prepare for another ambush. The leader of the professional assassins exchanged a knowing glance with his subordinate, who vaulted over the corridor wall and into the room. "Hey, Tiger," the Piglet whispered, lying flat on the ground, when suddenly the Tiger's phone rang. Regrettably, it was too late. The assassin had already arrived. Countless bullets grazed the Piglet's scalp. "Someone wants to kill Old Nine. You must." The voice of the White Tiger abruptly ceased as he could already hear the gunfire. "Are you all right?" The White Tiger inquired anxiously, aware that if he faltered, Old Nine would surely perish. "I'll call Mr. Lee to send someone to rescue you," the White Tiger said hurriedly before hanging up. The Piglet gazed at the riddled wooden door, fully aware that his chances of survival were slim. The assassin had chosen his moment wisely, waiting until everyone else had exited, clearly having stalked the scene for quite some time, intent on murder. "Darling, please don't come over. Just be good, and I'll find you once this is over." The Piglet sent a final message to his girlfriend before preparing to confront his adversary. Unbeknownst to him, a man clad in a black hoodie had already scaled the kitchen window and entered the room. "Don't move," the man said, pressing a handgun against the Piglet's head. "You're quite the tough one, aren't you?" The Piglet's delicate appearance belied his strength. He was no ordinary opponent, having fought his way out of the garbage dump alongside the White Tiger. Undeterred by the gun pointed at him, the Piglet rolled over defiantly, aiming his shotgun at the assailant behind him. Bang! Blood streamed down as the Piglet's face turned pale, clutching his injured right arm. The hooded man smirked wickedly, relishing the moment as he had swiftly shot through the Piglet's arm, causing the shotgun to clatter to the ground. Amidst the chaos and desperation, a commanding voice echoed through the threshold. "Enough of this struggle. Your comrades have already departed. Today, we shall have our way with you." With a resounding crash, The dilapidated wooden door was forcefully kicked open, allowing two men clad in hooded sweatshirts to enter the room with an intimidating presence. In this apocalyptic world, those who undertook missions together were akin to brothers bound by life and death. With a swift shot, one of them, known as Piglet, eliminated a foe. Inciting fury in the remaining three, the leader of the trio advanced hastily into the room, not waiting for Piglet to utter a word before firing at his legs. With a sickening thud, Piglet collapsed helplessly to the ground, excruciating pain causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down his brow. Damn it, my brothers, the transmuters and awakeners, could not bring me down, and yet you, a mere wretch, have managed to ensnare me in this fate. You shall not escape unscathed. The mercenary leader seized Piglet by the hair, dragging him into the living room, leaving a trail of crimson on the floor. The two newly arrived assassins unleashed a flurry of kicks upon Piglet, releasing their pent-up aggression before lifting him by his hair, their voices dripping with menace. Where is old Gio? Piglet's visage was marred by shoe prints, his face a gruesome sight. Ask your mother. Old Gio is sleeping with her. He spat defiantly, blood splattering across the face of his assailant. The mercenary who had entered through the window conducted a cursory search of the rooms, shaking his head in response to the leader. With a furious slap, the leader knocked out two of Piglet's teeth, bellowing, "Speak. I promise to make your death a more comfortable one." Frustration seeped through his voice, for they had failed to locate old Gio and lost a brother in the process, rendering their efforts utterly futile. The Piglet's eyes were half open, defiantly pointing to its own head as if inviting death. Damn it, if I blink, it's you who raised me. The small frame of the Piglet was pinned to the ground, yet its unyielding demeanor radiated provocation. Who could have imagined such tenacity in these young ones? Not speaking, huh? The leader of the assassins drew a dagger and pressed it against the Piglet's ear, demanding, "Speak. Speak of your mother." With a swift motion, the leader struck, severing half of the Piglet's ear. Blood spilled onto the ground, yet the Piglet remained silent. In the astonished gazes of the assassins, the Piglet picked up the severed ear and swallowed it whole. There's another one. Continue, damn it. Today, not a single word of submission will escape my lips. With fierce determination, the Piglet turned its head, exposing the other ear. The assassins stood dumbfounded. In their line of work, they had encountered many ruthless characters, but few possessed the sheer resolve to sacrifice themselves for their comrades as this Piglet did. For a moment, they found themselves at a loss against such audacity. Just as the leader of the assassins raised his knife again, ready to end the Piglet's life, a noise echoed from within the room. They all turned in unison towards the source of the sound. Three of them drew their firearms and approached cautiously. The previously fearless gaze of the Piglet turned to one of terror as it realized old Gio was at risk of being discovered. With a surge of determination, it retrieved a grenade from its pocket and pulled the pin. Damn it, no one touches my brother Gio. We go together. Despite its injuries, the Piglet summoned its last ounce of strength, rising from the ground to fiercely embrace the thigh of the leader of the assassins. Quickly, Brother 9, flee. Piglet shouted as he released the grenade. The device tumbled ominously towards the doorway. The three assassins, well-trained and instinctively synchronized, dove backward in search of cover, inadvertently dragging Piglet away from the imminent danger of the grenade. Yet, within the confines of such a small room, where could they possibly escape? With a deafening roar, the explosion erupted, leaving Piglet's body riddled with shrapnel-inflicted wounds. The three assassins emerged from the rubble, faces smeared with dust, yet they refrained from striking again. They could not help but hold a grudging respect for Piglet's actions. For the sake of camaraderie, he had gone to the utmost limits. Brother 9, run. Blood surged from Piglet's mouth as he crawled slowly across the ground, relying solely on one functioning hand. It was not until he reached the threshold of the old Nine's door that he laboriously turned himself over, leaning against the door, a faint smile breaking through the pain. Today, you shall not pass. Chapter 26. Brotherhood versus Brotherhood. Brother, you are remarkable. The leader of the assassins gave Piglet a thumbs up. What do we fight for in this world? For most, it is merely for money. For the sake of wealth, Lao Xia would betray Little White Tiger. For the allure of gold, he would stoop to engage in unscrupulous dealings. But encountering someone like Piglet, who places brotherhood above life and death, who could remain unmoved? Mr. Li offered Little White Tiger $1 million, yet each of his brothers only received 10,000. Piglet took that meager sum and undertook the tasks worth hundreds of thousands. If it were solely for money, who would display such unwavering resolve in the face of death? Brother 9, go quickly, Piglet murmured, his head drooping, lost in a daze. Blood flowed from his body, pooling onto the floor of the room. Bang! The sounds within the room grew more pronounced. The three assassins exchanged glances, and the leader smoothly raised his gun. "Brother, I respect you. I will accompany you on this journey and grant you release." A person like Juzi could be deemed naive or foolish, willing to sacrifice his very life for the bond of brotherhood. Yet, one could not mock him, for he accomplished what most could not. Juzi slightly lifted his head and flashed a smile at the assassin. Bang! Bang! The gunfire erupted. The door splintered. A claw, adorned with crimson scales, burst through the door, shielding Juzi's face. As the claw slowly opened, the bullets fell to the ground. In those final moments, the man whom Juzi had valiantly protected appeared. The door swung open, revealing Lao Jiao, bare-chested, with waist-length hair and his body cloaked in scales, standing before the three men. "Jiao, brother Jiao, run." Juzi sensed Lao Jiao's presence and uttered those final words before his body finally succumbed. Lao Jiao's pupils glowed a fierce red, pure murderous intent locking onto the three assassins. The trio of professional killers felt a shiver run down their spines under Lao Jiao's gaze. "Are you with Lao Ding?" Lao Jiao rasped, his throat dry. "Those who have come to kill you." The three formed a triangular formation, aiming their guns at Lao Jiao. Click! One assassin cocked his weapon, but the leader's hand interrupted him. The three exchanged knowing glances and unexpectedly halted their actions. "Thank you. TZ, wait for me. Don't die, otherwise your brother Jiao will never overcome this hurdle." Lao Jiao tenderly caressed the unconscious Juzi. As he exited the room, Lao Jiao gently closed the door, as if fearing to disturb Juzi's rest. Taking out his phone, Lao Jiao calmly dialed the ambulance number. "Heijia Road, Laodong Building, room 502. There is one person." Lao Jiao stated the address with composure. "Only those who are alive can leave today, but rest assured, even if you perish, we will still send your brother to the ambulance. He is worth it." The leader of the assassins wore a serious expression. In this world of chaos, many boast of brotherhood, yet few truly embody it. "Dispatch a vehicle immediately." Lao Jiao hung up the phone, feeling his muscles begin to bulge and swell. The crimson glow in his eyes intensified. "Awakened?" The three men gasped in astonishment. "You did not seize the opportunity to harm my brother. Today, one of you shall survive." Lao Jiao bared his fangs. "Engage." The three assassins moved in perfect synchronization, bullets raining down upon Lao Jiao. After the gunfire subsided, spent shells littered the ground. Lao Jiao remained unmoved. His thick scales had completely withstood the onslaught, his defense surpassing even that of the little white tiger. Second awakening. The leader of the assassins could hardly believe that his bullets failed to inflict any damage upon Lao Jiao. This exemplified the helplessness of ordinary individuals when confronted by the awakened. No matter the effort exerted, they could barely touch their opponent. In this life, I despise nothing more than those who harm my brothers. The tiles beneath Lao Jiao's feet cracked like eggshells as he launched himself like a cannonball towards one of the men. "Watch out." The leader of the assassins raised his gun, shooting while simultaneously pushing his comrade aside. "Boss." The thrown assassin's eyes widened in shock. Lao Jiao's claws pierced through the leader's chest. The two leaders exchanged glances, Lao Jiao displaying a look of admiration. He had also shielded his brother from a fatal blow. Two killers, their eyes ablaze, unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon the old man. Bullets sparked against his scales. The leader of the assassins swallowed the blood threatening to spill from his lips and embraced the old man tightly. "Run, boss. For heaven's sake, run. The intel was wrong. This is a second awakening." With a resolve to meet his demise, the leader seized the old man and leaped from the room, plunging down the corridor. He fought for precious seconds of life for his brother. They fell from the 5th floor, crashing heavily to the ground. The leader gasped, barely clinging to life, his tear-filled eyes fixed on the brother above. Take Shashi with you." Survive. The leader bit down on the fuse of his collar, igniting the explosive strapped to his waist. "Is it worth it?" With ease, the old man broke free from the assassin leader's grasp, turning to ascend the stairs for more carnage. Unexpectedly, the leader mimicked a desperate move, lunging to wrap around the old man's legs. "I will not be outdone by your brother. Even if I don't die in the blast, I will splatter your blood everywhere. Shoer, hurry." In a moment of despair, the leader raised his gaze to bid farewell to his brother. "You have your brother's, and I have mine. Our bond is no less than yours. Today, we may fall. I accept that, but you shall not lay a finger on my brother." With a deafening explosion, the ground shook violently. The leader's body was hurled into the air, his eyes wide open in death, locked on the old man. The two assassins, who should have fled, rushed down the stairs, disregarding the scene as they approached the leader's half-buried form. Boss, don't cry. It would only serve to amuse others. We must flee. The waves will silence us, the leader of the assassins declared, casting a hateful glance at the ninth brother, as if to say, do you see? My comrades are no less formidable than yours. You must leave. After a lengthy hesitation, the ninth brother finally spoke. Your lives were exchanged for by your leader. Leave? Are you out of your mind? The two assassins, resolute, drew daggers from their waists. When we four brothers swore brotherhood, we vowed to share life and death. Do not presume that only you ruffians possess loyalty. Let us take him down. With unwavering resolve, the two lunged at the ninth brother. With no hesitation, the ninth brother unleashed a fierce roar, his claws sharp as blades. The three figures brushed past each other, leaving only the fleeting shadow of the ninth brother in their wake. With a sharp crack, the two assassins clutched their throats, collapsing onto the ground. The ninth brother's claws had effortlessly torn through their necks. In their final moments, the assassins struggled to crawl back to their leader, lying supine and peacefully closing their eyes. Boss, ninth brother. At the entrance of the community, the ninth brother's comrades and an ambulance arrived simultaneously. Damn it, the ninth brother's companion, Xiaofeng, aimed a gun at the fallen assassins to deliver a finishing shot, but was halted by the ninth brother. Once a life is lost, all grievances dissipate. The ninth brother understood that the assassins were merely pawns. The true puppeteer lurked behind the scenes. He retrieved a mobile phone from one of the assassins, finding only a single call log, evidently belonging to the mastermind. After dialing back, it rang thrice before being answered. Hello? Is everything in order? Who is this? The ninth brother inquired in a low voice. On the other end of the line, there was a moment of silence, as it was evident that the assassin he had dispatched had failed. The person on the opposite side remained silent. Wait for me. Your time has come, Lao Jiu coldly declared. We'll start with Lao Ding. It will eventually lead to you. The war has begun. Chapter 27, Borrowing Troops. Hello, are they all right? Xiao Baihu anxiously paced the room. Mr. Li on the other end sighed in exasperation. The piglet has been sent to the hospital and is currently undergoing emergency treatment. What about Lao Jiu? Mr. Li rubbed his temples, his expression one of distress. Lao Jiu, along with you and your 9 brothers, stormed into the Shipu district. And now they have vanished. Damn it, how dare they invade Lao Ding's territory with just 10 people? They are truly insane. The mastermind behind this assassination was none other than a Lang, and given Lao Jiu's temperament, he would undoubtedly seek revenge. This was precisely what troubled Mr. Li. Don't try to stop me, or you'll be dragged into it too, Xiao Baihu exclaimed, anxiously pacing in circles, fully aware of his brother's nature. Xiaohu, I wish to elevate you all to a higher echelon. Before engaging in violence, you must clarify your objectives. Our goal is to sit at the table and share the spoils, not to engage in futile squabbles. Mr. Li, a titan of commerce, viewed the actions of Lao Jiu and his companions as mere youthful folly. He believed that revenge without a purpose was a senseless struggle. Yet, he overlooked the fact that Lao Jiu and his brethren were not emotionless machines. Their bond of brotherhood was beyond the realm of financial gain. Thank you for allowing me to witness a different world. I am no longer the frog at the bottom of the well. However, I remain that loyal brother. The little white tiger. As the little white tiger extinguishes his cigarette, he declares that from this moment on, the battlefield is ours to command. Await my arrival. Bearing the head of old Ding. What do you intend to do? Mr. Li exclaimed, his voice rising in frustration. Have I wasted my breath on you? I have absorbed everything you said, but... At the moment the gunfire erupted from across the way, the war commenced. Mr. Li, rest assured I will accomplish your task. As for the details, they are unnecessary for you to know. That is all. The little white tiger abruptly hung up the phone and bolted from the room. Earthworm! Earthworm! He shouted, standing in the courtyard. The earthworm emerged from another room, yawning. Take me to meet the old master. For the first time, the earthworm observed the terrifying aura of killing intent emanating from the little white tiger. Meeting his gaze felt as if one might be torn apart. Upon reaching the old master of Heishan Town, the little white tiger produced a bank card from his pocket and, with directness, stated, Old master, I seek to borrow troops. Borrow troops? For what purpose? The old master, maintaining his composure, lifted his teacup with keen interest. My brother requires assistance akin to Nez's intervention in the seas. I must deliver the wind and fire wheels to him. As the little white tiger lit a cigarette, he respectfully bowed to the old master. Old master, can we borrow troops for the purpose of killing? Observing the little white tiger's suppressed fury, which caused his body to tremble, the old master calmly set down his teacup. I can provide you with men. But what can you offer to Heishan Town in return? Noticing the beads of sweat forming on the little white tiger's forehead, the old master slowly revealed his intentions. He could assist the little white tiger, yet the price he demanded transcended mere currency. The elderly man and the young one locked eyes intently. After a brief moment, the elder spoke first. "I am aware that you have support behind you. The terms you present are directed at him." The two youths dared to venture beyond the city to seek assistance from Lazy, and it was evident that their lack of adult supervision would not suffice. Consequently, the elder discerned that a significant benefactor stood behind the little white tiger. "I require 100 residence permits for the city," the elder sighed. "For the outskirts are not a place fit for habitation. I am aging and wish to provide a better environment for the next generation." Without hesitation, the little white tiger nodded in agreement. Residence permits within the city were exceedingly rare. Only a few hundred were issued each year. While acquiring 1 or 2 was feasible, securing over 100 without connections was an impossibility. The elder implied that the little white tiger should make a phone call to Mr. Lee. However, making such a call at this juncture would inevitably expose his identity. After much contemplation, the little white tiger resolved to act first and report later. After all, boasting was not illegal. He would bring the individuals into the city and address any repercussions thereafter. He had the backing of someone influential, and if he failed to deliver, he would personally present his head to the elder. This strategy was a lesson learned from Mr. Lee, yet this time, the little white tiger intended to leverage that influence to his advantage. Pleased with the young man's audacity, the elder nodded approvingly, yet he insisted on maintaining decorum. "The amount you offer determines the extent of our efforts." With a decisive motion, the little white tiger placed his bank card on the table, revealing a balance of 900,000. "If that is insufficient, I can easily access several million more." Standing quietly by, Hygo swallowed hard, fully aware that the little white tiger possessed only this sum, and whether Mr. Lee would continue to provide funds was uncertain. The audacity of the young white tiger has reached impressive heights. Should Mr. Lee decline to assist, the people of Heishan Town may swiftly turn their ire upon him. Yet, for Heishan Town to endure, they must be made aware of his profound foundation. In moments of trepidation, the townsfolk are unlikely to embark on such a perilous venture. The elder squinted, observing the unyielding demeanor of the young white tiger, and nodded with a mix of skepticism and belief. Regardless, the sum of 900,000 is undeniably substantial. He chuckled. "Young lad, in this endeavor, Heishan Town stands firmly behind you. The influential figures in the city may pursue whomever they desire, but should trouble arise, as long as I remain unscathed, none dare venture beyond the city to confront you." The elder removed the ring from his finger and handed it to the young white tiger, instructing him to seek out Xiao Fei at Haney Mountain. "You may demand as many men as you wish. I shall accommodate you, provided you can meet the price. Should you wish to lay siege, I shall partake in the endeavor with you. As a gesture of our first collaboration, Heishan Town offers you a small gift in gratitude for your rescue of the earthworm." The elder procured a satellite phone and dialed a number to connect with Laozi. "Hello, ensure that Lao Ding's outpost outside the city is dismantled. Inform him that it is Heishan Town that has taken action against him, and from this day forth, his men are forbidden from stepping beyond the city gates. As I decree." The young white tiger, brimming with confidence, clasped his fists before the elder. "I shall refrain from superfluous words. Rest assured, I shall act. Money is akin to bullets. If you are willing to spend, we are prepared to risk our lives." With urgency, the young white tiger stood, declaring, "My brother is fighting valiantly in the city. I shall bring him to pay his respects to you another day. Go forth in the largest KTV of the Shipu district." A sharp sound echoed as Alang slapped his subordinate on the head. "You boast daily with grandiose claims, even managing to sway the mayor. Yet now you find yourselves unable to handle 2 insignificant brats. I might as well consider you my superiors, each of you a master of empty rhetoric." Alang cast a glance at his red-haired adversary seated beside him and scolded. The two bore strikingly similar features, the only distinction being the red hair of the opponent, while Alang sported a cascade of flowing black locks. "Brother, let us set this aside for now and focus on how to deal with the little white tiger and Lao Jiao," the red-haired one suggested. "Our informants revealed that Lao Jiao has brought a weapon into the West Garden. This fellow is utterly deranged. Should he venture to confront Director Ding, we would be utterly humiliated." Lao Jiao charged towards Old Ding's building, and regardless of victory or defeat, Old Ding's reputation would suffer. The notion of having their stronghold assaulted by a mere band of young ruffians was intolerable. The little white tiger had amassed over 100 men outside the city. and rumors suggested that someone surnamed Li was also preparing to intervene. The red-haired man, frustrated, took a swig of alcohol and lamented the situation, feeling as if they had stirred a hornet's nest. Ailang shared his concern that Lao Jiao, in a fit of recklessness, might approach old Ding, an affront to the latter's dignity. After a moment of contemplation, Ailang summoned his underlings, spread the word, and sent someone to eliminate Lao Jiao and the little white tiger's men on my behalf. The red-haired man's eyes lit up with understanding. Ailang intended to draw fire away from old Ding. How absurd it was that these two young rascals believed they could turn the tables. Chapter 28. Lao Jiao's Tactics. Black Mud Mountain. The little white tiger, under the guidance of the earthworm, raced at breakneck speed, determined to arrive before nightfall. On the rugged path, a man with two braided pigtails squatted in the middle, slurping noodles. The striking demeanor and eccentric behavior of the little white tiger prompted a sense of unease as he inquired, "Is your cousin reliable?" He may be unreliable at other times, but when it comes to a brawl, he is undoubtedly dependable. The worm kicked open the car door and waved at the man who was squatting on the roadside, having his dinner. "Bro," he called out. The sound of shuffling footsteps ensued. The man with the braided hair slowly rose, and behind him, dozens of armed thugs emerged from the thickets along the roadside. These individuals exuded a completely different aura than the street ruffians of the city. In each of their eyes resided a lifelessness, akin to that of the living dead. The little white tiger had once witnessed such a gaze in the eyes of wanted criminals on television. It was the gaze born from a numbing familiarity with murder. After a moment of mutual scrutiny, the opposing party spoke first. "Are you here to oversee our operations?" The little white tiger strode forward with determination, casting a glance at the burly men behind the stranger. Each was clad in tattered, oversized cotton coats, yet the weapons they held gleamed with an unsettling polish. "The money has already been given to the old man," the little white tiger asserted, extending his hand. The man with the braid, satisfied, tossed his bowl onto the road and clasped hands with the little white tiger. "I don't care who you want to deal with. And I want to ask for a relocation fee, but let us clarify. Is the 900,000 the total amount, or just a deposit? What's the deal?" The little white tiger, sensing a potential deception, felt his expression shift. "If it's a deposit, then I will arrange 3 million for you." "You'd better make it 5 million, the little white tiger countered, betting everything on this risky endeavor. With old Gio unreachable by phone. The little white tiger surmised that old Gio was likely lying in wait outside old Ding's residence. Should a conflict erupt, one side must be decisively subdued. If they were to lose, the remaining payment would be the least of their concerns. Survival itself would be in jeopardy. Having achieved victory, it is only natural that some would be willing to pay for the cleanup of the little white tiger's mess. Upon hearing this, the individual with braided hair broke into a grin. "Boss is generous. Come, let us greet the boss." "Greetings, boss," echoed a chorus of over 100 voices. These rugged men, though clad in tattered attire, possessed a presence far beyond that of the petty ruffians of the city. "Surely you have a way to enter the city?" "Without a permanent residence permit, outsiders must apply at least half a month in advance to gain entry. Typically, those from outside the city resort to clandestine routes. For instance, some city dwellers have excavated numerous tunnels at the foot of the city walls to facilitate their comings and goings, albeit for a fee." Calmly, the individual with braided hair lit a cigarette. "The child of a council member from the Southern District has been abducted by us. I shall make a call shortly, instructing him to personally open the city gates for us." "Damn," the little white tiger expressed growing unease. With a nonchalant wave of his hand, the braided-haired individual replied, "You go ahead into the city. Inform old Ding to give these individuals a precautionary warning. After all, old Ding is a prominent figure within the city." "I couldn't care less who he is," the braided-haired individual scoffed. "Ask old Ding if he dares to deny me the toll on this road." "Inside the city, mister." Lee stood anxiously before his desk, the ashtray overflowing with cigarette butts. After countless attempts to reach him, Mr. Lee finally connected with old Gio. "Hello? The primary distinction between old Gio and the little white tiger is that old Gio is a genuine psychiatric patient, one with a documented history in a hospital. Thus, his thought processes are utterly inscrutable to the average person. "My brother is in the hospital. This grudge is unbearable." Lao Gio hesitated for a moment. "I can overlook Lao Ding, but that Ah Lang must die." Mr. Lee dug at his ear, suddenly realizing he could not comprehend Lao Gio's mindset. "Teasy, I called you out of concern that you might not be able to come out, not because I fear you will go after Lao Ding." Lao Ding, a figure of great stature, and Ah Lang, a peaked second-tier fighter. How can Lao Gio, a mere novice who has just awakened, hope to contend with anyone? Yet, In Lao Jio's mind, it is solely a matter of whether he is willing to kill, devoid of any consideration of capability. Mr. Li, Xiaobai who trusted you for half a month without taking action, and now Piglet is in the hospital, while he himself has been taken out just outside the city. The world on the ground does not adhere to such rules. If you do not subdue him, no one will hesitate to show their teeth at you. Once I send a Lang's head to Lao Ding, they will behave. Mr. Li, exasperated, shouted. Both sides are still laying their cards. Are you seriously flipping the table? At this moment, neither Mr. Li nor the people behind Lao Ding were prepared for war. Both sides were probing the other's hand, only to find Lao Jio playing a trump card right from the start. Lang is Lao Ding's second-in-command. If he is touched, the opponent will have no choice but to engage. It is too late. Lao Jio calmly stated, you continue laying your cards. Today, Lang must kneel before me. Cursing, Mr. Li hung up the phone and instructed the black-clad individuals beside him. Make sure to find him before Lao Jio takes action. The black-clad man, trembling slightly as he held a tablet, replied, it's too late, sir. He then handed the tablet to Mr. Li. On the screen of the tablet was a video call, showing Lao Jio's people already at the KTV entrance. As the largest KTV in the Shipu district and the most profitable venture under Lao Ding's management, this establishment is also the domain of his most formidable subordinate, Lang. As twilight descends, the entrance of the KTV is bustling with a steady flow of luxury vehicles, hinting at the affluence of its patrons. The sheer number of attendants responsible for parking, 7 or 8, attests to the thriving business. Yet, amidst this lively scene, the few youths loitering at the entrance, smoking, go unnoticed. Brother Gio, one of the youths glances at a van parked behind them. There are no special arrangements nearby, and the people across the street likely believe we lack the audacity to approach. In truth, Lang genuinely believes that Lao Jio would not dare to create a disturbance at this venue. Anyone with a modicum of sense would refrain from inciting trouble here. Being Lang's territory, a mere phone call could summon the street's ruffians within 5 minutes. Bone, you make the first move. Once the task is accomplished, withdraw as planned. The embers of cigarettes flicker in the vehicle. The 5 youths, crouched outside the car, exchange glances before simultaneously rising, heads bowed, and making their way towards the KTV. 3-year anniversary grand celebration. Spend 5,000 and receive a complimentary bottle of red wine. The attendant distributing flyers at the entrance fervently hands them out to passersby, oblivious to the 5 youngsters stealthily approaching the door. Upon entering the lobby, a few security personnel extend their hands to block the path of the seemingly ordinary youths. What brings you here? The vigilant security at Le Fu Rin Jian can discern, based solely on their attire, that these youths are unlikely to afford anything inside. The leader among them, a youth with dreadlocks clad in a white sweatshirt and carrying a large canvas bag, innocently inquires, what kind of girls cost over 3,000? Are they adorned with diamonds? 300 bucks, give me the whole set. A young boy tossed 300 yuan onto the ground. The head of security looked bewildered. Are you here to stir up trouble? Get lost, or you won't be leaving. He glanced around, unaware of the gravity of the situation. A wealthy young man, passing by, mocked what a high-class setup. The group of boys gazed in awe at the opulent hall, one of them exclaiming, look at that lamp. It seems to be made of gold. Captain Show, don't let these riffraff in here. What kind of venue allows such lowly characters? Sneered the young man in a lavish suit, clutching a flamboyant girl beside him. You paupers, I could buy your lives with the price of a drink. Don't embarrass yourselves here, huh? With that, he casually touched the girl's waist and swaggered towards the private room. Get lost. Damn it, bring a few of them. The head of security's words faltered mid-sentence. A few boys opened a large canvas bag, revealing weapons that sent a chill down the head of security's spine. With a swift motion, a young man with dreadlocks brandished a shotgun and called out to the wealthy young man. Hey, what are you doing? The young man turned, only to find the barrel of a gun pointed directly at him. You may have money, but you only have one life. Now tell me, what level are you, and what level am I? Bang! The gun fired, and the wealthy young man clutched his thigh in agony, collapsing to the ground. Wealthy? Can it stop a bullet? Huh. Speak. The wealthy young man, caught off guard by the ferocity of these young boys, frantically waved his hands in surrender. After relentlessly smashing the gun but into the face of the wealthy young man a dozen times, the one with the dreadlocks turned to the lady beside him and inquired, is your diamond-encrusted piece really so expensive? When I return, if it's not worth 3,000, I shall take your life. Chapter 29. The Tactics of Lao Jio 2 Bang. Everyone, get down. We are not conducting business today. The patrons in the lobby, seemingly well-dressed, dropped to the ground faster than anyone when the gun fired. A few security personnel attempted to draw their weapons, only to be met with the youths raising theirs in response. Upon hearing the gunfire, hurried footsteps echoed from above. Dozens of thugs stormed out of the emergency exit, armed and ready. At the entrance, a lookout glanced at the time. It was precisely 1 minute, and shouted to the one with the dreadlocks to retreat. Damn it. I'm the Bone of Hong San Street. I shall return tomorrow. Consider this your warning. Bone surveyed the lobby, where no one dared to stand, and arrogantly retrieved a detonator from his bag. He lit it and hurled it directly at the ornate chandelier in the lobby. If I can't afford your establishment, then I shall burn it to the ground. With business concluded, the group of youths rushed out of the KTV in a whirlwind. Hurry. Someone is causing trouble. Don't let them escape. Seeing the commotion, Captain Joe pulled out his walkie-talkie and called for backup loudly. Bang. Before Captain Joe could make another call, gunfire erupted at the entrance, shattering the walkie-talkie in his hand. You. Bone grabbed the doorman from the ground and twisted him to the entrance, exclaiming, Damn it. Why didn't you welcome us back? Do you look down upon us? A fellow youth, cigarette clenched between his teeth, fired a round at the doorman's feet, causing the latter to lose control and release a stream of yellow liquid in fright. Welcome back next time, the doorman lamented with a quivering voice. My goodness. I can't take this anymore. It's simply too terrifying. A few youths exchanged glances, their faces alight with satisfaction as they giggled and scampered away. Upon reaching the opposite side of the street, one of them directed a barrage of obscenities at the KTV sign, declaring to his companions that he was ready to confront anyone who dared to challenge him on Hong San Street. The group of boys swiftly vanished into a narrow alley, leaving no trace behind. In the KTV's top-floor office, Lang groggily rose from his bed, the persistent knocking at the door growing increasingly insistent. Who is it? He called out. The two women beside him, weary from their earlier escapade, weakly complained, This is unbearable. Lighting a cigarette, Lang playfully patted one of the women on the backside and said, Be good. I'll see what's the matter. As he opened the door, several of Lang's loyal subordinates rushed in, drenched in sweat, reporting, Boss, our venue has been attacked. What nonsense is this? Lang's mind momentarily stalled before he managed to inquire, Which venue? He looked bewildered. The audacity of old Gio's actions caught him completely off guard in his mind. Who dared to challenge him in the entire Shipu district? Perhaps the prolonged tranquility had dulled his sense of vigilance. Despite knowing that old Gio had an unpredictable temperament, he had taken no precautions at all. How am I supposed to explain this to Mr. Ding? With a sharp slap to his subordinate's face, he demanded, Where are they? Didn't you manage to apprehend them? They ran away, the subordinate stammered, shielding his face. They assaulted someone and then fled. Our guys hadn't even assembled before they darted into the alley. The whole incident lasted less than 2 minutes. The subordinate explained, recounting their earlier failed assassination attempts, now culminating in a direct attack on their own venue. Lang could hardly fathom the expression that Lao Ding would wear upon discovering the truth. Upon returning to his room, Lang stood at the window, hands on his hips, panting as he glared at the disarray below. I'm furious right now, come here. He called out to the lady on the bed. Half an hour later, Lang exhaled heavily, silently lighting a cigarette. Suddenly, the phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, his face turned pale. How dare you call? Lang roared. On the other end, Lao Jiu calmly inquired, Do you wish to confront me? What do you think? Lang seethed. I swear I will end you today. He spat, pressing down on the girl's head. Look down, Lao Jiu taunted. Lang glanced down and saw Lao Jiu casually standing on the street, one hand in his pocket, watching him with keen interest. Their eyes met, and Lang nearly leapt out, 1 foot on the windowsill before he realized he was completely unclothed. Damn it, showing off before a fight? Are you out of your mind? Lao Jiu mockingly gestured with his thumb and index finger, indicating a certain length. You shouldn't embarrass yourself with that. I hear you're into enhancements? Why not enhance your little brother? Even if I'm not hard, I'm still longer, little bro. Are you brave enough to come up? Lang abandoned the phone conversation, leaning out of the window to hurl insults. With a devilish grin, Lao Jiu hung up and strode towards the KTV. Outside, an elderly woman was supervising a group of girls as they cleaned the lobby and the entrance, which had been wrecked by the chaos. Lao Jiu's expression darkened as he inquired, Do I look like someone who can afford this? The girls exchanged puzzled glances. If you're not here to spend, then what are you doing? Lao Jiu surveyed the surroundings with a disdainful curl of his lips, addressing the unscrupulous merchants. Individuals like you charge 200 for a night on our Hong San Street. which I find exorbitant. Excuse me, Auntie, may I pass? A few of Lao Jio's companions brandished their weapons. The woman's eyes twitched, and her makeup had significantly smudged. Having been assaulted once already, another group had now arrived. The other young women, too, swiftly cleared a path. As Lao Jio strolled past one of the young ladies, he deliberately brushed his hand against her cheek. A mere touch is worth over 3,000. Charge it to my brother Lang. Add 3,000, and 3,000 more, he commanded, prompting his companions to emulate him. With an air of bravado, they sauntered into the main hall, where all the underlings had rushed outside to pursue a few individuals known as Bones. The hall, now devoid of security, was left with only a handful of patrons waiting for their vehicles. Upon witnessing yet another group of youths brandishing firearms, several seasoned patrons promptly prostrated themselves on the ground, especially the privileged young man injured by Bones, who curled up on the sofa, nearly in tears. With a clamor, everyone in the hall scrambled for the exit. Each guest was of considerable wealth. None wished to engage in chaos with these reckless outlaws. I shall confront this, Brother Lang. You all guard the entrance. Until I return, not even the mayor is permitted to enter. Should anyone dare to breach this order, I will set the building ablaze. Lao Jio instructed, pressing the elevator button. Understood, his companions replied, retreating behind the front desk while preparing their firearms. The elevator ascended slowly. Standing at the elevator's entrance, Alang wielded a machete and donned only shorts, poised for Lao Jio's emergence. As the elevator doors creaked open, Alang tightened his grip on the weapon. Today, I shall see how many lives you have left, he bellowed as he lunged into the partially opened elevator. Where is everyone? Alang stared, bewildered, at the section of detonator burning within the elevator. You looking for me? The figure of Lao Jio materialized at the end of the corridor. Accustomed to the ruggedness of the earth, he preferred to avoid the elevator. Suddenly, a deafening explosion hurled Alang backwards. Chapter 30. Brotherhood. Lao Jio, get the hell out here. Alang scrambled to his feet, his remaining shorts reduced to ashes. Yet, when he glanced towards the corridor's end, Lao Jio had vanished. Ding, ding, ding. The phone rang within the room. After searching in vain for Lao Jio, Alang answered the call, his face flushed with urgency. Brother Lang, I've exhausted my detonator. I'm pulling back for now, we'll connect next time. Lao Jio's calm voice resonated through the receiver. Alang felt his defenses crumble. He hastily rushed to the window, peering downwards, searching for any sign of Lao Jio. Where the hell are you? Show yourself for a one-on-one. Alang, a formidable figure of the Second Awakening, found himself outwitted by Lao Jio, his composure fracturing. At that moment, his thoughts had ceased, consumed only by the desire to rend Lao Jio apart. To the left, Lao Jio's voice echoed once more, perched atop the air conditioning unit outside the KTV. He leveled a shotgun with a nonchalant demeanor. Alang turned just in time to meet the barrel of Lao Jio's weapon. Bang! The shot struck Alang squarely in the eye. At such proximity and with such force, even a Second Awakening could not withstand a blow to such a vulnerable spot without consequence. One of Alang's eyes shattered, revealing a gruesome wound that was alarmingly grotesque. Indeed, Alang had underestimated the threat posed by Lao Jio. In his mind, Lao Jio was merely an ordinary man. Even armed with a firearm, he believed that no harm could befall him. With Old Nine's various taunts in the explosive chaos within the elevator, every moment was intricately designed to unsettle Alang's psyche. If one were to ponder the art of murder, Old Nine could undoubtedly compose an entire tome on the subject. Old Nine Alang roared in fury, his voice resonating throughout the street, compelling everyone to glance upward. Old Nine slipped into the adjacent room, while Alang hastily grabbed a piece of tissue to shield his eyes. With a knife in one hand, he smashed through the wall, barreling into the neighboring space. Once again, Old Nine's figure eluded him, leaving behind a nearly consumed detonator on the bed. Boom! Alang was hurled back once more. Amidst the ruins, he lay face down, blood pooling around him, on the verge of losing consciousness. As the sound of approaching footsteps grew ever nearer, Alang clenched his teeth in feigned death, his hatred for Old Nine reaching a fever pitch. A minute elapsed, yet the footsteps remained distant. Unable to maintain his ruse any longer, Alang slightly lifted his head. Old Nine sat nonchalantly on a long bench outside the door, calmly smoking and engrossed in his phone. Playing dead, are we? Old Nine shrugged. You carry on. I'll pretend I didn't TC. Childish, he muttered. Cursing under his breath, Alang sprang up, launching himself at Old Nine like a tiger pouncing on its prey. In midair, Alang activated his enhanced abilities, his arms transforming into a silvery hue, glistening with a metallic sheen. Allow me to demonstrate the chasm that lies between an ordinary person and an awakened one. With one hand gripping Old Nine's throat, Alung sneered. Do you think you're worthy of killing me? Yet, the ensuing revelation left Alung's expression in shock. Old Nine's entire body was enveloped in crimson scales, a stark contrast to Alung's merely enhanced arms. Are you also an awakened one? Alung stared at Old Nine in disbelief. When did I ever claim I was not an awakened one? Lao Jiao said, feigning innocence. Alang tightened his grip around Lao Jiao's neck, exerting more force in an attempt to strangle him. Regardless of whether you are an awakened one or not, you must die today. The scales on Lao Jiao's neck began to crack under the immense pressure exerted by Alang, who, upon witnessing this, erupted into maniacal laughter. Damn it, still alive? Lao Jiao grinned. Do you really think I allowed you to hold me for no reason? Alang was momentarily taken aback, but Lao Jiao moved with astonishing speed, his fingers piercing Alang's remaining eye like a blade. Damn, blinded, Alang continued to grasp Lao Jiao, crashing through several walls before delivering a powerful punch that sent Lao Jiao flying. Coughing, Lao Jiao spat out blood, slowly rising and brushing off the dust from his clothes. The second awakening grants resilience. Alang assumed a defensive stance. Despite his blindness, his acute hearing enabled him to discern Lao Jiao's position. I won't play with you anymore, Lao Jiao declared, leaping from the top floor. Alang could not allow Lao Jiao to escape and, without a moment's hesitation, followed him down. Beep, beep. Wow, he is not wearing pants. Isn't that Alang? Beep, beep. Make way. The street was bustling with traffic, and as soon as Alang landed on the road, panic set in. The cacophony of sounds overwhelmed him, making it impossible to pinpoint Lao Jiao's location. In the middle of the street, Alang, with blood streaming from his eyes, listened intently to the surrounding sounds. Meanwhile, just 10 meters away, Lao Jiao stood calmly amidst the flowing traffic, nonchalantly smoking a cigarette. Alang felt a chill run down his spine, realizing he had fallen into a trap. Old Jiao never contemplated leaving. He understood that a head-on clash with Erju would only lead to his detriment. Thus, from the outset, he had no intention of confronting Alang directly. This was the essence of his innate combat talent, which was nothing short of monstrous. Every move Alang made since the ruckus began had been meticulously calculated by Old Jiao. Brother Lang, there are numerous merchants familiar with Alang at the entrance, they loudly cautioned. As Alang executed a series of backflips, a resounding thud echoed before him. Brother Lang, if you can't be seen in the future, you might as well become a juggler. Your flips are impeccable. Just as Alang regained his footing, he heard Old Jiao's mocking voice behind him. Death's embrace. Old Jiao's body was as pliable as if it were devoid of bones. His arms coiled around Alang's neck like a constrictor, while his legs ensnared Alang, rendering him immobile. Do you know how a serpent devours its prey? It constricts until every bone is fractured, and with a deep breath, it swiftly concludes the act. Old Jiao had completely enveloped Alang, and they lay in a most undignified manner in the middle of the road. Alang's face flushed crimson. Yet Old Jiao's grip continued to tighten, akin to a python's relentless squeeze, crushing his very bones. As time languidly ticked by, Alang's struggles grew increasingly feeble. Alang, look down, urged a merchant acquaintance from the roadside, unable to bear the sight. He retrieved a weapon from his shop and fired several shots at Old Jiao. Seizing this opportunity, Alang managed to break free from Old Jiao's grasp. Unyielding as a mountain, Alang steadied himself, bringing his hands together. A silvery metallic sheen rapidly spread across his body. Old Jiao, come at me again, he declared. The malevolent serpent's fangs bared, Old Jiao's 5 claws extended, his index and middle fingers resembling 2 fangs poised to pierce Alang's forehead, as his massive hand firmly grasped Alang's face. The ferocity of the dragon's bite was terrifying. With a single encounter, the silver skin on Alang's head began to crack. With immense strength, Alang seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful punch, sending Lao Jiao flying. As Lao Jiao prepared to attack once more, a throng of over 100 individuals suddenly surged from the roadside, raining fire upon him. Damn it. Causing trouble on our turf. Brothers, let us capture him. Faced with an unrelenting barrage of bullets, Lao Jiao dared not be reckless. Swiftly darting behind a car on the opposite side of the street. Upon hearing his brother's voice, Alang finally breathed a sigh of relief. A wave of joy washing over him after narrowly escaping disaster. Lao Jiao was indeed formidable. He managed to hold his own against the peak of the second awakening, maintaining a precarious balance. Lao Jiao, you won't escape today. Damn it, I will make sure you pay. Lang roared excitedly, supported by his men. They had to capture this scoundrel, or he would undoubtedly become a significant threat. Everyone converged, intent on battering him to a pulp. Lang commanded his subordinates, insisting that even a sea of bodies would suffice to bring him down. Kill. Finish off Lao Jiao. Bury him. Let the people of Hong San Street witness true strength. Outnumbered, we'll drown you with our spit. The situation took a swift turn. Lao Jiao was pinned behind a car, already injured from his confrontation with Lang. Unable to maintain his scaly form for long. The opposing forces were overwhelming. They could wear him down. Ha, Lao Jiao, today marks your end. Damn it. Aren't you so tough? Don't you want a one-on-one? Step out and face my brothers. Lang laughed maniacally. The onlookers could not help but murmur. If only Lao Jiao had another 10 minutes, Lang would truly be in trouble. Such is the way of fate. As the minions of Lang surged forward, the distant roar of motorcycles echoed from the end of the street. 3 riders soared atop the lingering vehicles, with the leader's fury palpable. Who dares to bully my brother? Old Nine? Here comes the pack. Old Nine, we have arrived. Who dares claim my brother has no allies? With fervor, the brothers emerged, ready to showcase what true camaraderie entails. The winds of KTV carried forth a whirlwind of energy as a dozen young men, armed and fervent, charged towards Old Nine. The youthful loyalty was unmistakable, as each individual braved the hail of bullets, united in purpose. Chapter 31. The Demise of Lang. I am the White Tiger. Who dares to touch my brother, Old Nine? The White Tiger leaped down, seizing a motorcycle and hurling it into the crowd encircling Old Nine. The stylish high dog executed a slick maneuver, halting atop a car. With determination, Chillworm raised the 2 firearms hanging around his neck and unleashed a barrage of fire. Dare to touch my brother? Have you sought our permission? I'm still standing. Who among you possesses the audacity to harm my brother? Bone, Xiaofeng, and others shielded Old Nine, while White Tiger exchanged a knowing glance with him, both sharing a silent laughter. Brother, can you hold your ground? White Tiger tossed his cigarette aside. Old Nine grinned broadly, declaring, Today, I will surely take him down. Listen well, White Tiger proclaimed loudly. My brother has decreed that Lang must fall today. Anyone who stands in our way shall perish. With just this handful of you? Lang mocked, you won't escape. Although the arrival of the little White Tiger is evident, the disparity in numbers remains stark. Outnumbered, the little White Tiger brandished his walkie-talkie and shouted menacingly at Lang. Enter the arena. Suddenly, a heavy snowplow barreled down the street, wreaking havoc as vehicles scrambled to evade it. Some overturned and left stranded on the roadside. Under the blinding glare of its high beams, the snowplow drew closer. The 2 factions faced each other across the street, only to witness the snowplow surge through their ranks. It was then they realized that 3 freight trucks followed closely behind, their beds draped with thick green tarpaulins. With a decisive kick, the little White Tiger named Xiao Fei flung open the door and vaulted onto the roof of the vehicle. Where are the gunshots coming from? He exclaimed, let the boss see if this expenditure is justified. As gunfire erupted, Chillworm swiftly tore away the tarpaulin from the truck. The men within the cargo bed stood in unison, brandishing an array of weapons that unleashed a torrent of fire. The sudden onslaught of firepower, compounded by the height of the trucks, sent Lang's subordinates fleeing in panic. The air was filled with the relentless sound of gunfire. Xiao Fei squinted, calmly igniting a cigarette. In less than 3 minutes, Lang's side found themselves devoid of anyone brave enough to stand their ground. The individuals from outside the city were excessively fierce. When engaged in a shootout, they showed no inclination to take cover. Lang's complexion shifted from red to green. Lang, is there no other trick up your sleeve? Old Nine leaped onto the truck's roof. 10 brothers stood resolutely by his side, embodying the bond of youth, a pledge of life and death that was never mere rhetoric. Onlookers, passers-by, and the shopkeepers nearby were so intimidated by the presence of Xiao Baihu and Lao Jiao that they crouched on the ground, too afraid to lift their heads. In that moment, both Xiao Baihu and Lao Jiao completely subdued them. At that moment, a group of youths would rise to prominence on the icy floor of the establishment. At that moment, no one dared to underestimate these young men. Meanwhile, Mr. Li observed everything through the video feed. From Lao Jiao decisively overpowering Lang in a one-on-one confrontation, to Xiao Baihu making a timely rescue, their courage and strength were unmistakably evident. Lao Jiao lured the tiger from its den, striking at the heart of the enemy with perfect timing. Xiao Baihu summoned reinforcements from afar, racing through the night. embodying brotherly loyalty. Their synergy was nothing short of astonishing, truly a duo of dragons and tigers. Mr. Lee watched the video intently, exclaiming, "With one such individual in the icy realm, victory is assured." Mr. Lee extinguished the cigarette in his hand, patted his secretary beside him, and with a weathered smile, remarked, "Mark my words, as long as they endure, the next century belongs to them." The secretary gazed at the two figures on the screen with a mixture of skepticism and awe. Lao Jiao and Xiao Baihu towered over Alang, looking down on their rivals amidst the adoring crowd of brothers. All the spectators on the street were prostrate on the ground. The world must bow before them. The secretary murmured. Mr. Lee, fixated on the two young men in the video, broke into a smile. "A precious gem lies in my grasp, indeed." He laughed heartily. "Is this truly the fiercest blade of Hong San Street? I fear they will never be contained here again. How utterly magnificent. At my age, I still only know how to indulge in trivial pursuits." This is the first time in over a decade that Lao Ding has encountered defeat. The onlookers stared in disbelief at the young men standing side by side. Old Jiao took a deep drag from his cigarette, passing it to the little white tiger, followed by Hai Go, Gu Tu, and Xiao Feng. A single cigarette shared among over 10 individuals, each taking a puff. Brother Little White Tiger turned to Old Jiao and smiled, inquiring about the spectacle. "Damn it," he shouted at the outsiders, "let the worms hear me. The boss, the boss, the boss." The outsiders scrambled out of their trucks, bowing to Old Jiao. This was a gesture of recognition from the raiders. Hundreds of them sprawled atop the vehicles, braiding their hair and shouting, "Damn it, from today onwards, in Shipu, my boss calls the shots. Tell Old Ding, if he is unconvinced, let him come at me with a knife." These outsiders were ferocious, and alongside Old Jiao and Little White Tiger, even if Old Ding himself came, he would gain little. "Alang, today you shall surely meet your end," Old Jiao declared, tearing off his shirt to avenge Piglet. "Revenge! Revenge!" A dozen brothers advanced towards Alang. Having lost his sight, Alang realized escape was no longer possible and decided to fight to the bitter end. He leaped onto the roof of a car and shouted at Old Jiao, "Do you dare let me make a phone call?" Old Jiao scoffed and tossed his phone to Alang. The latter fumbled and dialed a number. "Boss, damn it, wait for me. I will definitely ensure your safety today." Old Ding's furious roar echoed from the phone. In the biting cold, Alang's body trembled slightly. The astute Old Ding had also lost control for the sake of his brother. Tears of blood streamed down Alang's face. These years had not been spent in vain. "Boss, do not come. Today, I have fallen. I am uncertain whether Little White Tiger has any ambushes in place. I do not wish for Lao Ding to take risks on my behalf. I shall take my leave. In the next life, I will still follow you. Although others claim we are engaged in a futile endeavor, your kindness towards me has not gone unnoticed. Please take care of my brother, boss." Alang trembled as he hung up the phone. "Damn it, Alang, do not act impulsively. Wait for me." Lao Ding's voice roared through the receiver. After tossing the phone to Lao Jiao, Alang shouted with fervor, his body enveloped in a shroud of gray steel. "Let us fight. Damn it. We shall take revenge." Lao Jiao and Little White Tiger leaped into action simultaneously. Awakeners with multiple abilities? Let us confront him. High Dog brandished a cleaver and followed closely behind. Death entwined. The silver claws of the White Tiger broke the air with explosive force as their skills intertwined. Little White Tiger and Lao Jiao braced themselves against a punch from Alang, both spitting blood in the process. Yet, they managed to secure Alang's arms. Lao Jiao coiled around Alang's left arm like a giant python, while Little White Tiger tightly grasped his right. Though they managed to restrain Alang, the blades and firearms of the others could not pierce his formidable defense. Alang stood impervious, rendering the young men powerless. Lao Ding was en route, watching the seconds slip away. If this dragged on, it was indeed possible for Alang to turn the tide. Alang laughed maniacally. "You all shall accompany me to the grave." Ridiculous. Little Fei pulled a saw from the vehicle and tossed it to High Dog, urging him to saw through Alang. Alang was pinned to the ground like a condemned prisoner, while High Dog leapt onto Alang's back, seizing the saw to commence his task. The jarring sound of metal scraping pierced the ears of every onlooker, sending shivers down their spines. 5 minutes later, the leader, in a fit of desperation, heard Alang's final, frantic cry as the chainsaw severed his neck. Blood erupted several meters high. The once mighty brother met his demise on that chaotic ground, a realm where new contenders inevitably emerge. Today, it was Little White Tiger and Old Nine. Tomorrow, perhaps even more would rise. Amidst the terror in everyone's eyes, Old Nine lifted Alang's head. With a sweeping gesture, Little White Tiger commanded the cars on the road to yield a path. In this battle, Old Nine's name became renowned in the Ice City. In this battle, Old Ding mourned the loss of his beloved comrade. In this battle, Little White Tiger became a household name in Shipu. 10 minutes later, Old Ding, arriving late, stood on the street, gazing at his headless brother, and let out a mournful howl. Chapter 32, The Smoker in the Ice City, at the Third Private Hospital. In this apocalyptic era, hospitals are the exclusive domain of the affluent. A nurse, propping her chin with one hand, dozed off at the desk when a gust of wind flung the door open. Rubbing her bleary eyes, she mumbled about closing the door, only to find a dozen blood-soaked figures standing at the entrance. "Ghost, a ghost!" she shrieked, fleeing in terror. Old Nine, drenched in blood alongside Little White Tiger and their bewildered brothers, entered the hospital, utterly oblivious to how frightful their appearance was. "Is this hospital haunted?" High Dog mused, rubbing his nose. Old Nine clutched a plastic bag, his other hand casually tucked in his pocket, as he followed the address sent by Mr. Lee to find Piglet's hospital room. Piglet lay quietly in the ward, having just undergone surgery. Through the glass of the door, the brothers clenched their fists in anticipation. The brothers who had joyfully shared drinks and laughter just a day prior now lay in stillness, invoking a profound sense of sorrow in anyone's heart. "Hello, visitors are prohibited." The words of the attending physician were swallowed back, unuttered. The group of youths before him not only bore a fearsome appearance, but their eyes seemed to harbor a hunger for vengeance. "Shall I repeat myself?" The worm-like figure raised his weapon once more. You may continue." The doctor fled in a state of disarray. Xiaofei stood guard at the entrance with Lei Zi from outside the city. Silently, Xiao Baihu pushed open the hospital room door. The acrid scent of disinfectant caused Lao Jiao to furrow his brow. There lay a delicate youth, bandaged and connected to numerous machines, teetering on the precipice of life and death. The brothers encircled the bedside, and Lao Jiao produced the severed head of a Lang. "Little pig, I've brought you the head of our enemy. Don't leave us now. You just started dating, and you haven't even had your first intimate moment yet. Brother, we have just begun to rise. You can't leave us like this." The brothers murmured softly to the unconscious figure, each contributing their words of encouragement. A solitary tear slipped down the cheek of the comatose little pig. Lao Jiao placed a Lang's head on the bedside and gently patted little pig's face. "Brother, it's time to wake up. Do you want me to carry this guilt for the rest of my life?" Little pig had endured such severe injuries for Lao Jiao. Should he perish, Lao Jiao would never find solace. With reddened eyes, he struck himself several times, lamenting, "It's all my fault. If only I hadn't gone out to indulge. Little pig wouldn't be in this state." "Little pig." Xiaofei leaned against the wall, listening to the sounds of quiet sobbing emanating from the room, his lips curling in disdain. In the streets, they appeared fierce, akin to little tigers, yet upon entering the hospital room, they wept like children. The onlookers outside the ward, envious and astonished, remarked on the depth of their bond. The Little White Tiger and Old Nine exhibited decisiveness and even a touch of ruthlessness in the outside world. Yet before their brothers, they resembled mere children. This stark contrast precisely underscored the ties that bound them. In the dead of night, the brothers lay slumbering heavily by the bedside of Zhu Zai. The following day, Mr. Li took special care to send Zhu Zai out of the ice mansion, fearful that Old Ding might descend upon the hospital. His greater concern, however, was that Old Nine might spiral into madness again. After a fierce battle, no one dared to predict Old Nine's actions based on logic. Everyone knew Old Nine had only a handful of brothers. Yet he boldly led them to confront Old Ding's territory. Within the grandest hotel in Dongpu district, Mr. Li stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows on the top floor, gazing at the swirling snow outside, delightfully swirling the wine glass in his hand. Yesterday's endeavors had proven fruitful after this confrontation. No one in Ice Mansion would dare to underestimate them. However, they had undeniably stirred Old Ding's ire. Old Nine, stifling a yawn, inquired about their next course of action. "We shall evade," Mr. Li replied, shrugging his shoulders as he patiently explained to the others. "In terms of strength, the thunderous reinforcements you've summoned will certainly not withstand Old Ding's men. We must first avoid his wrath. Although we triumphed yesterday, it was through surprise. Old Ding did not even enter the fray. In a direct confrontation, Little White Tiger's forces are still insufficient to bring about another's downfall. One must first drive them to madness," he continued. "Old Ding has become that madman. The more he does, the more mistakes he makes. Why not just eliminate him directly?" Xiaofei scoffed, disdain evident on his face. "Once war commences outside the city, evasion ceases to be an option. When one cannot prevail through direct confrontation, assassination becomes the alternative. Ensuring that the adversary experiences no respite is paramount. Mr. Lee smiled faintly, for taking a life was not his ultimate objective. He intended to act only when the allies of Old Ding relinquished their support, thereby maintaining amicable relations. The others were momentarily taken aback. Was it necessary to secure the approval of Old Ding's associates before eliminating him? Our goal is to establish a foothold within the Ice Mansion, not to engage in an all-out war with the local magnates. The more infuriated Old Ding becomes, the more reckless his actions will be. Once he attracts the attention of certain righteous individuals, the hidden powers will be compelled to abandon their pawn. Upon concluding his explanation, Mr. Lee retrieved a check from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Fei. I do not know how much Little Tiger promised you, but a mere sum of several 100,000 certainly cannot entice the renowned smoker from beyond the city. As Mr. Lee uttered the smoker's name, Xiao Fei's brow furrowed. Do not be astonished. I must ascertain who is undertaking tasks on my behalf, Mr. Lee chuckled, elucidating the rationale behind his investigation. In this apocalyptic world, human hearts are tainted. Who can guarantee that those one hires will not turn traitor? Mr. Lee's actions are thus entirely justified, as only Old Nine and Little White Tiger possess the capability of employing individuals without suspicion. However, Xiao Fei was unyielding. Spare me your reasoning. My boss is those two. If he commands me to eliminate you, I would not hesitate. Mr. Lee merely smiled dismissively, even lacking doubt in Xiao Fei's potential to execute such a command. Little White Tiger and Old Nine, on the other hand, were visibly shocked. Are you truly the smoker? Mr. Lee cast a disdainful glance at them. I assumed you both had the audacity to employ him. It seems ignorance breeds fearlessness. The name of the smoker is a taboo within Ice Mansion. The two only knew him as Xiao Fei. Had they been aware of his true identity, Little White Tiger might not have possessed the courage to engage him. If one were to consider the Old Nine as mad, then the chain smoker is undeniably afflicted with a grave malady. Should the Ice City Police Department become aware of this rogue's arrival in town, it would be a profound disrespect not to impose a citywide lockdown. One is a lunatic, another is deranged, and one is genuinely ill. Our team has undeniably transformed into a band of troubled misfits. Mr. Lee half-jokingly remarked about the 5 overlords of Ice City: Ming Wong, the Flower Man, Naylan, the Dwarf, and Luan. You nearly obliterated the Naylan family. How dare you return to the city? The 5 overlords represent the mightiest individuals or factions within Ice City, the true titans who reign supreme. Even the formidable Old Ding merely serves as their pawn. What truly unnerves Mr. Lee is the power these 5 wield, with their influence permeating both the establishment and the streets below. Young Fei indiscriminately slaughtered over 100 members of the Naylan clan. In the 6th district of Ice City, 2 district police chiefs lie buried beyond the city's borders. What on earth were you thinking? Others may kill for reasons, but Young Fei remains an enigma. Neither the Naylan family nor the chiefs had significant disputes with the outside, yet Young Fei dared to commit such senseless carnage. Upon noticing the bewildered gazes of Xiao Baihu and Old Nine, Young Fei calmly lit a cigarette. 3 years prior, a girl from Heishan Town sought my assistance in taking a life, which I accepted. That girl was left with nothing but a kidney, an arm, and a leg, all brutally severed. Out there, the beasts do not even torture children, yet the young master of the Naylan family utterly destroyed her. Young Fei, with reddened eyes, took a deep drag from his cigarette as he recalled how that girl, bloodied and gasping, handed me 5 yuan, asking, "It's you. Will you accept?" 5 yuan bought the lives of countless Naylan clan members. Mr. Lee merely smiled, noncommittal. We resorted to mingling among the streets and robbing, not out of depravity, but rather desperation, as we found ourselves devoid of options and sustenance. It just so happened that a contingent of over 100 from the Naylan family was venturing out to apprehend her, and I buried that entire group beyond the city's outskirts. Xiao Fei chuckled nonchalantly. Despite his casual demeanor, one could only fathom the immense pressure Xiao Fei bore from offending the Naylan family. If the Naylan family were to discover Xiao Fei's presence in the city, escape would be utterly impossible. Has the Naylan family not sought trouble with you outside the city? Asked Xiao Baihu, offering a cigarette to Xiao Fei in a gesture of camaraderie. Within the city, powerful figures held sway, while fierce individuals roamed the outskirts. An unspoken accord existed between both realms, dissuading them from encroaching upon one another's territories. Without the support of the other 4, Naylan dared not venture outside, explained Mr. Lee on Xiao Fei's behalf. However, once you step into the city, those from outside can no longer safeguard you. I believe in repaying kindness and avenging grievances. Xiao Baihu saved my cousin, and I shall stand resolutely by him in this conflict. Xiao Fei nodded in acknowledgement. The latter responded with a thumbs up, affirming their bond. Chapter 33. The just man in the office of Old Ding in the Shipu district, panic-stricken and drenched in sweat, he implored over the phone. Brother Ulung has been my companion throughout this journey. His life was taken. Please give me 3 more days. Your troubles are of no concern to me. The newly appointed director in Shipu has set his sights on you. Cease your illicit activities immediately and keep a low profile. Bellowed a commanding voice from the other end of the line. Following Ulung's demise, Old Ding's subordinates frantically scoured Shipu, plunging the entire area into chaos. Such a grandiose endeavor has naturally attracted the attention of certain righteous individuals. I trust you are already aware of the dirtiness of your own affairs? The newly appointed police chief refuses our offered gifts and has already begun to compile a dossier on you. I advise you to keep a low profile. Master Hua coldly threatens that you may perish, but do not implicate us. Do you understand? Indeed, Laoding feels an acute sense of frustration. Yet he is compelled to yield before Master Hua. Master Hua, the legendary figure, is also the true overlord behind Laoding. He serves as the president of the Shipu Security Management Association, the true local sovereign of Shipu District. Zhang Yang's expression was as inscrutable as a still pond, concealing his emotions from view. As Laoding silently scoffed, the person in the photograph was the headless corpse of a Lang, causing a slight twitch at the corner of Laoding's mouth. He was my brother. According to my investigation, the deceased was a local figure in Shipu District, with numerous cases filed against him in the police department. I am curious as to how Mr. Ding managed to resolve so many allegations. Bang! Laoding sternly declared. He is guilty. Can you resurrect him for judgment? The murderer resides in Dongpu District at the Dongxing Grand Hotel. If you seek to apprehend the killer, then go and do so. The ringleader is named Li Yuxian, accompanied by Xiao Baihu, Lao Jiu, and a group of ruffians from outside the city. Laoding blurted out. Zhang Yang was evidently targeting him, and at this moment, he could only expose Mr. Li's secrets to divert the other's attention. Dongpu District, Dongxing Grand Hotel. Mr. Li perused the latest news on his phone, while Lao Jiu and others leisurely lounged on the bed, engrossed in mobile games. A day has passed, and they remain concealed in the Dongpu District, allowing Old Ding to search for them relentlessly in the Shipu area. In truth, both parties are acutely aware of each other's whereabouts. The ice house is not vast enough for one to truly hide. Old Ding simply refrains from crossing boundaries. Yet his inaction may lead outsiders to believe that he fears Mr. Li. The commotion outside is merely a performance for onlookers. If Old Ding truly intended to eliminate Old Jiu, he would dispatch a small team for assassination. With a series of soft knocks, the door swung open. Zhang Yang, clad in a crisp uniform, entered the room with a stern expression. What do you mean by that? He asked coldly, exhibiting clear disdain for Mr. Li. I have little respect for you self-righteous individuals, mere parasites of society, draining the lifeblood of ordinary citizens. Without your interference, half the world would suffer less from starvation. I am here to confront you. Zhang Yang wasted no time, fixing his gaze on Old Jiu and his companions. It was you 3 who killed Ailang, was it not? The door creaked open again, and Hai Go and his associates sauntered in, hands in pockets. Their jackets bulged, clearly concealing weapons. Zhang Yang disdainfully drained his cup of tea. What? Do you wish to make a move against me? Ask him if I permit him to stand. Does he dare to sit? You think you can intimidate me? A bunch of children. Mr. Li smiled awkwardly, signaling Hai Go and the others to remain still. The opposing party was a director. Attacking him would mean opposing the system. Any force or individual would be mercilessly crushed under the weight of the national machinery, unless one were as unhinged as Lei Zi, who exhibited purely erratic behavior like Xiao Fei. No one would dare lay a hand on these high-ranking officials within the system. Individuals of the stature of Zhang Yang can only be subdued, not eliminated. This holds particularly true for Mr. Li, a businessman of considerable means, who would never contemplate fleeing. With a swift motion, Zhang Yang produced 3 pairs of specially designed handcuffs, engineered to suppress the abilities of awakened individuals, specifically targeting those who have strayed into criminality. Lao Jiu and Xiao Baihu exchanged a knowing glance, their fingers instinctively transforming into lethal claws. Xiao Fei whistled at the worm, who, without hesitation, retrieved a sawed-off shotgun from within his garments. Mr. Li regarded him with apprehension, yet Xiao Fei and his companions from outside the city were unperturbed. The realm beyond the city was lawless. Even the police were susceptible to robbery once they crossed the threshold. With a mocking chuckle, Zhang Yang cast a sideways glance at the gun barrel. A chilling frost rapidly enveloped it. A thick layer of white frost extended all the way to the worm's hand. Unable to withstand the frigid air, the shotgun slipped from the worm's grasp, shattering upon impact with the floor. I dare to confront you alone for a person. I fear not your actions. Zhang Yang unleashed his full presence, exerting an invisible force akin to a colossal hand pressing down upon everyone's shoulders. The group of high dogs found themselves half-kneeling under the pressure, while Lao Jiao and Xiao Baihu struggled to move, their faces flushed with exertion. Within the room, only Xiao Fei and Mr. Li remained composed, unaffected by the tension. Xiao Fei raised an eyebrow in defiance, brimming with combat spirit. Shall we have a little fun? Just the two of us? Chapter 34. A collaboration of black and white with a resounding clash. Two terrifying forces of cold and heat collided, sending shockwaves throughout the room. The temperature plummeted below freezing as frost crystals adorned the walls and floor. Just as it appeared that a fierce confrontation was imminent, Mr. Li slowly rose to interject between the two. Upon witnessing the contents of Mr. Li's phone, he was momentarily taken aback, his eyes soon ablaze with fury, his hair standing on end. True anger. Zhang Yang clenched his fists tightly, his gaze infused with murderous intent. The imagery from Old Ding's warehouse haunted him, humans caged like animals. Selected at will. We have known each other for quite some time. You should understand that every penny I earn is beyond reproach. I admit to engaging in opportunistic practices of buying low and selling high, yet I refuse to profit from money stained with blood, Mr. Li stated calmly, a smile gracing his lips. I stand by my words. If you wish to apprehend me, you are always welcome to do so, provided you have evidence. Zhang Yang hesitated. The revelations in Mr. Li's possession were too explosive. Mr. Li navigated the shades of gray, while Old Ding was simply deranged. Yet, allowing Old Jiao and the others to go unpunished left him unsatisfied. Mr. Li cleared his throat, and Little White Tiger understood the unspoken message. You will come to know in a few months while staying in Shipu District that Old Jiao and I previously delivered a shipment for them, one that contained nothing but children. Being orphans ourselves, we felt a pang of compassion. Were it not for Mr. Li, we would have perished at the hands of Old Ding's men. Killing a Lang is an act of vengeance, both for ourselves and for those children. He could sense the shift in Little White Tiger's aura as he spoke these words. Indeed, Old Xie had slain many of Little White Tiger's brethren. This was his Achilles heel. Why did your mother-in-law receive 100,000, only for you to be suspended and investigated immediately afterward? Everyone knows you are innocent. But who is willing to speak on your behalf? Those above you could easily protect you with a mere word. So why were you still cast aside? Those beneath you fear your scrutiny, while those above dread your rebellion. Your colleagues regard you with trepidation, for you stand apart as an anomaly among them. Who would dare to employ you? We find ourselves in a veritable apocalypse, where humanity is all but extinguished. To achieve great endeavors, one must first ascend to a position of sufficient elevation, securing absolute power. Only then may one legitimately discuss absolute justice. Otherwise, you shall only endure incessant oppression. I can invest 1 million to purchase your future, yet others may just as easily spend 5 million to procure your demise. While we may be detestable, can you truly assure that the world would be better off without us? At the very least, we will never transgress the boundaries of morality. Mr. Li spoke earnestly. Stepping aside, feel free to apprehend. Without them to restrain Old Ding on the ground, you stand no chance against those formidable titans. In the name of the justice you hold dear, let us collaborate to unseat those who truly thrive on the blood of others. After Mr. Li's heartfelt entreaty, the Little White Tiger and Old Nine voluntarily extended their hands to don the handcuffs. They were all gambling. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room grew exceedingly oppressive. Report, Mr. Li chuckled. Old Nine exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the floor. Little Fei, from beyond the door, gave a thumbs up to those outside, heralding them as an exceptional team. Zhang Yang's countenance turned ashen. He had arrived alone at Dongpu. How did his subordinates locate him? Why were those who typically hid from danger and rushed toward benefits so fervently intent on exterminating Mr. Li's faction this time? This is the tragedy of our epic. A grim reflection of reality. Zhang Yang seeks to overhaul the entire system, to stand against the prevailing tide of an era. How formidable a task that is. Gather the troops, Zhang Yang shouted from behind the door before unlocking the handcuffs of Xiao Baihu and Lao Jiao. Now, Turning against Lao Jiao and his companions merely served as a weapon for Lao Ding and his associates. A person as proud as Zhang Yang would never allow his adversaries to succeed. Compared to Mr. Li and others, he harbored a deeper resentment for Lao Ding's actions. I will give you 10 days to identify the locations where Lao Ding is hiding people within the city, Zhang Yang conceded, while also presenting his demands to Xiao Baihu. Prove your worth to me. No problem. A pleasant collaboration, they replied. You are bandits. I am a soldier. Spare me the connections. Should I learn of your wrongdoing against the innocent, I will apprehend you without hesitation. Zhang Yang straightened his attire and strode away with purpose. This man is trustworthy, he remarked. After Zhang Yang's departure, Xiao Fei sighed. If the world were filled with such individuals, I would sell pancakes and return to a life of virtue. Haha, like Wu Dalong. Xiao Baihu chuckled. Undeniably, Xiao Baihu and his companions genuinely admired those who could remain steadfast to their principles. In the apocalypse, such individuals are essential. Yet the harsh reality of the world cannot accommodate them. Mr. Li wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. At last, we have navigated the most critical link. Everything is proceeding according to my plan. Today's events were all part of your strategy, weren't they? Lao Jiao observed Mr. Li with a knowing glance. Xiao Baihu and Xiao Fei exchanged apprehensive looks. If such a person were to become our enemy, in the future, should we oppose him? Never engage in cunning maneuvers. Just call me directly. I will coordinate personnel to enter the city and eliminate him, Xiao Fei earnestly advised as he patted Xiao Baihu's shoulder. Stirring discord, my friend, are you afraid that we shall not perish? Lao Jiao cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Fei. The matter is settled. Chapter 35, Young Master Hua. 5 days later. In the office, Lao Ding despondently rubbed his temples, as if the entire world were conspiring against him. In the brief span of 5 days, 2 squad leaders from the Shipu police station were investigated, and 1 deputy chief fell from grace. Lao Ding felt as though nearly all his surveillance had been compromised. Uncle Ding, a flamboyantly dressed youth, sauntered into the room, flamboyantly waving at Lao Ding. Young Master Hua. Lao Ding promptly rose, donning a smile to greet him. Young Master Hua was the offspring of the Hua family, a well-known scion of wealth within the Ice Manor. His years of nefarious deeds in Shipu had earned him the infamous title among the 5 beasts of the Ice Manor. Leisurely, young Master Hua reclined on the sofa, while Lao Ding personally lit a cigarette for him. Uncle Ding, I have a favor to ask. If there is anything you need, just give me a call. There's no need to come all the way here, Lao Ding thought with a bitter smile, yet maintained an appearance of feigned honor. Over the years, Lao Ding had often found himself cleaning up after young Master Hua, and upon his arrival, he surmised that there was yet another unsavory task awaiting him. Young Master Hua exhaled a cloud of smoke with a swagger, and Lao Ding suppressed his inner frustration, nodding in agreement. Ming Wang was on par with the elder of the Hua family. How could a mere junior command him? It was likely that young Master Hua did not even possess the elder's contact information. However, if young Master Hua wished to put on airs, Lao Ding had no choice but to comply. Ahem, it is as follows. The elder has conducted a transaction with the Sanyang, trading a batch of exquisite goods along with 2 boxes of gold for a piece of rare equipment. The rare equipment was a specialty of this era. The arrival of the Blood Moon heralds not only the mutation of humans and animals, but also the transformation of certain extraordinary treasures and divine weapons. These mutated weapons, known as Huangjiu, possess remarkable abilities, yet their numbers are exceedingly scarce due to their reliance on mutation. Even formidable entities like the 5 overlords of the Ice Palace possess only 3 such weapons. The old man finds it inconvenient to leave the city. Originally, this task was to be entrusted to my 3rd brother. However, having nothing to occupy my time, I have taken it upon myself. Upon hearing this, Lao Ding, a shrewd individual, immediately recognized that the inept Hua Xiao would never dare venture outside the city, perceiving it as a perilous undertaking. As you are aware, I lack manpower, and the police have been closely monitoring our family, leaving me no choice but to enlist Uncle Ding's assistance. Lao Ding was overwhelmed by the situation. While Hua Xiao was posturing, it was Lao Ding who would ultimately bear the brunt of any fallout. Typically, such tasks would not fall to Lao Ding. Hua Xiao harbored reservations about him, ensuring that significant transactions would exclude him. In a bid to curry favor with his father, Hua Xiao not only took on the job, but also aimed to drag Lao Ding into the mire. However, given their respective positions, Lao Ding being a subordinate of Hua Yi and Hua Xiao as the scion of the Hua family, Lao Ding had little choice but to heed his words. Uncle Ding, I will handle the matter regarding the extinguished life of Ailang for you. A few insignificant rascals. Let me deal with them personally. What do you think? Hua Xiao proposed, sensing Lao Ding's reluctance and seizing the opportunity. Indeed, Lao Ding fell into the trap. The death of Ailang weighed heavily on his conscience. Yet Hua Yi forbade any impulsive actions. Should Hua Xiao proceed with the killing, the blame could not be laid at Lao Ding's feet. Thus, an agreement was reached between the two. Jun, assemble a dozen individuals for me. Hua Xiao commanded as he confidently exited Lao Ding's office and stepped into a luxurious car parked by the roadside. In a moment of impulsive mischief, the young master, emboldened, decided to confront a group of petty ruffians, recklessly proclaiming his intent to strip them of their very essence and sell them off. Meanwhile, he reveled in the company of a beautiful woman seated in his vehicle, his hands brazenly exploring her attire, oblivious to the world around them. A few bodyguards exchanged knowing glances, silently agreeing to avert their gaze. Not long into their journey, the young master, struck by a whimsical idea, commanded the driver to halt. "My dear, have you ever experienced the thrill of a public display?" He leered, eyeing the homeless scattered about the streets with a gleeful shout. The beauty in his arms blushed, her fingers tracing across his chest. "You are incorrigible, young master," she exclaimed. "Huh, you enchantress, there is always room for more mischief," he retorted, pushing her back playfully before addressing the driver. "Find us a place to dine." With that, he tossed a handful of cash into the air. The bodyguards exchanged bewildered looks. Must we truly engage in such antics in the street? Are hotels off limits? Is your hunger insatiable? They replied, concern etched on their faces. The young master, now irked, perched atop the stunning woman, declared with bravado, "In the expanse of Shipu district, who dares to challenge me? Begone, all of you. If you wish to observe, come closer. I shall provide an impromptu performance." The bodyguards, stealing glances at the scene unfolding within the vehicle, awkwardly retreated across the street to seek solace in a nearby eatery. Minutes later, the driver and bodyguard sat on the roadside, their dissatisfaction palpable. "Look at the spectacle. It's astonishing what some individuals are capable of," one muttered. "They are fortunate we are not making them push their luck further," another added, as they engaged in idle chatter. Just then, a truck came to a halt before them. A man resembling a driver leapt from his vehicle, boisterously shouting for his boss to bring a bowl of noodles. The truck conveniently obstructed the view of several individuals, one of whom, a bodyguard, attempted to maneuver around to glimpse their protected target. Another bodyguard seized his arm, asserting, "It's fine, they're right across. What could possibly happen? We can handle it." The group harbored discontent towards the arrogant and overbearing Hua Xiao, who never regarded them, his bodyguards, as worthy individuals. Meanwhile, inside the car, Hua Xiao was engrossed in his own struggles when suddenly the door swung open. A youth leaned in with a mischievous grin and asked, "Tired? Need a push?" A chill wind swept into the vehicle, causing Hua Xiao to shiver. In an instant, the other three doors flung open, and three young men swiftly entered the car. "Who are you? Do you even know who I am?" Hua Xiao began, but his words faltered as the glint of a dagger pressed against him from behind. "Care to continue your insults? I'll make you regret it," the youth warned, his voice cold. Hua Xiao swallowed hard and obediently rose from beside the beauty. He cast a glance at his bodyguards, who were entirely concealed from view behind the truck, oblivious to the turmoil unfolding within the luxury vehicle. The young man seated across, sporting a meticulously styled parting, shot a glance at Hua Xiao, cautioning, "Don't make any sudden moves." With his trousers hastily adjusted, Hua Xiao felt a surge of anxiety as he found himself ensnared between two assailants. Though he too was an awakened one, having only recently come into his powers, he believed he could endure until his bodyguards arrived. Taking a deep breath, Hua Xiao prepared to call for help as the spiky-haired youth fiddled with two wires to ignite something. Just as he opened his mouth, the youth plunged a knife through Hua Xiao's face with decisive brutality, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance. Hua Xiao trembled with fear, covering his face as blood streamed down. Yet he lacked the courage to draw the dagger. The ancestral skill of kidnapping passed down through generations made it abundantly clear to him that he could see through the tricks of these petty scoundrels. A young man struck Hua Xiao on the head, warning him that a single sound would lead to his demise. "We know you are an awakened one, and coincidentally, so are we," he said. "Before your bodyguard arrives, we can certainly finish you off." Hua Xiao nodded repeatedly, realizing he had encountered a formidable adversary. In Shipu, even ordinary individuals dared not provoke him, but those who did were unafraid of the Hua family's influence. Though Hua Xiao was arrogant, he was not foolish. He understood that resisting these kidnappers would likely lead to a desperate and fatal outcome. In fact, it seemed wiser to comply with them, for in his mind, these kidnappers were merely after money, and the Hua family was far from lacking in that regard, making any risk unnecessary. The vehicle roared to life. The driver, sporting a spiky hairstyle, turned to give an okay gesture, yet his eyes remained fixated on the woman in the back seat. "We're off," the youth said, swatting the driver's face. "Can you even handle this? Is your groin growing a gear shift?" The young man, still reveling in the moment, turned to the beautiful woman beside him and asked, "How much for a day with Hua Xiao?" 5,000, she stammered, trembling in her seat, her chest exposed in a stark contrast of white. As he drove, the young man reached into his pocket, pulling out $300. "I'll buy you an hour, just to see if Hua Xiao has good taste." Damn, the beauty began to weep. "Brother, it's not that simple." Chapter 36. Unexpected gains outside the city. In Heishan town, Hua Xiao found himself bound hand and foot and unceremoniously tossed into a pigsty. The cold seeped into his bones, fatigue weighed heavily upon him, and sleep was a perilous luxury. Should he doze off, the pigs, omnivorous creatures by nature, would surely gnaw at him. Meanwhile, the orchestrators of his predicament lounged comfortably inside, basking in the warmth of a crackling fire. Little White Tiger, Old Nine, and Little Face sat together by the brazier, where they were toasting 2 buns with a pair of tongs. "What progress have we made?" queried the self-satisfied Chow Worm as he emerged from the bedroom, a smug smile adorning his face. The trio responded in unison, raising their middle fingers in defiance. "Have you devised a plan for dealing with him?" Chow Worm inquired nonchalantly. "Why not simply demand several million from Hualao? If things go awry, we can always switch to another residence." Had it not been for Mr. Li, Little White Tiger might have seriously considered Kai Worm's suggestion. The world was vast, and opportunities for advancement were plentiful. However, they were, for the time being, openly affiliated with Mr. Li. Should they abandon Hualao, it would undoubtedly provoke Mr. Li's wrath. After all, Mr. Li was a benefactor to both Little White Tiger and Old Nine, making such a betrayal morally reprehensible. Their discussion was abruptly interrupted by Hua Xiao's anguished voice, which echoed from outside as he could no longer endure the stench. "Let me in, you bastards. If you have demands, just state them." Little White Tiger raised an eyebrow, while Chow Worm hastily retreated into the snow. Shortly thereafter, he returned, dragging a frostbitten Hua Xiao into the room. The contrast between Hua Xiao's current disheveled state and his earlier composure was stark. His mouth bore wounds that had been hastily treated, and though he was an awakened being, and thus largely unharmed, disfigurement was an unavoidable consequence. "What do you want from me? Are you seeking ransom? If so, you must allow me to call my family." Hua Xiao shifted closer to the charcoal fire, expressing his discontent with a complaint about the utter disregard for decorum. He perceived them as kidnappers, entirely dismissing any other possibilities. Lao Jiao exhaled a plume of smoke and, with an air of seasoned wisdom, inquired whether their motive for abducting him was not for monetary gain, but rather to extract information about where Lao Ding had concealed the goods. "What the hell?" Hua Xiao was taken aback. Incredulity etched across his face as he stared at Lao Jiao. "You intend to target Lao Ding? Why involve me?" To Hua Xiao, the battle on the ground was a struggle for the privilege of being his family's right-hand man. Should they lay hands on him, it would irrevocably sever ties with the Hua family. "Who do you think you are?" he continued. "You swagger down the street with your bodyguards, and Lao Ding himself sees you off. We thought you were his father," mocked Xiao Baihu. You are." Xiao Baihu, though brash, Hua Xiao was not devoid of intelligence. As he mentally reviewed his list of enemies of Hualao, he swiftly identified the individuals before him. The young man exuded ferocity and operated without regard for the law. Piecing together the rumors circulating outside, Hua Xiao was now certain that one of the figures before him was indeed Xiao Baihu. "You're not as foolish as you appear," Xiao Baihu remarked, patting Hua Xiao on the head. "I presumed you lot were only good for debauchery." Hua Xiao evaded the playful gesture, retorting, "I am not a fool. Your actions against Lao Ding are merely to curry favor with the Li family, flexing your muscles in the ice mansion. But if you dare to target me directly, have you considered the consequences?" Before Hua Xiao could further boast, Lao Jiao delivered a sharp slap across his face. The already injured Hua Xiao grimaced in pain, baring his teeth. "My friend, we are unlike old Ding. He willingly plays the part of a dog. We are not mere pawns in Mr. Li's game. Should you meet your demise, I shall present your severed finger to your esteemed father and demand a hefty sum for my escape. Care to wager?" With a sly grin, the worm nonchalantly retrieved the chainsaw from his bag, the very tool that had severed Ailang's head, and carelessly tossed it to the ground. Old Zhou's expression remained impassive as he fixed his gaze upon Hua Xiao. The latter felt a chill run down his spine. Old Zhou's demeanor was far from jovial. Were Old Zhou to have a family and possessions, he might not fear the confrontation. However, both the little white tiger and Old Zhou were individuals who only sought to satisfy their own hunger with little regard for others. Essentially, they held no leverage. Such individuals, when cornered, could indeed resort to lethal measures. After much hesitation, Hua Xiao resolved against taking unnecessary risks, for in the eyes of the Hua family, Old Ding's life held little value. With the goods absent from the city, Hua Xiao sat up and declared with solemnity, "I ask you, will you release me?" Bang! Hua Xiao recoiled, making his final demand. "I do not wish to be confined in the pigsty any longer. Grant me a more agreeable chamber. And I am quite famished." Having lived a life of luxury, the young master of the Hua family had never encountered such circumstances, and he now despondently sought to improve his situation. Noticing no objections from the others, Hua Xiao requested a cigarette. "The goods will be leaving the city tonight." After smoking half a cigarette, Hua Xiao discarded it. "A group of enigmatic individuals intends to exchange an extraordinary item for our cargo. My father places great importance on this matter, and at this hour, Old Ding's men should be en route for the transaction." Upon finishing his statement, Hua Xiao shrugged helplessly. "This is all I know." The other's eyes brightened. Was this not an opportunity? Once the goods were secured, what was there to fear from Old Ding? With a stroke of luck, they might even cast the blame onto the Hua family. As the work commenced, Xiao Fei stood up and clapped his hands on Lao Hei's back, signaling the operation at the gates of Ice City. Lao Ding directed 5 trucks to slowly pass through the checkpoint. The city gates would close at 6 o'clock, yet Lao Ding's cargo was too sensitive, necessitating nocturnal departures. The squad leader tasked with guarding the city gate nodded, content, as he counted the cash in his hand. "Thank you, Lao Ding. We're all brothers here. There's no need for such pleasantries. Once I finish this busy spell, we shall adhere to our usual custom, an indulgent night on the town," Lao Ding remarked, amiably patting the squad leader's shoulder as they exchanged knowing smiles. A gust of cold wind swept through, lifting the tarpaulin on the truck. The cargo area was reinforced with steel bars, within which a group of emaciated children crouched in fear, peering out at the world beyond. "Brother, let me go this time," Hong Mao urged, accompanied by a contingent of 30 or so individuals, as he approached in a convoy of off-road vehicles. Previously, such tasks were entrusted to a Lang, who had established connections outside the city. With a Lang now gone, Lao Ding intended to personally oversee the transport. "Hong Mao, it's too perilous out there. During these tumultuous times, I shall undertake this journey myself," Lao Ding replied, shaking his head, his nostalgia for a Lang intensifying. "Boss, a Lang guided me along this path. We've managed dealings with various gangs along the way. It will be fine," Hong Mao reassured, though he understood all too well the precariousness of his position following a Lang's demise. Thus, he felt compelled to take on this daunting responsibility. He was acutely aware of the dangers outside the city. Lao Ding could only negotiate with a handful of established groups, while those who operated on the principle of an eye for an eye refused to accept payment. Furthermore, there were unyielding bandits like Xiao Fei, rendering the outside world rife with uncertainty. "Old Ding, perhaps it is best if you refrain from venturing outside the city. I have heard that you have had quite the altercation with those ruffians beyond the city limits. That fellow possesses some influence out there. So it would be wise not to take unnecessary risks," the kind-hearted captain of the city guard advised. Old Ding glanced at his comrades before him, noting their elevated spirits, and hesitated for a moment. At this juncture, Old Ding remained unaware that he had already been betrayed by his own young master. Chapter 37. The Heist, Erguay Mountain. The Prince's Temple. Red-haired, anxious, and laden with goods, he finally arrived at the designated trading location. From a distance, he could see a dozen men clad in down jackets and wearing dogskin hats standing at the dilapidated temple's entrance. In these times, down jackets were a rarity. The common folk typically donned only thin cotton garments. This temple was a remnant of a bygone era, now reduced to a mere shell. As it was Red-haired's first solo delivery, he sat in the front vehicle, palms pressed together in prayer towards the temple. "Brother, we have arrived," the driver announced as he brought the vehicle to a halt. Red-haired, grasping his firearm, leaned out of the window and inquired, "Which deity do I have the honor of addressing? In the heavens, there are 3 golden crows. On the earth, 5 yellow fiends." This was both a secret code and a formal introduction. Red-haired donned a thick cotton coat, hunching his neck and crossing his arms into his sleeves as he alighted from the vehicle. The other brothers of Old Ding remained vigilant, their eyes fixed intently on red-haired. Any hint of unusual behavior would prompt them to open fire. After all, in the realm beyond the city, treachery among the wicked was commonplace. Fortunately, the opposing party was genuinely interested in conducting a transaction. The leader of the men extended a cigarette to red-haired, saying, "You've worked hard, brother." "Too kind. It is my duty," red-haired replied cautiously, refraining from accepting the offered cigarette and discreetly stowing it away in his pocket. "What of the goods?" he inquired. The leader of the group clapped his hands over the box he held and slightly pried it open. On that pitch-black night, the world was suddenly illuminated as if it were broad daylight. A golden light streamed from the crevice of a box, through which one could faintly discern a longbow lying quietly within. The leader of the Sanyang Society cast a glance at the distant truck. The exchange proceeded smoothly, and the 5 awakened members of Sanyang Society harbored no concerns about any tricks from the red-haired man. The truck driver leaped into the off-road vehicle, delivering the truck directly to the other party. The latter lifted the tarpaulin, revealing a truck filled with children, their bodies shivering in the cold. The members of Sanyang Society nodded in satisfaction, devoid of any trace of compassion. The other party responded with a perfunctory nod and swiftly climbed into their vehicle, each driving off in different directions. "Boss, we've got it," the red-haired man reported triumphantly to Lao Ding, calculating that upon the completion of this task, all future deliveries would be entrusted to him. Perhaps he could even ascend to the higher echelons of the Flower Master. This job was essentially for the Flower Master. If successful, there would be no reward, and any mishap would be solely his responsibility. "Thank you, Brother Hai. Brother Hai is formidable." The flattery from the younger members poured in. It turned out that venturing outside the city was not as perilous as they had imagined. Who would be foolish enough to rob someone in the dead of winter? Suddenly, with a loud thud, the red-haired man collided with the windshield. "Damn it. How do you drive?" he exclaimed in exasperation, slapping the driver twice. The driver, instead of recoiling from the blows, trembled and pointed ahead. The road lay shrouded in darkness, the car's headlights barely illuminating a few meters ahead amidst the howling wind. Through the dim light, it became apparent that there were figures moving up ahead. No. Could it be an ambush? The driver swallowed hard. The red-haired man hastily retrieved a firearm from the back seat, illuminating the surroundings with high beams, exclaiming, "Let me see who dares to cross my path." As the bright lights flickered on, he felt a chilling sensation run down his spine. Snowflakes drifted through the air, and along the desolate road stood a row of men clad in raincoats. The narrow path, barely wide enough for 3 vehicles to pass side by side, was occupied by a dozen figures standing in formation. In the pitch-black night, they resembled malevolent spirits emerging from the depths of hell, silently enduring the biting winds. "Brothers, which road are you from?" the red-haired man stammered, trembling as he fished out a roll of cash from his pocket and tossed it to the ground, offering, "Please, have some tea." The leader of the group shifted his stance, kicking the cash aside, and slowly raised his head. From beneath the raincoat's hood, a man with a cigarette obscured his face, revealing only the lower half. "Damn it," thought the red-haired man. "There aren't many of them. We can take action." He inhaled deeply, tightening his grip on the gun, prepared to retaliate at the slightest movement from the opposition. As the adversaries remained motionless, he began to issue commands through the walkie-talkie. His subordinates jumped from their vehicles, brandishing weapons aimed at the opposing group. "Brothers, shift your positions. I'll offer 50,000. The red-haired man urged, reluctant to engage in conflict with outsiders. The leader pulled back his raincoat hood, causing the red-haired man's eyes to widen in shock. It was the very youth known as Bone, who had caused a ruckus at the Alang KTV. One by one, Bone's companions removed their hoods, revealing themselves as the younger brothers of the notorious Old Nine. "Son of ABTCH, it's you," the red-haired man shouted, only to be met with the sight of Bone raising an RPG. This relic from the days before the Great Disaster was, surprisingly, in impeccable condition. Although uncertain whether the chamber would explode, it was evident that the red-haired man was intimidated. Bone spat out the smoke from his mouth. "Who do you think you are scaring? 10 of you dare to confront us, a crowd of dozens? Do you not know how to spell death?" The red-haired man leaped from the vehicle, feigning bravado while pointing to his own head, as if daring an attack. Suddenly, a shell whizzed past his head, thankfully. It was slightly off target. The RPG struck the crowd behind him, resulting in a moment of chaos and casualties. The red-haired man stood frozen, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Had it veered just an inch more, his skull would have been shattered. "Damn it, these kids are truly insane," he murmured to himself, even forgetting to retaliate. Where's the gunfire? Xiaofeng turned and shouted. Those from Heianai Mountain, show yourselves and rally our allies. Gunfire erupted from both sides of the road as dozens of strong men rose from the snowy ground. In the frigid temperatures, buried beneath the snow, the resolve of these bandits was unmistakable. The group led by the red-haired man was caught off guard, each scrambling to find cover. Just as the red-haired man intended to dive back into the vehicle, Bone made a running leap onto the hood, shattering the windshield with an axe. A dozen young men brandishing axes squeezed their way into the car, even striking at the red-haired man through the window. The driver was swiftly dragged from the vehicle by Xiaofeng. You're not worthy of being cut down by me. Kneel properly. The red-haired man attempted to retreat to the back seat, but all 4 doors were flung open, and Bone and the others surged into the cramped space. Within that confined area, the red-haired man managed to fire only 2 shots before his palm was cleaved by an axe. Damn it, Piglet, did you call for help? Still pretending to be tough? Within mere seconds, the red-haired individual had sustained numerous lacerations, crimson splatters adorning the interior of the vehicle. What a disgrace. Is this the level of the city dwellers? All of them are on their knees as the assailants discard the body onto the ground. And Xiao Fei's men surge onto the street. In a bid to ambush them, Xiao Fei dispatched over 100 men without hesitation. As the flames of conflict subsided, the desolate wilderness echoed only with the anguished pleas of the red-haired victim. Ultimately, it was a minor leader among Xiao Fei's subordinates who intervened, pulling a few bloodthirsty youths away. Do not kill him. The boss said he might be useful. The minor leader directed his men while remaining vigilant against the few still eager to strike. The barely conscious red-haired man was dragged from the vehicle, and the minor leader kicked him, demanding, "Where are the goods?" I do not know," the red-haired man retorted defiantly. The minor leader turned to his associates, instructing, "Continue the interrogation." "Don't." The red-haired man's voice rose in fear. "Keep them away from me." Meanwhile, on another front, 5 large trucks sped along the road. The awakened members of the Sanyang Society dozed off in the back of the trucks, completely oblivious to the gunfight occurring elsewhere. The icy roads beyond were even more treacherous than those they had traversed. The 2 awakened individuals in the lead truck huddled in their seats, wrapped in a small blanket. Suddenly, the truck jolted violently as the driver struggled to maintain control, gripping the steering wheel tightly to prevent the vehicle from veering off the road. After narrowly stabilizing the truck, the awakened passenger in the front seat reached out to stop the driver from exiting. "Something's off. Do not disembark." Through the rearview mirror, the awakened individual observed the ground strewn with spikes. Outside the city, the only people who would ambush vehicles were of a certain ilk. In the darkness, a voice declared, "There are people ahead," as another awakener pointed into the distance. 3 figures gradually approached, emerging from the shadows. "Beware, awakeners," cautioned the one inside the lead vehicle, communicating through a walkie-talkie with his companions. As the trio stepped into the beam of the headlights, their appearances became discernible. One was a towering youth, his muscles prominently defined. Another sported a casual hairstyle, hands carelessly tucked into his pockets, and the last wore 2 twisted braids, exuding an air of defiance. The subtle yet palpable aura of danger emanating from them conveyed to those inside the vehicle that they too were awakeners. "Brother, we arrived in haste and were unaware that this road was claimed. What will it take to settle matters?" inquired the lead awakener of the Sanyang Association. Removing his dogskin hat and addressing the young white tiger. "Gold, goods, lives, all must be surrendered," the young white tiger replied, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth as he gestured towards the adversary's vehicle. The Sanyang awakener furrowed his brow. The precision with which their opponents mentioned goods and gold indicated that they had been observing them for some time. "Brother, can you bear the consequences of crossing us?" the Sanyang awakener proclaimed, revealing his identity, Heavenly Golden Crow, and grounding it in his pride. "Shut up, you bird. Either fly away or quit your idle chatter," Old Joe interjected, cutting through the tension. Realizing his reputation failed to intimidate the opposition, the Sanyang awakener exhaled heavily, steeling himself for combat. 5 awakeners disembarked from their vehicle, advancing towards the trio. Both sides standing face to face, the atmosphere thick with hostility. "Brother, we cannot yield," one of the opponents remarked, casting a wary glance at the roadside. Fearful of hidden ambushes, Old Joe erupted in a torrent of curses. "I have loathed your kind all my life, trading lives as if they were mere commodities. This is a matter of life and death." The young white tiger and Lao Joe both hail from orphan backgrounds, and upon seeing these children, they are reminded of their former selves. Thus, Both for personal and altruistic reasons, they feel compelled to seize this batch of goods. I apologize, but today you must perish. The three individuals began to stretch their limbs with a sense of seriousness. As negotiations faltered, Lu Gu slowly drew his longsword, revealing the formidable aura of the trio. The other four were also at the second awakening level. Xiao Fei disdainfully curled his lip, saying, "You all stand aside and watch as I simmer these little golden crows into a broth. At the very least, they are at the peak of the third awakening. Lao Si, Lao Wu, you take the gold and depart first to seek out Master Hua." The pressure exerted by Xiao Fei was overwhelming, prompting Lu Gu to instruct his brothers to rally support while he engaged the adversary, hoping for a glimmer of survival. Lu Gu moved. With a thunderous shout, Lu Ji's long sword emitted an eerie red glow, aiming straight for Xiao Fei's face. Simultaneously, the other two awakened ones launched their attacks, knowing Xiao Fei was the main threat. They targeted him directly, one summon-type awakener and two enhancement-type. The trio executed their assault with remarkable synergy. Lu Ji's crimson light blinded Xiao Fei and his companions, while the other two focused on striking at Xiao Fei's lower half. With a resounding impact, their combined attack pierced through Xiao Fei. In a dramatic turn, Xiao Fei's faltering body transformed into a wisp of white smoke. Smoke Demon. Both the young white tiger and Lao Jiu's expression sharpened. The origin of the name Smoke Demon became clear. Elemental type? Lu Gu, taken aback by Xiao Fei's transformation into smoke, pondered. Not elemental, but a rare elemental type smoke. Xiao Fei's voice resonated from behind them. Turning to the source, they discovered Xiao Fei had mysteriously appeared at their rear, a smile gracing his face. You all pursue those two. With one hand casually tucked into his pocket, Xiao Fei chuckled at the little white tiger, cautioning him not to be taken down unexpectedly. The two, who had long been eager for action, exchanged a knowing nod and, without further ado, sprinted towards the distance. Meanwhile, Lu Ji's long sword slipped from his grasp, transforming into a streak of crimson light that raced across the ground towards Xiao Fei. The other two swiftly pursued, lunging at the little white tiger and Lao Jiu. Just as they were about to close the gap, the two enhanced awakeners suddenly halted, clutching their chests in agony. Before they could react, Xiao Fei leaped down from the top of a truck, his foot shattering one of their necks. "Have you inhaled my smoke? Does it feel like your lungs are on fire?" Xiao Fei's smile was cruel. "Is my smoke enjoyable?" Gradually, he spread his palm, white smoke seeping from his pores and coalescing in his hand. As he channeled his energy, the white smoke transformed into black. The toxic fumes spread swiftly, enveloping the area in which they stood. "Hold your breath while you fight," Xiao Fei mused, looking at the two with a sympathetic gaze. "Sometimes I feel my powers are a bit unfair. In the midst of battle, you simply suffocate yourselves, leaving me devoid of the thrill of combat." On the pristine white snow, the four engaged in a life-or-death chase. One of the awakened members from the Sanyang Society sprinted ahead, clutching a box of gold bricks. The two pursuers were closing in fast. "Damn it! How can these two awakens be faster than us?" Lao Jiu roared, unleashing a dragon's roar as he ran closer to the little white tiger. The two brothers exchanged a glance, a silent understanding passing between them. Years of companionship needed no further words. The little white tiger extended his hand to confront him. Lao Jiu seized the white tiger's arm, spinning him in a 360-degree motion and flinging him away like a pancake. The two individuals ahead felt a surge of menacing killing intent. One of them suddenly turned, swiftly forming hand seals. The shadow wolf awakened before the summoner, illuminating a mysterious magic array. Within the expansive array, a colossal 3-meter black-furred wolf leaped forth, lunging at the little white tiger. "Devour him." The summoner of the summoning system sneered. The distance between them was merely 10 meters. The shadow wolf was incredibly swift, reaching the little white tiger in an instant, baring its fangs to bite at his neck. With a roar, a silver-striped tiger erupted from within the little white tiger's body, sinking its teeth into the shadow wolf's head. The two colossal beasts engaged in a fierce struggle. "He's also a summoner," a member of the Sanyang Society exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, another awakened from the Sanyang Society steadied himself, bringing his palms together before forcefully pushing forward. A torrent of flames surged towards the little white tiger from behind. Sensing the intense heat at his back, the little white tiger smirked. Lao Jiu let out a mighty roar, and as the sea of fire was about to engulf him, he suddenly appeared behind the elemental awakened, lifting him and crashing him down to the ground. "How dare you burn my brother?" Lao Jiu's eyes glimmered with a crimson light as he grinned wickedly. In the vast expanse of the snowy terrain, Lao Jiao faced the elemental awakened while the little white tiger confronted the summoner. Initially, the two Sanyang Society awakened were able to suppress their opponents due to their second awakening prowess. But it soon became evident that the two youngsters were growing stronger with each passing moment. The summoned awakening entities are inherently weak. The fifth elder swiftly eliminated this young man, a summoner, who had been calling for assistance from his companions. After a prolonged wait, with no elemental awakeners arriving to aid, the fourth elder turned around, only to be astonished to find the ninth elder pinning their opponent down, delivering a relentless beating. In a burst of flames, the fifth elder lay on the ground, his hands firmly restrained by the ninth elder, his mouth agape. A torrent of fire erupted from the fifth elder's throat, reminiscent of a dragon from the silver screen, surging forth towards the ninth elder. The ninth elder, a white tiger, was taken aback. In his mind, the white tiger heard the voice of the silver-striped tiger, the four great demon ancestors, silver-striped tiger for offense and defense, the old bird for speed, the tortoise for vitality, and the two-headed serpent for elements and mutation. The serpent can absorb all elements and claim them as its own. Everyone watched in shock as the ninth elder's scales emitted wisps of smoke, turning an increasingly vivid red. With a resounding crash, flames erupted from the ninth elder, resembling a hellish inferno. "Goodness, you possess such a skill?" the white tiger exclaimed, utterly astounded. The ninth elder, bewildered, turned around. "I just discovered it myself." Both were newly awakened, possessing only a rudimentary understanding of their abilities. Moreover, the ninth elder lacked the soul of a demon ancestor within him. "Have you finished spewing your flames?" the ninth elder sneered, shoving his hand into the fifth elder's mouth. The flames abruptly ceased. In the fifth elder's terrified gaze, the ninth elder brutally tore out his tongue, blood splattering everywhere. The elemental awakener clutched his mouth in agony. The fourth elder, engaged in combat with the fifth elder, shouted in horror. The fifth elder can no longer speak. "Should I relay your message instead?" The ninth elder raised the severed tongue he held, chuckling. Seizing the opportunity, the white tiger delivered a powerful punch that sent the fourth elder flying. The fourth elder, nearly unscathed after his second awakening, was confronted by the irate white tiger, questioning, "What is my true nature? Why does it feel as though my offensive capabilities are lacking? Wasn't it promised that I would possess both attack and defense? Useless." The silver-striped tiger muttered disdainfully before transforming into a beam of white light that surged into the white tiger's brow. "Relax, allow me," the white tiger intoned, his eyes gleaming with golden light. The shadow wolf, freed from the silver-striped tiger's grasp, lunged at the white tiger with its gaping maw. "Observe closely." The tiger's bone and silver skin. The white tiger roared. In an instant, his upper garments were torn asunder, his fur retracting into his skin, revealing intricate patterns akin to those of the silver-striped tiger. Clang! The shadow wolf's claws raked across the white tiger's skin, producing a sound reminiscent of metal grinding against metal. "What does it feel like?" the silver-striped tiger inquired. "Steel," the white tiger replied, suddenly pivoting and delivering a powerful punch to the shadow wolf, piercing through its chest, sending it crashing heavily to the ground. The fourth elder stared in disbelief at the ninth elder and the white tiger, exclaiming, What type of abilities do you possess?" The display of their powers surpassed his comprehension. The white tiger appeared to be of the summoning type, yet summoners typically lacked physical strength. However, the white tiger's physical prowess far exceeded that of enhancers. The ninth elder seemed to belong to the enhancement category, yet he displayed elemental immunity. The fourth elder felt as though his worldview was shattering. "Behold, this technique is a closely guarded secret of the silver-striped tiger clan." The silver-striped tiger manipulated the white tiger's body, both claws curving simultaneously as a wave of spatial distortion began to manifest. "Space, it cannot be. Impossible." The fourth elder's eyes widened in astonishment. The spatial abilities belong to an enigmatic category, exceedingly rare, and humanity has not comprehended them thoroughly for centuries. The silver-striped tiger's claws can rend the fabric of space, disregarding any form of defense. With a low growl, the silver-striped tiger lunged forward with a resounding crash, its form akin to a cannonball colliding with the fourth elder. Little wolf." In a moment of desperation, the fourth elder called upon the shadow wolf for assistance. A dark silhouette swiftly appeared before him, the shadow wolf baring its teeth at the silver-striped tiger. "Rend the heavens." The silver-striped tiger roared, its claws carving 5 silver streaks in the air, tearing apart the space they traversed. Without encountering any resistance, the shadow wolf's body was split asunder by the rending space. The claws pierced through the shadow wolf, leaving 5 crimson gashes upon the chest of the fourth elder. With a thud, the exhausted silver-striped tiger collapsed onto the ground. The 5 silver claw marks lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. The fourth elder knelt in disbelief. Meanwhile, the fifth elder had succumbed to madness. Grasping the body of the ninth elder with both arms, he ignited his life force, channeling all his energy into flames that surged into the ninth elder. This is not good, he thought, realizing he was attempting to overcharge the ninth elder. The silver-striped tiger cautioned that the double-headed serpent scales had a limited capacity for elemental absorption. The ninth elder could not assimilate too much at once, lest he risk exploding from within. As anticipated, the ninth elder's face contorted in agony, a mask of suffering overtaking him. A sound echoed as one of the scales fractured. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of scales shattering filled the air. The silver-striped tiger weakly cried out, "Let go, or you'll burst." He yearned to assist, but the energy consumption from being occupied by the silver-striped tiger rendered him nearly incapable of standing. Old Gio's face flushed red as he stubbornly shook his head, declaring that today he would witness who would perish first. Little White Tiger, on the verge of tears, realized that Old Gio's madness had returned. Whenever he succumbed to his insanity, no amount of persuasion could sway him. He was determined to die fighting. Old Wu visibly wasted away. Yet he too was putting on a brave front. Time lingered on, and Old Gio's scales cracked, blood seeping from beneath his skin. A smile crept across Old Wu's face. Old Gio was finally reaching his limit. Old Gio, with Little White Tiger desperately crawling towards him, turned in confusion and grinned, proclaiming that he would outlast his opponent today. With a fierce shout, Old Wu chose to self-destruct in his final moments, a violent blaze illuminating the night sky and consuming Old Gio in its fury. Little White Tiger collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. Amidst the searing inferno, a dragon-esque roar resonated across the heavens. The world transformed. Dark clouds obscured the blood-red moon as thunder rumbled and lightning cracked across the sky. No, it can't be. Old Sea, barely clinging to life, murmured about awakening. The second awakening. Why would it provoke such celestial phenomena? Each awakening for those with powers is a reinforcement or mutation of their abilities. Yet, there exists one awakening that summons extraordinary omens, the ninth awakening, which occurs only when humanity steps into the realm of demigods. A ninth-tier powerhouse, a being of divine flesh. The second awakening of Old Gio had conjured celestial anomalies, a phenomenon unheard of. A serpent, as thick as a red thigh and stretching over 10 meters, soared into the sky, welcoming the onslaught of lightning. Was that a dragon? Little White Tiger stared in astonishment at the writhing serpent above. Resembling neither dragon nor serpent, it bore the head of a snake devoid of horns, its belly swollen in 4 places. Suddenly, a colossal bolt of lightning struck the serpent's body. With a cacophony, the scales began to shed, particularly around the head. Again, a second thunderclap resounded, eliciting a mournful wail from the creature as golden scales began to sprout from its head. A third bolt of lightning gathered ominously in the sky. Yet Old Nine's serpent, now drained of strength, collapsed, transforming into a crimson light that entered Old Nine's body. It was over. Old Nine's mortal form could not withstand the heavenly wrath. The silver-striped tiger gasped in astonishment. The impending strike assured Old Nine's demise. Helplessly, he gazed upward, resigned to his fate, and self-mockingly uttered, "If you dare, strike me down." With that, Old Nine slowly raised his middle finger to the heavens. A thunderous roar echoed as the white and purple lightning surged toward him. Iron Brother, we're finished. The Little White Tiger, barely clinging to life, suddenly sprang to his feet and lunged at Old Nine. "Have you lost your mind?" The silver-striped tiger exclaimed in fury. "That's my brother. If he dies, I die with him." The Little White Tiger bellowed. "Old Nine, don't even think about abandoning me." With a resounding crash, the two brothers collided, gasping for breath. Old Nine retorted, "You're the one seeking death. I'll die alongside you." The Little White Tiger grinned. Their gazes locked, a silent understanding passed between them. In this dire moment, neither would forsake the other. Curse it all, be it heavenly or earthly thunder. They both defiantly raised their middle fingers to the sky. Leaning against one another for support, they howled in unison, their voices echoing in a fierce dragon's roar and a tiger's lament. "Brother, let us embark on this journey together." As the sky illuminated, the bolt of lightning descended slowly. Before the thunder strikes, the ground has already turned to scorched earth. Chapter 40, The Weeping Blood Bow. Roar. Time seems to stand still, filled with the boundless passion of the two brothers. With a brother by one side, what fear is there of the heavenly wrath? Brother who, Brother Jill. In the distance, Haga rushes forward with his comrades, disregarding all danger. Stay back. Lao Jiao and the little white tiger are taken aback. Yet, how could these brothers, who grew up together, allow them to face peril alone? Damn it, if you have the guts, come and strike us down together. Damn it. Hagu pulls the trigger towards the sky. Rat-a-tat-tat. The brothers shield the two, as bullets rain down. The dense barrage of bullets ascends into the heavens, declaring war against the skies. Though it is all in vain and death is inevitable, everyone laughs heartily at the heavens. What is mere life and death to them? Together in life and death. Ha ha ha. Let us be brothers in the next life too. How exhilarating. The little white tiger's eyes brim with tears with brothers like these. What does it matter how harsh the world may be? In this frigid apocalypse, these brothers are his only warmth. Yet, he cannot accept it. He cannot allow his brothers to perish in such a pitiful manner. Unbeknownst to him, an unparalleled desire for survival rises within. Lao Jiao feels the same. Silver-striped tiger. Are you going to watch me die? The little white tiger roars, considering it a plea. What does it mean to hide within my body? Whatever happens, we bear it together. Come out. Lao Jiao thrusts his hand into his chest, pulling out the serpent forcefully. Go. Roar. At the moment the little red serpent is cast out, its body expands, and a massive serpent as thick as a barrel lunges towards the heavenly thunder. On the other side, the silver-striped tiger let out a furious roar as it burst forth from the body of the little white tiger. One tiger and one flood dragon charged towards the heavenly thunder. Protect Brother Tiger. Protect Brother Nine. A dog-like figure tackled the little white tiger and Brother Nine to the ground. The brothers piled on top of the two, attempting to shield them from impending doom. With a thunderous crash, the heavenly thunder collided with the tiger and the flood dragon. The sky illuminated, and a blinding white light rendered everyone sightless. The roar of thunder filled the air as the malevolent flood dragon and the silver-striped tiger felt their skin tear inch by inch, emitting anguished howls. The flood dragon's scales shattered, while flames engulfed the silver-striped tiger. At last, the heavenly thunder diminished in size, penetrating the tiger and the flood dragon. Most of the thunder's power was neutralized by the two beasts, yet the slender thread of lightning remained deadly. In a moment of dire urgency, the box containing the wild artifact opened. Golden light flickered, revealing a bough that fell beside the little white tiger. The massive bough, nearly 2 meters in length, bore the inscription Weeping Blood Bough in crimson letters, proclaiming its ability to unleash devastation through blood. Damn it, how infuriating. You dare strike me, yet I can slay you. Brother Nine pushed the crowd aside and grasped the Weeping Blood Bough from the ground. The little white tiger was ignited by Brother Nine's fervor, its fighting spirit awakened. To hell with this. I shall fight you. Together, they gripped the bough, aiming it at the celestial thunder above. Even if you are heaven, I defy you. With all their might, they slowly drew back the bowstring. Sensing the collective fury of the crowd, the golden arrow began to voraciously absorb their blood. The gathered blood gradually coalesced into a blood-red arrow. With a thunderous roar, the heavenly thunder surged through the two beasts. Bang! The brothers roared as they released their final arrow, a defiant stand against fate. This was their ultimate resilience, the last bond between them. The crimson arrow transformed into a streak of red light, soaring into the heavens. The clash of the red and white beams sent tremors through the earth, tearing the ground apart and unleashing a colossal shockwave that sent everyone flying. As the expended energy of the heavenly thunder struck the ground, all consciousness was instantaneously lost. In the Ice Palace City, at the Hua residence, panic ensued. Master Hua, something terrible has happened. The anxious steward rushed into the flower chamber. Master Hua cast an irritated glance at the elderly man who had served him for decades, admonishing him once more to remain calm in times of crisis. Gasping for breath, the steward stammered, "The young master has been abducted, the goods have been stolen, and there are no survivors." What? Master Hua incredulously scratched his ear. Repeat that. The members of the Sanyang Society were attacked, and there are no living witnesses. They suspect us. Upon hearing the steward's trembling report, Master Hua erupted in fury. Damn it. What treachery is this? It was evident that the culprits were the likes of the little white tiger and his associates. Few possessed the capability to ambush both him and the Sanyang Society outside the city. Only those like Xiao Fei had the motive to raid their cargo. Master Hua. The Sanyang Society boasts numerous skilled fighters. Should we not seek out Ming Wang and the others? The Sanyang Society, a gang that emerged alongside the apocalypse, was born from the Blood Moon's descent, as people yearned for sunlight. Its purpose was to resist the transmuters. However, as the transmuters were gradually expelled, The Sanyang Society's mission shifted towards the pursuit of power and the plundering of wealth. It has now evolved into a formidable force. If the 5 overlords of the Ice Mansion could unite against a common foe, would we still need to cower within the city? The Flower Master shook his head in resignation. When the Nalan family lost over 100 members, we refused to intervene. Do you think they would care about me now? In fact, the young master was kidnapped yesterday. The butler's face turned crimson. The driver and bodyguards fled in fear of accountability. And it was only today that we realized the situation. The Flower Master stared incredulously at the butler. It was utterly absurd that they only discovered his son had been missing for a day. The butler, with a heavy heart, kept his gaze lowered, unable to meet the Flower Master's eyes. Their young master spent nearly every night in nightclubs, making it difficult to notice his absence promptly. After a moment of contemplation in the flower house, the Flower Master let out a sigh of understanding. This explained everything. The little white tiger had captured Gue and extracted information regarding the transaction, then proceeded to seize the goods. However, if Gue was kidnapped, who would handle the transaction? The Flower Master knew his son all too well. He was a typical pushover, unable to keep secrets. Yet, with the person responsible for the transaction abducted, who would deliver the goods? The Flower Master widened his tiger-like eyes in disbelief at the thought of such audacity. Theoretically, such a significant transaction would never involve Lao Ding, as he had always been an outsider. Furthermore, the rare treasures were of utmost value. Should Lao Ding harbor ill intentions and claim them for himself, the Flower family would suffer greatly. This Lao Ding had become somewhat arrogant in recent years. Now in the Western District, he no longer acknowledged the Flower family. The butler added sourly, "The speaker may be indifferent, but the listener is attentive. Perhaps Lao Ding bore no malice, but what about his group of underlings?" After prolonged use, it was time to replace the gloves. The Flower Master, with an air of nonchalance, remarked on his audacity to intervene in matters, as if to suggest that he was merely a gardener oblivious to the darker aspects of life. The butler, discerning the implications of the Flower Master's words, inquired if he should make arrangements. However, the Flower Master was unperturbed by the thought of Xiao Fei potentially harming his son. After all, Old Ding's demise would merely equate to the loss of a loyal dog for the Flower family. Yet, the death of his biological son would leave no room for negotiation. Mr. Li would never permit Old Gio and his associates to eliminate the Flower Master. The butler, with a furtive glance at the Flower Master, pondered the implications of Old Ding's departure as the local underworld leader, who would assume command in his absence. The Flower Master, preoccupied with the troubles of the Sanyang Society, failed to notice the butler's barely concealed smirk. In Chapter 41, Awakening of the Collective, in the only clinic of Black Mountain Town, Xiao Baihu, Old Gio, Hai Doc, Xiao Foam, Bone, and Worm lay in neat rows upon the beds, their garments in tatters and their bodies covered in a dark sheen. Strangely, their life force surged rapidly, surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Xiao Fei leaned against the bedside, vexed as he muttered, "They should not have pursued the awakened ones." The circumstances surrounding Xiao Baihu and the others remained a mystery after Xiao Fei dealt with the awakened members of the Sanyang Society. A sudden anomaly in the heavens transpired. Upon his arrival, he witnessed the tempest of heavenly tribulation. What on earth was happening? The true authority of Black Mountain Town. The old master hastily entered the room, relying on his cane for support. The ferocity of the heavenly thunder was such that it was a miracle Xiao Baihu and the others were not reduced to ashes. The old master fixed his gaze upon Worm's darkened visage, a shiver coursing through him. "Xiao Fei, do you see any energy emanating from them?" Qi is a unique energy entity possessed by the awakened, essential for the execution of martial arts and the activation of extraordinary abilities. It can be likened to the internal force embodied by ancient heroes, representing a distinct type of energy. An elderly and a youthful awakened stood fixated on the earthworm, and after several confirmations, they couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. Could it be that the earthworm has awakened? Is that even possible? The annual awakening ceremony has yet to commence. The two exchanged bewildered glances as they observed the youthful figures before them, each encircled by a halo of qi. This astonishing scene left even the seasoned veterans at a loss. What on earth is happening? Xiao Fei gently prodded the earthworm's head, wondering how it could awaken without the ceremony. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, the elder proposed a possibility. Awakening is essentially the stimulation of latent potential within the human body. The awakening ceremony gathers energy from the heavens to refine the body and unleash this potential. Perhaps, by sheer chance, they had inadvertently tapped into their capabilities when struck by heavenly thunder. The two exchanged glances, unable to conceive of any other explanation. The energy amassed from the heavens is as ferocious as heavenly thunder. Indeed, the power of thunder far surpasses that of the sky. The heavens are a construct of humanity, designed to shield against the blood moon's rays and to absorb sunlight, thereby harnessing energy to unlock human potential. This is indeed a stroke of fortune. The elder mused, remarking that for an ordinary person, even 100 lives would be insufficient to withstand such a fate. As they conversed, a dozen or so blue energy entities emerged from within the earthworm, their semi-transparent forms rising gently like balloons. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the ceiling erupted as it collided with the energy entities. What on earth just happened? Xiao Fei hastily ordered his subordinates to remove the little white tiger and the others from the room. As his men encountered the high dog, a strange cry erupted, and their palms burned with an unusual heat. The high dog was enveloped in an enigmatic blue flame, a peculiar phenomenon belonging to the elemental category of fire. Frustration welled within Xiao Fei as he exerted considerable effort to toss everyone into the snow outside the door, his heart a tumult of emotions. In an astonishing turn of events, these youths had all become awakened once, a feat with a mere 1% probability. The notion of a collective awakening was unheard of. What on earth? Look! A frightened subordinate pointed towards the youth on the ground. Before the astonished eyes of the gathered crowd, the figures of the boys began to fade. Within mere breaths, they vanished from sight. No, they have disappeared. Xiao Fei and the old man wore grave expressions. It was perfectly normal for ordinary people not to see, but as awakened ones. Xiao Fei and his companions distinctly perceived an eerie energy emanating from Lao Jiao, spreading throughout the courtyard. A thin veil of grayish-white mist enveloped everyone's eyes. Illusion, Xiao Fei remarked, his lips twitching. The little ghost, even in unconsciousness, could subconsciously manipulate the illusion to protect his brothers. Damn it, the old man grumbled in dissatisfaction. This was Lao Jiao's self-defense mechanism, yet what astonished Xiao Fei and the others was the fact that Lao Jiao was already an awakened one. After much contemplation, the two arrived at a perplexing conclusion. Lao Jiao had awakened yet another extraordinary ability. A dual awakening, an unprecedented genius in a century for humanity. The old man decisively commanded his subordinates. Throughout the annals of human history, dual awakenings were exceedingly rare, and those who managed to survive and thrive were invariably the pinnacle of humanity. It appears that our Black Mountain town has reached a pinnacle of excitement. The elder, gripping his cane, exclaimed with fervor. Both Old Nine and Little White Tiger have displayed unwavering loyalty, and Black Mountain Town now stands as a quasi-ally to them. In the future, as they rise, one individual's success will elevate the fortunes of all. The town resounded with joyous laughter, and sporadically, individuals discharged firearms as if they were firecrackers. Little Fei's subordinates congregated in the mayor's courtyard, awaiting Mr. Li's negotiations with the 5 tyrants from the city, which would effectively seal their fate. I'm famished. Please prepare me something to eat, Little Fei requested. In the backyard, Hua Xiao learned of the agreement between Hua Lao and Little Fei, and his pride began to swell. In high spirits, Little Fei personally carried a bowl of dog food into the small shed in the backyard. He remarked, some are born into wealth, while others have never known a full meal. Had it been in the past, Little Fei would not have let Hua Xiao off so easily. But for the sake of Little White Tiger and Old Nine, he found himself compelled to compromise. Both individuals undoubtedly aimed to establish themselves in the city, and Hua Lao's willingness to yield for the sake of his son was the best outcome possible. To eliminate Hua Xiao would result in an unending feud with Hua Lao, a cost too great for the still maturing Little White Tiger to bear. Hua Xiao, with an air of arrogance, proclaimed, "This matter is far from over, just wait." With a sly grin, he added, "I was referring to the Sanyang Society. If they discover that you have seized the goods, you will find no respite." "Then you need not concern yourself," Little Fei replied nonchalantly, his hands tucked into his pockets as he sauntered out of the shed. As the door swung open once more, a gust of cold wind swept in. Hua Xiao shrank back, chuckling with his eyes closed. "Perhaps you should plead with me. I might be inclined to speak favorably on your behalf before the Sanyang Society." A figure cast a shadow over the light above Hua Xiao's head. Noticing the silence, Hua Xiao leisurely opened his eyes. A middle-aged man, sporting a side-parted hairstyle with one eye entirely obscured by his hair, gazed at him with a gloomy expression. "Nah. Naylan. Uncle Naylan." Hua Xiao swallowed hard, instinctively recoiling. Are you here to rescue me?" Hua Xiao forced a smile. The relationship between the Nalan and Hua families had soured significantly after Hua Lao refused to venture into the city to avenge the Nalan family. Hua Xiao doubted the sincerity of the man's intentions. "No, it's not, uncle." In fear, Hua Xiao opened his mouth wide towards the door. "Help me." The following morning, a severed head was thrown into the Hua residence, and an angry roar echoed throughout the ice mansion. Chapter 42. The attack of Hua Lao in the dead of night in Black Mountain Town. Xiao Baihu awoke leisurely, while Lao Jiao and the others sat up in bed, filled with excitement. All the brothers had awakened, a moment of great joy indeed. In this apocalyptic world, becoming an awakened one meant transcending social strata. Even if they ceased to roam the surface, they could still lead a good life. Before Xiao Baihu could inquire, the entire town erupted in a crimson glow. The sound of bells rang out, and the town was suddenly filled with commotion. "What is happening?" Lao Jiao curiously pushed open the door, colliding with Xiao Fei, who was rushing towards him. "Everyone get up. Hurry, prepare for evacuation." Xiao Fei, drenched in sweat, wore a look of intense anxiety. It was the first time the group had seen Xiao Fei in such a state, as if a great terror was about to invade. This level of mobilization across the town was anything but ordinary. Xiao Fei yanked the worm from the bed, exclaiming, "Hua Yugui died in the woodshed yesterday. His head is missing. The Flower Man has ventured beyond the city to seek vengeance against us," accompanied by Ming Wang Nalan. Black Mountain Town cannot withstand this onslaught and is retreating into the mountains. Lao Jiao and Xiao Baihu exchanged concerned glances. It is customary for the city's powerful figures to remain within its confines. How could the Flower Man dare to step outside? And how could he have met his demise beyond the city limits without cause? Is he not concerned about retribution? Xiaowan, rubbing his drowsy eyes, inquired. Should word reach the formidable warriors beyond the city, an inevitable clash would ensue between the city and its outskirts. The warrior beyond the city possesses the extraordinary capability to overpower the 5 tyrants of the Ice Mansion. Times have changed, Xiao Fei lamented. I have received word that the 5 old-timers within the city have cast their votes, the Nalan family, the Flower family, and Ming Wang all support the decision to venture out. Initially, when Nalan sought revenge, it was the Flower Man who opposed vehemently. Now, the situation has shifted. The Flower Man and Nalan are united in their quest for vengeance, and they have enlisted the support of Ming Wang. The opposition from the other 2 families is now of little consequence. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lao Jiao hastily donned his clothes while directing his comrades to prepare for escape. Xiao Fei handed over the blood-soaked bow case to Xiao Baihu, instructing him to secure it and follow closely. The group dashed out of the courtyard as the town's residents began their orderly retreat. It appeared this was not their first large-scale evacuation. The townsfolk exhibited minimal panic, with the youth aiding the elders toward the mountains. Boom, boom, boom. Before long, the enemy had arrived. The winding road outside the town was choked with vehicles, a formidable procession stretching for hundreds of meters. Cursing under his breath, Xiao Fei realized that this method of escape would inevitably lead to their pursuit. "You all go ahead. I'll hold them off," he urged. The awakened individuals in the town were scarce. Intercepting the city's formidable forces was a near impossibility. Remaining behind would surely spell doom. The little white tiger cast a glance at the townsfolk, who were gradually retreating. "I will accompany you," old Gio nodded in agreement. They could not abandon Xiao Fei to merely survive. "They are coming for you," Xiao Fei indicated towards the mountains. "I have already informed the tyrant. Tizi, take care of my family." The townspeople of Black Mountain Town were of the same bloodline. Those who fled were all relatives of Xiao Fei. This deep-rooted kinship was their lifeline for survival outside the city walls. "You seek death alone. I shall accompany you." "Damn it, what is there to fear? Arm yourself." The little white tiger was unwilling to forsake his brother. Leaving Xiao Fei behind would be tantamount to courting death, with no hope of survival. Nalan held a profound grudge against Xiao Fei. As the little white tiger and old Jiao prepared to set an ambush for their brothers, Xiao Fei acted swiftly. In a flash, he rendered the 2 unconscious and commanded, "Worm, take the others away." Sweat dripped from Xiao Fei's forehead as he impatiently shouted, "Don't go and get yourselves killed. We are the thunder you summoned. If anything happens, don't implicate the boss. That's the rule. Leave." "Brother," Worm said with a quavering voice, "I will accompany you." With a sharp slap, Xiao Fei struck Worm's face and retorted, "Accompany your mother. Nalan is coming for me." He bore a deep-seated enmity towards Nalan. Should Nalan fail to find Xiao Fei, he would undoubtedly take his rage out on the townsfolk of Black Mountain. After striking Worm, Xiao Fei, filled with concern, grasped Worm's hair and said, "Little brother, you must protect our loved ones. The town cannot be without an awakened. Our uncle is old. You will have to rely on him in the future. Old Gio and the little white tiger are trustworthy. Follow them closely. Rest assured, there is a tunnel beneath the town. I will definitely make my escape. Now go. From the depths of Black Mud Mountain, armed and resolute. Let the city dwellers witness the true essence of impoverished lands birthing cunning individuals. Bury them all here. With a commanding shout, Xiao Fei summoned dozens of men wielding firearms, surging forth from every alleyway. Damn it, what do the city folk amount to? Let's eliminate them. Xiao Fei, instruct us on how to strike. Indeed, today we will settle the score right here in town. The ruthless bandits of Black Mud Mountain, seasoned in the art of survival amidst bloodshed, were unfazed by such confrontations. Each man seemed invigorated, their eyes glinting with anticipation as the approaching convoy drew nearer. Get lost, Xiao Fei exclaimed, kicking a young man named Earthworm, urging him to live well and with dignity. Earthworm, a young lad, wept profusely, clinging desperately to Xiao Fei's leg, proclaiming, "Brother, I want to leave. I want to stay with you." "Gut, take them away," Xiao Fei commanded after delivering several forceful kicks, turning his gaze to Bone. "Inform Xiao Baihu that Lei Zi will see this job through to the end. He shall forego the final payment. I will shoulder the burden on his behalf. In the future, please look after my family." This act resembled a solemn entrustment, as all understood that Xiao Fei was unlikely to survive. As the three men departed the city, it was uncertain whether the formidable foes outside would be able to withstand the challenge. Xiao Fei chose to remain for Xiao Baihu. For the sake of Heishan Town, Lei Zi had already done his utmost. With a resounding thud, Bone knelt, bowing his head in reverence to Xiao Fei. "Brother Fei, I shall relay your wishes." "Thank you." In unison, the brothers knelt before Lei Zi, showing their unwavering loyalty. "Brothers, today we have received a great favor. And on behalf of my leader, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you. If you are alive tomorrow, I shall treat you to drinks. If not, I shall seek vengeance for you." The Bones are reluctant to depart, yet if they do not, both Old Nine and Little White Tiger will surely perish. Xiao Feng drew out a dagger, and Brother Jiu remarked that one should not lack loyalty. If we flee today, it would be an act of betrayal. However, in order to protect Brother Tiger and Brother Jiu, I ask for your forgiveness for our apparent treachery. We can perish, but Brother Tiger and Brother Jiu must not fall. I am truly sorry. With a swift motion, Xiao Feng severed a finger. According to the rules of the underworld, betrayal warrants 3 cuts and 6 holes. Thus, we shall begin with a single finger today. Your kindness, we shall remember. Your enmity, we shall avenge. Within 3 years. If I do not present the heads of Hua Lao and Na Lan to you, I shall personally come down and bow an apology. The brothers gritted their teeth and chopped off their pinky fingers, casting them onto the ground. One of Xiao Fei's aides grinned, acknowledging the gravity of the situation, while another gently rubbed Bone's head, exclaiming, "Damn it, we are the lazy, we do our jobs for money, and life and death are decreed by fate. This is our code. Remember, the lazy of Heishan Town will never betray their boss." Xiao Fei turned away, no longer glancing at Bone. "Let us go." Bone, enduring the pain, hoisted the worm and ran into the mountains. As the group departed, the once bustling town lay desolate, with only Xiao Fei and his companions remaining. He lit a cigarette and calmly turned to his brothers, asking, "Are you afraid? Fear is but a trifling matter. In these trying times, one might as well embrace an early demise and a swift rebirth." With a wry smile, Xiao Fei expresses his remorse to the gathered crowd, acknowledging his failure to deliver the prosperous life he had promised. "Without you, we would have perished from hunger long ago." With a grin, he remarks, "Why the fuss? Let us embark on this journey together. Right here in Heishan Town, let the city dwellers understand that this place is not so easily conquered." With a grand gesture, Xiao Fei signals his subordinates, who swiftly take their positions, preparing for battle among the houses lining the road. Chapter 43. The assault on Heishan Town. 3 7-seater vehicles glide to a halt at the town's entrance. A contingent of well-uniformed security personnel stands in formation along the roadside. Lao Ding hastens forward to assist Hua Lao in opening the car door. Among the 5 prominent figures of the ice house, 3 have arrived. Hua Lao's feet, clad in luxurious leather boots, emerge from the vehicle. The crowd of hundreds gathered at the town's entrance erupts in unison, calling out his name. Hua Lao, Nalan, and Ming Wang disembark in succession. The grandeur of their arrival is unmistakable, a display befitting the city's elite. Each subordinate stands tall, exuding an extraordinary presence. Ming Wang gazes at Hua Lao's followers, remarking on their formidable strength and robust stature. Hua Lao, slightly proud, tilts his head to survey the town. In the midst of the road, a lone figure stands defiantly before the crowd. Xiao Fei sits nonchalantly on a bench, legs crossed, his cigarette flickering with light and shadow. Undeterred by the menacing stares of a dozen awakened individuals and hundreds of burly men, Xiao Fei's gaze is fixed on Ming Wang. Have you decided to involve yourself in this matter? This is rather uncharacteristic of you. Hua Lao's ability to rally Nalan stems from their shared adversary. However, the Ming king has remained in seclusion, making it seemingly improbable for him to venture beyond the city walls. The Flower Master and Nalan dared to exit the city, relying heavily on the Ming king as their greatest support. As the foremost among the 5 overlords of Ice City, his departure signifies that preparations for conflict with the outside world are underway. The Ming king brushed aside the Flower Master and approached with a serene demeanor, stating, "I have not come for you. What has become of the 2 children?" The Ming king spoke with a deep voice, revealing his intent. Ice Fortress City is not expansive enough to accommodate 6 factions. I must maintain equilibrium within the city, and Li Yaxian must be ousted. For Mr. Li to claim his position at the table, he must decisively eliminate Old Ding to demonstrate his strength. Conversely, should the White Tiger and Old Nine, the individuals Mr. Li has thrust into the limelight, perish, Mr. Li would then be compelled to withdraw. The 5 districts of Ice Fortress correspond perfectly to the 5 overlords, with each one presiding over a respective territory. If Li Yaxian enters the fray, how shall the territories be apportioned? This would inevitably lead to overt and covert strife within the city, potentially unleashing a tempest of bloodshed. If the subordinates engage in conflict, your direct involvement signifies defeat. Xiao Fei sneered disdainfully, discarding his cigarette. You certainly won't be able to find him. I am curious to witness the golden body of the Ming king. Allowing the subordinates to clash is a tacit agreement between Mr. Li and the 5 overlords of Ice Fortress. Regardless of how fierce the battles may become, they maintain their cordiality while simultaneously affirming their prowess. Yet, should the Ming king personally intervene to eliminate Old Nine and the White Tiger, it would equate to a complete rupture with Mr. Li, resolutely denying him entry. I can concede defeat, but Ice Fortress must not descend into chaos. Adding another individual will only exacerbate the turmoil. Li Yaxian will not be content with a mere district. The Ming king sighed, acknowledging that life within the city is fraught with difficulties. I must ensure the tranquility of our realm. Recognizing the Ming king's unwavering resolve, Xiao Fei chose to remain silent. Ming Wang has always considered himself the guardian of the city, a notion that surprises Xiao Fei not in the least. In a fit of righteous indignation, Hua Lao pointed at Xiao Fei and exclaimed, I have already consented to a change. How dare you still harm my family member? Hua Gui, are you out of your mind? Faced with Hua Lao's accusations, Xiao Fei found himself at a loss for words. Hua Gui's demise was shrouded in mystery, particularly as it occurred in the distant Black Mountain town. No matter how many explanations Xiao Fei could muster, they would fall short. He merely shrugged, a grin spreading across his face, and replied, Indeed, you all engage in unspeakable acts right under my very nose. If I do not eliminate you, I cannot reconcile with my conscience. This is Xiao Fei. He does not shy away from confrontation. Even when wronged, he accepts it with composure. Then come at me. What offense has my son committed against you? Hua Lao, having lost 5 of his 8 children, now clung to the remaining ones like treasures. The grief of losing a child is indescribable, yet unexpectedly, Xiao Fei's expression shifted, and he lashed out, Have you spent the money you earned? Since you bear the surname Hua, you must shoulder the burdens of your family's karma. Your grief for your child is palpable, but what of the children of others? Hua Lao's lips twitched in response, left speechless. Nalan stood behind Hua Lao and Ming Wang, wearing an enigmatic smile. Beside Nalan stood the true killer of Hua Xiao and Nalan Xiao. The 2 brothers exchanged glances filled with pride, orchestrating a murder by proxy. Make your move. Do not dawdle. Xiao Fei rose slowly, resolute in his acceptance of inevitable demise, unafraid of the 3 opponents before him. Ming Wang surveyed the surroundings before speaking. Yingu, tell me where those 2 boys are. We can negotiate terms. Negotiate? Will you allow me to leave? Ask the foppish gentleman behind you if he will allow me to be released. Xiao Fei scoffed. Upon hearing Xiao Fei's mocking title, Nalan's expression shifted dramatically. It was common knowledge throughout the Ice Palace that Nalan had suffered injuries that rendered him incapable in certain respects, yet few dared to speak of it so brazenly. You seek your own demise. Today I shall avenge my child. Nalan's voice dripped with a chilling malice, reminiscent of an ancient eunuch's tone. Your child deserved their fate, and your own demise shall be retribution. Xiao Fei, already prepared to embrace death, felt no concern for the five senses that sought to end his life. Ming Wang attempted to persuade Xiao Fei to surrender Lao Jiao and the White Tiger, yet found himself at a loss for words. As Xiao Fei had articulated, their intentions today were solely to kill. He aimed to eliminate Lao Jiao and the White Tiger, while Nalen sought vengeance. And the Flower Man desired to slay Xiao Fei as an explanation for his son and the Sanyang society. It was a deadlock, devoid of resolution. I shall grant you a swift end, Ming Wang sighed, turning his gaze towards Xiao Fei. I respect you as a formidable individual. Xiao Fei, in his 20s, had already attained the 4th level of perception, showcasing an extraordinary aptitude for cultivation. Surrounded by hundreds yet maintaining his composure, he exhibited remarkable courage. Had it not been for the concern that the Flower Man and his allies might harm the citizens of Heishan Town, they would never have been able to capture Xiao Fei. This spoke to his integrity. Such a person commanded Ming Wang's admiration. Have you ever considered that if you do not regard others' children as human, your own may one day face a similar fate? Xiao Fei grinned widely, declaring, today, I shall act as an agent of justice. At this juncture, words were no longer necessary. Nalen, swift and decisive, surged forward, his fingertips shimmering with concealed silver threads of lethal intent. Debow, Airbow, watch closely. Father shall avenge you. Nalen's fingers transformed into claws, wielding silver threads that sliced toward Xiao Fei. The threads were extraordinarily sharp, capable of effortlessly shredding a person to pieces. As Xiao Fei retreated, he expelled a plume of green smoke from his mouth. The moment the smoke made contact with the delicate silver threads, they corroded almost entirely. I shall no longer play with you. Xiao Fei feigned defeat and dashed toward the end of the street. As he prepared to flee, Nalen thundered, if you dare to run, I will hunt down the others in Black Mountain Town. Pursue, commanded Walla, his eyes ablaze with fervor as hundreds surged into the street like a frenzied tide. Observing the enemy's forces advancing into Black Mountain Town, Xiao Fei halted, squinting toward the town's entrance. Walla, Nalen, let today serve as a lesson. Refrain from wandering outside the city without cause. Xiao Fei placed 2 fingers to his mouth and emitted a piercing whistle. Bang, bang, bang. The glass of the houses flanking the street shattered, and figures from Black Mud Mountain leaned out of the windows. Damn it, having arrived, you shall not depart, he proclaimed, seeking to impress upon Walla a lasting reminder. At the street's end, Xiao Fei unleashed a vast cloud of dense green smoke, enveloping a 10-meter radius around himself. This smoke was thick and unyielding, remaining resolute even against the fiercest winds. Nalen, Walla, and Ming Wang stood at the smoke's periphery, hesitant to make a move. Xiao Fei's smoke belonged to a rare elemental category, steeped in enigma. Outside the haze, Walla clasped his hands in a gesture of incantation. A colossal magical array illuminated the area. Within the array, a 5-meter-tall, crimson bloom emerged. The flower was entirely red, its stem stretching 4 to 5 meters long, adorned with merely 2 leaves. The bud gradually unfurled, resembling a colossal beast opening its maw. The petals were adorned with barbed teeth, continuously exuding a viscous substance onto the ground, emitting an unbearable stench. The summoner, a carnivorous flower, bellowed with ferocity. The man-eating plant expelled a putrid yellow liquid, scattering it into the fog. The frozen earth was unexpectedly corroded, creating numerous small holes. Amidst the haze, the smoke beast, Small Fei, commenced a counterattack. Green smoke swiftly coalesced around Small Fei, forming 3 formidable beasts that lunged at the trio. Do not let them touch you. The flower summoner, well-versed in the art of toxins, understood the terrifying nature of the green smoke, which possessed the capability to kill beyond its level. With a firm stance, the 1,000-heavy fist, 3 resonating kings, anchored himself. In an instant, the air throughout the entire street was siphoned away, and with a single punch, the kings unleashed a thunderous roar that shook the very ground. The force of the king's fist was exceptionally domineering, producing a horrifying sound as it struck the air, simultaneously compressing the surrounding atmosphere into cannonball-like projectiles that hurtled towards the colossal beasts. As one fist scattered the green smoke giants, it unrelentingly collapsed a low building behind Small Fei. Seizing the opportunity, Nalen adeptly maneuvered around the giant, extending his palm to grasp Small Fei's arm. 5 silver threads entwined around Small Fei's left arm like serpents. With a piercing cry, Nalen's attack resulted in a spray of blood, as Small Fei's arm was sliced into countless fragments. Before Nalen could revel in his triumph, a substantial amount of green smoke coalesced around Small Fei's left arm, transforming into a colossal hand the size of a thigh. With a resounding crash, the green smoke hand sent Nalen hurtling several meters away. Small Fei, opting for an exchange of injuries, inflicted significant damage upon Nalan. After rolling several times on the ground, Nalan rose with a pallid complexion. A cruel grin etched across his face. Fortunately, if I had come alone today, it is uncertain whether I could have subdued you. The prowess of the fifth sense, indeed. The reputation of the smoker is well-deserved. Ming Wang nodded solemnly. His smoke is peculiar, possessing even the capability for physical assault. Hua Lao also expressed his agreement. Any one of them, should they approach alone, would only achieve a Pyrrhic victory against Xiao Fei. Xiao Fei calmly lit a cigarette, stating, "Give me another decade, and the Ice Palace shall have no business with you." He continued, "Consider yourselves fortunate, yet, two individuals, even more formidable than I, shall soon come seeking your demise." With a slow exhale, Xiao Fei released a plume of smoke that enveloped him, creating a protective barrier. Faced with this smoky domain, the others found themselves at a loss. Ming Wang delivered several punches from a distance, creating a few openings in the smoke, yet they were quickly sealed once more. He was merely stalling for time. Hua Lao discerned Xiao Fei's intention. He was awaiting reinforcements from outside the city. He awaited the arrival of the Overlord. Both Hua Lao and Nalan displayed expressions of apprehension. Concealed within the haze, Xiao Fei scoffed, stating that the fifth sense was merely a fade, and his delay was merely to buy a sliver of hope for the people of Heishan Town. However, a scene soon unfolded that would shatter Xiao Fei's composure. Nalan approached, grinning, with a child of 7 or 8 years in tow. "Brother, I have brought the person," he said, lowering his voice ominously as he cast the child to the ground. "Third uncle," Xiao Fei exclaimed in a voice laced with shock. The individual captured was none other than the third uncle of the worm, compelling Xiao Fei, by familial hierarchy, to address him as such. The third uncle, small in stature yet great in spirit, sat upon the ground, brushing off the dust from his garments. With a grand gesture, he commanded his nephew, "Fight well, and vanquish those rascals." Nalan, with a voice sharp as a eunuch from ancient times, reprimanded fiercely, twisting the silver strands in his grasp towards the third uncle. "What's your intention?" he inquired, as Ming Wang, quick to act, swung his fist, sending the silver strands flying. In a tone of dissatisfaction, Ming Wang replied, "You may slay the drug dealer, but you shall not harm the child." Nalan, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on, roared with a grotesque expression. "All my children are dead. Why should I spare his? Drug dealer, if you do not emerge, I shall crush him," Nalan declared, nearly deranged as he clutched the third uncle. "I've said it once, release him." Ming Wang, now incensed, bore a face etched with fury, his imposing figure turning towards Nalan, a palpable aura of menace locking onto him. The scene was momentarily frozen, as Ming Wang glared at his opponent. "You commit crimes behind my back, and while I might feign ignorance, once I am aware, I must intervene. Such is the helplessness of this post-apocalyptic world. Rescuing the feeble before me is merely to assuage my own conscience." At this critical juncture, Hua Lao stepped forth, obstructing Ming Wang. "Our sons are human too, today. The drug dealer must perish. Do you wish to delay until the Overlord arrives?" The Overlord, the true sovereign beyond the city gates. Though the outside world appeared fragmented, rife with infighting and treachery, all revered him as king. To mock the so-called 5 dominators of the Ice Palace, he had deliberately chosen the name Overlord for himself. "Nalan, take action." Faced with the impasse against the drug dealer, Hua let out a furious roar. Nalan raised his hand, poised to strike the third uncle. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Uncle San, gripping the small firearm hanging from his neck, aimed with precision at Nalan's head. The bullet struck the ground, leaving Nalan unscathed. Such is the resilience of the 5 senses. "This wolf cub cannot be spared," Nalan seethed, lifting Uncle San high. "Cousin, do not intervene. My father has decreed that there are no cowards in Heishan Town." Uncle San cast a worried glance at the swirling green mist. This was the bond between kin. Yet how could Xiao Fei remain passive? As the green smoke dissipated, Xiao Fei leapt forth. "Despicable!" he exclaimed, colliding with Nalan and cradling Uncle San protectively. Both Nalan and Hua Lao exhibited unrestrained joy. Seizing the moment while Xiao Fei shielded Uncle San, they struck simultaneously. Nalan's silver threads ensnared Xiao Fei's legs, while Hua Lao unleashed a stream of venom that swiftly eroded away the flesh on Xiao Fei's back, revealing bone. With a decisive flick, Nalan severed Xiao Fei's legs. Nowhere to run. Gasping in agony, Xiao Fei collapsed to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. "Uncle," he exclaimed, finding solace in the knowledge that Uncle San was unharmed. A smile of relief gracing his lips. "Damn it!" Uncle San extricated himself from Xiao Fei's embrace, disregarding the potential harm to his adversary, and lunged at Nalan, sinking his teeth into Nalan's leg. "You seek death," Nalan retorted, his silver threads coiling around his hand, poised to strike. Once more, Ming Wang sprang into action, swiftly stepping in to shield Uncle San. This time, Nalan did not intervene, for Xiao Fei was on the brink of death. Nalan advanced, lifting Xiao Fei's mangled body. "You should apologize to my son properly." With barely a breath left, Xiao Fei smirked disdainfully, his eyes filled with contempt. With a solitary hand resting on Nalan's shoulder, "You inquired whether your son dared to meet me. Should he descend, I shall rend their very souls asunder." Nalan's ecstatic expression abruptly shifted, and Nalan Xiao, trailing behind, swiftly intervened. "Brother, allow me to speak with him." Nalan, with a sinister grin, leaned closer to Xiao Fei and whispered, "It was I who murdered Hua Yugoe and framed you for it. I shall also slay every soul in Black Mountain Town." Heh. The Nalan brothers, deranged with mirth, concealed their faces as they erupted into maniacal laughter, tears streaming down their cheeks. "Do you harbor hatred for us?" The younger Nalan gloated. Yet, their laughter swiftly faded as they beheld Xiao Fei's impassive countenance. They anticipated fury, a tempestuous roar, and defiance from him. Instead, Xiao Fei calmly replied, "Thank you. I, too, have a secret to divulge." A smile crept across his face. Intrigued, the Nalan brothers leaned in, eager to hear Xiao Fei's final words. In that fleeting moment, as he drew near, a plume of black smoke erupted from his mouth. This smoke, far denser than the green mist, clung to them like a parasite, relentless in its grasp. "Ah!" The Nalan brothers clutched their faces in agony. Within mere breaths, Nalan Zhao's visage was wholly eroded, rendering him unconscious from the pain. Nalan himself fared little better, half of his face reduced to bone. "Ha ha ha. Now you are bereft of your countenance, are you not?" Xiao Fei laughed heartily, his mirth laced with a resolve to embrace death. "You seek your own demise," Nalan bellowed, hurling Xiao Fei away with a powerful strike. "I shall accompany you on your journey." Chapter 45. Master Bai. On a frigid winter's night, a blazing inferno consumed the fruits of labor spanning generations in Black Mountain Town. Amidst the soaring flames, two frail figures nestled closely together, marking the end of an era for the smokers. When Little White Tiger and Old Nine regained consciousness and arrived at the outskirts of Black Mountain Town, Uncle San cradled the head of Little Fei, his expression vacant as he gazed upon the crowd. It was not until Earthworm softly called out Uncle San that he could no longer contain his grief, bursting into tears. Old Nine, nearly tumbling over himself, rushed to Little Fei's side, who lay there with blood streaming from his orifices, a serene smile gracing his lips as he departed from this world. "Fei, Brother Fei," Little White Tiger gently shook Little Fei. "Where are your hands? Your legs?" Old Nine roared, his hands trembling as he touched the severed limbs of Little Fei. In unison, the crowd knelt before Little Fei, tears cascading like a rushing river. He could have evaded death, could have steered clear of the city's turmoil. Yet, for Earthworm, he willingly accepted the task from Little White Tiger. For the sake of his family, he embraced his fate. Such a person embodies a purity of spirit that is both wicked and noble. Uncle San retrieved a bloodied cell phone from his pocket, playing a recording of Little Fei's final words. The footage revealed Little Fei nestled in Uncle San's embrace, blood pouring from him incessantly. "I shall refrain from bidding you farewell face to face, for upon seeing you, I find myself reluctant to depart from this world. Let not vengeance consume you too soon. The children of the Hua family are not my doing. It is Nalan who orchestrates this mischief from the shadows. Do not enter the city. Your straightforward natures are ill-suited to the treachery of its denizens. You cannot outmaneuver them. Wait until your strength is sufficient before seeking retribution. Do not act impulsively. Do not despair. Endure and survive, for I do not wish to meet my fate too quickly and find you awaiting me below. Bury me alongside my brothers and depart. Do not weep. I yearn for one last grand confrontation. I accept my downfall. I shall take my leave. Take good care of my family." As Xiao Fei's head slowly bowed, Lao Jiu could no longer contain his grief and howled at the heavens. The White Tiger roared fiercely for vengeance, exclaiming that if they must endure the tragic death of their brother, what meaning does life hold? Xiao Fei was not only a comrade, but a brother to them all. The group rose, their eyes filled with a murderous intent, resolutely making their way towards the city. However, a figure blocked their path. The diminutive frame of Third Uncle spread his arms wide, tears streaming down his face as he obstructed the White Tiger. "Xiao Fei has spoken. You are forbidden from entering the city for revenge. If you wish to proceed, you must tread over my lifeless body." As night fell, The elder of Heishan town approached slowly, leaning on his cane. Behind him followed hundreds of townsfolk, each face marked by sorrow. Xiao Fei represented the hope of Heishan town and was one of their own. Their hatred for the city was no less than that of the White Tiger. In each pair of eyes shone a glimmer of endurance and resolve. First, the funeral must be held. Xiao Fei's demise is a tragedy that cannot be blamed on anyone. The frailty of youth is indeed a fundamental flaw. Let today's sorrow be a reminder of the courage that follows shame. The road ahead for you all is still long. The old man, engulfed in grief, extended his trembling hand and placed it upon the shoulder of the little White Tiger. With a sudden thud, little White Tiger and his companions knelt before the townsfolk of Heishan. Today, I, little White Tiger, vow that if this grudge is not avenged, I shall not be considered human. Heishan town lay in ruins. The old man led the group in constructing a makeshift altar on the outskirts of the town. Every villager donned white cloth, while the sky unleashed a heavy snowfall, creating an atmosphere of profound despondency. Soon, news of the Smoky Ghost's death spread beyond the town, prompting notable figures from the area to send representatives. The name Smoky Ghost became widely recognized, and mourners began to arrive in droves. Within just a few hours, the altar was teeming with people. Almost everyone present cast curious glances at Lao Jiao and Little White Tiger. Suddenly, the previously bustling altar fell into an eerie silence. All eyes turned toward the distance in anticipation. A herald announced the arrival of Bai Yi at the entrance. The rebellious men from outside the town stood up, respectfully facing the altar. A tall, slender figure parted the curtains of the altar. Bai Yi, Bai Yi, Bai Yi. The assembled men bowed reverently towards the newcomer. It was hard to fathom that these ruthless men would show such respect to a man wielding a paper fan. Bai Yi, with a serious demeanor, nodded at the crowd, his gaze settling on the few individuals kneeling on the ground, burning paper offerings. Is it them? Bai Yi inquired of the old man. Indeed. They are now the children of Heishan town, and the old man nodded respectfully. Xiaohu, Xiaojiao, come here to meet Lord Bai, he called out twice. Yet Xiao Baihu and Lao Jiao remained motionless. A faint smirk appeared at the corner of Lord Bai's mouth, noting the pride of these youngsters. The aunt from the local breakfast shop hurried forward, gently pulling the two closer while whispering in their ears, "This is Lord Bai, the strategist under the tyrant. Do not act petulantly. The tyrant is the master beyond the city walls, a figure who eclipses the 5 tyrants of the Ice Mansion. Although various gangs outside the city often engage in their own underhanded dealings, they all look to the tyrant as their leader. The tyrant's influence stretches across 3 jurisdictions. And for those outside the city, he represents their unwavering belief." The aunt half-dragged, half-pulled the two before Lord Bai, smiling as she said, "Lord Bai. These 2 children are as close as brothers to Xiao Fei." Lord Bai nodded with a smile, showing no discontent, but his curiosity piqued as he examined the duo. The 2 appeared somewhat dazed, their eyes betraying a subtle hint of murderous intent. The old man, akin to a patriarch, struck Xiao Baihu's leg sharply with his cane, prompting them to reluctantly call out, "Lord Bai, all of us who make our living beyond the city hold the tyrant in high regard. And Lord Bai is the foremost strategist under him." Adhering to the rules, the old man discreetly flattered, while simultaneously reminding the 2. Xiao Baihu's gaze cleared, and he too looked curiously at the other. A tall, slender man, clad in a white robe and holding a folding fan, resembled a scholar from an ancient drama. Under Lord Bai's scrutiny, the 2 felt an unsettling wave wash over them, as if his gaze could penetrate through all facades. "Can you avenge Xiao Fei?" Old Jiao was the first to speak, inquiring about the city's breach of decorum and the stance one should take. The moment the words left his lips, the crowd's countenance shifted dramatically. Although old Jiao's statement held merit, directly confronting Lord Bai was considered profoundly disrespectful. Nonetheless, there were those who echoed old Jiao's sentiments. Friends of Xiao Fei seized the opportunity to exclaim, "The city folk have assaulted us without provocation. If we do not retaliate, we shall swallow this indignity. Lord Bai, give the command, and I shall be the first to storm the city. Lord Bai, we beseech you to return to action. This time, if we remain inactive, the city will presume we are cowed." As the crowd clamored, Lord Bai smiled and raised his hand to signal silence. "Let us wait a month," he proclaimed, eliciting joy among the assembly. Though each individual harbored their own ulterior motives, some yearned for plunder while others sought vengeance. The fact that Lord Bai had spoken made their intentions seemingly set in stone. The elder cast a furtive glance at Xiao Baihu and, with some reluctance, inquired, "Lord Bai, I cast aside my dignity today to ask. Is there any request I may make?" Lord Bai paused, taken aback. His earlier words had merely been courteous. However, if the elder sought to reconstruct Heishan Town, he could certainly provide resources and necessary assistance. Yet, the elder's demeanor suggested he had other designs. Having already spoken, the elder discarded his cane and knelt upon the ground, dragging Xiao Baihu and old Zhou down with him. Xiao Fei, lacking fortune, had once been courted by the tyrant, but he foolishly refused. I now hope the tyrant will reopen his doors to accept these two young men. A collective gasp arose from the onlookers. The elder's words were somewhat overstepping, potentially placing Bai Yi in an awkward position. Should the other party become infuriated, the entire Heishan town might suffer the consequences. In an instant, all eyes were fixed on Lao Jiu and Xiao Baihu. What merit did these two possess to warrant the attention of the tyrant? Chapter 46. Entering the city, what are your thoughts? Bai Yi glanced at the two without expressing an opinion, while others cast envious looks their way. To be accepted under the tyrant's tutelage is akin to ascending to the heavens. Bearing the tyrant's name, wherever one goes, respect is granted. Had Xiao Fei initially accepted the tyrant's invitation, even with 100-fold courage, Ming Wang would not have dared to harm him. Now, the same opportunity lay before these two. Before they could respond, the owner of the breakfast shop, standing to the side, knelt down and hastily declared, "They're willing. Please, tyrant, take these two children under your wing." The elder trembled as he pointed to Xiao Fei's photograph, imploring, "For the sake of my Xiao Fei, please accept these two children." The townsfolk of Heishan knelt in unison, beseeching for an opportunity to ascend. Bai Yi, puzzled, inquired, "Are they not from Heishan town?" If the elder were to seek an opportunity for a worm, Bai Yi could understand. However, it was indeed perplexing that Heishan town would risk incurring Bai Ye's wrath to advocate for outsiders. Bai Yi placed his hand on the shoulders of the two, an immense force surging into their bodies. Lao Jiu instinctively raised his hand to retaliate, but Xiao Baihu grasped his wrist. Both felt their internal energies roiling, the overwhelming power raging within them as if it sought to tear them apart. After a considerable pause, Lord Bai slowly withdrew his hand, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he nodded towards the old man, acknowledging his cunning nature. There was an unspoken understanding between them. Why did the old man strive to secure this opportunity for Lao Jiu and Xiao Baihu? Ultimately, it was for the sake of Heishan town. The dangers lurking beyond the city were too grave. He understood that Lao Jiu was a dual awakener and recognized the potential harbored within both youths. Thus, he placed his bets on them. Without new awakeners, it would not be long before Heishan town fell prey to other factions. While the overlord could manage the conflicts within the city, he would not concern himself with the treacherous dealings outside its walls. Therefore, the old man staked his hopes on Xiao Baihu and Lao Jiu, believing that their eventual rise would ensure they did not forget the kindness of Heishan town. As fate would have it, Xiao Baihu, despite his exhaustion, raised his voice defiantly. "We are children of Heishan town." Compromise. Xiao Baihu suppressed his grievances and conceded. He understood that the quickest path to vengeance lay in aligning himself with the overlord. To seek retribution, one must have a solid foundation. Relying solely on oneself could prolong the quest for vengeance against Hua Lao indefinitely. This was indeed a form of growth. The once headstrong pair chose to bow their heads. Lord Bai smiled with satisfaction. "A fine pair indeed. No wonder the old man holds you in such high regard. However, the overlord is not present at the Ice Palace. In a month, you are to come to the Mountain Gate, and I shall introduce you. Whether you can sway the overlord will depend on your own capabilities." Lord Bai's words were neither a breach of promise nor a decision made for the overlord. He handled the situation with exquisite finesse. The opportunity was given. Seizing it would rest solely upon them. Do not feel unjustly treated. Although you possess immense potential, remember that geniuses are as numerous as the stars in the sky. Yet those who truly flourish are fewer than 1 in 10. You require an umbrella, and simultaneously. Bai spoke with piercing clarity. You possess extraordinary abilities yet lack the knowledge to wield them effectively. Without martial arts to aid you or a renowned master to guide your path, you shall traverse a circuitous route for decades. The disciples under the tyrant's command are all individuals of remarkable talent. The opportunity has been presented to you, so ponder it wisely. With that, Bai turned and departed. Once Bai had distanced himself, the elder sighed with heartfelt gravity. "Children, remember, appearances are inconsequential. I understand your reluctance to be disciples of the tyrant. Yet this is the swiftest opportunity for you to amass strength." "I understand," the young white tiger nodded. Mr. Li, being a businessman, would not engage in a relentless feud with the 5 men of the city. Therefore, they must seek an alternative approach. The two exchanged glances and exhaled deeply. The audacity of Zhang Yang to venture beyond the city was unexpected. His identity was sensitive. Should these outsiders uncover it, they might very well bury him. Lao Jiao and the young white tiger slipped into the vehicle while Chao Er and Haigo kept watch outside. Zhang Yang opened a pack of cigarettes and tossed it to them. Had they encountered a setback? The two remained silent. Zhang Yang appeared to have anticipated this. Offering a wry smile, the 5 tyrants of the Ice Mansion have deeply entrenched themselves within the city. Now, do you comprehend their strength? Being used as a pawn by Old Li while still making a fuss is unnecessary. The young white tiger lit a cigarette and, with a hint of impatience, inquired, "What brings you here?" "Two matters at hand. First, I am prepared to take action against Old Ding. You shall provide me with that batch of goods and the individuals who have been detained. Second, I wish to remind you that Old Li's objective is merely to divide the spoils, while my ambition is to irrevocably consign the 5 tyrants to perdition." "And what is your goal?" Zhang Yang spoke seemingly nonchalantly, yet he was assessing the 2 individuals. For if the 5 tyrants were to be eliminated, Mr. Li would become the sole malevolent force in the city, with Old Jiao and the White Tiger as adversaries. This time, the 2 did not hesitate. They assured him of their loyalty before the demise of the 5 tyrants. "Agreed." Zhang Yang nodded, acknowledging that at times, "You ruffians are more trustworthy than the hypocrites in the city. What are the next steps?" "To compel Old Ding to divulge the whereabouts of the Hua family. He must be made to realize that he has been forsaken by them, all the while guarding against any attempts by the Hua family to silence him." After a moment of silence, Old Jiao voiced his concerns. "That batch of goods has been seized, and as long as the Hua man possesses a modicum of intelligence, he will swiftly take measures to cover his tracks. Of course, he might also choose to protect Old Ding. However, that is of little consequence. What truly matters is convincing Old Ding that he has been abandoned by the Hua family. A person cornered will turn against their master." With that, Old Jiao slowly lowered the car window and called out to the man outside, "Notify the brothers. We are heading into the city." "But didn't the old man instruct us not to rush?" The man, Haigo, inquired with some trepidation. Currently, they lacked even the support of Xiao Fei's men and were in no position to confront the Hua family in the city. Old Jiao shot him a sidelong glance, causing Haigo to retract his neck and obediently rush to the morning hall to inform the others. With a roar, 3 off-road vehicles sped away. The old gentleman stood outside the morning hall, observing the departing group led by the little white tiger. "Shall I intercept them?" inquired a resident of Black Mountain Town. "No," the old gentleman replied with a reassuring smile, decisively recognizing the talent in his companions. What did that imply? I had already consented to recommend them. And before the tyrant had formally rejected them, these 2 children were clad in bulletproof vests. To eliminate them would be to slap the tyrant in the face, especially on the eve of an impending battle within and beyond the city. Their intention to enter the city was predicated on the understanding that their demise would only incite the wrath of the tyrant. Chapter 47. Old Ding's Desperation Within the City. The Ice City News reported that the police chief of the West Pu district had recently uncovered a significant human trafficking case outside the city. The trafficker revealed that the mastermind behind the operation was none other than the renowned entrepreneur and chairman of Ding Enterprises, Ding Chang'an. The West Pu police chief has commenced an investigation, and our station will provide ongoing coverage. Bang! The bowl in the hands of the rotund Ding fell to the floor as he was having breakfast, beads of cold sweat cascading down his chubby face. Having ascended to such a position, Old Ding's instincts were undoubtedly sharp. He had meticulously managed affairs throughout the West Pu district, and with this revelation now surfacing, only one possibility remained. Zhang Yang had obtained irrefutable evidence capable of bringing him down. The opponent was astute. Instead of waiting for the Hua family to suppress the case, they had chosen to expose it directly. Now, even if the Hua family sought to manage the public relations and suppress the case, it was too late. Once certain matters are illuminated, they cannot be cleansed. The wife of Ding Pongzi, a local celebrity from Bingfu, pointed at the television in astonishment. It seemed they were reporting on our group. I knew Ding Pongzi had suddenly thrown down his dishes and pulled out his phone to make a call. "Hello." Director Zhang. Before he could finish, a woman's voice came from the other end. "Hello, the director is in a meeting, and this is his personal phone. Please follow the proper procedures for official matters. Beep, beep, beep." Ding Pongzi's face twitched with frustration as he dialed another number. "Hello, Director Li, good day. The director is on leave. May I ask who is calling?" Old Ding could no longer contain himself and shouted, "I'm calling your home phone." "Has he left on leave or run away?" Beep, beep, beep. The sound of a busy tone echoed back. Old Ding slumped helplessly in his chair, already knowing he had been abandoned. Those who once called him brother now avoided him like the plague. They were evading us. His wife, cradling their child, softly reminded him to stop calling. They needed to be cautious of them now. Old Ding's hefty frame trembled, fear slowly surfacing in his eyes. Indeed. How many lives would be affected if something happened to him? Those people would never allow him to walk into a courtroom alive. Former friends would be the first to strike against him. Old Ding, trembling, lit the cigar in his mouth and shakily dialed one last desperate call. Hello, Master Hua. Old Ding listened carefully to the tone of Master Hua's voice. Do not concern yourself with anything else. Prepare to flee. After all these years together, we cannot bear to see you spend the latter half of your life in prison. I will arrange for someone to escort you out of the city to seek refuge in another prefecture. Hua's tone was calm, and Lao Ding exhaled in relief. After expressing his heartfelt gratitude and hanging up the phone, Lao Ding released a long breath, filled with despair. However, a single remark from his dear wife chilled him to the bone. Darling, Hua cannot be trusted. Did you not often say he devours men without leaving a bone? Have you forgotten the fate of the last person who worked for him? The previous associate of Hua met a grim end after being abandoned. His entire family perished in a tragic act of carbon monoxide poisoning. How could a fourth-level awakened individual succumb to such a fate? Breathing in carbon dioxide for an extended period would hardly guarantee death, would it? Lao Ding slumped in despair upon the chair, projecting an image of grandeur to outsiders. Yet he was merely a dog trapped in circumstances beyond his control. You, take the child and leave first, he murmured, reminded by his wife. After a moment of silence, he retrieved a key and some cash from his pocket. Do not use the card for now. Go to your hometown and hide. If I do not come to find you, do not contact me under any circumstances and trust no one. Oh, and take the ledger with you. Remember, unless I call, do not hand over the ledger to anyone who seeks it. Otherwise, my demise is assured. Lao Ding understood the grim fate that awaited him. Reluctantly, he embraced his daughter, planting a fervent kiss on her face. Daddy, the little girl cooed, reaching out to wrap her arms around Lao Ding's neck. He handed the child to his wife, urging her to flee quickly. Shall we leave together? His wife implored, tears glistening in her eyes. Do you not know the captain of the city guards? Let him lend a hand. Offer him money, 100,000, 200,000, perhaps even 1,000,000. Old Ding forced a bitter smile, still grappling with the reality. The incident had erupted into the news, yet we had received not a whisper of information. They had been well prepared. Perhaps I am already under surveillance, and if I accompany you, neither of us shall escape. I shall draw their attention at home. Traversing the secret passage. As one approaches death, their words become gentle. Old Ding tenderly stroked his daughter's head, a reluctant smile gracing his lips. Having committed sins for a lifetime, I deserve my fate. I only wish to spare you from this ordeal. Go now. Old Ding, let us depart. After all these years serving the Hua family, they should not. Old Ding feigned a smile to reassure his wife. Watching his wife and daughter slip into the hidden passage, he exhaled deeply, overwhelmed with emotion as he gazed upon the opulent villa, his lifetime of toil materialized. At this moment, perhaps regret seeped in, yet there exists no remedy for remorse. Half an hour later, the door swung open. Old Ding squinted, finding the security personnel sprawled on the floor, blood pooling around them. 5 masked men entered the living room. Lazy, Old Ding chuckled softly. Clad in tattered canvas attire, 2 of them had shoes with gaping holes, exuding an air of destitution. Typically, such attire belonged to those from the outskirts. Boss Hua instructed us to escort you on your journey, one said with a smirk. Oh, the cunning rabbit meets its demise, and the hounds are cooked. Very well, you have triumphed. The final flicker of hope extinguished within Old Ding. Boss Hua had indeed turned against him. His heart sank into despair. Hiki, Lazy grinned. We have no interest in your affairs. The boss pays, we kill. Brother, you are a respectable man. Rest assured, it will be a swift execution, no harm to the face, no impact on the remains. With that, the 5 of them lunged at Old Ding simultaneously. Even Old Ding could not withstand the assault from the 5 fierce men. Just as he appeared deflated, he suddenly sprang to his feet at the last moment. A 3-meter-tall giant bear leapt out from behind him. How could a seasoned underworld figure allow himself to be captured so easily? Damn it, if that flower boy is ruthless, then don't blame me for being ungrateful. After glancing at the secret passage and confirming that his wife and daughter had safely departed, Old Ding shattered a window and leapt out. The men pursued, one striking a blade against Old Ding's shoulder, but his tough skin and flesh allowed him to endure the blow and burst forth from the house. The 5 exchanged glances and chased after him. As old Ding dashed out of the courtyard, he encountered the corpses of his own security personnel scattered along the way. Upon climbing over the wall, he found an unmarked SUV coming to a halt at his front gate. Old Ding? Get in the car. The Flower family's butler in the SUV, perplexed, waved at old Ding. Master Hua asked me to give you a ride. To hell with that. The butler stared in bewilderment as old Ding ran further away and took out his phone. Master Hua, old Ding has escaped. Escaped. Master Hua, sitting in the morning hall, scratched his head in confusion. I sent him out of the city, and he runs off? Does he think we want to silence him? The butler asked, feeling wronged. Having lost his son, Master Hua began to believe in karma. Otherwise, he would have silenced old Ding long ago. Meanwhile, the door swung open. The 5 men swaggered out, their bloodied knives in hand, locking eyes with the butler. You are. Damn it. Is it you who scared old Ding? The steward suddenly realized why old Ding ran away upon seeing him. It turned out someone had frightened him. 5 men, brazenly bold, approached the steward's luxury vehicle, peering inside. To dispel old Ding's suspicions, the steward had intentionally come alone. Once he confirmed that only the steward was present, the man pulled out his phone, fixating on the steward while scrolling through the images. Who do you work for? The steward demanded sternly. Sure. The man raised his index finger, signaling for silence. The steward of the Hua family, he said, comparing the photo on his phone with the steward before him. You're not worth much, just 50,000. I'm not even interested in you. Beads of sweat began to form on the steward's forehead. He had heard of the man's ruthless methods. Once a target was set, it was a fight to the bitter end. Brother. How about this? I'll offer you 100,000, and you tell me who you work for. The steward quickly spoke as the group closed in. We earn honest money. If we betray our employer, who would dare hire us again? So, when you are reborn in your next life, if you wish to work for someone, contact us, and we will give you an 80% discount. Remember our name, the 5 Wolves of Songbai Mountain. Chapter 48. Old Ding's downfall on a rainy night. A staggering, portly figure stumbled into the city guard's duty room. The captain, who knew old Ding, gazed in horror at the blood-soaked man. Brother, let me out of the city. 1 million. What do you say? Old Ding, cornered and desperate, fell to his knees upon entering. In the city, his death was inevitable, but perhaps there was a glimmer of hope beyond its borders. The captain furtively scrutinized old Ding before stepping forward to close the door. Old Ding, what is the situation? The young captain inquired, feigning ignorance. Damn it, let me out. Old Ding slammed a bank card on the table. Is this acceptable? If not, just pretend I was never here. The young captain greedily eyed the card, rubbing his hands together as he pocketed it. Relieved that the payment had been accepted, old Ding exhaled, but the young captain grinned slyly and said, Old Ding, as a brother, I cannot bear to see you perish. To be frank, over 100 people are waiting outside for your exit. With that, the young captain activated the camera outside the city gate. In the rain, a multitude of umbrellas concealed the crowd, yet it was clear that they were armed. More than 100 people stood orderly at the gate, awaiting old Ding's departure. If you leave the city, they won't stop until they've made you regret it. The young captain chuckled. Allow me to offer you a way out. He gestured towards the outside of the duty room. In the shadows of the night, 2 vehicles slowly approached. A young man with a noodle hairstyle stepped forward to open an umbrella beside the front car. Lao Jiao, dressed in black with a white cloth wrapped around his left arm, emerged from the vehicle. Haigo held the umbrella for Lao Jiao, standing imposingly behind him. Old Ding realized he had been sold out, his fury directed at the young captain. You sold me out. Brother, I'm in need of money. If you're sold out by others, your life is forfeit. Being sold by me may just preserve your existence. Rest assured, should you meet your end, I will take good care of your family. You bastard. Old Ding's heart turned to ashes, his last hope of leaving the city extinguished. A series of sharp knocks echoed as the worm, bearing an umbrella, approached and rapped on the door of the duty room. Ninth brother is looking for you. The worm's icy gaze fixed upon old Ding, as if regarding a corpse. You may attempt to flee. The sound of footsteps resounded once more outside, as dozens of squad leaders' companions surged into the rain, surrounding the duty room with unwavering resolve. Old Ding, bewildered, turned to the squad leader, who awkwardly rubbed his nose. Brother, in business, there are rules. If you run, they won't pay. A moment of understanding passed. Suddenly, the city defense personnel parted to create a path. With a stern expression, Old Jiao ambled forward, one hand in his pocket, a cigarette clasped between his lips. Old Ding shivered under the predatory gaze of Old Jiao. With a swift motion, Old Jiao tossed a bag of cash into the duty room. Put it on and leave. He shook a pair of specially designed handcuffs in his hand. These cuffs, exclusive to the police station, rendered awakened individuals indistinguishable from ordinary people. Old Ding, infuriated by Old Gio, erupted with curses. Damn it. I've fallen from grace to be bullied by you rabble. To kill me is beyond your reach. With no escape in sight, Old Ding steeled himself for a final gamble. In the hands of the Flower Man, he might meet a swift end, but in Old Gio's grasp, he could scarcely imagine the torment that awaited him. Once a figure who commanded storms, he now found himself in a pitiful state of betrayal and abandonment. Old Gio raised an eyebrow. Stop pretending to be aloof. I didn't come to town for you. Shall we chat? He added, don't push your luck. Your wife and child have been invited for tea by Tiger Brother. If you refuse to cooperate, I'll separate you two. Hound interjected. A chill coursed through Old Ding's veins. A life steeped in malevolence ultimately ensnares his own wife and daughter in a tragic fate. Aware of his impending demise, he grapples with an unbearable reality. The thought of his family suffering due to his actions is insufferable. A wave of helplessness washes over him as he casts a despondent glance at the squad leader. The latter, with righteous indignation, rebukes him. Old Ding, what is that look in your eyes? My sister-in-law and niece are not commodities to be bartered. Do you possess no trust whatsoever? In a moment of despair, Old Ding erupts with fury, cursing vehemently. If you have grievances, direct them at me. Do not lay a finger on my family. You are sensible. I will not touch your kin. Old Gio, discarding the handcuffs, turns and strides into the rain. As Old Ding gazes at the handcuffs lying on the ground, silence envelopes him, broken only by the sound of the rain and his own labored breaths. Among the dense crowd in the downpour, there are many skilled individuals. And to confront Old Ding, the squad leader has indeed invested heavily. With no escape in sight, Old Ding trembles and collapses to the ground. The duty room is eerily quiet, save for the patter of rain and Old Ding's gasps. Within the span of a cigarette, under the scrutinizing gaze of dozens, Old Ding reluctantly dons the handcuffs and enters Old Gio's vehicle. Are you planning to deal with the flower dealer? Old Ding states bluntly as he enters the car. I can assist you, but your people must ensure the safety of my family. At this moment, Old Ding remains under the illusion that all of this is orchestrated by Mr. Li, clinging to a flicker of hope. Old Gio, calmly offering a cigarette, replies, the information you provide won't suffice to eliminate the flower dealer. Should it fail, I will bury you in the eastern part of the city, and your wife in the west. Old Ding can only manage a bitter smile, realizing he has no alternatives. If the flower dealer survives, his chances of living are slim. However, Old Gio, harboring doubts, undertakes an act that sends shockwaves throughout the city. At the Hua residence, the ancient courtyard is adorned with white lanterns, exuding a somber and lifeless ambience. Although the weather was frigid, it did not deter the throngs of mourners who came to pay their respects. The city's elite flocked to the Flower Mansion, where luxury cars lined the entrance for hundreds of meters. The patriarch, exhausted, sat in the morning hall. His countenance, so dark it seemed as if it could weep. With the death of his son and the disappearance of Old Ding, it felt as though all misfortunes had befallen him in succession. Who dares come here? The uproar at the entrance shattered the somber atmosphere of the morning hall. The patriarch and his two sons furrowed their brows, surveying their surroundings. Dozens of Flower family members clad in mourning attire encircled a dozen youths in black clothing. The Flower family's underlings stood on high alert as the newcomers slowly entered the morning hall, all inhaling sharply in astonishment. How dare they show their faces here? How outrageous. I told you they had some audacity, the patriarch thought, recalling how he personally ventured out of the city without managing to put an end to these ruffians. The guests at the funeral rose in excitement, transforming into an eager audience. The newcomers, all clad in black suits with white armbands, wielded umbrellas. The umbrellas were held low, and suddenly a flash of lightning illuminated their figures. Leading the group were the little white tiger and Old Nine. Behind them, the youths carried two coffins. With a resounding thud, the coffins were slammed onto the ground. Where is the patriarch? Is the family not coming out to pay their respects? Do they not understand the customs? Old Nine calmly lit a cigarette. Such rudeness. No wonder the son met his end. With that, a figure burst forth from the morning hall, crashing heavily before several of them. The fierce Flower Lord glared at the little white tiger, declaring that once he arrived today, there would be no escape. Old Gio, seemingly unfazed, merely pursed his lips, squatting down to ignite a cigarette with the half-burnt paper money from a roadside brazier. You, as a father, don't even understand your own son. I, Hua Xiaobing, the fastest gunslinger in the Flower Manor. Don't you think you should burn a few silver dollars for him to accompany him? Have you given up on having grandchildren? The little white tiger retorted with a playful grin. With such a grim expression, one might think it's you lying inside. You're acting as though you're the protagonist today. The expression on Flower Lord's face shifted unpredictably as he struggled to discern the intentions of these two youngsters. After having eliminated Xiao Fei just yesterday, he had presumed they would be hiding in the mountains, yet here they were, having swiftly entered the city. Old Gio waved his hand. The earthworm swaggered alongside Old Ding as they approached the morning hall. Bearing two enormous floral wreaths inscribed with the words eradicating harm for the people, universal celebration. In their haste to arrive today, they brought no gifts, but instead presented these two coffins, having heard that he had two sons. Old Gio mockingly remarked, "Your place is spacious enough to accommodate two morning halls." Chapter 49. Carrying the coffin into the Hua family at that moment, Old Ding felt a strong urge to perish. The predatory gaze of Flower Lord seemed capable of consuming him whole. In this instant, he finally grasped the purpose of Old Gio's visit. Before arriving, he had only contemplated how to survive. Now, he realized that failing to eliminate Flower Lord was no longer an option, for the latter harbored an intense hatred for him. The earthworm patted Old Ding on the shoulder in a gesture of reassurance, saying, "Don't be afraid. Brother has your back. Go up and slap him a couple of times. You are a formidable figure in the underworld, so let him know who truly holds the power in Shipu." Old Ding cast a wary glance at the worm. Even if he were endowed with 100-fold courage, he would not dare to offend Master Hua. Even now, in the midst of a quarrel with Hua, he could not publicly challenge him. "I see you truly do not wish to leave," Hua bellowed with authority. Suddenly, from behind the morning hall, the entrance erupted with over 100 henchmen. Dozens of awakened individuals surrounded Old Gio and his companions, leaving them no room for escape. "Since you have arrived, you shall remain here to accompany my son in his burial," Hua declared, having lost all patience for idle chatter. He raised his hand, signaling his men to draw their weapons. "Stand aside. Scatter. What the hell are you doing?" Just as Hua's men were about to strike, the crowd at the entrance was violently dispersed. Zhang Yang, clad in uniform, strode in confidently, leading a contingent. The henchmen, who had initially intended to act, instinctively concealed their weapons behind them upon seeing the newcomers. Hua's expression darkened to its utmost. Yet, given the stature of the individuals before him, even Hua, with all his power, could not afford to act against them in such a public setting. I surrender, in hopes of leniency," Old Ding exclaimed. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Hua's murky eyes. Old Ding had completely turned against him. With a resounding crash, the marble floor beneath their feet shattered. Hua's two sons moved forward to strike, but were halted by their father. "The ice mansion is not slippery, it is merely too dark," Zhang Yang, unyielding, retorted. "I shall pierce the heavens to allow the people of the ice mansion to see the light once more." With Zhang Yang's arrival, it was clear that today would not allow for the retention of Little White Tiger and his companions. Little White Tiger leaned toward Hua, a cold smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "We did not slay your son. Perhaps you should consider who truly bore the hand. Do you think that uttering such words will grant you my mercy?" Hua Lao evidently did not trust the words of the White Tiger. Hua Xiao had perished outside the city. If they were not the culprits, then who else could be? "Are we to fear you? I dare to abduct your son. Thus I fear no retribution from you." The White Tiger extended his finger, pressing it against Hua Lao's chest, and articulated each word with precision. "Consider with your feeble mind. What benefit would I gain from killing your son?" Initially, both parties had reached an agreement. Indeed, the White Tiger and his group had no motive to slay Hua Xiao. Such an act would not only contradict Mr. Li's interests but also provoke the ire of the Hua family. Hua Lao harbored some doubts. Yet the anguish of a parent losing a child clouded his judgment. "We are at an impasse. Would it serve any purpose to deceive you?" The White Tiger cast a disdainful glance at Hua Lao and patted the coffin behind him. "This is a gift for you. Investigate who exited the city on the night your son met his demise, and consider who stands to gain from our conflict." Old Gio shook his head in contempt. "You ought to engage your mind more. If you neglect it, in a few years, you might succumb to dementia. Do not leave." Hua Lao's two sons shouted vehemently. "You think you can kill my brother and simply depart?" Hua Lao intervened, silencing his sons. After all, Zhang Yang was a police officer. To resort to violence before him would merely provide grounds for arrest. "I will report that he murdered my brother. Will you apprehend him?" When Hua Lao's sons realized force would not suffice, they bellowed, "If you do not arrest him, you are complicit with them." Hua Lao remained silent, his inaction only serving to convey a lack of intelligence. Suddenly, with a crack, the shattered coffin revealed the corpse of the steward. His frail body bore the marks of numerous stab wounds, and even in death, his face was etched with terror. Returning to the precinct, Officer Xiang entered the interrogation room, awaiting his questioning. Should he endure a beating first or confess immediately? Perhaps a beating would suffice. He could not communicate with them properly while harboring such resentment. Little White Tiger approached and delivered a swift kick to Lao Ding's plump face. Lao Ding fell to the ground, his visage bruised and battered. What happened? Be careful while walking, Zhang Yang muttered as he assisted Lao Ding to his feet. The latter glared fiercely at Little White Tiger, his heart aflame with indignation. Despite having attempted to resist, he was still subdued and beaten by Lao Jiao and his companions. Chapter 50. The abduction. Hua Lao conducted his affairs with utmost caution, never involving himself in the sordid tasks. The business of the Hua family was beyond Lao Ding's reach. Do you not remit funds to him every month? Hi Go. Under the impression that Lao Ding was intentionally withholding information, brandished a hammer prepared to employ a method of intense memory recovery. Zhang Yang dismissively waved his hand at Haigo. This group of youngsters lacked precision in their methods. Should they inadvertently kill Lao Ding, the repercussions would be grave. Lao Ding, in a state of distress, explained, "It is true that I remit money to him monthly, but how can you prove that it is proceeds from illicit activities? They could claim it as rent, and you cannot charge him with disturbing the housing market, can you?" Lao Ding was indeed a local magnate. It was implausible that he had no incriminating evidence against him in his dealings with Hua Lao. Lao Ding paused, contemplating. Leave? If I step out of the precinct now, within 100 meters, someone will come to kill me. Zhang Yang had deliberately stated this to underscore the point. As long as Hua Lao remained unscathed, his survival was tenuous. Even if his family fled to the ends of the earth, they would meet their demise. Little White Tiger pouted in dismay. Lao Ding was now at a dead end, and he no longer wished to feign ignorance. However, Lao Ding was left in a state of utter bewilderment. Are my wife and child not in your hands? Not at all, the Little White Tiger replied, feigning innocence with a shrug. Old Ding's face turned ashen in an instant. His wife and child would undoubtedly be safer with the Little White Tiger than out in the perilous world beyond. Damn it, I've fallen for your tricks. Old Ding could no longer contain his fury and lunged at the Little White Tiger. In a swift motion, Old Jiao intercepted him, lifting Old Ding's massive frame with ease. You need to comprehend the situation. You no longer have the luxury to throw tantrums. If it comes to it, I will eliminate you and find another way to deal with the Flower Master. With a thud, Old Jiao slammed Old Ding against the wall. In that moment, the truth dawned on Old Ding. Old Jiao was adamant about bringing him to the Flower Master's funeral because he had no leverage over him and feared Old Ding would refuse to comply. Thus, he had severed all avenues of retreat in the most direct manner possible. Old Ding, stripped of his bravado, pleaded almost desperately, "The ledger is with my wife. You must find her, or we will never bring down the Flower Master." With that, Old Ding reached for his phone and dialed his wife's number. "Where are you?" "I'm at Mimi's house. The city gate is swarming with Flower family members. I can't get out," his wife sobbed. "I'm so scared, dear." Old Ding's heart ached as he reassured her. "Just wait for me. I will send someone to get you." After securing his wife's location, Old Jiao wasted no time and set off with his men. At the Flower Manor, the phone rang. "Master Hua, the Little White Tiger has gone out with his men. It seems they are going to fetch someone, and they mentioned the ledger." On the other end, the informant discreetly reported to the master in the office. Suddenly, Hua Lao rose, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. "Father, what is the matter?" inquired his two remaining sons, approaching him. "The young White Tiger seeks death. Thus, I shall not hold back. This night, I shall eliminate them," Hua Lao declared, summoning Ma Run, "Accompany me outside." Moments later, Hua Lao led dozens of awakened individuals out of the Hua residence. In the Nanpu district, the most prosperous area of the entire Ice City, the urban landscape far surpasses that of the other districts. This is also the territory of Yuan, one of the 5 overlords of Ice City. Unlike the others, Yuan rarely engages in the affairs on the ground. She is the sole woman among the 5 overlords. In a mid-rise building bustling with courtesans, the corridors were overcrowded with guests. The young White Tiger, adorned in sunglasses and a mask, navigated through the throng, while the poor soundproofing of the rooms allowed for the unspoken moans to resonate. "Brother, care to play? 300 for a session, and I'll give you an 8% discount. Handsome young man, want to have some fun?" Women without clients openly solicited at the stairwell. Though the young White Tiger lacked the rugged charm of Lao Jiao, he was brimming with hormones, making him the object of desire for the courtesans. Upon reaching the 7th floor where Lao Ding's wife was hiding, Lao Jiu gently nudged the young white tiger, whispering, "There's something amiss." The young white tiger scanned the corridor, noting none were clients, despite their excellent disguises. The absence of the anticipated gasps and sighs on the floor where Lao Ding's wife resided raised suspicions. Feigning a casual stroll, the young white tiger proceeded directly to the 8th floor, swiftly retrieving his phone to send a message to Lei Zi, seeking advice on what to do next. Old Joe asked anxiously, "How could this have slipped through?" Little white tiger paused, leaning against the staircase of the 8th floor, silently lighting a cigarette. There is something amiss in the office. As the two conversed, they remained oblivious to the absence of bustling activity on this floor. The distinct sound of high heels echoing along the 8th floor corridor drew their attention. A bewitching woman, clad in a white fur shawl and a cheap house slit to the thigh, entered the stairwell, seemingly intent on descending. Little white tiger instinctively locked eyes with her. Her pupils widened slightly before she smiled seductively. "What brings such a handsome young man here?" "1,000 for you." The woman appeared to be in her 20s, strikingly beautiful, with captivating eyes and irresistible red lips. Her voluptuous figure inspiring myriad thoughts. Such beauty was a rarity in the post-apocalyptic world. Old Joe grinned. "Are you serious?" The woman shot him a disdainful glance, then tossed her hair and smiled at Little White Tiger. "Little brother, I haven't opened for business today yet. Would you be interested in taking care of my affairs? I'll give you 10,000. Without hesitation, Little White Tiger produced a stack of cash and handed it to her. "Help me with the task, and the money is yours. Go to the end of the corridor on the 7th floor and knock on the door. See who is inside, all right?" Uncertain whether Old Ding's wife had been abducted, he wanted the woman to scout the area first. The woman eyed him appraisingly and then took the money, tucking it away in her deep cleavage. "Wait for my news," she said, swaying her alluring figure as she descended the stairs. Moments later, she returned, leading a woman with a child up to the 8th floor. "All set," she announced. The woman approached the Little White Tiger with an air of self-importance, her ample bosom pressing against his sturdy chest. The latter instinctively attempted to retreat, only to find himself against the wall. Noticing this, the woman laughed playfully and leaned closer, her fragrant breath wafting over the Little White Tiger's face. "You are utterly adorable," she teased, pinching his cheek with her fingers. Old Gio, with a serious demeanor, patted the Little White Tiger and warned, "Be cautious, my friend. She undoubtedly harbors intentions towards you. Keep your distance. She is akin to a human juicer." With that, Old Gio solemnly produced Lao Ding's ring and addressed Lao Ding's wife. "Lao Ding has sent us to escort you." "Thank you for your trouble," the woman replied, clutching her child tightly, casting a wary glance at the alluring woman. "Withdraw." The Little White Tiger, his face flushed from the woman's teasing, pushed her away and fled, taking the woman with him. As they descended past the 7th floor, a group of men glared menacingly at the hastily retreating trio. One awakened individual flicked his sleeve, revealing a short knife in his hand. "Don't move." Another awakened cried out in terror, grabbing his companion. "Are you insane? Do you dare to act against Sister Xiao Yuan's domain? Do you wish to be expelled?" Chapter 51. Sister Xiao Yuan. Outside the building, dozens of awakened individuals surrounded it tightly. The flower man, draped in a large coat and biting on a cigar, resembled a hunter waiting for his prey. The group, cornered in the small lobby, remained vigilant, eyeing the figures outside. Tiger Brother and Nine Brother. Little White Tiger led Old Ding's wife down the stairs, while Worm hurriedly approached, unable to leave. Outside, Flower Man stood, exuding an aura of lethal intent, a palpable pressure emanating from him, fixating on Little White Tiger and his companions. The enmity between the two parties was so profound that even the Buddha would hesitate to mediate. Flower Man unabashedly displayed his murderous intent. Strangely, Little White Tiger drew a short knife, pondering why they did not rush in to confront them. The opposing force, composed of dozens of awakened individuals, possessed the capability to storm in and eliminate them without hesitation. Despite the rage evident in Flower Man's eyes, his reluctance to enter the building was perplexing. "Flower Master, shall we make a move?" whispered a third awakening-level individual beside Flower Man. "I can handle them alone." Flower Man took a deep drag from his cigar, shaking his head in resignation. "We cannot engage in combat within Little Yuan's building. Once they emerge, I refuse to believe they can hide inside forever." The sound of footsteps echoed again, and a woman with an alluring gait entered the hall, casting a glance at Flower Man. Their eyes met, and he offered a slight nod. However, she brushed past Little White Tiger, arching an eyebrow playfully at him. "Oh, dear brother, I've got matters to attend to. Perhaps we can have a friendly match another time? My tiger isn't interested in your type. I volunteer to fight on his behalf. Old 9, unfazed by the imminent danger, maintained his nonchalant demeanor. Humph, I have no fondness for the scrawny. You obviously resemble a little worm, the woman sneered, casting a dismissive glance at Old 9 before striding out of the small building. Worm stood there, bewildered. Does she know me? Unexpectedly, the awakened individuals surrounding the building recoiled as if confronted by a specter, retreating several meters in unison. Hua Lao discreetly stepped out of the line of sight. The two of them walked several dozen meters, with Hua Lao's face shadowed as he softly inquired, Xiao Yuan, what does this mean? Are you going to protect them? Xiao Yuan, tucking a strand of wind-blown hair behind her ear, replied, I have no interest in your affairs. My rule is that no one is allowed to act violently within my building. Whoever breaks this rule will face my wrath. Both were among the 5 overlords of the Ice Mansion, yet while Hua Lao ventured out for vengeance, Yuan did not accompany him, subtly indicating a strained relationship between the two parties. Do you know who they are? My son was slain by their hands, Hua Lao growled softly. Show some respect, and let me go in to settle this. I know he is the little white tiger, Xiao Yuan said, glancing at her building with a mysterious smile. A little rascal who has caused you all considerable trouble, but the rules cannot be broken. Hua Lao stared at Xiao Yuan in confusion. But both were members of the 5 senses. Although Xiao Yuan ranked lowest among the 5 overlords, she had 2 protectors of unknown strength, which was the source of Hua Lao's apprehension. A luxurious car slowly approached, and a pale-faced man, seemingly unsteady on his feet and exuding an aura of illness, alighted from the vehicle. Let us go, he said, draping a long trench coat over Xiao Yuan, completely disregarding Hua Lao. Such confidence to ignore a member of the 5 senses was remarkable. Xiao Yuan leaned out of the car and smiled at Hua Lao, saying, Uncle, a friendly reminder, do not cause a disturbance in my building, or I will make you regret it. Inside the car, the ailing man handed Xiao Yuan a cup of hot coffee, remarking, You seem quite interested in the young man inside the building. With a cup of coffee cradled in her hands, Xiao Yuan displayed a hint of helplessness on her exquisite face. He may perish, but he must not die within my premises. Otherwise, the tyrant will surely direct his wrath towards me, and I have no desire to confront that lunatic. Returning to the building, the vast lobby was deserted, save for Xiao Baihu and his companions. The discerning patrons had long vanished without a trace. Xiao Baihu exchanged a glance with Lao Jiao. Although the reason remained unclear, it was evident that the Flower Master could not enter the building. Come out and meet your demise. I dare you to show yourselves. The Flower Master's subordinates echoed his threats, brandishing their weapons, evoking an image of them ready to devour their foes whole. The Flower Master grew increasingly agitated, poised to breach the entrance at any moment. In this critical juncture, Xiao Baihu turned and dialed a number. What is the update? We've arrived at the location, boss. Rest assured, my brothers have never faltered in their duties. The sounds of lamentation intensified on the other end of the line. As time ticked away, the crowd outside began to stir. Flower Master, allow me to go in and eliminate them. I will bear the consequences. If necessary, I shall flee. A third awakening adept ingratiated himself with the Flower Master, fearing that delaying further might lead to unforeseen complications. Song Ming's heart swelled with joy. Following the Flower Master was precisely to seize an opportunity, and now it had presented itself. If he could vanquish Xiao Baihu, ascending to the pinnacle of success was merely a matter of time. Resolute, Song Ming ceased his hesitation and rallied his comrades, proclaiming, Brothers, how has the Flower Master treated us? Well, without further ado, the crowd roared in unison. Hua Yi holds a deep respect for Sister Xiao Yuan, refraining from unleashing chaos within her territory. However, the vendetta against Hua Xiao cannot be overlooked. I share a brotherly bond with Hua Xiao, and it is my duty to avenge him. Thus, I hereby declare my formal departure from the Hua family. Sister Xiao Yuan may vent her frustrations upon me. Song Ming, with solemnity, bowed deeply to Hua Yi, expressing, I owe Hua Xiao a debt of gratitude as vast as mountains, and I must seek retribution. Do not act impulsively. Let us all maintain our composure. Hua Lao proclaimed theatrically to the crowd. I understand your sentiments. We need only await their emergence. Let us not act recklessly. We must spare Sister Zhao's feelings. I care not for any ties to the Yuan. I am no longer part of the Hua family. Today, my sole purpose is vengeance, Song Ming shouted, rallying his comrades. Brothers, who among you will join me in avenging our fallen friend? We are willing, came the resounding reply. For Hua Xiao, let us strike them down. Charge. With a leader to follow, The remaining individuals eagerly showcased their resolve before Hua Lao. Everyone was aware that this was a performance orchestrated by Hua Lao himself. Yet, as long as he refrained from entering the small building, Sister Xiao could only blame him for his inability to control his subordinates. The white tiger forcefully shoved aside the wife of old Ding, calling out to Chiu Wen, "Lead the charge upstairs." Old Jiu's eyes glimmered, his body adorned with scales. The previous thunderstorm had left the dragon's head adorned with golden scales, thus old Jiu's arms now bore a similar golden hue. "In a brawl, I fear no one," he declared. The white tiger summoned his tiger-like strength, his form expanding as he strode alongside old Jiu to the center of the hall. "Let us slay them." With that, Song Ming surged ahead, followed closely by dozens of awakened individuals. The albino tiger and Lao Jiu exchanged a glance, their spirits ignited with fervent anticipation for the impending skirmish. With fists meeting in a resounding affirmation, they solidified their resolve to stand shoulder to shoulder once more, exclaiming their unwavering commitment to vanquish their adversaries. Bearing the moniker "Thousand Layers of Snow," Song Ming executed a sweeping horizontal maneuver, unleashing a torrent of frigid currents that enveloped the expanse, driving a blizzard of snowflakes toward the duo. With nimble agility, the albino tiger swiftly retreated, finding refuge behind Lao Jiu's imposing figure. The confined expanse of the Grand Hall became a tempestuous battleground as the blizzard's icy tendrils seized control, obscuring the figures of the two warriors within its frosty embrace. Song Ming, a master of elemental manipulation, commanded the blizzard's frigid currents with such intensity that even the most seasoned awakeners would find their resilience tested. Teetering on the precipice of being entombed in glacial prisons, in a twist that defied expectations, the blizzard's fury was abruptly redirected, surging into Lao Jiu's very being. With newfound command, Lao Jiu emulated Song Ming's technique, unleashing the absorbed tempest in a retaliatory surge. The awakeners who had dared to venture into the Grand Hall were met with an instantaneous paralysis, as snowflakes, akin to razor-sharp blades, lacerated their flesh. A score of first awakened individuals were unceremoniously ejected from the hall, propelled by the sheer force of the tempest. With a resounding roar that echoed through the hall, the albino tiger launched itself at the remaining awakeners, their vision obscured by the relentless blizzard. Chapter 52. The essence of brotherhood. The Hua Manor stood as a silent sentinel, its solemnity soon to be disrupted by the arrival of 5 figures, their attire tattered, hair matted, and skin weathered. Their disheveled appearance drew the disdain of the guards stationed at the entrance, who arrogantly questioned their presence, insinuating that they were mere beggars seeking alms at the esteemed Hua residence. The leader of the quintet, a man bearing a prosthetic eye that revealed only the stark white of its surface, retrieved his cellular device and presented a series of images to the gatekeepers. "State your purpose," the guard barked, seizing the man with the prosthetic eye by the collar. "You're of little consequence, just a lowly pawn." Retracting his device, the man with the prosthetic eye retreated a step. In a swift and decisive maneuver, Lei Zi, one of his companions, unleashed a devastating blow with an axe, cleaving the guard's face. With the majority of House Hua's awakened ones preoccupied with the pursuit of the white tiger cub, the family's defenses are currently at their weakest. Hua's son, roused by the commotion, led a throng of guards to the entrance, where they encountered the impostor. Daring to cause a disturbance in House Hua? Do you have a death wish? Hua's son, incensed by their disheveled appearance, threatened to mince them and feed them to the dogs. On whose authority? The impostor retorted. The boss has decreed that Hua must lose a son. The coffin has been delivered, and tonight, it shall be your final resting place. The 5 men produced their weapons from behind their backs, prompting Hua's son to instinctively retreat behind his bodyguards. "You 5 third-awakened nobodies?" he scoffed. In the wake of Hua Yogui's demise, Hua had begun to prioritize his son's safety. Although he had dispatched most of the awakened ones, he had retained a 4th awakened guardian for his son, along with a dozen or so lower-level awakened individuals. The 5 imposters were indeed at a disadvantage. The boss provides the coin, and we risk our lives. If we feared death, we wouldn't be here. Whether we 5 brothers survive or not is uncertain. But you are destined to perish. We brothers are resolute in our endeavors. Let's get him." The 5 men surged forward, plunging into the crowd. Inside the little iris pavilion, the white tiger cub, Lao Jiu, was locked in a fierce battle with Hua's subordinates. One possessed elemental immunity, while the other boasted impenetrable defenses. They remained undaunted by the awakened ones who stormed into the pavilion. Hua stood at the entrance, initially composed, but gradually growing agitated. Over 30 awakened ones. Unable to subdue 2 mere youths? This is preposterous. The white tiger cub and Lao Jiu, ensconced on the staircase, exploited its narrow confines to hold their ground against the overwhelming force. The first and second awakened individuals were virtually incapable of inflicting any significant harm upon the pair. Moreover, elemental awakeners can only observe from the sidelines. The more ferocious their attacks, the more ferociously old Geo counters them. In exasperation, Song Ming stands at the rear, sweat beading on his forehead. The White Tiger and old Geo, both unharmed at the same level, find themselves impervious to the assaults of those beneath the second awakening tier. Yet, Flower Guy watches from the back, unable to falter. Outnumbered? Nonsense. As the brothers settle the old Ding's wife, she appears at the staircase. The brothers, eager for action, glare at the awakeners in the hall, awaiting the White Tiger's command. Let Flower Guy witness what it means to engage in a brawl. To understand the essence of brotherhood, bring 1,000, and we shall withstand them all. The White Tiger reaches within, summoning Silver-Striped Tiger, affectionately named Ernyo by him. The latter casts an irate glance at the White Tiger before plunging into the fray. With a swift motion, Worm stands behind old Geo, tossing out a dozen blue orbs of light. Boom, boom, boom. As Worm's powers explode, chaos ensues in the hall, heralding the counterattack led by the White Tiger and his companions. Do you remember how we used to fight? United as brothers, let us confront them. The White Tiger transitions from defense to offense, seizing an awakener and hurling him into the throng. Geo, go. Use mine. Worm directs the light orbs to merge with old Geo's body. With a knee strike, old Geo collides with an awakener's groin. Boom. The awakener is sent flying several meters, his lower body a gruesome sight. The sight causes Flower Guy's subordinates to instinctively tighten their postures. Although Lao Geo and his companions had never systematically studied martial arts, they had honed their skills through years of street brawls, mastering unsavory techniques such as groin strikes, eye gouging, and throat thrusts. Little White Tiger and Lao Geo directed their assaults toward the most vulnerable areas of their opponents, rendering them nearly defenseless. The onlooker, Hua Lao, turned pale at the sight. A group of newly awakened youths had managed to force dozens of their subordinates down the stairs. The disparity in strength was glaring. Little White Tiger and Lao Geo absorbed the brunt of the damage while the other brothers seized the opportunity to take down their foes. As Song Ming and his group began to sense their inability to prevail, they contemplated retreat. Hua Lao shook his head in disbelief. Feeling a loss of dignity, Song Ming stood amidst the crowd, slowly gathering elemental energy in his hands. Suddenly, he pushed several of his younger subordinates forward. 7 or 8 of them stumbled toward Little White Tiger. As Little White Tiger dealt with the others, Song Ming darted forward, aiming an ice spike directly at his opponent's eye. Just at that critical moment, Little White Tiger was shoved aside, and the ice spike pierced the body of High Dog. The unexpected turn of events left Little White Tiger in disarray. Several brothers hurriedly dragged High Dog up the stairs. Hua Lao, elated, shouted at Little White Tiger, "Today, I shall kill your brothers right before your eyes." He urged his men forward, sensing their opponents faltering. After successfully landing his strike, Song Ming quickly retreated to the back of the group. Lao Geo, don't you pride yourself on being the epitome of loyalty? How does it feel to watch your brothers perish before you? Song Ming stood at the back, attempting to unsettle the minds of Little White Tiger and Lao Geo. Indeed, the reality unfolded as he had anticipated. Both individuals were entirely focused on the High Dog, retreating under relentless blows. Scales from Lao Geo fell scattered on the ground. The High Dog lay upon the staircase, acutely aware that if this continued, neither Lao Geo nor the Little White Tiger could endure much longer. He hastily rose and bellowed, "What is a brother?" The gathered brothers were momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the essence of the High Dog's words. This was a rallying cry they had chanted since childhood. With great effort, the High Dog stood tall and proclaimed, "What is a brother? A brother is a blade. I am the sheath, you are the sword. With every strike you take, I too shall strike. Together we shall vanquish our foes and let the flames of vengeance consume them." The previously panicked brothers exchanged knowing glances and erupted into hearty laughter. With brothers by their side, what was there to fear? What is a brother? Lao Geo roared. "A brother is a mountain. You are the verdant hill. I am the tree, deeply rooted and inseparable, bound by a lifetime of brotherly loyalty." The Little White Tiger, as if possessed by a deity of slaughter, unleashed his razor-sharp claws, sending severed limbs and shattered bones flying. He allowed his adversaries to inflict blows that exceeded his capacity to withstand, letting blood flow freely from his wounds. The Little White Tiger struck his chest in a rhythm akin to a war drum, the resounding echoes reverberating through the small building, instilling fear in the hearts of his foes. What is a brother? Lao Jio, his arm battered and scales shattered, stood resolutely at the staircase, refusing to yield. He understood that he could not falter. If he fell, the spirits of the little white tiger and himself would shatter. Xiao Feng wiped the tears from his eyes and exchanged a resolute glance with Gu Tu, a silent understanding passing between them. In unison, they leaped down, bit low. Arms outstretched, and forcefully embraced their adversaries, pushing them outward. The brothers coordinated seamlessly, and the others swiftly comprehended their intentions. Brother Jiao, Xiao Feng, with 7 or 8 gaping wounds in his back, coughed blood as he continued to push their enemies away. The young white tiger and Lao Jiao nodded, following closely behind. Song Ming stood at the doorway, suddenly sensing danger as the predatory gazes of Lao Jiao and his brothers converged upon him. A sense of dread washed over him, prompting him to hastily retreat towards Hualao. Brother Tiger. Both Chiao Air and another companion bent down simultaneously, while Lao Jiao and the young white tiger leaped onto their backs, soaring over the crowd directly at Song Ming. The latter was taken aback. Huayi, you seek death. Hualao swung the vine in his hand, striking the chests of the young white tiger and Lao Jiao. The impact was such that even the toughest of bones could not withstand the force of a fifth awakening. The young white tiger coughed up a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Hit him. The young white tiger, midair, grasped Lao Jiao and hurled him towards Song Ming. Lao Jiao's eyes burned crimson, driven by a surge of murderous intent, his hair rapidly growing to waist length. With a ferocious pounce, the hellish Lao Jiao seized Song Ming from behind, sinking his teeth into his throat. Huayu. Upon witnessing Lao Jiao burst from the building, Hualao's heart swelled with joy. He lunged forward, delivering a powerful kick to Lao Jiao. The scales on Lao Jiao's body shattered, and his chest caved in as he was sent flying several meters, crashing into a nearby vehicle. Flower, flower. Song Ming clutched his throat, his face a mask of despair. A mere third awakening was cornered by Lao Jiao, a second awakening. Lao Jiao, with a wicked grin, spat out the remnants of flesh in his mouth. With a final surge of energy, Lao Jiao unleashed a powerful burst beneath his feet, charging towards Song Ming while ignoring the vigilant Hualao beside him. In that moment, the desire for vengeance for Haigo had driven Lao Jiao into a complete frenzy. What is a brother? Lao Jiao roared as he charged towards Song Ming, exclaiming, Die? Hualao, infuriated and unable to spare them, displayed an unyielding ferocity. Under ordinary circumstances, a second-level fighter could not withstand the might of a fifth-level strike, yet Lao Jiao, in this dire moment, still dared to battle Song Ming, showcasing his fierce tenacity. Be cautious, Brother Jiao. The other brothers gasped in alarm. With a resounding thud, Hualao unleashed a devastating punch, the force of which howled through the air, seeking to claim Lao Jiao's life. At that critical juncture, a figure appeared before Lao Jiao, embodying the essence of brotherhood and shared fate. Xiao Baihu, with arms shielding his chest and eyes wide with determination, took the lethal blow meant for Lao Jiao. The impact sent Xiao Baihu crashing into a nearby building. Simultaneously, Lao Jiao seized Song Ming's head, declaring, Die. With his feet planted firmly on Song Ming's shoulders, he clutched the latter's head, exerting the last vestiges of his strength. Blood gushed forth in a violent spray as Song Ming's head was brutally torn from his body. You dare to harm my brother? I shall hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Chapter 53. Zhang Yang has arrived. You seek death. Hualao could no longer contain his fury. To murder Song Ming before his eyes was a profound humiliation for him. Weakly, Lao Jiao lay on the ground, mockingly raising his middle finger at Hualao. Die. Hualao lifted his foot to crush Lao Jiao's head. With a fifth-level strike, Lao Jiao was undoubtedly doomed. Chiao Air and the others pushed through the crowd, disregarding the blades and guns aimed at them, racing towards Lao Jiao. Brother Jiao. The situation was dire. The pressure overwhelmed Haigo, causing him to spit blood and collapse to the ground. Everyone knew that rushing out would lead to certain death, yet not a single soul hesitated. Haigo, weeping profusely, crawled towards Lao Jiao. As the moment approached when the flower man was about to take a step forward, a heavy truck collided with him, forcefully pushing him back several meters. Zhang Yang pointed at the flower man and scolded, I am no longer the director, and my associates are not the inspectors. Damn it. Today I shall defend my own. With a heavy thud, Zhang Yang struck the truck. Simultaneously, the tarpaulins on 5 heavy trucks were lifted, and over 100 thugs leaped down from the vehicles. The flower man stared incredulously at the crowd before him. More precisely, they were the men of Old Ding, red-haired. Limping as he descended from the truck, pointed at the flower man and shouted, Damn it, flower man, what has my boss ever done to wrong you? Are you planning a rebellion? In a fit of rage, The flower man questioned, realizing that these were the very subordinates he had once looked down upon. Now, those he had scorned stood in opposition to him. Red-haired received a shotgun from one of his men and declared, "Tell the flower man who you belong to." "Old boss. Old boss," echoed the crowd, brandishing their weapons in unison. "I only recognize my own boss. Damn it, the flower man wants to kill the boss and the sister-in-law. What shall we do? Let us take him down. Let us kill him." The crowd parted to make way as Old Ding, his corpulent figure advancing, approached the front. Once the most loyal dog of the flower family, he now revealed his fangs. Old Ding slightly bowed to the flower man and said, "Master Flower, although I have committed numerous wrongdoings, I pride myself on my loyalty to my brothers, which far exceeds that of your flower family. You may offer your brothers wealth, but I offer them sincerity." He proudly gestured towards the subordinates behind him, asserting to the flower family, "Whom do you think they serve?" In a moment of unexpected confrontation, Big Brother Ding found himself at odds with his own leader, a realization that struck him deeply. With a heavy exhale, he cast aside his reluctance, knowing he had no choice but to act for the sake of his wife and children. "Shao Hai, gather the men to fetch your sister-in-law," he commanded, firmly placing his hand on Red-haired's shoulder. "After today, I shall no longer be your leader. Boss, I am but a simple man, and my brother and I owe our paths to you. I will bring you meals in prison. Whatever you do, I will stand by your side," Red-haired replied, tears welling in his eyes as he knelt and bowed deeply. "Once a leader, always a leader. Go," Big Brother Ding said proudly, turning his gaze towards Hualao. With a shout, Red-haired rallied a throng of ordinary individuals to surge towards the Hua family's awakened ones. As they passed Old Gio, Red-haired delivered a swift kick to his face, exclaiming, "We shall settle our scores later. Leave them. Do not concern yourselves with that woman. Focus on eliminating the little white tiger." Old Gio, in a moment of desperation, barked orders at his subordinates. Fear gripped him as he considered the talents of the little white tiger and Old Gio, as well as their vengeful natures. Should they escape, should they grow in strength, the Hua family would face annihilation. In that instant, he grasped the meaning behind Xiao Fei's dying words. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed through the air. Before the Hua family's awakened ones could advance, an explosive force sent them sprawling across the hall. The immense shockwave lifted every object within the room. Amidst the swirling dust, a figure emerged, holding an umbrella and covering his mouth with a silk scarf as he slowly approached the entrance. That sickly man, Hualao thought, his brow furrowing with concern. The newcomer was indeed the frail gentleman sent to retrieve Xiao Yuan. "Have you forgotten our rules? Are you so reluctant to step outside?" The sickly figure suddenly stomped his foot. A cacophony of hushed footsteps and clamor erupted from the low buildings lining the street. A throng of individuals surged forth from the houses on either side. Meanwhile, the group at the center, known as the Old Nine, appeared utterly bewildered. "Why are there more people as we engage in combat?" The foolish worm asked. "Who shall we confront first?" "You shall be the ones confronted," came a melodious voice. The entourage of Xiao Yuan parted respectfully, bowing in deference. "Sister Yuan, Sister Yuan." A graceful figure obscured the view of the little white tiger. Initially startled, he soon found himself rendered speechless. Wasn't the woman before him one of the streetwalkers from above? TSK, my little wolf dog has sustained such severe injuries." Xiao Yuan teasingly pinched the little white tiger's cheek. "I had hoped to schedule a friendly match with you, but it seems that will have to be postponed." "I can take over for you," Old Nine said cheekily, reclining in the embrace of the little white tiger. Annoyed, Xiao Yuan lifted her foot. Her sharp high heel poised over Old Nine's mouth. "Do you believe I would sew your lips shut?" The little white tiger disdainfully pushed Xiao Yuan aside, cradling Old Nine protectively. "Don't touch my brother, or I swear I will end you." "Oh, really? Right now? Shall I book a room?" Xiao Yuan teased, leaning down, her cleavage in full display. The little white tiger's face flushed crimson as he turned away. "What I meant by do is not that kind of do." "Humph." Xiao Yuan's finger traced the firm expanse of the little white tiger's chest. "Then how do you wish to engage with me?" Ahem. The previously tense atmosphere had been thoroughly disrupted by Xiao Yuan's antics. One might have been forgiven for mistaking her for a gold digger. "Why? Are you saying that we young people aren't allowed to pursue true love?" Xiao Yuan retorted, her face as cold as ice as she cast a disdainful glance at the two men. They exchanged furtive looks, each struggling to decipher Xiao Yuan's true intentions. Could it be possible that one of the formidable 5 overlords of the Ice Palace was susceptible to the throes of love? Such a notion seemed preposterous. Were not all those who had ascended to positions of power within the Ice Palace paragons of shrewdness and cunning? Both men remained on high alert, their suspicions aroused. Zhang Yang surmised that Xiao Yuan was an accomplice of Master Hua, while the latter suspected that she had arrived to protect the little white tiger. After a pregnant pause, Xiao Yuan finally broke the silence, her voice laced with menace. Did you truly believe that I would not dare to spill blood within my own domain? With a mere flick of his wrist, the sickly man, Bing Gui, pointed in the direction of the nearest awakened one, who instantly met his demise, a gaping, bloody hole adorning his forehead. Let no one who dared to engage in violence within this building today leave this street alive. Xiao Yuan's aura underwent a dramatic transformation, her raven tresses dancing in the absence of wind, as she assumed the imperious demeanor of a ruthless queen. Master Hua, I have shown you ample deference. But these individuals must now pay for their transgressions with their blood upon this very street. Xiao Yuan's frigid gaze swept over the awakened ones who had once belonged to the Hua family, though she seemed to have forgotten that they had willingly severed their ties. Little Bing, do you require further prompting? Assist Master Hua in cleansing his household of these undesirables. Bing Gui once again unleashed his deadly prowess, his umbrella transforming into a lethal blade as he moved through the throng with spectral speed. Before a single cigarette could be fully consumed, every awakened one affiliated with the Hua family had met their untimely end. Master Hua stood motionless, his countenance ashen, his initial bluster having dissipated, leaving him utterly isolated. You will suffer a terrible fate. The last of the Hua family's awakened ones collapsed, his grasp tightening around Xiao Yuan's ankle as he uttered a final, resentful curse. With a sharp crack, the stiletto heel of Xiao Yuan pierced the skull of her adversary, blood splattering several meters and landing upon her visage. Master Hua, no need for thanks. Leaving them alive would only invite further trouble, she remarked, her slender fingers smearing the crimson on her lips as if it were a luxurious lipstick. Hee. Well, they have breached the rules, and I acknowledge that. But what of them? Master Hua pointed at the fallen Lao Jia with a smirk. I shall exact revenge for my son outside the building. You wouldn't dare to stop me, would you? Master Hua had resolutely decided to eliminate both the white tiger and Lao Jia. A flicker of anxiety crossed Xiao Yuan's eyes. Protecting the white tiger would mean a fallout with Master Hua and several other domineering figures. Conversely, failing to safeguard them would leave her with no explanation to the overlord. Observing the turmoil in her opponent, Master Hua sneered, I've adhered to your rules, and now I intend to take a life. Should you interfere, I shall be compelled to engage in a contest of strength with you. After a prolonged moment, Xiao Yuan appeared to summon a formidable resolve and stepped aside. As long as it does not occur within the building, I shall remain indifferent. Her icy gaze swept over the white tiger, a fleeting glimmer of remorse evident in her eyes. The white tiger inclined his head slightly, murmuring his gratitude. Although he was skeptical of any special feelings she held for him, her assistance, both overt and covert, was undeniable. She could have waited until the conflict concluded to make her appearance. Yet she chose this moment to interrupt Master Hua, even clearing away his allies. Her generosity had reached its limits. Zhang Yang took a decisive step to position himself before Master Hua. Clear the area, the sickly figure commanded with a sweeping motion of his hand. In an instant, all unrelated individuals vacated the street. The atmosphere was charged with tension as Master Hua's formidable presence enveloped everyone in an aura of dread. You are the first individuals to instill a sense of crisis within me. I shall trample you and your brethren one by one. With that, the flower man abruptly swung his hand, sending the worm flying several meters through the air. Ha ha ha, I shall crush your brotherly bonds right before your eyes. Chapter 54, The Lei Brothers. What more is there to say? Old Ding scoffed. No one can now thwart his quest for vengeance, unless Xiao Yuan intervenes again. But the opponent had already retreated into his vehicle, appearing to observe the unfolding chaos from a distance. With trembling hands, old Gio ignited a lighter. A few brothers still capable of movement gathered together to light their cigarettes. Tiger, can you manage? Old Gio inquired, pressing against his wound, seeking reassurance. The Lei brothers are resolute. They will not cease until their objectives are met, little white tiger gasped, glancing at his phone, confident that as long as they remained alive, they could see matters through to completion. The flower man rolled up his sleeves, a cold smile gracing his lips. Your time is limited. Go down and keep my son company. Zhang Yang and Old Ding felt as though they were facing a formidable adversary. In the entire Ice Mansion city, only a few other overlords could contend with the flower man. Two honks echoed through the air. A black car, devoid of doors and with shattered windows, swayed precariously as it barreled toward the crowd. Bang! The vehicle collided with the roadside, a mere 10 meters from the onlookers. The driver, bloodied and battered, pushed open the car door. 3 injured men emerged, dragging a well-dressed gentleman down from the vehicle. Indeed, they were crawling out of the car. The 3 individuals were grievously wounded. The driver, clutching his neck with one hand, slumped heavily to the ground, both a hand and a leg severed. Yet only the flesh remained attached. The other 2 were not faring much better. One bore a gaping wound the size of a bowl in his abdomen, with intestines spilling out. Despite their dire condition, the injured man still remained shackled to the captor, lying on the steps. He grasped the hair of the man beside him and shouted towards the flower master, "Father." The man emitted a heart-wrenching cry. The flower master felt a momentary pause in his breath, nearly choking on the air. The injured man was none other than the Thunder, hired by the Little White Tiger, who had brazenly stormed the Flower family estate and abducted the flower master's beloved son. The eyes of the 2 brothers were glazed, their gaze beginning to dull. Yet, they had still managed to bring the captives. "Boss, after completing the job, we brothers always deliver without fail, no matter the cost," the driver gasped, grinning at Little White Tiger. Indeed, the money was well spent, Little White Tiger acknowledged, giving a thumbs up. The driver, with a sense of pride, leaned back against the car and slowly extracted a cigarette. "This job is too damned perilous. Dozens of people surrounded us, hacking away. Damn it. Both the 3rd and 4th brothers have fallen. I'm exhausted. I'll just rest for a bit. In the future, remember us brothers." The driver's voice trailed off, his head drooping, his breath ceased. Through the car, the injured man wept bitterly, tears streaming down his face. He understood that he had lost his brother, yet the mission must be fulfilled. The counterfeit-eyed individual trembled as he extracted explosives from his pocket. "Do not move," he warned. "The boss has instructed that the person must be delivered into his hands. If you dare to intervene, I will take your son along the way." Just as Hua was about to make a move, a single remark from the counterfeit-eyed man quelled him. No one doubted the authenticity of his words. A man who would brazenly infiltrate the Huajia to abduct someone, braving the assaults of 100 adversaries, would certainly not allow Hua the opportunity to rescue his son. "Dad, save me." Hua's son, not possessing any extraordinary abilities, was paralyzed with fear by the explosives in the counterfeit-eyed man's possession, erupting into a fit of tears. "Damn it, you cannot take my son. Is there no other way?" Hua exclaimed, hands firmly on his hips, berating the young white tiger. It was the young white tiger who had previously abducted Hua, and now another son was ensnared. "You still have one left. Losing one shouldn't cause you much grief." Old Gio sneered, though he grimaced in pain. "There is no other choice." The counterfeit-eyed man shook his head. "One brother has perished, and someone must pay with their life. One son must be sacrificed for the mission, while the other remains for the brotherhood." "Boss, this isn't against the rules, is it?" Hua gasped for breath, struggling to lean against the vehicle behind him for support. With only 2 seedlings left, one lost and the other captured, he felt as though the heavens had collapsed upon him. "I know you intend to harm me, but do not act against me just yet," Old Gio grinned. "Why not kneel and pay your respects to my little brother, Xiao Fei, and I shall release your son." The car door creaked under Hua's furious grip, but with his son held captive by the young white tiger, he could only choose to save his child first. "Release my son and leave, from this moment forth. I shall pursue you relentlessly," the flower man growled through clenched teeth. Lao Gio, displaying an air of disdain, opened his mouth to retort but was silenced by Lao Ding's restraining hand. "Young master, I must commend your audacity, but refrain from provoking him further. Should he lose his sanity, we might all perish," Lao Ding cautioned. Zhang Yang understood the difficulty of compelling the flower man to yield, and thus called out to Lao Ding to lead them away. Lao Ding's subordinates stepped forward, assisting the little white tiger's brother as they marched resolutely toward the street. As they passed by the blind eye, little white tiger shouted to Lao Ding to take them away. These brothers were fierce warriors, and little white tiger was unwilling to see them fall on the streets. "Do not," the blind eye brother feebly waved his hand. "We brothers will handle this, to leave no traces for the boss. Take my brother away, I shall. Remain here and wait for you to depart before releasing him. Brother, remember to send money to our mother, and find a wife for my younger brother." The blind eye brother, aware of his impending demise, implored his companion. "Brother, let us leave together." The blind eye had lost 3 brothers in one night, and the remaining eye, bloodshot and filled with anguish, wept bitterly. Alas, the adversary revealed his shirt, exposing a gaping wound that nearly severed him in 2. "I cannot go on. Brother, you must leave. I am weary." The blind eye brother seized the explosives from the enemy, shoving the blind eye away. "Boss, Lazy will handle this." Do not implicate the boss. I implore you. In light of our brother's sacrifice, spare my brother's life. Lazy pleaded in the face of mortality. The little white tiger naturally did not refuse, giving a glance to the bone, which approached and hoisted the false eye. Brother. The second, Urtzi, the most ferocious of them all, lay on the back of the bone, weeping uncontrollably. For the sake of the mission, for the sake of the rules, he had lost 4 brothers. Leaning against the steps, Urtzi's eyes were filled with reluctance as he waved to the false eye, urging him to live and not to inform his mother. Hualao stood frozen in place, his face ashen, until the silhouette of the little white tiger vanished from his sight, prompting him to stride towards his son. Urtzi, spitting blood, unlocked the handcuffs binding the other. Realizing that vengeance was unattainable today, Hualao could only direct his fury towards Lazy. How do you wish to die? Hualao inquired coldly, his fists clenched tightly. Trembling, Urtzi produced a cigarette and lit it, taking a deep drag. You need not lift a finger. I shall depart on my own. With that, Urtzi ignited the fuse of the explosives in his hand. He had intended to wait until the boss had left, to take your son along. But the rules must not be broken. The boss's reputation must remain untarnished. You may go now. I shall rest. Urtzi waved his hand at Hualao, closing his eyes. Boom. Chapter 55. The boss takes action. The following day, within the Ming Wang mansion, a middle-aged man who had departed from the ice mansion sat before the Ming Wang. The two, like longtime friends, lounged on the tatami, engaging in spirited conversation. A great battle was imminent. This tea has been airlifted from the Jiangnan region. Please enjoy. The other calmly poured tea for the Ming Wang. The Ming Wang took a sip, his expression unchanged, remarking, "This tea is exquisite, but it is rather costly. This cake from the ice mansion is worth this tea. Mr. Li truly is a businessman." The person approaching is none other than Mr. Li, the one who departed from the ice mansion to summon reinforcements, Li Yuxian. Your reluctance to allow me at the table is merely a concern over the equitable division of the cake, with 5 factions. An additional individual inevitably necessitates the bifurcation of one sector, does it not? Mr. Li, with a self-assured smile, remarked that this matter is quite straightforward. One enters, another exits. And the overarching dynamics of the city remain unchanged. King Ming, holding the tea aloft, froze momentarily, comprehending Mr. Li's intentions. The conflict between the Flower Lord and the little white tiger had already escalated to an irreconcilable state. For Mr. Li to enter the fray, the Flower Lord must be ousted. Given that the Flower Lord has recently lost 2 sons, it is inconceivable that he would permit Mr. Li to develop his influence within the city without opposition. Having known the Flower Lord for several decades, is it not excessive to demand his exit in light of his recent bereavement? Mr. Li, it is wise to leave a thread of connection for future encounters. King Ming was not oblivious to the Flower Lord's unsavory dealings. However, this is, after all, a world where the strong prey upon the weak. If you were to elevate others in his stead, can you truly guarantee that they would perform better than the Flower Lord? At least at present. The Flower Lord has established himself significantly and is beginning to value reputation. Many affairs are conducted discreetly, allowing for a semblance of peace among all. Should you elevate those 2 young men under your wing, it would not be long before, apart from the Li surname, all others in the ice mansion would face dire consequences. King Ming acknowledged, I concede that the 2 individuals you have selected possess formidable character. However, their aggressive nature lacks the necessary composure. Mr. Li's focus lies in ousting the Flower Lord, whereas King Ming is concerned with the stability of the ice mansion. Should the Flower Lord be supplanted by Mr. Li, it would inevitably provoke turmoil, particularly with the imminent siege by the Overlord. The 2 parties failed to reach an agreement. Yet Mr. Li was in no hurry to depart, patiently accompanying Ming Wang for tea. In contrast to the impulsive nature of the young white tiger and his companions, who readily resorted to violence, Mr. Li consistently maintained a demeanor that was both discreet and gentle. According to a report from the Dragon Nation's legal news, a significant human trafficking case unfolded today in the Ice City. Several suspects, including Ding Changyan, the former chairman of the Ding Group, and General Manager Li Hai, voluntarily surrendered to Officer Shipu, candidly confessing to their crimes. Insiders revealed that the mastermind behind this human trafficking scandal was none other than Hua Qingfu, the chairman of the Ice City Shipu Public Security Administration. Suddenly, the teacup in Ming Wang's hand shattered, his face pale with rage as he glared at the television. The last time they targeted old Ding, Hua had swiftly orchestrated the downfall of a senior executive at the Ice City television station. To his astonishment, history seemed to be repeating itself, But this time it was the Dragon Nation's legal news that was involved, with its headquarters located in the capital. The Ice City television station was merely a local entity, whereas the legal news held a far higher status. This illustrated the stark contrast between the five overlords and the Yuan outgroup, one comprised of local magnates, while the other wielded genuine, far-reaching influence. Reports indicate that the National Security Ministry has dispatched a special investigation team to Ice City, determined to eradicate the criminal network entirely. As the broadcast concluded, Ming Wang was drenched in cold sweat. The Yuan Xiao Group's maneuver was a direct and devastating blow. The five overlords of Ice City were entirely out of reach of the individuals sent from the capital, even if they could make contact. The likelihood of their being bribed was minimal, given that no one could compete with the wealth of the Yuan Xiao Group. Since Mr. Li has already taken action, what is the purpose of this visit? Ming Wang asked with a smile that barely concealed his unease. Mr. Li's strategy had caught him completely off guard. First, courtesy precedes conflict, for we are destined to collaboratively construct the Ice Mansion in the future. Mr. Li slightly bowed to Ming Wang and advised him, heed my counsel. The rule of law will only become more refined in the future. Individuals like the Flower Man will inevitably be eliminated. My actions will not implicate you. Once I enter the fray, the economy of the Ice Mansion will ascend to new heights. Can you truly shield the Flower Man from his past transgressions for a lifetime? You ought to know whom to choose. With that, Mr. Li turned and departed. Ming Wang gazed at his phone, wrestling with the urge to call the Flower Man for a discussion, yet he restrained himself. No one could ascertain the extent and severity of the crackdown in the capital. It would be unwise to draw the flames to oneself. In the hospital, the little white tiger slowly regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he saw Mr. Li quietly peeling fruit by his bedside. Where am I? He exclaimed. The hospital. In utter shock, the little white tiger felt a surge of panic. Run. Damn it. The Flower Man will surely come to exact revenge. With that, he attempted to rise and flee. If the crazed Flower Man were to storm the hospital, Mr. Li might not be able to protect him. Rest assured, Mr. Li interjected, gently pressing him back down. The situation is nearing its conclusion. Focus on your recovery. Dealing with the Flower family is not akin to street fighting. Leave it to me, and within half a month, the Flower family will no longer exist in the Ice Mansion. Seeing the little white tiger's skepticism, Mr. Li offered a faint smile. In the eyes of the locals, the Flower Man is considered the local emperor of the Ice Mansion. Such a figure is not easily toppled. Do you remember when I told you that a large tree provides ample shade? The recent upheaval instigated by the Flower clan was not orchestrated by me, but by the Grandmaster himself. I alone lack the capacity to unsettle the Flower family. However, to the Grandmaster, the Flower family is merely a piece of meat on the cutting board, to be sliced at his whim. Initially, Mr. Li had merely contemplated developing alongside the five overlords of Ice Mansion. Yet the situation has escalated beyond his capabilities. You need not concern yourself further. Take the time to rest. Mr. Li genuinely rejoices for the little white tiger, as the Grandmaster is exceedingly pleased with your recent performance and has arranged a splendid opportunity for you. Where might that be? How old are you this year? 17. Huh. Do you have any idea how many 9 awakening individuals have ever emerged within the human race? Mr. Li's tone shifted dramatically. I do not know. Far too few, Mr. Li sighed. It has come to light that someone has discovered the unique martial arts legacy of the Soul 9 awakening powerhouse from the northeastern provinces of the Dragon Kingdom. Once you have concluded your current tasks, you shall embark on a mission to the Spring Mansion. The Grandmaster has commanded that by any means necessary, be it theft or force, you are to acquire that martial arts legacy. Mr. Li narrowed his eyes, fixing a steely gaze upon the little white tiger, his tone resolute and unyielding. Surely not. There are only a few of us. The little white tiger, no fool, recognized that holding onto the legacy of a 9 awakening powerhouse without it being seized by others was surely no easy feat. Only you shall go. For the individual who uncovered the legacy is at a top-tier private high school in Spring Mansion. They have secretly contacted members of the Ma family, intending to sell it. This information was procured by the Grandmaster at a considerable cost and is undoubtedly reliable. You are to locate him and retrieve it. The Northeastern Ma family, one of the 4 great noble families. The Zijin of the capital, the Gu family of the Guangdong province, the Ji family of the Magic City, and the Ma family of the Northeast. All the powerful families in the Dragon Kingdom regard these 4 as the pinnacle of authority. Their mere stamp of a foot can shake the world. Mr. Li patted the little white tiger's shoulder, stating that he would bear all consequences himself. When shall we depart? The little white tiger felt reluctant to go. Just as the ice manor was on the verge of rising, they were reassigned. The sooner, the better, Mr. Li replied solemnly. I shall set forth once I have avenged Xiao Fei. Chapter 56. Declaration of War. A week later, at the Hua Manor. Hua Lao sat alone in his son's room. The familiar setting felt alien, a haunting reminder of what once was. The Hua Manor, once bustling with life, now had only one of its 8 sons remaining. Even as a regional overlord, Hua Lao could not escape the pangs of sorrow. In just a few days, he seemed to age a decade, his posture beginning to stoop. Dad. Hua Lao's remaining son rushed into the room. The investigation team has entered the ice manor. Should we prepare? Dad. Hua Lao's son called out repeatedly until he snapped Hua Lao from his reverie. Yet, his first question was, have you found those 2 brats? And no. His son shook his head. Li Yuxian has hidden them well. I suspect they've already been smuggled out of the city. Should we not first deal with the investigation team? Before his son could finish, Hua Lao struck him across the face. Your brother's body is still warm. Avenging him is our priority. Hua Lao had been driven to madness, his eyes closed, haunted by the memories of his once vibrant home. In those days, he was the envy of all in the ice manor, and who among the 8 sons would not proclaim their prowess? Hua Yuchun, with a hand covering his face, defended himself, saying, I also wish to avenge my brother, but I prioritize protecting our father. They are targeting you. I do not wish for you to be involved. Foolish child, life is fraught with ups and downs. Your father has encountered storms of all kinds. You are not an awakened one. If you cannot safeguard this family legacy, knowing when to gracefully retreat is the true wisdom. Hua Lao sighed, gazing affectionately at his only son. He understood that in this apocalyptic world, strength is paramount. Without sufficient power, those beneath you will not yield, and others will covet what you possess. Should he encounter individuals like the small white tigers? How long could Hua Yuchun truly survive? After Hua Lao's passing, Hua Yuchun would not only be unable to maintain control over the Hua family, but would also invite his own demise. Let the investigation team look into it. The Hua family has garnered many enemies within the Ice Mansion. Your father is aging and cannot protect you for long. Let us seize this opportunity to withdraw the Hua family from the stage of the Ice Mansion with dignity. Hua Lao may be a remorseless villain, yet to his family, he is a good father, a commendable head of the family, and even an extraordinary sovereign, a self-made powerhouse. As he looked at his graying father, tears welled in Hua Yuchuan's eyes. He yearned to persuade him, but was at a loss for words. What has been discovered regarding that incident? It has been uncovered that on the night of my brother's mishap, someone bribed the city gates and left the city in the dead of night. Nalan Xiao from the Nalan family. A flicker of murderous intent passed through Hua Lao's eyes. Compared to the small white tigers, his hatred for Nalan was even more profound. It was Nalan who had meticulously plotted against him, forcing Hua Lao to the precipice of despair. After a long silence, Hua Lao exhaled deeply, releasing a heavy breath. Please invite Uncle Nalan to visit, along with Ming Wang, Li Yuxian, and the members of the investigation team to our home. The flower man approached the window, his silhouette steeped in profound sorrow. Once you have completed all arrangements, depart from the Ice Mansion and journey to the capital, where I have prepared a livelihood for you. Child, should Nalan and the little white tiger still be alive, you must adopt a new name and live in obscurity. If I should die, do not come to pay your respects. If I should be imprisoned, do not come to visit me. Do you understand? Father. That evening, in the private hospital of the Ice Mansion, within an upscale ward, Nalan smiled, though half of his face had been corroded to the bone. Had it not been for his formidable strength, he would have been taken away by Xiao Fei. Nonetheless, he found himself in dire straits. The poisonous smoke from Xiao Fei had seeped into his skin, utterly ravaging his internal organs. Although he remained alive, his power had diminished significantly, and he suffered daily from the torment of the poison. Weakly, Nalan lay on the bed, gazing at his elder brother. Brother, be cautious of the flower man. I have an unsettling feeling that the banquet will not end well. After Nalan departed, an inexplicable wave of palpitations gripped Nalan's heart as he clutched his chest. Among the 5 tyrants of the Ice Mansion, the Nalan family was the most tragic. Apart from Yuan, the others all had sons and daughters, whereas the Nalan lineage had been entirely extinguished by the smoker. Suddenly, thunder rumbled in the sky, illuminating the night. Winter was nearing its end, and a torrential downpour began to cleanse the Ice Mansion. Unnoticed, in a dim alley across from the hospital, a group of youth huddled together, quietly smoking. Ding! The phone rang. A boy, nestled within his raincoat, answered the call. Nalan is gone. The voice on the other end was unexpectedly that of the flower man. After a moment of silence, why did the youth choose to assist me? I was merely aiding in the completion of a task. Our grievances would persist thereafter. Hua Lao ended the call. Nalan, I fear, could not fathom that Hua Lao would enlist the help of Xiao Baihu to eliminate Nalan Xiao among the 5 overlords. There were hidden spies, and Hua Lao, intent on revenge and wishing to deceive Nalan, could only exploit this group of unpredictable young men. Nalan could not guess. Ming Wang could not guess, and even Mr. Li could not guess. Hua Lao calculated that Xiao Baihu's character would compel him to comply. These spirited youths would never decline an opportunity to avenge a brother, even knowing that Hua Lao was manipulating them, even if hundreds lay in ambush within the hospital. Xiao Baihu and Lao Jiu would still take action. To refuse would not be in Xiao Baihu's nature. With a loud clap, Haigo unfurled his umbrella. The group of youths silently turned to Xiao Baihu. The latter extinguished his cigarette with his fingers, lifted the broad hood of his raincoat, and exchanged a glance with Lao Jiu at the alley's end. Lao Jiu signaled with an okay gesture, reassuring him, "Don't worry, brother. I'll support you in whatever you choose to do." Suddenly, Xiao Baihu sprang to his feet, and the youths simultaneously shed their raincoats, drawing weapons from their waists as they advanced toward the hospital. Exiting the alley, Xiao Air placed 2 fingers to his lips and whistled. A dozen vans parked at the roadside opened their doors simultaneously. Dozens of poorly clad men leaped from the vehicles, exchanging knowing glances with Xiao Baihu and nodding slightly. "Cover yourselves," commanded the leader from the van as he tossed a mask to Xiao Baihu, who carelessly discarded it onto the ground. "To avenge our brother. We shall not hide or conceal our intentions." On the rain-soaked thoroughfare, dozens of individuals stand resolutely in the center, halting the flow of traffic, which, in a tacit understanding, chooses to wait. No one dares to honk their horn in the presence of these fearsome figures. The rain cascades down with increasing intensity. Xiao Baihu and Lao Jiu stand shoulder to shoulder, facing the townsfolk from Heishan outside the city. A flicker of murderous intent ignites in their eyes. "Ladies and gentlemen," Xiao Fei observes from above, "he died unjustly, and with the blood of our enemies, we shall lay him to rest and seek vengeance." The townsfolk of Heishan raise their weapons in unison. On this dark and stormy night, the time for bloodshed has arrived. Lao Jiu discards his umbrella, allowing the rain to drench his hair. Under the gaze of the assembled crowd, he binds his hair back and accepts the knife handed to him by Haigo. "Without further ado, until our enemies are extinguished, I shall not sheath my blade. After vanquishing Nalan Xiao, we will make our way to the Nalan residence. No one who has traversed Heishan shall escape alive." "What a bold lad." The elder of Heishan nods in satisfaction, leaning on his cane. Xiao Baihu leads the charge towards the hospital. In the hospital, security personnel watch in terror as a throng of men surges through the entrance. The shadows, densely packed, stride swiftly through the curtain of rain. The late-night hospital is silent, save for the sound of the rain and the footsteps of the crowd. Suddenly, a clap of thunder illuminates the night sky. At that moment, the security personnel discern the approaching figures. Xiao Baihu strides menacingly at the forefront, his knife wrapped in white cloth. Those who follow him exude an aura of ferocity, resembling vengeful spirits from the depths of hell. "Hello, hello." Security swiftly dialed the captain's phone. A melodious voice from the other end answered. "This is..." Bang. The phone shattered. The security guard stood frozen in shock. While Haigo advanced briskly, gun aimed at the adversary's head. "It's none of your business. A few $100 a month. What's your life worth?" "Oh right, brother, I almost forgot. It's time to clock out." "You all carry on, carry on." The security guard hastily shed his uniform and dashed out of the hospital. In the lobby of the hospital, the front desk nurse, the on-duty doctor, and several patients waiting for consultation turned their gaze toward the menacing group. Time seemed to stand still, the silence unnerving. Lao Jiu looked up and sneered. "What is the matter? Haven't you seen a handsome man before? All of you, kneel before me." Bang. Haigo pulled the trigger once more. In unison, the crowd in the lobby dropped to the floor in terror. Meanwhile, Xiao Baihu silently brandished a knife and illuminated the elevator. Inside the patient room, Nalan smiled restlessly as he gazed out at the rain veil. In the corridor outside, Nalan's henchmen stood watch. "Second brother, don't worry. Who dares to touch the Nalan family in Ice Palace City?" 2 awakened individuals comforted Nalan, wrapped in bandages. Nalan shook his head weakly. "Is it hurting again?" One of the awakened inquired with concern. "Shall I increase the pain relief pump?" Ding! The sound of the elevator echoed. In the narrow corridor, the henchmen instinctively turned their attention to the elevator. The top floor of the hospital had been secured by Nalan at this hour. No visitors could possibly be present. The henchmen all rose to their feet as the elevator door slid open. A youth with a noodle-like hairstyle cheerfully entered the corridor, holding a basket, and announced, "The delivery has arrived." The nearest enforcer, puzzled, turned to ask, "Who ordered the takeout?" The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, shaking their heads in unison. However, the enforcers paid little mind, assuming the boy had simply made a mistake. After all, no one here had ordered food. "Just leave," they urged, waving him off. With a broad grin, the noodle-haired boy replied, "Since I'm here and the delivery has reached its destination, Brother Tiger will surely chastise me for my inefficiency. Come now. Enjoy yourselves." He lifted the basket to reveal it was filled with explosives. With a swift motion, he pulled the fuse and hurled the basket into the corridor. "Damn it. Remember to give me a 5-star rating," he exclaimed, laughing as he turned and dashed into the emergency exit. A deafening explosion rocked the hospital building. The entire structure plunged into darkness, the top floor reduced to rubble. Most of the enforcers arranged by Nayland were awakened individuals, and in such a confined space. The intensity of the blast, while not lethal, rendered injuries inevitable. "Damn it, pursue him." The enforcers, dazed from the explosion, stumbled forward, instinctively racing into the emergency exit. Meanwhile, in a patient room, Nayland's eyes widened in shock. 2 third-tier awakeners, startled by the violent blast, rushed out to find the corridor riddled with gaping holes and thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. "Brother, we are under attack. I'll go investigate." A third-tier awakened individual hesitated for a moment before deciding to venture outside, simultaneously advising another awakened person to take care of the second brother. After the third tier departed, Nayland Shao mustered the strength to rise, his voice hoarse as he urged, "Hurry, leave this place. They're coming for me." At that moment, fear gripped him. Ever since Nayland had left, he had been plagued by unease, and now, that dread had manifested. This was his moment of utmost vulnerability, an unprecedented sense of crisis rendering him restless. Footsteps approached the door, steady yet unhurried. Amidst the anxious tension between the 2 individuals in the room, the door swung open. 7 or 8 youths filed in orderly. The leading boy lit a cigarette, illuminating the room. "Little White Tiger." Nayland Shao's eyes widened in disbelief. He had anticipated retaliation from the flower man after the incident, but he never imagined that the visitor would be Little White Tiger. At this moment, Little White Tiger should have been engaged in a confrontation with the flower man. How could he suddenly appear here? Who the hell is Nayland Shao? Old Nine waved away the dust in front of him. "I thought you were invincible." "What do you mean?" Nayland Shao replied, his gaze fixed warily on Old Nine. If the visitor had been the flower man or someone else, Nayland might have been able to negotiate. However, the arrival of Old Nine, the most unpredictable figure in the Ice Mansion, left him feeling cornered. Old Nine had no interest in bargaining or consequences. He was solely intent on taking Nayland's life. At that moment, Nayland Shao felt as if a scholar had unexpectedly encountered a soldier in battle. "I'm not invincible. You dare lay a hand on my brother. Do you have a death wish?" Lao Jiu rubbed his nose and exclaimed, "You've severed my brother Fei's hands and feet. Reciprocity is essential." He stepped out of the room, and moments later, the roar of a chainsaw echoed from outside. The madness was palpable. Nayland Shao and another awakened individual silently cursed in their hearts. The Ice Palace was rife with lunatics, yet Lao Jiu's particular brand of insanity was truly rare. As he sensed that the confrontation was imminent, Nayland Shao abruptly rolled off the bed and kicked the hospital bed aside to obstruct their path. He was reluctant to engage in a life-and-death struggle. After all, who could match these reckless youths in a game of survival? With a determined push, Nayland Shao leaped from the top floor. Another awakened individual brandished a long knife, aiming a strike at Lao Jiu. In a flash of silver, a cane intercepted the blade. The elderly gentleman entered the room, stating, "In my old age, my legs are not as nimble. You all pursue them while I handle matters here." Lao Jiu, filled with excitement, leaned over the windowsill and shouted to Nayland Shao, who staggered in the rain, "Run quickly, the big bad wolf is coming, ha." Within the modest room, 7 or 8 young awakened individuals coordinated with the elderly gentleman to launch an assault against their adversaries. Amidst the rain-soaked night, Nayland Shao, with a dazed expression, stumbled out of the hospital and onto the street. The excruciating pain in his internal organs nearly caused him to faint multiple times. Help me," he pleaded, grasping a passerby's arm. "I'll give you 100,000. Call the police. Someone is trying to kill me." The bystander gazed in terror at the scene behind Nayland Shao. The chainsaw roared ominously as a youth rushed forward, swinging the chainsaw down onto the hand Nayland was gripping. Blood splattered everywhere. Nayland smiled through the pain, forcefully pushing aside Old Nine, desperately sprinting ahead. Old Nine, wielding a chainsaw, grumbled in annoyance. Damn it. Why does it feel like the power isn't enough? Do you know how to shift gears? Help me adjust it to maximum power. His face smeared with Nayland's blood. Old Nine sheepishly handed the chainsaw to a passing young lady. Ah, a ghost. The young lady, having never witnessed such a gruesome scene, fainted at the sight. What the hell? Is there a murder happening? How utterly outrageous. The hospital entrance was bustling with activity, and the cacophony of Old Nine's chainsaw drew the attention of numerous bystanders. Two youths relentlessly pursued a mummy, hacking away as blood spilled onto the ground. Despite being gravely injured and unable to tap into the full potential of an awakened being, Nayland's inherent strength far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. The white tiger knife shattered against the opponent, yet they remained lively and agile. The trio continued their frantic flight, with the two behind occasionally delivering strikes to Nayland. Damn. How ferocious. The bystanders gasped in astonishment, yet none dared to intervene. After chasing for over 1,000 meters, Nayland finally succumbed to exhaustion and was knocked to the ground by a kick from the white tiger. Old Nine, in a frantic daze, dashed into a nearby restaurant, tossing down a large bill to purchase knives. In a minute, Old Nine returned, clutching a dozen bone-cutting knives, rushing towards the white tiger. You think you're tough? Today, I will chop you up. The white tiger seized Nayland by the hair, turning towards the city outskirts. Bow down to my little brother, Xiao Fei. Do not deliberate. Is deliberation even possible? Nayland felt a sense of suffocation. Had it not been for Xiao Fei's toxic smoke, he would not have found himself pursued and beset by two brash youths. A formidable figure such as he, reduced to a mere plaything in the hands of these young ruffians. The ferocity of the little white tiger and the madness of Old Nine left him profoundly shaken. There is no need for negotiation. Relay a message to Brother Fei for me. I shall send each of our enemies down to accompany him, so he need not fret. Old Nine stepped upon Nayland's back as the chainsaw roared to life, tearing through his flesh. Alas, a once mighty warrior of the Ice Palace met his demise at the hands of these two youths, a testament to the relentless tide of the new generation. Chapter 58. The methods of the Flower Master at the Flower Mansion. The eminent figures of the Ice Palace gathered. The Flower Master, donned in a comfortable Tang suit, stood at the entrance to greet the guests. The courtyard of the Flower family was steeped in a somber ambience, yet the Flower Master appeared invigorated, engaging in lively banter with all present. Naturally, Ming Wang and Nayland required no introduction, as they were allies of the Flower Master. Even towards Mr. Li, the Flower Master extended an unprecedented warm smile. Despite Mr. Li's extensive experience, the sight of the Flower Master's benevolent visage sent a chill down his spine. How can one maintain a cheerful demeanor when two sons have just perished? Such cunning is rather unsettling. The banquet of Hades, Mr. Li stood at the threshold, observing the glittering offspring of the Flower Mansion, suddenly gripped by an unsettling notion that escape might be unattainable. Yet he hesitated to enter. A dilapidated automobile came to a halt, from which emerged a middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit, his hair silvered. The man bore a steady gait, broad-shouldered and imposing, exuding an aura of composure. Team leader Yao, Mr. Li's brow arched, the weight upon his heart lifting at the sight. The individual who approached was none other than the leader of the investigative team that had just entered the Ice Mansion, invited by the infamous Hua Lao, signifying that no hostilities would ensue today. The two appeared to be old acquaintances. With his hands clasped behind his back, leader Yao, accompanied by two team members, approached Mr. Li and remarked on the ruthless nature of the situation. What? Mr. Li was taken aback. Leader Yao, with a knowing smile, replied, You remain as cautious as ever. Fear not. Our purpose in the Ice Mansion is to investigate human trafficking and has nothing to do with your grievances with Nayland. Upon hearing this, Mr. Li felt even more bewildered. An inexplicable chill surged from the depths of his heart. How did Nayland become involved in this? Just as Mr. Li was about to voice his concerns, he suddenly inhaled sharply. Could it be that those two brash youths had engaged in some reckless behavior again? Leader Yao patted Mr. Li's hand, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. It seems you desire more than just a mere district of the Ice Mansion. You aspire to engulf the entire establishment. Indeed, Mr. Li quickly grasped the implications of his words. It must be that those two had made their move once more. Only those two audacious youths would dare challenge both Hua Lao and Nayland simultaneously. Could they be? Mr. Li swallowed hard. The latter smiled mysteriously, as if he had seen through Mr. Li's schemes. I understand. I comprehend fully. Let us proceed. Your acting skills are becoming increasingly refined. When will you venture into the entertainment industry? You would excel at portraying a debauched gentleman. Mr. Lee found himself at a loss for words. Even if the two were to cause a scene, he would have to endure it stoically. To outsiders, they were merely Mr. Lee's instruments, now directed toward Nayland. Who would believe that this was not at Mr. Lee's behest? As the team member trailed behind Leader Yao, he jested upon passing Mr. Lee. Indeed, Mr. Lee's blade is exceptionally sharp. He relentlessly pursued Nayland for over 1,000 meters down the pedestrian street. I hear he nearly bled and dry, with both of his arms incapacitated by Lao Jiao. With this, the team member brandished his phone to show Mr. Lee. Videos of the confrontation between Xiao Baihu and Lao Jiao had already circulated widely on the Bingfu network, with hundreds of different perspectives capturing the commotion. Lao Jiao, wielding a chainsaw in one hand and a knife in the other, was clearly depicted in the footage as he hunted Nayland down. Mr. Lee covered his face, reflecting on how that old scoundrel, Hua Lao, was so benevolent today, employing others as tools for his own ends. After all, those who occupy the upper echelons of Bingfu are not merely ordinary individuals. Their grasp of human nature surpasses that of the average person. This time, Hua Lao was evidently intent on using others to achieve his own goals, and Xiao Baihu had to comply. Wasn't this your directive? Noticing Mr. Lee's grim demeanor, Leader Yao inquired with curiosity. I've heard these two young rascals are quite unruly. Aside from you, who else can command them? Mr. Lee could only manage a rueful smile and shake his head, gesturing for the other to enter first. He then stepped aside to dial Xiao Baihu. Hello, where are you? Mr. Lee asked in a low voice. At the Nayland family's doorstep came Xiao Baihu's response, his concern that if he ventured to Chuanfu, he would lose the chance for vengeance. Hua Lao, Nayland, and Ming Wang were all targets for Xiao Baihu. Even if he could not eliminate them entirely, he intended to leave them with a lasting impression. Mr. Lee reprimanded. Do you have some familial ties with Nayland? Why are you at his house? Not really family. Just a good friend, came Lao Jiao's languid voice in reply. Glancing at the brightly lit Hua residence, a chill crept into Mr. Lee's heart. Simultaneously, Mr. Lee discerned the intentions of the Flower Lord. The White Tiger had slain Nayland Xiao, and their enmity was profound. Should Mr. Lee intervene to protect both parties, the Flower Lord would first conspire with him to eliminate Nayland. Conversely, if Mr. Lee refrained from action, he would ally with Nayland to vanquish the White Tiger. Even if their schemes failed, it was inevitable that the White Tiger and Nayland would remain locked in a relentless struggle. There was no resolution. Cease your actions immediately and await me at the Flower Residence, Mr. Lee solemnly warned for the first time. If you still regard me as your leader, you must heed my counsel this time. Do you comprehend how vulnerable my position is at present? Mr. Lee, I am aware that the Flower Lord is exploiting me. The White Tiger replied calmly. He understands that his days are numbered, hence he seeks vengeance and aims to exacerbate our conflict with Nayland. This matter will undoubtedly be resolved tonight. Please refrain from making a statement or involving yourself in the affairs between the Flower Lord and Nayland. Leave it to me. The White Tiger earnestly implored. Trust me. Upon ending the call, Mr. Lee was engulfed in a tumult of emotions. The White Tiger and Lao Jiao were the two youths he valued most, yet both were untamed and unruly. Guiding them was no simple task. Upon entering the Flower Residence, the Flower Lord had already arranged a banquet. The round dining table was adorned with simple, yet sumptuous home-cooked dishes that appeared quite delectable. However, the attendees of the banquet tacitly refrained from touching their chopsticks, each uncertain of the Flower Lord's true intentions. As the host of the gathering, the Flower Lord occupied the main seat, eagerly pouring wine for the guests. Team Leader Yao, your presence here truly surprises me. I am grateful for your esteemed company. The Flower Lord exclaimed, rising to pour a fragrant and rich wine for Team Leader Yao. Let's maintain civility. Until we've thoroughly examined the evidence, you remain a suspect. There's no need to exacerbate this situation, Unit Leader Yao remarked, uttering diplomatic platitudes. The seasoned individuals at the table were well aware that Unit Leader Yao's presence was to gauge the extent of Hua Lao's involvement, with the aim of expediting his apprehension. Hua Lao poured another glass, addressing Ming Wang with a smile. Having known each other for so long, this drink is my toast to you. Ming Wang furrowed his brow, perceiving an odd and uninhibited demeanor in Hua Lao, as if he were facing his imminent demise, causing him unease. Old Hua, he chuckled, it's all in the drink. Rest assured, if you're innocent, no one can touch you within Bingfu. As Ming Wang concluded, he deliberately glanced at Unit Leader Yao. These words were intended for Unit Leader Yao's ears, while also asserting his stance as the head of the 5 overlords. A failure to take a stand at this moment would undermine his authority. Simultaneously, he feared that Hua Lao might be driven to desperate measures. Judging from Hua Lao's behavior today, his apprehension was not unfounded. Raising the third glass, Hua Lao turned to Mr. Li. Mr. Li, I've contacted a board member of the Yuan Chao Group to discuss the acquisition of the Hua Style Group. Hua Lao's words were ambiguous. We're all in the same boat now. With the 3 glasses emptied, Hua Lao sat down. Nalan stared in bewilderment at Hua Lao, who had toasted everyone except him, clearly snubbing him. Coupled with Hua Lao's earlier words to Mr. Li, he was subtly conveying a message to everyone. Hua Lao had reached an agreement with the Yuan Chao Group. Had he reconciled with Mr. Li? The seemingly amicable dinner had taken on an air of the bizarre. Mr. Li maintained a dark countenance throughout. The Flower Lord clearly intends to drag him into the depths of turmoil. More crucially, should the Flower Lord indeed forsake his dignity and sacrifice the entire Flower family to preserve his own existence, it is entirely plausible that the Yuan Chao Group would acquiesce. Capital is driven by profit. By swallowing the Flower family, the Yuan Chao Group could expedite its strategic positioning in Ice City by a decade. After all, the Flower family boasts an extensive presence across various industries in Ice City, making it a leading enterprise, something the Yuan Chao Group would undoubtedly find appealing. Chapter 59. An unexpected turn of events. Mr. Li furrowed his brow, yet found himself at a loss for words. Firstly, he did not represent the Yuan Chao Group. Secondly, any explanation he offered would be met with skepticism, especially from Nalan. Thirdly, the little white tiger had advised him to remain neutral this evening. It was then that team leader Yao spoke up, alleviating Mr. Li's predicament by stating that the Flower family now required a comprehensive investigation, urging the Flower Lord not to burden them further. Seemingly casual remarks. Yet they conveyed to all that the desire for acquisition lay beyond the control of either him or the Yuan Chao Group. Nevertheless, Nalan's scowling countenance showed no signs of easing. The Flower Lord, unfazed, casually lifted a morsel from his plate and savored it with deliberate slowness, saying, Team Leader Yao, the Flower family is vast and prosperous. All legitimate business affairs are managed by my son. Once your investigation concludes, everything will ultimately revert to him. Now, I have a proposition for you. Would you care to discuss it? The Flower Lord said with a genial smile. In that moment, he resembled a shrewd and cunning businessman. Team Leader Yao was momentarily taken aback. He had anticipated a spectacle, not realizing he would be drawn into the unfolding drama. Within 10 days, your investigation team should refrain from interfering in matters internal to Ice City, and do not disturb me, the Flower Lord declared, leaving Team Leader Yao in silence. Initially, I believed that toppling this formidable adversary would be a protracted struggle, one that would require at least 1.5 years to achieve any significant progress. However, I was taken aback by how swiftly Hua Lao decided to capitulate. What was his motive for entering this fray? If Hua Lao wished to flee or orchestrate a diversion, the investigative team would be utterly powerless against him in the short term. What could possibly compel Hua Lao to relinquish his resistance? Even at the cost of his entire family? Was he seeking justice, a grand sense of justice? My 2 sons, though unruly, possess a modicum of discernment. Surely they have not offended any of those present here, have they? Their deaths are indeed a grave injustice. Upon uttering these words, Nalan cast a malevolent glance toward Mr. Li, who reciprocated with a similar look. Ming Wang let out a heavy sigh, realizing that the very scenario he dreaded was about to unfold, infighting among the city's elite. He discreetly grasped Hua Lao's arm, but the latter gently brushed him aside, smiling as he remarked, Ming Wang, you are such a kind-hearted soul. Perhaps you should refrain from involving yourself in this matter. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, thick with tension. Everyone understood that Hua Lao had orchestrated this banquet as a means of vengeance. His dealings with the investigative team were merely a ploy to buy himself time for retribution. With an air of nonchalance, Hua Lao poured himself a glass of wine and turned to Mr. Li, saying, There is a rumor that Yuan Chao Group intends to acquire the Hua family. I hope you might speak favorably on our behalf. At that moment, a member of Team Leader Yao's crew illuminated his phone beneath the table, revealing a message that read, Hua Mansion signal has been jammed. A sense of foreboding washed over Mr. Li. He realized that Hua Lao was beginning to pressure him to take sides. Should he refuse, Hua Lao could easily disengage the signal jamming device, exposing the truth to Nalan that his younger brother had perished at the hands of the little white tiger. At that moment, he and Nalan joined forces to hunt down the little white tiger. Mr. Li, in order to protect his interests, would have to engage in battle against 2 factions simultaneously. Accustomed to tempestuous challenges, Mr. Lee felt beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. He contemplated abandoning the little white tiger, allowing the Flower Lord to unite with Nalan in avenging the little white tiger, or alternatively, to ally with the Flower Lord to eliminate Nalan and enable the Flower Lord to achieve his revenge. A decision lay before him. Nalan, as the primary victim, observed with keen interest as the Flower Lord and Mr. Lee faced off. The table of magnates sat in complete silence. Outside, shadows subtly moved. At the banquet of Hegemon, the group tacitly chose to remain oblivious. Damn it, why must you present me with such dilemmas? Mr. Lee discreetly wiped the sweat from his palms on his trousers and lit a cigarette to calm his nerves. The Flower Lord, feeling assured of his victory, fixed his gaze upon Mr. Lee. Noticing Mr. Lee's reluctance to make a declaration, the Flower Lord turned to Nalan. Brother Nalan, you must understand the turmoil within my heart, right? Naturally, Nalan replied with a sardonic smile. However, my vengeance has already been fulfilled, Brother Hua. Sometimes, one must adopt a more relaxed mindset. The three foxes entered a mode of muddling through. The Flower Lord intentionally moved closer to Nalan, attempting to apply pressure on Mr. Lee. Yet, Nalan refused to engage. The Flower Lord, desperate and cornered, was not someone Nalan wished to offend without cause, as his family remained steadfast. Mr. Lee held his ground firmly. I cannot interfere in the matters of the corporation. Despite being the branch manager, I am oblivious to the location of the boardroom. Is that so? The Flower Lord squinted. Indeed, Mr. Lee was a businessman, his words meticulously guarded. However, sometimes, one cannot simply choose to remain an outsider and expect to escape unscathed. Wouldn't you agree? There is storage. Go urge the vegetables. The flower vendor signaled to his son, who, understanding the cue, departed. Moments later, the lights flickered. A glint of malice flashed in the vendor's eyes. At the same instant, Nalan's phone rang. Staring at the nearly 100 missed calls, Nalan was taken aback. As soon as he entered, he was drawn into conversation by the vendor, unaware that within just an hour, he had accumulated over 100 missed calls. Hello? Nalan realized he had undoubtedly encountered grave trouble. Beneath the vendor's amiable smile lay a hidden threat, as he provocatively glanced at Mr. Lee, as if to say, let's see how you resolve this. My lord, Master Shao. Gone. Nalan was momentarily stunned. The sudden, devastating news struck like a bolt from the blue. Ever since the younger generation had perished, Nalan had relied solely on his younger brother, Nalan Shao, who was his only kin in this world. Who could have imagined that in just an hour's absence, Nalan Shao would be lost? It was the little white tiger and old Nine. They had blown up the hospital, and Master Zhao's arms had been severed. Bang! Nalan's expression darkened ominously, resembling a feral beast fixated on Mr. Lee. You have raised a fine dog, Nalan shouted vehemently, pointing at Mr. Lee. At that moment, the vendor also rose, coldly stating, Mr. Lee, we shall settle the scores of the past today as well. Ming Wang surveyed the scene. On one side stood the flower vendor and Nalan, both prominent figures, while on the other stood Mr. Lee. On one side was the local power, and on the other, a formidable force from afar. Meanwhile, team leader Yao, who had been quietly observing, slowly rose to stand beside Mr. Lee. Are you staging a feast of death before me? Old Lee, I will protect him today. Should you dare to act against him, I will ensure your demise. In a moment of escalating tension, the voice on the phone, laced with tears, exclaimed, Sir, both Little White Tiger and Old Nine are dead. The revelation struck like a thunderbolt. The orchestrator of the entire affair has met his demise. Hua Lao was utterly bewildered. The absence of Little White Tiger and his companion had completely derailed his plans. With them gone, Mr. Lee could easily absolve himself of any responsibility, distancing himself entirely from the situation. Given that Nalan was wary of Mr. Lee's backing, it was unlikely he would take action against him without concrete evidence. Just as Mr. Lee was about to defend himself, the voice on the other end continued. After killing Laughing Master, Little White Tiger and Old Nine came to the mansion to commit murder, claiming they sought vengeance for the smoker. However, they have now been surrounded and slain by us. At this, Hua Lao, Nalan, and Mr. Lee simultaneously swallowed hard. Hua Lao was in disbelief. Nalan was perplexed, while Mr. Lee exhaled heavily in relief. Mr. Lee, I don't believe I have wronged you. Nalan's silver threads danced in the air, his sharp voice resonating as if from the depths of the underworld. I have not wronged you. Thus I had no reason to send them to kill your brother. I was entirely unaware of this matter. Little White Tiger, being reckless and loyal, would only need someone to provide him with your brother's address. a little whisper of mischief, and then Mr. Li cast a dubious glance at Hua Lao. Hua Lao's composure faltered. The deaths of Little White Tiger and Old Nine had completely unraveled his scheme. His plan had been to incite conflict between Mr. Li and Nayland, to align himself with one side and subsequently reap the rewards. Now, with Little White Tiger deceased, the opportunity for conflict had vanished. The person on the other end of the line continued to deliver a fatal blow. We discovered a mobile phone belonging to the Little White Tiger, which contained a recording of a conversation between him and an unknown individual. The sound of shattered glass echoed as Flower raised his cup, now in ruins. To prevent the Little White Tiger from leaving behind any evidence, he had employed a space card and made only 2 calls. Who would have anticipated that the Little White Tiger recorded the first call? Could it be that he had foreseen an attempt on his life? The recording revealed. It stated that Master Xia killed the smoker and his son. The voice bore a striking resemblance to Master Hua. The phone shattered once more. If glares could kill, Flower would have been slain by Nayland and Mr. Li countless times over. Staggering, Flower collapsed into his chair, realizing that one misstep had led to total disaster. His intricate schemes had been outwitted by the Little White Tiger and Old Nine. Chapter 60. Playing into the trap. Sighing. Flower felt a sense of resignation wash over him. Regardless, the demise of the Little White Tiger and Old Nine provided a semblance of closure. At this point, he no longer concealed his intentions. With misunderstandings dispelled, Mr. Li merely sought to extricate himself swiftly. His demeanor suggested that while the Little White Tiger and Old Nine had been victims of manipulation, they were nonetheless his own people. Nayland, give me the bodies. I will not involve myself in your affairs. I am a businessman, and harmony is paramount. Nayland's eyes burned with fury, yet he understood the repercussions of dragging Mr. Li into the fray, reluctantly nodding in agreement. With that, Mr. Li rose and drained his cup, exclaiming, Master Hua, fine wine indeed, alas. I shall have no more opportunities to indulge in your exquisite offerings. Master Hua revealed a morbid grin, remarking that 2 of his enemies had perished, leaving but 1 remaining. You may depart. I must settle the score with Nayland today. Why? Why? Nayland bellowed, anguish tearing through him as his silver strands wreaked havoc upon the round table, scattering it to pieces. Incapacitated? My son is still being held captive, and it is your brother who severed his head. Your brother is wronged? My son is even more so. Master Hua retorted sharply, gesturing grandly. Suddenly, a man-eating flower erupted from the earth, sprawling its bloodthirsty maw toward Nayland. The Ming Wang attempted to mediate, but team leader Yao interjected. Ming Wang, under these circumstances, even the Buddha would hesitate to advocate for peace. You should take a step back. One had lost a brother, the other a son. In such dire straits, it would be challenging for either to exit unscathed. With a sigh, Ming Wang waved his sleeve and departed. Mr. Li and team leader Yao hastily followed suit, leaving this place of turmoil. Outside the courtyard, a throng of thugs hired by Master Hua waited, and as the group emerged, they instinctively parted to create a path. Bang! Nayland's furious outburst echoed within the restaurant. Kill Nayland, and I shall reward you 5 million. The sounds of violence reverberated through the heavens. As they made their exit, Mr. Li's heart was heavy with concern. Should the Little White Tiger and Old Nine meet their demise, he too would face dire consequences. Mr. Li was disinclined to engage in idle chatter with the other party. He repeatedly dialed the phone number of the young White Tiger, only to find it switched off. Worried about your 2 little cubs? Fear not. Capable subordinates are plentiful, and your Yuan Xiao group is hardly short of personnel, leader Yao kindly reassured him. Suddenly, the investigation team's vehicle veered off course, skidding across the smooth pavement for several meters before crashing into a utility pole. Rubbing his injured nose, leader Yao exclaimed in annoyance. How much did you pay for your driver's license? The driver, feeling aggrieved, pointed ahead and said, Leader, this is rather brazen, isn't it? Leader Yu surveyed the scene, exclaiming in admiration, Indeed, the people of Bingfu are truly fierce. However, Mr. Li was filled with unexpected joy. He kicked open the car door and swiftly exited. On the desolate road, beneath the dim light, hundreds of individuals wielding weapons formed an impenetrable blockade. 100 or so townsfolk from Heishan, clad in raincoats, stood silently in the rain, their eyes glinting with murderous intent. At the forefront of the line, a youth sat on the ground, sharpening a blade with the rainwater. A dog held an umbrella over him, shielding him from the downpour. In the stillness of the night, the harsh sound of the blade being honed echoed eerily. It was late at night, a torrential downpour, and in the center of the road, the sharpening continued. The scene was chilling in its intensity. Aren't you dead? Mr. Li strode forward, glaring at the young blade-sharpening figure. The young white tiger lit a cigarette, and the worm leaned down to ignite it for him. With a thunderous clap, a bolt of lightning illuminated a small alleyway. Old Gio stood bloodied at the mouth of the alley, while a middle-aged man lay at his feet, clutching his throat, already on the brink of death. Is that the steward of the Nayland family? Mr. Lee recognized the individual as the butler who had just called Nayland. Without that phone call, Mr. Lee surmised he would have been doomed. At that moment, he was wide-eyed, clutching the hem of Old Gio's trousers, a visage of unwillingness. He had never intended to kill him. Old Gio, with his little braid, approached the little white tiger and casually snatched the cigarette from his mouth, taking a deep drag. He was prepared to let him go, but this rascal muttered that he had been present when Xiao Fei died. If he were not to be killed, others might believe his mental illness had been cured. Then I hope your condition worsens, Mr. Lee retorted, irked. He had never encountered such a peculiar individual who took pride in his mental afflictions. Ha, the truly deranged is this world. I am its sole sane inhabitant, Old Gio replied with a proud grin. Mr. Lee found himself baffled by how the little white tiger had managed to incite a conflict between the two prominent figures of the ice house. Flower Man. Old Gio bent down, cupping the snowmelt in his hands to cleanse the blood from his face. The moment he suddenly called us. Even a fool would sense something was amiss. We may be reckless, but we are not dim-witted. You know we have been pursuing Nayland for quite some time. The Flower Man instructed us to eliminate him and even diverted Nayland's attention for us. It was evident he sought to use us as pawns, and we had no choice but to play along. But how can you ensure that Nayland will receive your call? What if he answers someone else's call first? Your fake death scheme would fall apart, Mr. Lee pondered, still feeling that their maneuver was perilously reckless. Had Nayland first received a call from another individual? The ensuing conflict between Mr. Lee and the Flower Man, with Nayland's involvement, would have been quite the spectacle. We never intended to stage a faux death, initially. We planned to make a swift exit while discreetly sending Nayland the recording from the Flower Man, allowing them to turn on one another. Our intention to abduct his butler at Nayland's doorstep arose solely from our inability to contact him for a mobile device to disseminate the recording. However, when we discovered that both Nayland and the Flower Man were unreachable, we surmised that the Flower Man might be concocting a scheme to implicate Nayland in a sinister plot. Thus, we decided to enlist the butler's cooperation to orchestrate a performance. Mr. Lee, while admiring the ingenuity of both parties, felt a twinge of concern. At that moment, it was likely that many were alerting Nayland about the butler's abduction and the supposed murder of Nayland's laughter. Should they feign death, they might be exposed. Let us depart the city, Mr. Lee suggested anxiously, casting a glance towards the distant Flower Manor. Do not linger here. We must take cover. Fear not. Old Gio replied with a clever grin. As the distant sounds of battle echoed, the white tiger rose steadily, shaking off the rain. It seemed that Nayland had no time to answer calls today. It was a fortuitous day to bid farewell to both Nayland and the Flower Man suddenly. 100 men simultaneously unveiled their raincoats, revealing glinting knives beneath the streetlights. Is Ming Wang inside? Old Gio inquired with a sinister smile. I have prepared a chainsaw for him. Mr. Lee felt overwhelmed, realizing Old Gio intended to eliminate Ming Wang as well. What a two-for-one deal. The white tiger grinned, and the two turned their gaze towards the grim residents of Black Mountain Town. Once the cacophony of battle cries subsided, we shall make our entrance. Eliminate every last one of them, shouted the little white tiger to the assembled crowd, as they have ravaged Black Mountain Town. So shall we lay waste to the Hua family, filling half of Ice City with the blood of the Nayland and Hua clans. Little Fei, take heed, tonight. The blood of our adversaries shall flow more abundantly than the rain. With a decisive gesture, the little white tiger raised his hand. Bang, bang, bang. The streetlights extinguished, plunging the night into darkness. Amidst the torrential rain, the little white tiger stood silently with his comrades, awaiting the onset of the impending conflict. Chapter 61, The Cunning Versus. The wise as dawn broke, warm sunlight gradually illuminated Ice City, casting a glaring light upon the blood of the Hua family. Two combatants had engaged in a fierce struggle throughout the night, resulting in the near obliteration of Lei Zi and the hired thugs. Half of the courtyard lay in ruins, strewn with dismembered limbs torn asunder by Nayland, and not a single intact corpse could be found within the vast estate. Blood soaked into the earth, rendering the ground sticky beneath foot. Inside the Hua residence, both the Hua Patriarch and Nayland had reached the limits of their endurance. The Hua Patriarch's arm lay shattered, ravaged by Nayland's silver threads, leaving gaping wounds in his chest. Nayland, his body marred by the corrosive effects of Hua's attacks, bore a pallid complexion, Clearly suffering from severe poisoning, his appearance a harrowing sight. Ultimately, the two titans of Ice City found themselves in a state of mutual destruction. Hua, I have shattered half of your heart. You cannot survive this, Nayland declared, his eyes ablaze with fury. Having claimed the lives of over 100, he was now completely consumed by vengeance. The Hua patriarch, undeterred, grasped a man-eating flower like a whip and retorted, You shall not leave the Hua estate alive today. Even in death, I shall ensure my legacy endures. This declaration undoubtedly struck a nerve deep within Nayland. The Nayland family was inherently sparse in numbers. With Nayland's demise, the family was irrevocably shattered. The ascendance of a lineage necessitates the concerted efforts of several generations, sometimes even stretching over a dozen. Thus, in this apocalyptic era, only the 4 illustrious clans could claim supremacy over the Dragon Kingdom. Words are futile. The 2 individuals, summoning their last reserves of strength, staggered toward each other. Embrace death. Descend into hell. Simultaneously, they launched their attacks, as a beam of dawn light filtered through the crevice of the door, illuminating the space between them. The radiance intensified as the door swung open. Both the Flower Master and Nayland halted, their gazes drawn to the figure beyond the threshold. With a soft rustle, the figure stood against the rising sun, bathed in golden light that rendered them almost sacred. As the stranger gradually entered the flower room, the Flower Master's expression transformed from terror to fury, culminating in maniacal laughter. Nayland's reaction mirrored this spectacle, disbelief etched across his face. Good morning, esteemed elders. Engaging in your morning exercises? Old Jiao ambled into the room, leisurely gnawing on a youtiao. The temper of the elderly these days is truly fierce. A single bout can last the entire night. We waited outside until we dozed off. Old Jiao casually picked up a stool and settled down, intrigued by the Flower Master's greenhouse. The greenhouse, nurtured with care, retained warmth akin to spring, despite the icy conditions outside. Care for a bite? After filling your bellies, we can continue the fight. If we don't knock you senseless today, I shall lose all respect for you. Old Jiao waved the soybean milk in his hand. The little white tiger shot him a sidelong glance, retorting with a sardonic smile. What a ridiculous notion. Can't you see our Flower Master is riddled with holes? What happens when he drinks? It all leaks out. How will the Flower Master explain a puddle of white liquid? Were they truly engaged in battle all night long? Reasonable as it may be, the elder Nayland observed Old Jiao devouring the soy milk with a voracious appetite. And you, how are you holding up? Do not look at me like that. Your opponent is none other than Master Hua. Should you falter in this battle, the entire Ice Mansion will know that Nayland falls short of Hua. It is quite disheartening, is it not? If I were in your position, I would embrace him in a fight to the finish. At worst, we perish together. Should you meet your end, I shall ensure your body is honored with a grand farewell. Our bond is close enough that even if Master Hua beseeches me, I would not grant him the same courtesy. Quite generous of me, wouldn't you agree? Old Jiao, relishing the remnants of grease on his fingers, appeared to revel in the unfolding drama. Nayland and Hua exchanged glances, a wave of melancholy washing over them. They had spent their lives as hunters only to find themselves ensnared by the very creatures they sought to dominate. The relentless tide of the Yangtze River pushes forth the waves, and they felt the weight of age upon them. Gasping for breath, Hua collapsed onto the ground, as if all vitality had drained from him. The carnivorous flower sensed the nearing end of Hua's life, gently nuzzling its petals against his face. The steward has deceived me. At that moment, both Hua and Nayland yearned to rend each other apart, yet their bodies bore the scars of battle, rendering them incapable. No more fighting, Hua uttered, clutching his chest as he lay helplessly on the ground, his gaze beginning to dull. At least for Nayland, there is a semblance of closure. I will not rest even in death. I shall haunt you. Nayland glared defiantly at the small white tiger. In an instant, as if the words had conjured a curse, he spat forth a stream of dark blood, his features contorting in agony as he collapsed to the ground, the poison coursing through him. Have they truly been driven to their demise by our wrath? Old Jiao, intrigued, leaned forward to investigate further. Having taken but a few steps, Lao Jiao suddenly halted. Alas, the scene was too horrific. Breakfast awaited, and he could not bear to look any longer, lest it spoil his appetite. As the two exited the door, the lifeless bodies of Hua Lao and Nayland simultaneously revived their heartbeats. Engaged in a fierce battle, they had unwittingly become pawns for the young white tiger. How could they possibly accept such a fate? Consequently, they conspiringly feigned death, hoping to lure the white tiger into a fatal trap. Lao Jiao, are you out of your mind? Nayland grumbled, propping himself up with visible indignation. They were merely 2 steps away from certain doom. Yet Lao Jiao had the audacity to seek breakfast? What a farce. Their ruse had been discovered. Hua Lao shook his head in bitter amusement. Do you still perceive them as mere children? Our predicament today is entirely of their making. Shall we collaborate then? Nayland said through gritted teeth, even in death. I will drag you and the white tiger along with me. The two doomed souls now shared a singular wish, to embark on this journey together with the white tiger and Lao Jiao. How cruelly fate plays its hand. Hua Lao sneered. Who would have thought that facing imminent death would necessitate collaboration with you? Dad, save me. Suddenly, a man's voice pierced the air from outside the flower house. Hua Lao's already pallid face stiffened in shock, terror creeping into his heart. Had the last scion of the Hua family been captured? With a resounding crash, Hua Lao could no longer maintain his facade. He sprang up and shattered the wall with his palm, rushing outside. But something was amiss. A chilling breeze swept through, jolting Hua Lao into realization. His son had already departed from the ice palace. He had long warned his son to flee through the tunnels at the first sign of battle. He had fallen into a trap, Hua Lao lamented. With a sudden thrust, two short blades pierced the waist of the Flower Lord from behind. The old ninth tightened his grip around the Flower Lord's neck, whispering with a sinister chuckle, "Old predecessor. Playing dirty? I am your ancestor." The face of the white tiger, filled with murderous intent, emerged at the side of the Flower Lord. Don't worry, Flower Lord. Your son won't escape either. I shall see you off. With a swift motion, the two withdrew their daggers and continued their assault. A crisp clang echoed as the blades shattered upon impact. The Flower Lord had summoned a protective aura. The once feeble body suddenly straightened, an almost extinguished life force surging back with vigor. Was it a fleeting revival? A mere pretense? The white tiger stared in disbelief at the seemingly lifeless Flower Lord. In an explosive moment, the Flower Lord struck with astonishing speed, his palms crashing against both the old ninth and the white tiger. Experience triumphs over youth, he sneered, decisively launching another attack. As the white tiger struggled to rise, the Flower Lord's next strike followed closely, a forceful and overwhelming energy locking onto him. With no means of evasion, the white tiger retaliated fiercely, absorbing the Flower Lord's second blow. The floor beneath him shattered under the sheer ferocity of the impact. Blood gushed from the white tiger's mouth, yet his hands remained steadfastly gripping the Flower Lord's remaining arm. Amidst the pile of corpses, High Dog and his companion sprang into action. The entire Flower family lay lifeless, prompting High Dog and his associates to feign death on the ground. With both the Flower Lord and Nayland severely injured and their attention fixated on the white tiger, they remained oblivious to the fact that the white tiger had laid in wait with accomplices in the courtyard. With a swift motion, the earthworm waved his hand, scattering a powder with a pungent aroma into the Flower Lord's eyes. A group of 7 or 8 youths simultaneously lunged forward, some clinging to legs, others to waists. A congregation of awakened individuals opted to confront the flower vendor through a brawl on the streets. Hurry, little white tiger, he urged, blood oozing from his wounds. Lao Jiao and the other youths seized the blades scattered on the ground and thrust them towards the flower vendor. However, despite his 5-fold cultivation and the protective aura surrounding him, even cannon fire would fail to breach his defenses. With a thunderous crash, the crowd was sent flying by the flower vendor's overwhelming aura. What was initially intended as a last-ditch effort to vanquish Nayland turned futile. Heaven has a path you refuse to tread, yet you find no entrance to hell. The flower vendor surveyed the onlookers with an imperious glare, unleashing his inner energy without reservation. Little white tiger silently cursed, realizing he was indeed an old trickster. Chapter 62. Lao Jiao falls ill at the entrance of the flower house. Nayland's fearsome visage emerged, exuding an aura of death as he gazed upon the assembly. Likewise, he remarked, casting a sidelong glance at little white tiger. Let us send them on their way. Run, little white tiger bellowed. And the brothers surged towards the exit in a frenzy. Although the two old men were grievously injured, the friliest of camels still outweighs a horse. They were resolute in their determination, and little white tiger's group could scarcely withstand their ferocity. Just as little white tiger reached the grand entrance, a malevolent gust enveloped him, carrying with it a flurry of paper offerings that struck his face. The ancient sound of the Swona, imbued with a mournful wail, unsettled the minds of all present. Lao Jiao stood frozen, bewildered as he beheld the townsfolk of Heishan, who should have been on watch outside the gate. Third uncle, clutching a photograph of the late Xiao Fei, led the procession, while the elder leaned on a cane, scattering paper offerings, followed closely by the townspeople clad in mourning attire. Run! The little white tiger cried out in terror, urging everyone to flee. Most of these townsfolk were ordinary people, utterly incapable of contending with the flower man and Nalan. Yet the old man shook his head with calm resolve. "Child, cutting the grass without uprooting it will lead to endless troubles," he declared. His face, etched with wrinkles, radiated steadfast determination. The foundation of Black Mountain Town lay in its ruthlessness, its commitment to vengeance, and the bonds of kinship. If they did not seek retribution today, the people of Black Mountain Town would never hold their heads high outside the city for the rest of their lives. "Xiaofei is your brother, and more importantly, he is our kin. To speak frankly, we never intended to leave the city once we entered. Xiaofei grew up under my watch, with my family as children murdered. Do I not have the right as a guardian to risk everything for him?" The old man's cane shattered, revealing a long sword in his grasp. Those who followed him were all elders of Xiaofei. Ask them if they would agree to leave now. The men behind the old man bore resolute expressions, their rugged faces marked with tenacity. Faced with the flower man, no one dared to retreat, instead embodying a spirit of defiance and sacrifice. The third uncle prepared a portrait of the deceased, drawing a short gun aimed at the flower man. "Observe my lips. Go down and kneel before my child to apologize." With a swift motion, the old man brandished his sword, unleashing an invisible wave of sword energy. Bang! The flower man evaded, gritting his teeth. A tiger falling on hard times is bullied by dogs. The old man, possessing the cultivation of 3 realms, typically could not withstand a single blow from the flower man, yet now compelled him to focus entirely on defense. While everyone's attention was fixated on the flower man, they overlooked the inner turmoil and agony reflected in the eyes of old Gio. The medicine. Old Gio trembled as he retrieved a small bottle, only to discover it was utterly empty. "You all go ahead. The vendetta against Heishan Town is ours to avenge." The old man bellowed at old Gio and Little White Tiger. With a sigh, Little White Tiger pondered how he could possibly abandon the people of Heishan Town. "Old Brother Gio is having an episode," Hai Go exclaimed, noticing old Gio's unusual behavior. Outsiders only perceive old Gio as mad, unaware that his insanity stems from genuine mental illness. Before Little White Tiger could procure any medicine, old Gio's chest heaved violently, gasping for breath like a wild bull. Finally, he pointed at the portrait of Xiaofei and cursed, "Look at you. I didn't run away, so stop looking at me like that. Hurry and find the medicine." Little White Tiger felt a chill run down his spine. Only those who grew up alongside old Gio understood the terror of his episodes. "If you don't come out, I'll stuff you into a bull's rear." Old Gio roared, raising his hand in furious defiance, as if sensing old Gio's capacity for such grotesque acts. The vile serpent concealed within him finally erupted forth. The serpent, as thick as a child's thigh, had one half of its body inside old Gio while the other half coiled tightly around his right arm, letting out a thunderous roar to express its dissatisfaction with old Gio. "Damn it, Hualao, Nalan, who will perish first?" Old Gio tore open his shirt, revealing a body riddled with scars. "Aren't you all so tough? Come on, try to kill me. If you can't, no one is leaving here unscathed today." Little White Tiger was swept up by old Gio's madness, roaring in response. Ernyo peeked out from behind Little White Tiger, and soon, her translucent figure settled onto his back, gradually merging with him. "Hi." The dog and the worm pressed their hands against the back of Lao Gio, channeling elemental power. "Taizi, Giogu is going berserk. Keep your distance." With a roar, after absorbing the fiery essence of the dog and the explosive energy of the worm, Lao Gio's body began to sprout crimson scales. "Damn it, Nalan, it's you. Coming in me." Lao Gio trembled violently, and the ground beneath him erupted with countless fragments, charging toward Nalan like a rampaging bull. Nalan scoffed, finding Lao Gio's moves riddled with flaws, utterly negligible. He extended his hand, conjuring a silver thread, a meat grinder of shimmering silver strands swirling and entwining in the wind, swiftly forming a horizontal tornado. The mouth of the tornado faced Lao Gio, its tail gripped tightly in Nalan's hand. "Lao Gio, don't lose your mind." Xiao Baihu, witnessing the crimson fury in Lao Gio's eyes, turned pale with fright. Yet it was all too late. Fully aware of the razor-sharp nature of Nalan's silver thread whirlwind, Lao Gio still hurled a punch into the tempest. Clang, clang, clang. The silver thread slashed against Lao Gio's scales, instantly unleashing a torrent of blood and flesh. Had it not been for the evil flood dragon's desperate protection, Lao Gio's arm would have been rendered useless. The excruciating pain only fueled Lao Gio's madness. He thrust his right arm, risking dismemberment, into the heart of the whirlwind, seizing Nalan's hand. The whirlwind abruptly ceased, Lao Zhou's arm was drenched in blood, and the evil flood dragon was left gasping for breath. With a furious roar, the enraged dragon lunged at Na Lan, sinking its teeth into his neck. Have you lost your mind? Na Lan could hardly believe he was being subtly overpowered by Lao Zhou. In a moment of desperation, Na Lan manipulated the silver threads to launch another attack. Yet, Lao Zhou would not afford him the opportunity and collided headlong into Na Lan's face. With a thunderous roar, Lao Zhou clutched Nalan's arm, preventing him from creating any distance, and repeatedly rammed his head into Nalan's. It is worth noting that Lao Zhou had absorbed the explosive energy of earthworms, causing each impact to result in an explosion. Within the span of a half-burnt cigarette, both were left battered and bloodied. Nalan shook his dizzy head, beginning to question his existence. Lao Zhou, with blood streaming from his eyes and nose, remained blissfully unaware, his ghastly smile evoking a chilling sensation. Isn't this exhilarating? Isn't it thrilling? Where's the music? Lao Zhou cackled with excitement, tightening his embrace around Nalan, and once more drove his head into Nalan's face. Such a rudimentary and self-destructive tactic effectively subdued Nalan, as even he felt a twinge of fear at Lao Zhou's reckless demeanor. Nalan began to speak, but Lao Zhou's forehead collided with his mouth. Focus on the fight. Why are you still cursing? Such lack of decorum, Lao Zhou remarked, rubbing his forehead where a tooth of Nalan was embedded. Blood filled Nalan's mouth as he glared furiously at Lao Zhou, who responded with a triumphant grin. Feeling bold, are we? The 5 overlords of Ice Mansion? Did you seek my approval before claiming dominance? With a swift slap, Lao Zhou struck Nalan's face, demanding, are you mute? I'm asking you a question. In the yard, the flower vendor and the old man paused their brawl, exchanging glances as they observed Lao Zhou perched atop Nalan, relentlessly butting his head against Nalan's face. There were no techniques, no superfluous attacks, only the relentless headbutts that sent blood flying. Poor Nalan, already grievously injured and having fought through the night, could scarcely muster the strength of his third awakening. Yet, he found himself pitted against the madness of Lao Zhou. As Nalan's silvery strands mercilessly shredded the scales from his body, Old Zhou grew increasingly exhilarated with each collision until he finally breached Nalan's defenses. In a chaotic flurry reminiscent of an old master being overwhelmed by an onslaught, the elder could scarcely articulate the ferocity of their clash. Nalan's enigmatic powers were unfathomable. Should he fully unleash them, the silken threads would infiltrate every crevice, rendering defense futile. Yet, Old Zhou's relentless headbutts prevented Nalan from concentrating, his mental focus disrupted. Coupled with Old Zhou's astonishing resilience, a flicker of retreat began to flicker within Nalan. In this duel of endurance, it became a contest of will, the first to falter, to show signs of fatigue, would be deemed the loser. With a series of resounding slaps, Old Zhou, unsatisfied with mere collisions, stood tall and struck Nalan across the face. Is it not enough to exert a little force? What happened to your reputation as the 5 tyrants? Nalan, a prominent figure, found himself subjected to such indignities for the first time. His silvery threads enveloped his palm, transforming it into a claw, which he drove into Old Zhou's chest, piercing through flesh and fracturing ribs. Yet Old Zhou remained undeterred. Nalan, consumed by fury, sensed an overwhelming dread as Old Zhou made his next move. Grabbing the malevolent serpent, he ensnared it around Nalan's neck. In the midst of despair, both Nalan and the serpent experienced an acute sensation of suffocation, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Brother Zhou, your serpent seems on the verge of being torn apart, whispered a voice in concern. But it was in vain. Disdainfully, Old Zhou discarded the serpent and cradled Nalan's head in his hands. With a swift motion, he raised Nalan's head high before bringing it crashing down. The sound of bones shattering echoed as Nalan's facial structure crumbled, his features grotesquely contorted. A singular eye of Old Zhou fell from its socket, as he grinned widely at the onlookers. What are the 5 tyrants worth? Chapter 63, The Hidden Card of the Flower Man. Take the child to the hospital for a checkup. From a distant hillside, team leader Yao gazed at Mr. Li with a complex expression. In a certain sense, Old Zhou's actions had transcended the boundaries of humanity, the members of the investigation team whispered. Mr. Li cast a scornful glance at the two, retrieving his phone to display Old Zhou's medical history: dissociative identity disorder, mania, delusions, depression. How can he be depressed? Team leader Yao couldn't help but curse. He is so depressed that he has dislodged his own eyeball. That is not him. He is likely unaware of the terrifying entity concealed within his own being. Mr. Li hesitated, attempting to defend Old Zhou. At the Flower Manor, the overwhelmed Nayland had completely lost his fighting spirit. Old Geo, seemingly invigorated, stood up with a disoriented tilt of his head, his eyes still dangling grotesquely, exuding a chilling horror. Flower man, Old Geo uttered, producing a sound that was anything but human. Continue. Old Geo pointed at his fractured skull, challenging anyone to prove their resilience. The white tiger, speechless, roared. Embrace him quickly before he does something else. Who knows what further madness Old Geo may unleash. With lightning speed, the old man wielded his sword, aiming directly at the Flower Man's face. The white tiger advanced, unleashing his ultimate technique, tearing the heavens. Unaware of the impending danger, the Flower Man brandished a carnivorous plant in defense. However, the silver-striped tiger's claws effortlessly severed the seemingly iron-like plant in two. The Flower Man stood there, utterly bewildered. The once unbreakable silver threads of Nayland's man-eating flower were torn apart by the swift claws of the little white tiger. Caution! The old man, quick-witted and agile, kicked the little white tiger aside. Astonishingly, the severed section of the flower sprouted new blossoms, unleashing corrosive liquid upon the little white tiger. The Flower Master glanced at his battered form and, sensing his impending doom, resolved to reveal his true trump card. Witness my genuine strength. In a bid for vengeance for his son and to ensure his own survival, the Flower Master unleashed the hidden power he had concealed for a lifetime. With a single hand pressed to the ground, his blood surged violently into the earth. The flora within the flower house began to grow wildly. Once mere meters tall, the withered trees surged upward, casting a shadow over all, and the flower mansion was suddenly vibrant with life. Kikek, embrace death. Boom. Before the Flower Master could finish his declaration, he was unexpectedly sent flying several meters. The figure of Old Nine appeared behind him, dragging the leg of the hapless Hegu. Hegu, clutching his head in agony, gritted his teeth, tears streaming down his face. 4 or 5 brothers clung to Old Nine, but as Hegu momentarily lost focus, the frenzied Old Nine wielded him like a weapon. Quick, grab him. The little white tiger shouted urgently. You're courting death. The Flower Master, filled with rage, rose and struck the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Countless vines as thick as arms erupted from the earth, impaling those unable to evade. The sudden onslaught of vines caught everyone off guard. Beneath the surface, innumerable vines writhed, causing the ground to bulge with long, raised formations. In an instant, all the plants of the flower family seemed to come alive, launching a frenzied assault on every living creature in sight. In the Flower Mansion, the Ming King is no match for me. The Flower Master laughed heartily. Do you truly believe I am called the Flower Master because of a fondness for cultivating flowers? Huh, foolish. Even if the Overlord were to arrive at the Flower Mansion, I would not tremble before him. The old gentleman, several times, attempted to approach the Flower Master but was thwarted by the encroaching vines. The flora of the greenhouse had spread throughout the entire Flower Mansion, becoming the sole verdant hue in the City of Ice Fortress. When it comes to cunning, it is the Flower Master who reigns, concealing such a formidable secret. Little white tiger, your time has come. Run. He is nourishing the plants with his own blood. The old gentleman discerned the madman's intentions. He sought to perish with us. Now you wish to flee? It is too late. The Flower Master laughed maniacally as he plunged his hand into his own body. The bloodthirsty vines from below surged forth, enveloping him and voraciously sucking his essence. In his madness, he was determined to exact revenge for Hua. Come, dear one, consume me, merge with me. The Flower Master, in a frenzy, tore his heart from his chest. With a thunderous roar, 100-meter-long carnivorous flower erupted from the ground, its stout stem resembling that of a mighty tree. And it devoured the Flower Master whole. He wore an expression of relief, willingly accepting the flower's embrace. After consuming the Flower Master, the carnivorous plant emitted a human-like wail. On its trunk appeared a contorted human face, unmistakably that of the Flower Master. He had fully merged with the carnivorous plant. Ha! You cannot escape. Remain here to serve as nourishment for my flora. With a series of loud thuds, be careful, little white tiger, he warned, as he pushed aside the bones nearby. Vines surged forth from the depths of the earth, ensnaring the legs of the little white tiger. In mere moments, the tendrils had completely immobilized him. Such a splendid delicacy. It would be a pity to slay you. Instead, let me transform you into my treasured sustenance. By consuming you, we shall grow ever stronger. At this moment, the Flower Man's power far surpassed his prime. The carnivorous flower unfurled its massive maw, howling towards the heavens. Its 100-meter-long body coiled around the entrance of the Flower Manor, utterly blocking any escape for those present. This was his trump card. From this day forth, he was the flower, and the flower was he. As the little white tiger's face flushed crimson, the flower man's vines constricted, crushing his bones inch by inch. The sensation of suffocation and excruciating pain caused the little white tiger's consciousness to wane. In the final moments before losing consciousness, his gaze fell upon Old Nine, the brother he cherished above all else. The old man understood the tiger's intent and swiftly approached, delivering a punch that rendered Old Nine unconscious. "Thank you." The little white tiger closed his eyes peacefully. "Brother Tiger! Brother Tiger!" The roar of his comrades echoed as the carnivorous flower slowly engulfed the little white tiger. "Aha! My dear flower contains the most potent corrosive venom. The little white tiger will soon become my nourishment." The flower man laughed maniacally, exclaiming, "Did you ever imagine? I am the true victor." High Dog clutched his swollen head, staring in confusion at the suspended carnivorous flower. Its colossal form, once it devoured a person, left almost no chance of survival. "Brother! Brother!" Tears of blood streamed from High Dog's eyes. "I curse you. I will fight you to the bitter end." As Bone, with eyes ablaze, rose from the ground, he grasped a weapon and charged toward the carnivorous flower. "Don't go. It's dangerous," the old man exclaimed, clutching the ninth tightly with one arm while seizing High Dog with the other. "Let me go." High Dog, with crimson eyes, bit down on the old man's hand, breaking free and resolutely lunging at the man-eating plant. "With Tiger Brother gone, I have no desire to live. None of you shall have it easy." A dozen brothers faced the colossal carnivorous flower, their faces devoid of fear, boldly marching toward their demise. For them, nothing was more terrifying than the death of the white tiger. Once upon a time, they had sworn an oath to live and die together. Now was the moment to fulfill that promise. In the vigor of youth, what fear is there of life and death? With a fiery spirit, High Dog unleashed a burst of flames from his hands, sending two streams of scorching fire crashing against the ground. Utilizing the force of the flames, he soared into the air, landing precisely atop the carnivorous flower. "Damn it! Spit out my tiger brother." The group from Black Mountain Town watched in astonishment as High Dog clambered to the edge of the flower's maw, using all his strength to pry its enormous jaws apart. Bone's face turned a ghastly shade as the corrosive slime from the flower's teeth dripped onto him, instantly inflicting countless wounds upon his body. Hearing High Dog's call, Bone bellowed, "Xiaofeng, come." Xiaofeng steadied himself, placing his hands on his knees. With a running start, Bone leaped, and Xiaofeng seized the opportunity to launch him upward. With a resounding slap, Xiaofeng barely avoided falling into the flower's jaws. "Damn it, return my tiger brother," Bone declared, undeterred by the grotesque sight of the corrosive slime and the foul stench emanating from the flower's gaping mouth, as he plunged headfirst into its esophagus. In an instant, his skin was corroded away, leaving nothing but bones, a veritable specter of blood. Yet, he managed to grasp the sinking white tiger. "I shall not relent," he declared, as his crimson lifeblood trickled down his arm onto the tiger's head. Together, they slowly descended into the gaping maw of the man-eating flower. As he witnessed the complete disappearance of both the bones and the white tiger before his eyes, a sense of despair engulfed High Dog, who bellowed, "Brother Tiger is gone. Let us take down the flower fiend. By the heavens, I shall obliterate you," he thundered, his fury palpable. The flower fiend had first slain the smoker and now brought about the demise of the white tiger, igniting a profound wrath within the earthworm. The blue explosive energy in his grasp began to coalesce. The brothers exchanged knowing glances, a silent agreement passing among them. "Let us annihilate him. Brother Tiger, you shall not walk this road alone. Old man, take care of my ninth brother." Believing the white tiger to be dead, the brothers, filled with a resolute determination, forced all their energy into the earthworm. A massive energy orb erupted from his being. This orb, a manifestation of their collective spirit, symbolized their indomitable will. "Curse it. If I cannot obliterate you, I shall spill your blood." The earthworm roared, hurling the colossal energy orb against the thick trunk of the man-eating flower. The explosion was cataclysmic, leveling the entire flower estate. The ground was rent asunder, creating a terrifying chasm, while several brothers were hurled away by the shock wave, their fates uncertain. The man-eating flower was not spared either, suffering a grievous wound from the blast, its green viscous fluid oozing profusely, further inciting the wrath of the flower fiend. "Damn them all! Devour them!" he commanded the flower, which opened its gaping abyssal maw, targeting Old Ninth. None shall escape. Within the confines of the carnivorous flower, Bone struggled to maneuver his form beside the little white tiger, enveloping him in a protective embrace. He offered his own flesh and blood to shield the little white tiger from the corrosive slime within the flower. In a mere minute, Bone was grotesquely eroded, his body reduced to little more than a skeletal frame, his once handsome visage now a horrifying mask of melted features. Brother, brother, you have yet to conquer the Ice Palace. You cannot perish now. I beg you, allow me to take your place. You must escape. The weak, plaintive calls echoed through the void, penetrating the little white tiger's consciousness. Bone, summoning the last vestiges of his strength, cradled the little white tiger's head, shielding his face from further decay, while he himself transformed into a bloodied figure. Brother, I cannot endure any longer. Please awaken. I cannot hold on much more. I implore you, awaken. Bone whispered through the agonizing pain of his decaying body. At that moment, the little white tiger, in the depths of his consciousness, slowly opened his eyes. He found himself in the cave where he first encountered the silver-striped tiger. Ernyang was before him, her expression one of resignation. I can only ensure your soul's immortality through this means. It has merged with the flower spirit and gained sentience. If you do not remain here, even your soul shall be devoured by them. As the little white tiger hovered on the brink of death, Ernyang forcibly drew his soul into the realm left behind by the ancestor of demons, ensuring his soul's survival. Brother, may heaven protect you. I will take my brother's place in death. I would descend to the depths of hell if need be. My life is of no consequence. I implore you, do not let my brother perish. The echoes of sorrowful pleas reverberated incessantly in the little white tiger's ears. The whispers of the dying bones relentlessly assailed the heart of the little white tiger. My brother is calling me. If you venture forth, your soul shall perish. Ernyo sighed, recognizing that the creature had acquired sentience. It was a demon, its power having reached the sixth awakening. What purpose does your departure serve? I have told you, my brother is summoning me. If you obstruct me, I shall take you down with me. The little white tiger gazed at the glimmering light at the cave's end and resolutely charged forward. You will meet your demise. Ernyo admonished sharply. I fear not death. I dread that I may not die alongside my brother. Curse that damned flower fiend. Even in death, I shall tear a piece from him. At the cave's entrance, the little white tiger bellowed, Brother, I am coming. Awakening in its corporeal form, the little white tiger opened its eyes wide. The bones had nearly turned to skeleton. Yet they still managed a reassuring smile towards the little white tiger. Brother, hurry forth. With that, the head of the bones tilted, and they succumbed into unconsciousness. Unable to contain the surging wrath within, the little white tiger howled towards the heavens. Flower fiend, damn you. A roar erupted, shaking the very heavens. In a fit of rage, the little white tiger seized a piece of flesh from within the carnivorous flower and gnawed at it furiously. Even in death, I shall not allow you peace. As the black blood from the flesh was consumed, a tremendous surge of energy flooded into the little white tiger's body, nearly overwhelming it. With the continuous influx of black blood, the energy within the little white tiger reached its zenith, and astonishingly, he achieved a breakthrough. The sunlight at the horizon gradually dimmed. The sky, once radiant, was suddenly engulfed by ominous clouds. Countless bolts of lightning gathered above the flower palace, roaring with a fierce intensity. Heavenly thunder. The flower master raised his head in shock, filled with confusion. How could such a celestial phenomenon, which could only be summoned by a ninth-level awakener, manifest before a mere first-level awakener? A sense of foreboding surged within him. The thunder struck the little white tiger. Yet the little white tiger was ensconced within the man-eating flower. That thunder would undoubtedly first strike the flower. Realizing this, the flower master shouted in alarm, quickly. Spit him out. It was easy to swallow, but how could it be so simple to regurgitate? The voice of the little white tiger echoed from within the flower. Awaken through your body, roar. With a ferocious roar, the flower trembled violently, emitting a painful cry. The flower master began to feel anxious, even neglecting the group led by the old nine. If the thunder meant for ninth-level awakeners struck him, he would either die or be severely injured. The only consolation was that the thunder summoned by a second-level awakener was considerably weaker than that which could annihilate the world summoned by a ninth-level awakener. Nevertheless, heavenly thunder inherently suppressed all demonic entities. The man-eating flower had awakened its intelligence, falling within the realm of monsters. Boom. The world was engulfed in darkness, save for the surging thunder slowly gathering. No. Run. The flower master, aware that the thunder was unavoidable, could not suppress the fear rising within him. The man-eating flower, without needing his prompting, plunged into the earth, attempting to evade in this manner. But how could the furious thunder easily spare the little white tiger? A bolt of thunder, as thick as a barrel, struck the flower buried underground with pinpoint accuracy. Boom. The once mighty man-eating flower was instantly engulfed in raging flames. Half of its body reduced to charred remains. The anguished wails of the flower creature and the carnivorous plant reverberated throughout the ice palace, sending chills down one's spine. Their robust forms writhed upon the ground, utterly powerless against the might of the heavenly lightning. Moments later, the carnivorous plant lay feebly on the ground, its roots incinerated. Once again, the skies darkened with gathering thunder. This time, the flower creature felt no inclination to resist, its heart reduced to ashes. What deepened its despair was the palpable sense of the carnivorous plant's strength waning rapidly. Bound by flesh and blood, it acutely sensed the turmoil within its own body. The small white tiger voraciously gnawed at the flesh of the carnivorous plant. Hurry and eat. This is a demon core, a rare find. Consuming it will greatly benefit me, urged the second girl loudly. The small white tiger, engrossed in its meal, failed to notice the vital essence seeping from the torn demon core, mending its own bones and form. I can't eat anymore, it's too unbearable, the small white tiger complained, clutching the enormous flesh orb. This is the precious blood of the demon that protects the core. The true demon core lies within, extracted. With a resounding crash, the heavenly lightning coalesced once more. The purple lightning surged down with ferocious intensity, far exceeding the previous strike. Accompanied by the thunderous roars, the ice palace trembled. The flower creature's face turned ashen as it despaired, roaring against the injustice of the heavens. Why strike me? Strike him instead. The carnivorous plant attempted to burrow into the earth to escape, but suddenly felt an excruciating pain surge through its body, followed by a complete loss of strength. Its demon core had been devoured by the small white tiger. With a resounding boom, silence fell, leaving only a cloud of dust in the aftermath. The flower palace had transformed into a deep pit, the violent tremors shaking the entire ice palace. The heavenly lightning dissipated. As the dawn dispels the dark clouds, light once again penetrates the icy realm. The massive trunk of the man-eating flower has withered to a mere husk, and it, along with its master, has completely lost its vitality. A once mighty figure has perished in the pursuit of vengeance. The young white tiger struggles to emerge from within the flower's body, drenched in dark blood. Regrettably, the second girl casts a sorrowful glance at the corpse of the flower, had it not awakened its intelligence. The second thunderbolt would not have surged with such ferocity. The first thunderbolt struck the young white tiger, yet the second one was undeniably aimed at its master. Aside from the 4 great demon ancestors, you are the first demon I have encountered, the second girl expressed her sympathy. Acknowledging the rarity of intelligence among the demon clan, a true pity. Bang, bang, bang. Several figures landed. Mr. Lee entered the scene, accompanied by team leader Yell. Just in time, the young white tiger grinned widely. Mr. Lee awkwardly rubbed his nose. They should have arrived sooner. But the formidable power of the second thunderbolt had deterred their approach. The young white tiger, unperturbed, gestured for Mr. Lee to help extract his comrades. These young men had been blasted away by the energy of the earthworms, only to be further affected by the thunder, leaving their fates uncertain. The young white tiger dragged a massive flesh orb from the man-eating flower, tearing it apart and feeding it to his brothers. You seem different, Mr. Lee observed meticulously. Aside from his newly invigorated physique, the young white tiger had astonishingly developed dual pupils, and his aura had transformed. Has he become more charming? The young white tiger shot him a speechless glance. Only the second girl understood that the young white tiger had consumed a demon core, rendering him half human, half demon. The demon race is indeed an indomitable force in this apocalyptic world. With the terrifying physique bestowed by the silver-striped tiger, one can scarcely fathom the extent of the little white tiger's physical prowess. Chapter 65, The Plan of Zhang Yang. 3 days later. The investigation team swept through the Hua family's enterprises like autumn winds scattering fallen leaves, completing their evidence collection and solidifying the charges against Hua Lao. Once the sovereign of the Ice Mansion, the Hua family collapsed with a resounding crash, leaving those who feasted alongside them either dead or fleeing. When Hua Lao was in power, they relished in his fortune. Now that he has fallen, they too must bear the consequences. In a single night, 2 of the 5 tyrants of the Ice Mansion vanished. Hua Lao and Nalan have become mere footnotes in history. Such is the nature of the apocalypse, some rise while others perish. Resources are finite, and with each departure, more fade into obscurity. And thus, Mr. Lee has successfully emerged as the new sovereign, as the pivotal force behind this upheaval. The little white tiger and his companions lay in slumber in the hospital for a full 3 days before finally awakening. Awake, awake, exclaimed a strikingly handsome attendant in the deluxe ward. What the hell, back in the hospital again, murmured old Gio from another bed. One eye bandaged and both arms encased in plaster, presenting a rather pitiful sight. Tiger Master, Joe Master. The door swung open, and a swarm of well-dressed, successful individuals rushed into the room, each bearing extravagant gifts and wearing expressions of eager flattery. You have finally awakened, Tiger Master. Geo Master. You look even more handsome with one eye. Tiger Master, your charisma is unparalleled, truly worthy of the one who could vanquish Hua Lao. Geo Master. Single-handedly defeating the Nalan brothers is an unprecedented feat. A multitude of individuals encircled Lao Jiao and Xiao Baihu, showering them with praise, leaving the two in a state of bewilderment. Judging by their attire, each person appeared to be of considerable wealth. Individuals who would have previously not even cast a glance at their existence. In a mere span of 3 days, everything had transformed. Xiao Baihu and Lao Jiao had ascended to become the most renowned figures within the Ice Mansion, serving as the right hands of the newly appointed overlord, Mr. Li. A soft cough broke the air, causing the sycophantic crowd to lower their heads and retreat to the side like children caught in wrongdoing. Zhang Yang, clad in uniform and carrying a basket of fruit, strode confidently into the ward. Resting well, Master Jiao? Master who? Zhang Yang smirked with a sardonic grin that was rather unsettling. He placed the fruit basket down and perched himself on the edge of the bed, crossing his legs. How do you feel, esteemed sirs? It must be exhilarating to embrace the life of a big shot. It's all right, Xiao Baihu replied with a grin. The Ice Mansion was currently the most sought-after establishment, boasting the youngest ground lord. However, he cautioned against becoming overly complacent. Do you comprehend who those individuals outside truly are? Do you dare accept gifts? Zhang Yang kindly reminded them that these individuals were merely followers of the Flower Lord, many of whom were under scrutiny from the investigation team. Do you truly think it wise to accept such gifts? With the fall of the Flower Lord, those who clung to him have scattered like monkeys when the tree falls. Their companies are intricately tied to the Hua family, with many having stakes in those enterprises. Damn it, give me the phone. I'll have Hai go deal with them all. If the gift giver is deceased, the gifts shall be considered spoils of war, not bribes, right? What on earth is wrong with your brain? Beipu, the territory of the Nalan family. Initially, Mr. Li had his sights set on Shipu. Due to the actions of the little white tiger and the 9th brother, 2 of the 5 tyrants have perished. This has resulted in the vacancies in the northern and western districts. Mr. Li now has the luxury of choice, ultimately deciding to establish the company in the northern district. The little white tiger was momentarily taken aback. This was a consideration he had never entertained. For the sake of maintaining equilibrium, Ming Wang would certainly not permit other tyrants to simultaneously control 2 districts. It is highly probable that the western district will descend into chaos, with various rogue factions stirring up trouble. Are you suggesting that we, as mere subordinates to Mr. Li, should take over? Our actions are dictated by our allegiances. Perhaps you are unaware of your own influence. Outside the city, you have support from Heishan Town, and the Overlord may even take you under his wing, acting in his name. The other powerful figures will think twice before attempting to challenge you. Within the city, you have Li and Xian, and of course myself. The Western District must be under my supervision, thus, the selection of its leaders requires my approval. Otherwise, I will confront whoever assumes control. Zhang Yang squinted, resembling a cunning old fox, causing the two to feel a shiver run down their spines. Having eliminated Hua Lao and Nalan, you have already become legendary figures in the Ice Mansion. As long as you step outside and raise your banner, you can effortlessly rally a significant following. With the likes of the High Dogs backing you, what is there to fear? Are you short on funds? Li and Xian would not hesitate to invest in you. At the very least, those waiting at the entrance fear that you might refuse their money. In this era, can capable individuals truly be in one of finances? It is surprising to realize just how substantial their influence has grown. The brothers, who were raised amidst the refuse of society, initially sought only to satiate their hunger, yet they found themselves thrust into the limelight. However, both the White Tiger and Old Nine remained unclouded by this unexpected joy. Upon witnessing the White Tiger's refusal, Old Nine shrugged in support, remarking that there was no need for further discussion since their leader had already spoken. The White Tiger, steadfast in his loyalty, was unwilling to betray Mr. Li. Zhang Yang had anticipated such a scenario. Rather than expressing anger, he offered admiration. To remain true to one's original intentions, indeed, was commendable. Zhang Yang nodded. Yet he added, you must recognize that the greatest beneficiary of Shipu is Old Li. People's thoughts are prone to change. Does Old Li not yearn to grasp control over 2 territories now? As you ascend to the throne of Shipu, Li Yuxian becomes the supreme emperor, and he shall not decline. The situation with Ming Wang is even more straightforward. He is more preoccupied with the threat posed by Ba Wang than with you. Should you formally align yourselves under Ba Wang's banner, there lies the potential to persuade him to abandon his siege. This, indeed, is your leverage. Surviving in this apocalyptic world is fraught with difficulty. One must learn to utilize every possible advantage, even if you choose to refuse. I shall ensure you are drawn into the game. Shipu cannot afford to produce another flower boy. Zhang Yang had already made a choice for the two of them. In the realm of the martial world, one often finds oneself coerced by circumstances. Before your discharge, I will negotiate on your behalf with Liu Xian and Ming Wang. Those individuals outside, if you wish to reign as the kings of Shipu, you will undoubtedly require their support. I shall keep them in reserve and refrain from utilizing them against you. Zhang Yang declared loudly towards the door. The white tiger offered a wry smile, realizing that he had no alternatives left. No, the deaths of Hua Lao and Na Lan have firmly ensnared you in this game. You must either charge forth or face demise. Zhang Yang, with a weighty tone, gently patted the little white tiger. Rather than seeking counsel from the little white tiger, he was more inclined to deliver a notification. After Zhang Yang departed, the throng outside surged once more into the hospital room. Ninth Master, here is the key to my villa in Shishan, a humble token of my regard. Brother Hu, I have heard that the brothers lack vehicles. My company has recently acquired a fleet of luxury cars. Would it not be fitting to provide transportation for our comrades? Chapter 66. The new king. The Ming Wang mansion has opened up an area, a significant temptation for any major player. To claim this territory, one must secure the consent of the Ming Wang. Within the Ice Mansion, anyone aspiring to achieve greatness must first gain the nod from Ming Wang. Given his esteemed reputation and formidable power, the four cunning old foxes gathered around the hearth, projecting an image of harmony. Now that everyone is here, let us get down to business, Ming Wang stated forthrightly. The demise of Hua Lao and Na Lan cast a shadow of sorrow over him. As he sat in the main seat, clad in an unkempt white shirt, Mr. Li glanced at Xiao Yuan and gestured for him to speak. Each individual sensed the intentions of the others, yet all feigned deference. Do you have thoughts on this matter? No longer the righteous enforcer of the law. Mr. Li consumed a mouthful of hot tea. Bang! He gently set down his teacup, his expression darkening. Is this your own intention? Ming Wang inquired, frowning. That is rather presumptuous. Upon hearing this, Mr. Li's furrowed brow relaxed. Is it appropriate for my people to act as your pawns? Mr. Li quietly questioned. Otherwise, do you think you would agree to swallow 2 territories alone? Zhang Yang straightforwardly expressed his concerns, stating that he was not at ease with this group entering the Shipu area. Only with Xiao Baihu did he find some measure of comfort, as Shipu needed stability. And he chose him. He chuckled, remarking on Xiao Baihu's youth, which made him easier to control. Ming Wang discerned the other's intentions, yet cautioned. Do not forget the fate of Lao Xia. This young man, despite his age, possesses a rebellious spirit that you may not be able to subdue. Ming Wang seemingly brought up Lao Xia casually, casting a glance at Mr. Li. The latter, with a quick shift in his line of thought, declared, They're all my people. Since we are broaching this topic, I shall speak candidly. The Shipu area cannot remain vacant. Otherwise, the Ice Mansion will descend into chaos. I will be forthright. I do not oppose their entry into Shipu. Of course, you do not oppose, Ming Wang retorted, rolling his eyes. But I certainly do not agree to their entry. Who does not know that Xiao Baihu is Mr. Li's weapon? Allowing him to enter would surely provoke Mr. Li's objections. How long has Xiao Baihu been out of prison? A mere month, during which he has already killed Lao Xie and slaughtered the Hua and Nalan families. Would you dare to let such a figure in? Ming Wang shook his head resolutely. The deaths of Hua and Nalan had left him profoundly shaken. Xiao Baihu's decisive nature in killing made it clear that his first order of business would be to challenge Ming Wang, especially given that he, too, bore some responsibility for Xiao Fei's demise. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Yang rapped on the table, extinguishing his cigarette. Ming Wang, it appears you have misinterpreted my intentions. I am not here to negotiate with you. To put it succinctly, aside from those two, do not expect anyone you send to the Shipu district to fare well. I will capture anyone who arrives. What I desire is tranquility in Shipu, not another troublemaker. You do not think that behind the little white tiger, it is only I and Old Li, do you? Should that individual from outside the city enter, you may need to reconsider your position. Allow the little white tiger to take charge. It would quell the wrath of the tyrant while providing an explanation to those beyond the city's walls. They are still young and do not pose a threat to us. Don't you agree? Mr. Li added. Ming Wang then turned his gaze toward Xiao Yuan. who was engrossed in taking selfies with her phone, clearly reluctant to engage in the trio's dispute. A day later, in the Little White Tiger's hospital room, old Jew leaned against the wall, one hand groping at his backside while the other grasped the nurse's uniform. "Beautiful lady, I am about to be discharged and still do not know your name. What do you need my name for?" The blushing nurse shot him a sidelong glance. "How bothersome." The nurse lowered her head, her cheeks flushed. Although old Gio could not be deemed particularly handsome, his carefree demeanor exuded an irresistible masculine charm. Suddenly, a foot flew in, kicking him several meters away. The Little White Tiger, one hand suspended in a bandage, cursed, "Do you even have a residence permit? Should I step outside to make room for you to have your fun right here?" "Brother Gio, Brother Tiger." The three chuckled as Hygo pushed the door open and entered. A dozen or so brothers donned impeccably tailored black suits, their hair slicked back to a gleaming sheen. Yet the fierce aura they exuded was decidedly incongruous with their attire. "Tiger brother, the guests have nearly arrived. It is time to leave the hospital." One of them called out. "Hey, dog, bring me 2 suits," he instructed, handing them to the others. "Congratulations, Brother Tiger. Congratulations, Brother Nine," the brothers shouted with fervor. Stepping out of the hospital, they would soon be the new kings of Shipu. With a royal ascension at hand, how could they act frivolously? "Sister, assist me in changing my attire," Old Nine said, patting the nurse on her backside. She shot him a shy glare but complied obediently, retrieving the suit. The nurse's breath quickened as she beheld Old Nine's well-defined physique, marred with scars, and his unruly short hair. Once clad in the suit, Old Nine shed his earlier nonchalance, his expression turning steely as he tied his hair back. "Tai, our era has arrived," the young White Tiger declared, extinguishing his cigarette and raising his fist to Old Nine. "You charge ahead without fear. Should anyone dare to obstruct you, I shall sever their head." Old Nine reciprocated with a fist bump. "And us," the others chimed in, their fists colliding, sharing knowing smiles. "Let us go onward." The young White Tiger surged ahead, with Old Nine closely trailing. The new kings of Shipu were officially ascending their throne, heralding the dawn of their era. Outside the hospital, a fleet of luxury cars stood in abundance, with patients and doctors alike gathered by the roadside, eager to glimpse the identity of the esteemed individual departing. At the entrance, 2 rows of attendants stood at attention, a red carpet laid out before them. All eyes were fixed on the doorway, anticipation palpable, until a group of young men finally emerged. Lord Hu and Lord Gio stood to the right, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle to the esteemed gentlemen of the Shipu district, their voices resonating. Little White Tiger calmly nodded, his gaze shifting to his left. The elder, leaning on his cane, looked on with satisfaction alongside the townsfolk of Heishan. "Call them." The elder commanded softly. "Lord, you honor us." Little White Tiger did not deign to glance at the various bosses from the Shipu district as he stepped forward to support the elder. A series of honks blared. Several luxury vehicles entered the hospital, led by a car with the distinguished plate number being A0001. Amidst the envious and admiring gazes of the onlookers, King Ming was the first to alight from the vehicle. The prominent figures of the ice house had nearly all gathered. "That's King Ming. And there's Sister Qian. I've seen her on television. She's truly beautiful." "Isn't that the director of the Shipu Police District? Why are all these dignitaries at the hospital?" King Ming strode purposefully, accompanied by Sister Qian and others, approaching Little White Tiger, adopting a demeanor of an elder as he patted Little White Tiger's arm. "The youth are formidable. I entrust Shipu to you with confidence." Lord Ju nudged Haegu with his shoulder, who understood the cue and stepped forward to proclaim loudly. "From this day forth, the Shipu district shall bear the surname, by thanks to my elder brother." Cheers erupted. Chapter 67, Mahongying. Inside the luxury vehicle, as they departed, the envious gazes of the crowd remained fixated on the direction Little White Tiger had taken. "What does it feel like?" Mr. Lee offered the 2 a cigarette. "Is there not a sense of being the center of attention?" "No, it feels as though everyone has become more amicable." The albino tiger gazed serenely at the throngs outside the vehicle. Once, they were the city's most scorned underclass, inspiring dread and revulsion in all. Now, they were regarded with a subtle blend of respect and aspiration. A glint of shrewdness flickered in the eyes of the albino tiger and Lao Jio, for Mr. Zhang and Mr. Li had begun to assess their mettle. To reign as the overlord of District 1 demanded not only strategic oversight, but also extraordinary foresight. "I intend to entrust the terrestrial affairs to the venerable elder of Black Mountain Town, while the overt commercial endeavors shall, of course, be guided by Mr. Li's directives." The albino tiger straightened up, casting a grateful glance toward Mr. Li. Without your guidance, we would not be where we are today. Maintain humility and measured discretion. The albino tiger keenly understood his place, for he did not presume parity with Mr. Li merely because he now controlled West Orchard. It was the sagacious course of action. Any terrestrial magnate who wished to rise to prominence would cleanse their reputation. Distancing oneself now would prove advantageous. Mr. Zhang nodded in approbation, acknowledging his perspicacity. Entrusting the terrestrial commerce to the elder of Black Mountain Town serves a dual purpose. It benefits Little Fei and leverages the elder's seasoned prudence to stabilize the situation, ensuring he understands the boundaries of permissible conduct. Ignorance of business management is inconsequential for a vessel to embark on a long voyage. The captain need only chart the course for the crew, placing capable individuals where they can best contribute. Mr. Li reached out to adjust the albino tiger's tie, expressing his hope that the suit would expunge the vestiges of their former ferocity. I shall arrange for individuals to enter West Orchard to negotiate with the various proprietors on your behalf. Observe and emulate how to expand a business. Understood, the albino tiger affirmed. The essence of your identity is paramount. Zhang Yang, observing Mr. Li's authoritative demeanor, reminded him somewhat enviously. Ming Wang's concession arises from his fear of the overlord. Therefore, no matter the means, you must obtain the status of the overlord's disciple. Otherwise, Ming Wang will undoubtedly take action against you. Lao Jiao, upon hearing this, became displeased, rolled down the window, and flicked a cigarette butt out into the street. He had a part in Xiao Fei's demise. How dare he threaten us? Stop the car. I will go down and deal with him right now. Seeing Lao Jiao reach for the car door, Xiao Baihu restrained him, urging him not to act rashly. Mr. Li, let me be candid with you. We will inevitably confront Ming Wang in the future, not for any other reason, but because we swore before Xiao Fei's spirit that we must exact our revenge. Mentioning Xiao Fei caused a flicker of sorrow in Xiao Baihu's eyes. Had Xiao Fei not perished, he would certainly have had a place in the current West Pu. We understand that we cannot challenge Ming Wang at this moment. We can endure and bide our time, but expecting us to relinquish our hatred entirely is out of the question. Xiao Baihu's honesty brought comfort to the other two. He remained the same sincere Xiao Baihu towards his brothers, a person who would never betray them. One must proceed with caution, without thorough preparation. One must not act recklessly. Mr. Li placed his hand on Lao Jiao and Xiao Baihu's legs, imparting wisdom that those who aspire to greatness must endure what ordinary individuals cannot. Ming Wang's strength stems not only from his might, but also from his ability to observe, learn, and accumulate power. Understood. Mr. Li led Xiao Baihu to the entrance of the largest private club in West Pu. This establishment is one of the most lucrative ventures in the hands of the Flower Lord and serves as the largest den of vice in the Ice Mansion. A magnificent European-style edifice stands proudly in the heart of Shipu, encompassing all pursuits that captivate the male gaze. You are the new sovereigns of Shipu. Without possessing a commendable enterprise, your reign would surely falter. I have procured this club and now bestow it upon you as an investment in your future. Mr. Li guided a few individuals to the entrance, where a throng of journalists and onlookers had already gathered, summoned by Mr. Li to witness the ascension of Shipu's new royalty. To bolster the presence of the young white tiger, Mr. Li had graciously invited Ming Wang, Xiao Yuan, and several prominent figures from the council, ensuring that nearly all notable personalities from the Shipu district were captured on camera, a testament to Mr. Li's earnest efforts. Standing tall, Zhang supported the waist of the young white tiger, proclaiming, "You are no longer a child of the garbage dump, but the king of Shipu, a disciple of old Li, my representative and the protege of the overlord. Now, please join me in extending a warm round of applause to welcome the esteemed owner of the Supreme Club, Mr. Li Huajiao, as he takes the stage to cut the ribbon." The host's voice resonated powerfully. Applause erupted, and all media cameras turned toward the young white tiger and old Jiao. Taking a deep breath to compose themselves, the two straightened their attire and strode confidently toward the club. Wow, they are so young. How incredibly handsome. I wish to be one of their women. Are these the two lads who took down the Flower Master? Shoo, do you want to get killed? They are the future overlords of Shipu. The surrounding crowd cast curious and envious glances as the two, bold and proud, approached the entrance and grasped the scissors beneath the dazzling lights. Hee, little tiger, allow me to introduce you. This is Counselor Fong from the Shipu district, and this is Director Zhou from the Safety Department. Mr. Li, who is quite familiar with the situation, took little white tiger and began to introduce him to the dignitaries standing at the entrance. In the future, Little Tiger will inevitably have to navigate through Shipu District more frequently. Today, we shall simply familiarize ourselves with these individuals. Later on, I will personally escort these two young men for a visit, and I hope that everyone will extend their kindness to them. Mr. Lee supported from the side. Initially, there were concerns that Little White Tiger might feel intimidated, yet these two young men quickly adapted to their surroundings. At times, a lack of trepidation can be quite advantageous. Mr. Lee mused, observing Little White Tiger effortlessly engaging in conversation with the prominent figures. Now, everyone, please stand still for a photo, suggested a journalist. The crowd lined up neatly, with Little White Tiger positioned at the center, flanked by Lao Jiao, Mr. Lee, and Ming Wang. Naturally, the spotlight fell upon Little White Tiger, who stood in the central position. Tomorrow, this photograph would grace the headlines of the entire district, solidifying Little White Tiger's status in Shipu. Suddenly, the photographers gasped in astonishment. The crowd was violently parted as a black imported sedan forcefully made its way through, continuing undeterred until it halted directly in front of the individuals gathered for the ribbon-cutting ceremony. With a screech of tires, the car came to a near halt just inches from Little White Tiger. Had it been a mere second later, the vehicle would have struck him. A burly man, clad in a black shirt with curly hair and a roguish grin, leapt from the car, casting a challenging glance at the crowd. What a lively scene. Congratulations to Boss Bai and Boss Gio. Congratulations indeed. Alas, this wretched vehicle nearly collided with someone. Were you frightened, Mr. Bai? The man in the floral shirt squinted his eyes, feigning concern while mockingly laughing. Ma Hongying arrogantly flicked a strand of hair from his forehead and announced, "My boss has sent me to congratulate you on such a splendid establishment. TSK, it hardly suits your temperament. I believe Mr. Lee should have gifted you a landfill instead. It would be far more fitting. Ha ha ha." The crowd surged forward, and with a mere glance from the old man, the townsfolk of Heishan quickly encircled them. Even a fool could discern that the intruder came with ill intentions. While insults are typically veiled, the opponent wasted no time in exposing Xiao Baihu's vulnerabilities. Who among them was unaware of his origins from a landfill? Yet to bring it up during his moment of glory was nothing short of a slap in the face. Apologies. Ma Hongying exaggeratedly slapped his own cheeks, feigning a slip of the tongue. I unintentionally voiced my inner thoughts. Forgive me, Mr. Bai. In Chapter 68, Madman vs. Madman, we find ourselves in the Zhongpu district with Ma Hongying, whose master commands the second largest power in Zhongpu. Originally, Ming Wang intended for them to take over Shipu, but you thwarted that plan, an unwelcome visitor indeed. Sister Xiao Yuan stood beside Xiao Baihu, narrowing her eyes as she whispered a warning. Handle this properly, everyone is watching. The old man leaned closer to Xiao Baihu, softly advising, if you show weakness today or allow him to steal your thunder, those on the ground will lose faith in you. If this matter is not resolved satisfactorily, it will lead others to question whether you can maintain order in Shipu. After all, you and Lao Jiao are quite young, and many perceive you merely as Mr. Li's pawns. The Little White Tiger nodded silently, casting a glance at the individuals standing in line. Ming Wang feigned ignorance, engaging a few legislators in idle chatter. The others also chose to turn a blind eye, evidently watching to see if he possessed the ability to stabilize the situation. Mad, the little rascal Zhang Yang reached for the handcuffs behind him, only to be grasped by the Little White Tiger's hand. I can handle it. The Little White Tiger shook his head. Ma Hongying, notorious as the most deranged individual in the Zhongpu district, acted without restraint. His superior had sent him over, and it was clear today would not end well. Mr. Lee furrowed his brow, casting a sidelong glance at Ming Wang's retreating figure, muttering that he had thought he had compromised, only to discover he was playing dirty. The Little White Tiger, seemingly unconcerned, lit a cigarette. Mad? Ha. He glanced at the casually pocketed Old Nine, quietly instructing, do as you please, Iron Boy. Old Nine, who had long been eager to act, withdrew his hand from his pocket, grinning with excitement. Madman, splendid. I'll go engage him regarding his condition. Clear the area, Mr. Lee commanded his subordinates. No need. Old Nine waved his hand dismissively. It's just a small matter. While they conversed, Ma Hongying retrieved a gift box from the trunk. A present prepared by my boss for Boss Bai. Please accept it. Noticing the Little White Tiger's hesitation, Ma Hongying assumed he had intimidated him and grew even more brazen. He opened the gift box, revealing a time bomb made of high explosives, with a candle inserted atop it. Oh dear, what was I thinking? I brought the wrong gift. Ma Hongying smugly extended the bomb towards the Little White Tiger. What now, Boss Bai? Can you dismantle it? It is a bomb. The crowd, initially drawn by the spectacle, scattered in an instant, fleeing in all directions. Even many who were present for the ribbon-cutting hurried away, while the employees of the club retreated into the interior. In a moment of panic, only a few remained at the entrance, including the young white tiger. Observing the terror etched on the faces of the crowd, Ma Hongying's grin stretched almost to his ears, reveling in their fear. The young white tiger calmly surveyed the bomb before turning to old Gio, announcing his intention to relieve himself. "Mr. Bai, are you leaving?" However, the response did not come from the young white tiger. Old Gio stepped forward, producing a lighter to ignite the candles on the bomb. "Shall we sing a birthday song?" he inquired earnestly, fixing his gaze on Ma Hongying. The arrogant Ma Hongying was momentarily taken aback by old Gio's question. "What is this?" he exclaimed, scrutinizing the buttons on the timed bomb. Ding! The bomb was activated, and the timer began its countdown. Ma Hongying, bewildered, looked up, struggling to comprehend old Gio's intentions. Did he truly not fear the destruction of the club, or the potential casualties? He had assumed that his own madness would intimidate the other party, but this fellow appeared even more dazed. Just as he contemplated releasing the bomb, old Gio suddenly seized Ma Hongying's hand and pressed it firmly against the time device. "I quite like this, thank you. Make a wish." Ma Hongying locked eyes with old Gio, unable to detect even a hint of panic in his demeanor, placing his hand on the high-explosive bomb. It was conceivable that the awakened could be reduced to mere remnants. "Are you playing the fool with me?" Ma Hongying coldly inquired. "Were you not the one who started this game? Unable to handle it, O venerable elder?" Old Gio extinguished the candle and remarked, "I hear you're quite mad?" "Coincidentally, I am as well. Here we stand, and whoever takes a step shall be deemed a coward. To come without reciprocation is uncouth. You present me with a trinket, and I shall gift you a gem in return." Old Gio glanced at the small white tiger, who was yawning against the door, and requested, "Bring me 2 more to enliven the atmosphere for Brother Ma." One isn't sufficiently loud. Ma Hongying's expression finally shifted. The incessant beeping of the countdown alarm caused the onlookers to feel their hearts leap into their throats. Many closed their eyes, too afraid to witness the impending horror. The minute passed swiftly, and the countdown concluded. The bomb extinguished without detonation. Initially, Ma Hongying merely intended to intimidate the small white tiger, to instill a sense of fear in this new king. He never anticipated that old Gio would take such a reckless step. Should it have exploded, it would declare war. Ma Hongying's superior would certainly not engage in conflict with the small white tiger so readily. "Brother Ma, has your boss run out of funds? Is that why he purchased a counterfeit explosive?" Old Gio deliberately dropped the bomb onto the ground. "You all are no better. I thought you genuinely dared to play with fire." The small white tiger, with a forced smile, presented a platter of bombs. "We are young and do not deceive. This is the real deal. If we say it will blow you up, it undoubtedly will." Old Gio took a drag from his cigarette and leaned in to ignite the bomb on the platter. "Old senior, let us continue our game." Leaning close to Ma Hongying's ear, his smile vanished, and his voice turned as cold as ice. "If you dare to falter, I assure you, you will not walk out of Shipu alive today." At that very moment, Haigo, accompanied by a few others, swiftly approached from behind, cornering Ma Hongying and blocking his escape route. "You are merely a 3rd level, afraid of mere trifles. You won't be blown to bits at worst. You'll find yourself in the hospital." Lao Gio chuckled darkly. "Rest assured, I certainly won't be visiting the hospital to deal with you." The corners of Ma Hongying's mouth twitched slightly. The entirety of the Ice Mansion knew of Lao Gio's notorious pursuit of Nalan Shao wielding a chainsaw, methodically dismembering him in the streets. In that moment, Ma Hongying finally comprehended why Lao Gio and the White Tiger rose so swiftly in power. The Yangtze River's waves pushed the previous waves forward. He was mad, but Lao Gio was even madder, devoid of any moral restraint. "Old senior, could you please blow a little harder?" The fuse is igniting so slowly. Lao Gio exaggeratedly blew on the fuse. "Damn it, Brother Gio commands you to blow." "Not fond of it." "Then kneel and do it for me." Haigo pressed the dagger against Ma Hongying's waist. "You won't leave West Pu today, I assure you. Just you few 3rd and 2nd levels." Ma Hongying steadied his mind. As a 4th level, how could he be intimidated by a bunch of youngsters? "Then take a deep breath or 2. The worm scoffed. "Enjoy bullying the weak, do you? Go, send a few to pick up my brother's child from school." Lao Gio called to a bystander munching on seeds. The latter nodded and turned to leave. "You dare?" Ma Hongying was taken aback by the utter disregard these youngsters had for decorum, threatening his family before the fight had even commenced. Slap. Lao Gio swiftly struck Ma Hongying across the face. "Damn it, go ask Hua Lao and Nalan what I, Lao Gio, am afraid to do. If you don't kneel today, you certainly won't be leaving alive. As Ma Hongying raised his fist, an overwhelming aura enveloped him in an instant. Zhang Yang and Mr. Li fixed their gazes intently on Ma Hongying. The latter was mad, yet not foolish. He understood that any act of aggression in the Shipu district would lead to dire consequences. Ultimately, Ma Hongying's eyes shifted towards Ming Wang, who subtly shook his head, revealing his own limitations. Old Jiu spat the cigarette but onto the face of his opponent. Chapter 69. Big Brother Yang cough. Cough. That's enough. Just as the tension reached its peak, a man of similar stature and demeanor to Mr. Li emerged from the crowd. Boss. The moment Ma Hongying laid eyes on the newcomer, his face flushed with embarrassment. He had intended to assert dominance over the young white tiger but found himself overshadowed by old Jiu's unwavering presence. Boss Jiu, indeed a youthful hero. The man approached with measured steps, delicately extinguishing the fuse with his slender fingers. The individuals below are rather ignorant. I apologize on their behalf. The middle-aged man offered a slight bow to old Jiu, exuding an air of calm authority. Unfazed by any provocations, he resembled a cloud of cotton, impervious to the tumult around him. A mere apology suffices? Old Jiu retorted, if I were to bring my men and slay your entire family, would a simple apology earn my forgiveness? He tossed the bomb at the feet of the middle-aged man, unwilling to grant him any favor. You hold no power here. Spare me the pretense of being a big shot. If I grant you face, you are a leader. If not, you are nothing. The young white tiger leaned against the door, appearing as if he might drift into slumber at any moment. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, having observed the reactions of the young white tiger and the old nine since the very beginning. Throughout, the young white tiger remained composed, even beginning to doze off, indicating his absolute confidence in being able to subdue Ma Hongying. In utter exasperation, the middle-aged man's gaze shifted towards Mr. Li. The bomb in Ma Hongying's possession was a mere sham. Their lack of conviction signaled their defeat. If one does not dare to detonate it for real, what pretense remains? Mr. Yang, what a pleasure, Mr. Li greeted with a smile and a nod. Mr. Li, good to see you again. Yang, the elder brother, enthusiastically approached to shake Mr. Li's hand. I apologize for the unruliness of my subordinates. I hope they haven't caused you any trouble. No trouble at all. Suddenly, a loud commotion ensued as a man tossed 100 yuan onto the ground. Your brother truly is audacious, remarked Xiao Yuan, chuckling softly at the sight of the young white tiger yawning. Aren't you afraid he might actually clash with Ma Hongying? Let him fight. What's the point of getting involved if one fears a brawl? The young white tiger shrugged. If we don't force the other side to yield today, then anyone will dare to act arrogantly before our brothers in the future. Though old Nine appeared reckless, his actions were, in truth, intended to send a message to all. Consider the consequences of crossing them. Is Mr. Li going to intervene? Yang's expression gradually darkened as he inquired. Mr. Li, with a resigned smile, replied, you see for yourself. They have grown bold, and I can no longer keep them in check. Does this imply that war is imminent? Yang fixed his gaze intently on Mr. Li. The young white tiger had only just risen to power, convinced that the forces in the hands of his opponent were insufficient to contend with his own. With Hualao and Nalan both lying low, what do you think you are? The little white tiger cast a glance at old Nine, who turned to seize a tower of champagne positioned nearby, aiming it at Boss Yang, ready to strike. Just then, at a critical moment, Ming Wang interjected, urging restraint. His interjection subtly indicated his allegiance to Boss Yang, leaving one to ponder whether he was orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Yet, his intervention to prevent further escalation suggested a fear of the consequences war might bring, or perhaps a wariness of the formidable Bawang. Old Nine, bowing his head and scratching his ear, chuckled, Old Master Ming, if you continue to show such bias, I might have to draw a circle and curse you. With a nod from the little white tiger, Old Nine bellowed, and over 100 individuals from Heishan town surged forward, encircling Boss Yang. Do you truly believe you can hold us back? Ma Hongying, already brimming with fury, forcefully pushed Old Nine aside to protect his boss. Ming Wang's face darkened, nearly dripping with discontent, as Old Nine and the little white tiger showed him no respect. Boss Bai, do you truly wish to detain us? Think carefully. Can you withstand the onset of battle now? Boss Yang, shoving Ma Hongying aside, clasped his hands behind his back and faced the throng of adversaries with a serene smile. You've taken your share of prestige. Today, I concede this setback. Let's keep it civil, shall we? He produced a check and placed it in Old Nine's hands. No one dares to underestimate you now. As he spoke, Boss Yang nonchalantly glanced at Ming Wang. The latter, maintaining his composure, declared, "No internal conflict shall occur within Ice Palace City. Should anyone dare to stir trouble, they must first seek my approval." The two, in their exchange, effectively quelled the brewing conflict. Ming Wang spoke with an air of grandeur. Yet to assert that Yang Lao Da could enter the West Garden without his approval was something that Xiao Bai Hu certainly found hard to believe. "It was you who unleashed the ghosts, and it is also you who captures them." Xiao Bai Hu's voice was not soft, resonating in the ears of everyone present. Ming Wang's expression darkened further. Others exchanged glances, astonished that Xiao Bai Hu dared to confront Ming Wang. Youth indeed has its advantages. An audacious newcomer is unafraid of tigers. Both individuals were acutely aware that a confrontation was unlikely today, allowing Xiao Bai Hu to express himself freely. "What? Are my words ineffective?" Ming Wang cast a chilling glance at the two, a terrifying aura enveloping them. Old Yang had perhaps gone too far. "I shall host a gathering another day and have him offer his apologies, if that is agreeable." On the surface, young boss appeared composed, but internally he was cursing under his breath. Ming Wang's words were eloquent, seemingly impartial and fair, yet one must not forget that Ming Wang was aligned with him. He was preoccupied with his own prestige and reputation while placing the burden of the consequences onto old Yang. "Ah, it's merely a misunderstanding. Let it be. The visitor is a guest." Mr. Li, sensing that matters were approaching resolution, spoke to young boss with a smile. The outcome of this encounter was evident to all. Mr. Li wisely chose to withdraw before the situation could further deteriorate. Xiao Bai Hu felt a sense of dissatisfaction, but opted for temporary compromise. The pressing concern now was to establish a firm foothold in the West Garden. More crucially, he was on the verge of departing from the Ice Manor and could not afford to become embroiled in a protracted conflict. He was no longer the reckless youth who would impulsively leap into chaos at the first sign of trouble. Lao Jiu received a glance from the little white tiger and shrugged, conceding, "You are the leaders. We are merely insignificant pawns. If I can't provoke you, surely I can evade you." Yang Laoda, acknowledging Lao Jiu's gesture to clear a path, nodded slightly in gratitude. Upon returning to the vehicle, Ma Hongying glared at Lao Jiu with a displeased expression and cursed, "That scoundrel Ming Wang exploits us. Yet when trouble arises, he refuses to take responsibility. Only concerned with his own reputation. To wield a knife, one must possess the resolve of a knife." Yang Laoda calmly extracted a cigar from his bag and placed it between his lips. "We have underestimated these two youngsters and Li Yuxian." He lowered the car window and elegantly waved goodbye to Mr. Li, nodding with grace. With the matter concluded, Ma Hongying's outburst extinguished the once jovial atmosphere. The ribbon-cutting ceremony seemed devoid of meaning. The reporters, having taken a few symbolic photographs, prepared to depart. Ming Wang, feeling uncomfortable after being chastised by the little white tiger and Lao Jiu, hastily completed his photo session and chose to leave. However, before he could reach his vehicle, a sudden explosion stunned everyone into disbelief. Ming Wang's eyes widened in shock as he watched his luxury vehicle, the ICE A0001, lift several meters into the air, crashing heavily back to the ground. Amidst the flames, Lao Jiu, casually placing one hand in his pocket, approached the burning car and lit a cigarette. "What kind of security is this? They dare to blow up Ming Wang's car. Go find out which child is responsible for this firecracker." With a sarcastic kick to a nearby dog, Lao Jiu observed as the creature, grinning, mockingly returned a salute. Ming Wang's fists clenched with anger. His eyes reflecting the flames of the car, fixated on the figure crouched nearby, smoking nonchalantly. Moments ago, he was the only one to pass by the carriage of the Ming King. If it was not him, then who could it be? Standing beside the little white tiger, Xiao Yuan charmingly intertwined her arm with his and, with a hint of astonishment, remarked, "Your brother is truly daring. In all my years at the Ice Mansion, this is the first time I've seen the Ming King's face darken to such an extent." Naturally, she was alluding to the incident involving the explosion of the Ming King's carriage, a blatant provocation. Even a fool could discern that it was orchestrated by Lao Jiu. He seemed to fear nothing. The little white tiger offered a wry smile. Chapter 70. The reorganization of the club. The ribbon-cutting ceremony had concluded. The remaining guests, keen to show respect for the little white tiger, naturally chose to indulge in the establishment's offerings. Due to the sensitive nature of Zhang Yang's identity, he left in haste without even stepping inside. Nevertheless, the club remained bustling with patrons. The earlier confrontation with Boss Yang and their defiance against the Ming King had not gone unnoticed. Those wishing to cultivate connections were eager to stay and spend. In the office on the top floor of the club, the little white tiger reclined comfortably, his legs crossed, seated on a wide leather sofa alongside Lao Jiao. Standing before them were the head of security and several other department leaders. You are all veterans from the Hua family era. Theoretically, I should not have to rely on you, but the club's operations still require your expertise. Work diligently, and rest assured that we brothers will not neglect our own. The little white tiger remarked with a smile, embodying a trusting approach towards the department heads. Upon hearing this, the group collectively exhaled in relief. The Supreme Club is the finest private establishment in the Ice Mansion, with salaries that are undoubtedly the most competitive in the region. Where else could they find such lucrative employment? However, a discrepancy in numbers caught Lao Jiao's eye. It was evident that several supervisors were absent. Oh, they fell ill and requested leave, remarked a corpulent man with an air of indifference, shrugging his shoulders. The little white tiger narrowed his eyes. It was indeed peculiar for several individuals to fall sick right before a meeting. Clearly, this was an attempt by the others to undermine him, the new boss. They presumed that the little white tiger lacked knowledge in management and operations, seeking to elevate their own status. Old Gio took a swig from his champagne and gestured towards the head of security at the club. You may leave now. Why? The head of security asked. Momentarily taken aback, Old Gio shrugged. Where were you during the earlier altercation? As the security for the club, when trouble arises, you vanish. What purpose do you serve? We are responsible for the internal safety of the club. The head of security muttered in a feeble defense, which fell flat. Calculate his salary and pay him a day's wage as a temporary worker, Old Gio instructed the finance supervisor. I am dispatched from XINJ Security Company. We have a 5-year contract with the club. Even if you dismiss me, you must compensate me for 5 years' salary, the head of security retorted defiantly. If you fail to uphold the contract, our company reserves the right to sue you, he continued, mistakenly believing that the little white tiger, having ascended from a rough background, was ignorant of the law. Our company is the largest security group in Ice Mansion. Aside from us, no other security firms would dare to take your contracts. Boss Gio, we are all here to earn our keep. Let us maintain a semblance of decorum. The club will need someone to uphold order in the future, won't it? Old Gio exchanged glances with the little white tiger, both uncertain about the intricacies of the situation. The establishment has recently reopened, and it indeed requires a dedicated image officer and security personnel. I propose we grant him another opportunity. Old Xing is quite commendable. He is generally responsible in his duties. Security serves as the face of the establishment. It cannot be substituted by just anyone. Several department heads, who maintain a cordial relationship with Captain Xing, have voiced their concerns, subtly pressuring the management. With Old Xing around, we feel secure. There are countless unruly patrons causing disturbances daily. If he were to leave, I would also resign, threatened the portly supervisor with a grim demeanor. He is the head of the third-floor housekeeping department and leads among the supervisors. In their eyes, the newcomers, Little White Tiger and Old Gio, are utterly ignorant of the establishment's operations. They believe that the business cannot thrive without them, emboldening their stance. We are all valued employees retained by Mr. Lee at great expense. To put it bluntly, we have an emotional attachment to this place. If you choose to dismiss us veterans, we can easily find employment elsewhere, the housekeeping supervisor remarked, confident that Little White Tiger would not dare to let them go, his tone growing increasingly audacious. Seeing the Little White Tiger remain silent, the security captain felt increasingly pleased with himself. We are in a partnership, he asserted. Indeed, we are in a partnership, but we are the primary party and possess the authority to terminate it. Before he could finish, a middle-aged man standing aside interjected sharply. If this matter escalates, your company will not only refuse to bear the consequences, but will also blackball you within the industry. The XINGA group will not permit someone like you to tarnish their reputation. The speaker was thin and bespectacled, appearing to be in his 40s. Yet his posture suggested he was burdened by the weight of life. You are merely a logistics department employee. Your supervisor's absence has allowed you to take his place in this meeting, Fangmu. You have no right to speak here. Leave. The head of the housekeeping department reprimanded sternly. The Little White Tiger's eyes lit up. This man spoke methodically, with clear logic, and his relatively low position in the club indicated that he was not one of the privileged. Mr. Gio, I suggest we send the termination letter directly to XINGA Company and let them handle it, the middle-aged man stated with calm confidence. What do you understand? Do you comprehend the operations of the club? The head of the housekeeping department retorted. Mr. Gio, please dismiss him immediately. He will only disrupt the unity within the club. If he does not leave, I will. The head of the housekeeping department grew increasingly furious, tossing his work badge onto the table. Fong Mu felt his face flush in embarrassment, lowering his head. He truly requires this job, rubbing his hands in a gesture of surrender to life. I apologize, Supervisor Lee, he said. Supervisor Lee, completely disregarding the little white tiger, arrogantly issued commands. You must learn to adhere to the rules in this line of work. After saying this, Supervisor Lee reached for the work badge on the table, but was swiftly outpaced by Lao Jiao, who seized it first. Do you understand the housekeeping department? The little white tiger asked, his interest piqued as he fixed his gaze on Fong Mu. The latter cautiously glanced at Supervisor Lee, choosing to remain silent. How long have you been here? Lao Jiao queried, casting a sidelong glance. If the housekeeping department is entrusted to you, can you manage it well? The little white tiger continued to press. This time, Supervisor Lee was displeased. Mr. Bai, what do you mean? Are you dismissing me for merely speaking the truth? I have been here since the club opened. No one knows it better than I do. Suddenly, without warning, a sturdy wooden bench crashed onto Supervisor Lee's head, instantly causing blood to flow from his scalp. Have you all forgotten our identities? Trying to reason with us, a bunch of ruffians? The club would continue to operate seamlessly without any one of you. You are not that significant, the little white tiger declared, tossing Supervisor Lee's badge onto the table. Tell me, can you manage the housekeeping department? Fong Mu, taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, found himself speechless, realizing that his opportunity had arrived. After a long, deep breath, he finally stammered, I can certainly manage it. Very well, you are dismissed. Lao Jiao pointed at Supervisor Lee. Stop boasting about your qualifications. You used to work for the Flower Boys, and they are no longer with us. You are merely pretending to be important. You have one day to leave Shipu. If I see you again, I shall break your legs, old Jiao declared. Just then, Lei Zi from Heishan Town, armed with a shotgun, strode into the room. The clerical staff, unaccustomed to such intimidation outside the city, turned pale and trembled in fear. They had believed that their years of experience would afford them some arrogance, thinking they could bully the inexperienced little white tiger. However, he was entirely unfazed by their tactics. Those who had previously pleaded were instructed to leave their work badges behind and vacate Shipu. The little white tiger calmly lit a cigarette. Supervisor Lee, in shock, clutched his head, momentarily forgetting his pain, his eyes wide with terror. Each year, he earned over 100,000 from side jobs in the guest services department. Where could he find such generous patrons if he left the club? The other supervisors looked equally ashen. Departing from the club was undoubtedly a career Waterloo for them. Many had toiled for 7 or 8 years to reach their positions, and they could hardly bear to relinquish them. With a sudden clap, Supervisor Lee was the first to kneel on the ground. Mr. Bai, Mr. Jiao, I was wrong. Grant me another chance. Yes, Mr. Bai, we were in the wrong. Please. Give us another opportunity, several supervisors pleaded, tears streaming down their faces as they expressed their attachment to the club and their contributions. Meanwhile, the other supervisors who had not pleaded felt an immense sense of relief and discreetly moved aside, fearful of being implicated. In this apocalyptic world, securing a decent and lucrative job was no simple feat. Old Jiao scratched his ear and exchanged a knowing glance with the high dog, who snatched the shotgun and aimed it directly at Supervisor Lee's thigh, pulling the trigger without hesitation. As I observed Supervisor Lee writhing in agony while clutching his thigh, several other supervisors were reminded that their boss was a formidable individual who had previously eliminated a rival. Engaging in petty antics with him would be tantamount to courting death. The head of security swallowed hard, sensibly placing his hat on the table. I am willing to resign, he uttered. Supervisor Jiao's gaze shifted towards Fong Mu, who, trembling with trepidation as he glanced at the agonizing Supervisor Lee on the floor, realized that immense wealth had now befallen him. Should he miss this opportunity, he might never encounter another in his lifetime. I have experience in every department of the establishment. I am confident I can uphold the club, Fong Mu declared through gritted teeth. Very well, you are all dismissed. Hey, anyone who lingers for even a minute will be dragged out of the city and buried. Supervisor Jiao waved his hand dismissively. The other supervisors exchanged glances, no longer doubting Supervisor Jiao's words, and promptly fled. Supervisor Lee, heartbroken, glanced at his name tag on the table, utterly unprepared for the ruthlessness of the new boss. After leaving the club, several once prominent supervisors stood regretfully at the entrance, gazing at the sign of the Supreme Club. Damn it, I should never have come to your aid, Supervisor Lee lamented, clutching his leg in frustration. Unbeknownst to him, The head of security retorted, I never asked for your help. Damn, I'll beat you to death. In an instant, the group erupted into a brawl. In the ensuing days, Mr. Lee urged the young white tiger to visit the Spring Mansion. Compared to the West Garden, the formidable skills of the Ninth Awakening were undoubtedly of greater significance. Knock, knock, knock. Boss, there is someone outside requesting an audience. He claims to be your friend. Fong Mu announced as he pushed open the door to the White Tiger's office, where two lackeys were engrossed in a game of mahjong with the head of security and a worm. Fong Mu had long grown accustomed to such occurrences. Xiao Baihu and Lao Jiao, lacking the acumen to manage the club, chose to delegate authority, leading to Fong Mu's promotion as the general manager. Entrusted with full oversight of the establishment, he did not disappoint his two employers, managing the club with impeccable order. Xiao Baihu discovered, through Mr. Lee, that Fong Mu was originally a university student majoring in management. Indeed, those who could attend university in such apocalyptic times were not ordinary individuals. Unfortunately, his family had fallen into disarray, having offended a certain powerful figure, which forced him to work at the club to support his parents, remaining unmarried at his age. Faced with the trust and support of Xiao Baihu and Lao Jiao, Fong Mu, weathered by the trials of life, found it impossible to feign indifference. Thus he approached his work with utmost seriousness. Boss, it seems there are people outside, Fong Mu noted, aware that Xiao Baihu, being a ground-level player, must have many enemies. He offered a quiet warning. Bring them in, Lao Jiu replied dismissively. Those outsiders are merely wild. They are not fools. If they wish to act against us here, they better be prepared to face the consequences. Before long, Fong Mu ushered a young man, clad in thin clothing, into the room. Xiao Baihu, upon seeing the newcomer, appeared utterly bewildered, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. What the? The visitor, equally astonished, shivered with cold, his hands tucked into his sleeves. You are Xiao Baihu? The young man, looking emaciated, gaped at Xiao Baihu in shock. It was none other than the man from the underground level 3 who had incessantly asked Xiao Baihu for cigarettes. Chatty as they were, the two had indeed shared the confines of a prison cell. The young white tiger cheerfully beckoned the man to sit down. Have a smoke and fetch me something to eat. I've just been released, and I'm freezing. The youth, unperturbed, casually strolled to Lao Jiao's side, peering over to examine the tiles laid out. A 9 of bamboo, no less. Was there even a moment's hesitation? Lao Jiao cast a sidelong glance at the youth, questioning, who is this fellow? With a loud, boisterous laugh, the youth exclaimed, Hoo-hoo, a triumphant trio. In unison, the three pushed the mahjong tiles forward, instantly elevating their fondness for the young man. You're quite the ally. Tonight, dinner is on me. In a spirited act, Haigo snatched a hefty stack of cash from Lao Jiao's hands, initiating an impromptu division of funds. Turning toward the entrance, Lao Jiao shouted, Hey, ergo, bring in my gun. For heaven's sake, don't cause a ruckus. This is my old cellmate from the 3rd underground level, and he is here to seek the blood of the Demon Ancestor. How did you manage to get out? To escape the depths of the 3rd underground level, one would need to be executed, otherwise, the sun would remain a distant dream for eternity. The youth's pallid skin and wrinkled hands and feet were telltale signs of prolonged exposure to darkness. My Godfather arranged my release. With a clap. The youth's unreliable words left the white tiger in doubt regarding his true identity. Could the son of the Overlord truly have been imprisoned for such an extended period? Lao Jiao clearly found this hard to believe. If the Overlord had known his son was captured, he would have dispatched a rescue mission without delay. Duan Ka shrugged, a look of helplessness crossing his face. I have come at my Godfather's behest. I hear you both wish to pay homage to him. Duan Ka scrutinized the young white tiger and Lao Jiao with curiosity. The Overlord's decision to send him specifically indicated a keen interest in these two individuals. However, it is quite natural for the Overlord to take an interest in the achievements of the young white tiger and Old Nine in vanquishing the Flower Lord Nalen. The notion that two formidable warriors met their demise at the hands of two mere novices is nothing short of fantastical. As soon as Ong Haegu learned of their identities, he hastily exited the room, unwilling to squander any time. Duanka, ever the sociable one, took a seat at Haegu's place, deftly opening the mahjong table drawer and pocketing the winnings that Haego had amassed. Come now, let me play in his stead. Do not look at me that way. Would you care to become a disciple under my Godfather? If so, then you ought to charm me a bit. And perhaps I shall arrange for you to ride a few magnificent steeds later on. Old White Tiger retorted with irritation, I still harbor doubts regarding your identity. What if this is a ruse by our adversaries to lure him out of the city and eliminate him beyond its borders? Duanka lifted his shirt, revealing a tattoo upon his skin. Do you recognize this? The tattoo exhibited an unusual design, reminiscent of runes, encircled by 3 distinct skulls in red, blue, and black. The 3 colored skulls hold considerable notoriety in the Ice Palace and its surrounding regions, as they are the exclusive insignia of the Overlord. Only the most trusted individuals under the Overlord's command are permitted to bear such markings. There have been instances where individuals attempted to counterfeit these tattoos to pose as the Overlord's subordinates, only to vanish within days. Let us not dwell on that. Duanka said with a smug puff of smoke. Flattery is best left unsaid. My godfather abhors it. However, given our shared experience as inmates, I shall mention that my godfather enjoys fine wine, and it would be delightful to have a couple of stunning ladies, preferably ample in bosom, sent to my room tonight. What does the Overlord wish to convey by summoning us? Old Nine pondered, somewhat at a loss regarding the Overlord's intentions. Do not fret. Since the Godfather wishes to meet you, it must surely bode well. I shall provide protection for you outside the city. It will undoubtedly prove effective. Duanka, brimming with pride, revealed a card worth 10,000. Chapter 72. Meeting the Overlord the following morning, Mr. Lee prepared 10 carts of provisions as a means to gain favor with the 2 young men. The meeting with the Overlord was of utmost significance to both Mr. Lee and the young men, for the Overlord's disposition would directly influence their circumstances within the city. Should the Overlord refuse to accept them, Ming Wang would swiftly eliminate Xiao Jiao, the little white tiger. Given that Xiao Jiao had previously damaged his vehicle, had it not been for the Overlord's esteemed reputation, Ming Wang would not have permitted him to witness another dawn. The last cart was filled with exquisite wines. As it was said that the Overlord had a profound affinity for alcohol, Mr. Lee cautioned the 2, advising them to exercise discretion in their speech. They must not be overly boisterous, for if they provoked the Overlord, he would be unable to rescue them. His demeanor resembled that of a parent sending their child off on a journey. Did you not rest well last night? Mr. Lee inquired, gazing at the fatigued expression of Xiao Jiao. The latter had indeed caused disarray among their 3 beds, leaving Mr. Lee with auditory hallucinations filled with the sounds of women. Yet, Xiao Jiao felt no shame, instead reveling in his experiences. Are you envious? Spend a year or 2 in prison, and even seeing a sow would seem tolerable. Xiao Jiao shuddered at the implication. Despite his flamboyant words, he was, in truth, a genuine novice in matters of romance. As for the 7th young master, had anyone else dared to address the elder in such a manner, the ruffians of Heishan Town would have erupted in chaos. However, the name of the 7th young master still commanded a degree of respect beyond the city limits. What 7th young master? In the realm of the notorious, there exists a figure known as the Overlord, who has 7 adopted sons. The first son is fierce, the second wicked, the 3rd and 4th are scoundrels. The 5th has perished, the 6th has met with ruin, leaving only the 7th son to inherit the stronghold. Remarkably, this individual has been designated as the chosen successor by the Overlord himself. Both the little white tiger and Old Nine exchanged incredulous glances, their lips twitching in disbelief. This unrefined, seemingly disordered character, lecherous, gluttonous, and opportunistic, was indeed the Overlord's appointed heir? Do not refer to me as 7th young master. I am merely a ruffian from outside the city. You may call me Little Ka, he declared nonchalantly. The elder nodded with a smile, reassured by the young man's spirit. Rest assured, should my godfather lay siege, I shall certainly assist you in vanquishing the Ming King. With that, Duanka dusted himself off and turned to board the truck. The elder then drew the 2 aside, meticulously reiterating the current circumstances surrounding the Overlord. The entire populace of Black Mountain Town is now bound to the 2. Should Little White Tiger fail to gain the Overlord's approval, the townsfolk would be compelled to seek sustenance beyond the city walls. The boss, having remained somewhat reserved, rubbed his hands together nervously. You need not worry about the management of the establishment, just ensure no disruptions occur. And not quite, Fangmu replied, taking a deep breath. As if summoning great resolve, he leaned closer to Old Nine and whispered, the Overlord. How could this seemingly dull scholar possess knowledge of the underworld? Fangmu, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing, lowered his head. Forgive me, boss. I know I should not speak out of turn, but the debt of gratitude I owe you is immense. Speak. Old Nine gestured dismissively, indicating that he was unperturbed. Fangmu cast a furtive glance at the crowd loading goods and pulled Lao Jiao aside. A university classmate of mine works at a bank, so I had someone investigate. My friend informed me that this sum of money was transferred through special channels into the hands of an individual named Zhuiju. Zhuiju. Fangmu leaned closer to Lao Jio's ear. The fourth adopted son of the tyrant's underling is named Zhuiju. Be cautious. If the flower man is merely bribing the other party to deal with the tyrant, there's no cause for concern. What we should fear is if the flower man is acting under the instructions of Ming Wang, bribing Zhuiju to sabotage this apprenticeship. What's the date? Lao Jio astutely sensed the crux of the matter. It was 3 days after the news broke in the city that the tyrant wished to take you as apprentices. Fang Mu replied, bowing respectfully before hastily departing. The journey out of the city was smooth sailing. No one would be foolish enough to ambush the tyrant's cargo outside the city. After a swift ride, they finally arrived at the stronghold of the tyrant the following day. The Ninefold Bend. Duanka poked his head out and inhaled the familiar air. This mountain is called the Ninefold Bend. The roads are treacherous and the terrain formidable, making it easy to defend yet difficult to assault. Our stronghold has been passed down through several generations. Neither enemies nor traitors have ever managed to conquer the summit. Duanka pointed toward the towering mountain, smiling as he introduced it to the others. Despite the apocalypse having descended and the vegetation withered, this stark mountain still exuded an imposing aura. Ascending from the mountain's midsection, there lay a narrow winding path, with checkpoints established every few hundred meters. Each checkpoint was manned by awakened individuals, indicating that the tyrant commanded a multitude of awakened, for who else would dare to maintain such vigilance? Do you know why this mountain is called the Ninefold Bend? As Duanka lowered the window, he greeted the personnel at the checkpoints along the way. This mountain boasted 9 impassable routes, inaccessible to both man and beast. Only by descending to the lower level and lowering the suspension bridge could one pass through. It was a fanciful notion for thousands to aspire to ascend the mountain. The group entered the mountain stronghold as dusk descended. This was not merely a village. It resembled a large town, with the words Overlord Stronghold intricately carved above the grand entrance. It bore a resemblance to the Hall of Gathering from the television adaptation of Water Margin. From a distance, a robust man, akin to a small mountain, occupied the chief's seat. Bai stood beside him, while 2 rows of men stood straight below. Godfather, Duanka exclaimed with excitement, kneeling at the entrance and bowing deeply to the imposing figure. Xiao Baihu and Lao Jio regarded this legendary overlord, who instilled awe across the 3 prefectures, with curiosity. The man was unkempt, with disheveled medium-length hair, dressed only in a black fur coat during the winter, his body adorned with scars. The first impression the 2 had of the overlord was one of grandeur. Standing over 2 meters tall, he exuded an aura as formidable and indomitable as a mountain. The newcomers are here, Bai Yi announced loudly. Xiao Baihu scanned the hall, noting that among the 30 or so individuals present, each possessed at least the strength of the 3rd realm, while the overlord's prowess eluded Xiao Baihu's comprehension. Young one Xiao Baihu, I have met the overlord. Young one Lao Jio, I have met the overlord. They both respectfully clasped their fists and bowed. We humbly request the overlord to accept us as disciples. Xiao Baihu and Lao Jio endeavored to appear earnest, bowing reverently to the overlord. Is it now the case that both the living and the spirits dare to seek apprenticeship? Allow me to assess your true worth, thundered a hefty man, who appeared to weigh no less than 200 to 300 pounds, standing to the left of the imposing figure known as the overlord. First, let me instruct you on the rules of this domain. When you encounter the overlord, you must kneel. With a thunderous roar, the rotund man stomped his foot, causing the very ground to tremble. A fissure, several meters deep, extended from beneath his foot all the way to where the white tiger and old 9 knelt. The shift in gravity felt as if a myriad of pounds bore down upon their shoulders, forcing the 2 to their knees. Boy, if you wish to pledge allegiance to my esteemed godfather, you must possess the strength. Do you truly have such power? He mocked, patting his corpulent belly. Best to kneel properly. He sneered. You may play house in the city, but once outside, your meager abilities will barely suffice for self-preservation. The other men in the hall chimed in, reveling in the spectacle, their amusement evident. Beads of sweat cascaded down the forehead of the white tiger, realizing the overlord's intimidation. Suddenly, the overlord raised his head, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he observed the 2. The sound of cracking bones echoed through the air. Despite being akin to a lifeless dog on the floor, the pair gritted their teeth and defiantly rose against the oppressive weight imposed by the rotund man. The white tiger's eyes blazed with fury, each movement accompanied by the sound of his bones protesting. Old 9, his lips stained with blood from the pressure, struggled to stand. Our legs are not so nimble, Kneeling is beyond us. Chapter 73. The challenge. The hefty man widened his eyes in disbelief, gazing at the two who had managed to rise once more. Has the little one truly lost all sense? How can these two withstand his extraordinary abilities? Xiao Er's gravitational power should have instantly turned Ju into a mere puddle of flesh. Z, have you gone easy on them? The others in the hall cast skeptical glances at the portly figure, who, feeling embarrassed, cast a reluctant look towards Xiao Baihu and Lao Jiao. Under the oppressive force of gravity, the stone slabs beneath their feet crumbled to dust. Ergo, the portly man's face, heavy with excess, betrayed a hint of trepidation. How the hell do you know that? The flesh on his face quivered as he recalled the fierce demeanor of his wife, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Faced with the image of his several hundred pounds of a tigress at home, he conceded defeat. You have guts. Xiao Baihu and Z stumbled forward, supporting each other as they entered the hall. The portly man's abilities were excessively domineering, nearly shattering their leg bones, while other awakened individuals merely exerted their energy to overpower their opponents. This man wielded the power to manipulate gravity itself. Just as they approached the tyrant, another figure emerged from the ranks, an individual known as the fiercest adopted son of the tyrant. Elder brother Duan Ka, if you intend to make a move against them, I will take action against my nephew Ong, he declared with urgency. Do not trouble yourself. That little rascal is far too mischievous, and I have already broken his legs. The imposing figure retorted as he advanced towards Xiao Baihu. A shadow loomed over Xiao Baihu. Although both he and Lao Jia were tall, they appeared as mere children in the presence of this man. Clad in black combat attire, his arms bound with iron chains and a necklace of skulls adorning his waist. A deep scar ran from his eye to the corner of his mouth, an unmistakable sign of a formidable character. As Duan Ka stepped forward, intending to obstruct the opponent, he was effortlessly sent flying several meters by a casual strike. Who are you, smoke addict? The scarred man inquired, his menacing gaze mere centimeters from the white tiger. The overwhelming aura of lethal intent and the repugnant scent of blood emanating from the adversary could easily have caused a typical individual to cower in fear. Taking a deep breath, the white tiger asserted, he is my brother. If you have grievances against him, direct them towards me. I will bear the brunt of it all. The scarred man's chains seemed to come alive in an instant, coiling in the air like serpents, with the sharp edges inching closer to the white tiger's eyes. Iron, are your ears not functioning properly? Old Nine dismissed the man's chains with a swift motion. Xiao Fei is our brother. Bawang, if you are unwilling to accept us, we shall depart immediately. Spare us these petty theatrics. Old Nine, believing Bawang was deliberately making things difficult, took hold of the white tiger and began to leave. I refuse to believe we cannot survive without Bawang. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Bawang, who had remained silent until then, slammed his palm on the table. In a flash, he appeared before the two, his pitch-black eyes locked onto the white tiger, an aura of terror enveloping him. With a series of thuds, all luminous objects in the realm extinguished, even the blood moon vanished from the sky. Inside the hall, silence reigned. Darkness swallowed everything, rendering the surroundings utterly indistinguishable. Bawang's imposing figure loomed like a celestial being, blocking the two from proceeding. For the first time, the duo, who had prided themselves on their fearlessness, felt a profound sense of dread as he obscured the blood moon, instilling in them a complete lack of courage to resist. Father, Duanka and the chain man simultaneously blocked the path before the overlord. Please, father, quell your anger, the chain man spoke first. Duanka pleaded for the little white tiger's understanding. Yet the chain man's actions left both men momentarily perplexed. He is a brother of the smokers, and I too am a brother of the smokers. I implore you to calm your wrath. The chain man bowed, kneeling before the overlord. The dark glimmer in the overlord's eyes vanished, and a faint smile began to curl at his lips. Are you not afraid that I might slay you? The overlord inquired, observing the two men standing motionless, nodding in appreciation. If you wish to kill us, it is merely a matter of words. Why summon us to the mountain? The little white tiger feigned composure. Yet moments ago he had been rendered immobile by the overlord's intimidating presence. In the face of the Ming King, they dared to resist. But at the instant the overlord descended, the little white tiger scarcely dared to summon his breath. It was an overwhelming sensation of dominance. Why do you wish to be my disciples? The overlord continued to probe. To slay the Ming King. On the day I besiege the city, I shall personally take his life. If that is your purpose, you may depart now. The overlord turned, his trench coat billowing dramatically in the wind, exuding an aura of supreme authority. Lao Jiao and the little white tiger exchanged a glance. each perceiving the other's unyielding spirit. If their earlier submission to the overlord had been born of necessity, now, confronted with his terrifying prowess, they felt an earnest desire to learn from him. Thud. The little white tiger resolutely knelt before him. "I wish to be as strong as you." "So do I," came the reply. "To learn my skills? Merely to increase slaughter?" The tyrant scoffed disdainfully, approaching the altar and lifting a jar of wine, consuming it in a single gulp. "You have taken many lives in Ice City. Little do you realize the trouble you have invited upon yourselves. Instead, let it be thus. I shall accept only one of you." With a playful grin, he tossed aside a dagger. "The last one standing may worship me." The two locked eyes, instinctively reaching for the blade. A flicker of disappointment crossed the tyrant's gaze. White Elder shook his head gravely. While it was understandable to turn against one another for a chance to serve under the tyrant, it was unacceptable. Yet Old Nine, seizing the dagger, aimed it at himself. "He worships you. I shall stab myself thrice before descending the mountain." A fiery glint shone in Old Nine's eyes as the dagger plunged toward his abdomen. Crack! The mighty hand of Little White Tiger firmly grasped the blade. "We brothers share a single heart. If one does not worship, then neither shall we depart." With a resounding clash, Little White Tiger forcibly broke the dagger. "Are you mad?" Old Nine whispered urgently. To enter the tyrant's sect is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yet Little White Tiger was willing to relinquish it so easily. "We share a smoke. We share a bond. I will not abandon you." Little White Tiger cast aside the dagger and bowed deeply to the tyrant. "It is our misfortune. We shall leave now." With that, the two supported each other and exited the hall. Observing their somewhat forlorn figures, the crowd was deeply moved. In this apocalyptic world, brotherly betrayal was rampant. Yet these two managed to uphold their principles amidst overwhelming temptation. The tyrant set down the wine jar and inquired earnestly, "You truly will not take me as your master?" "I am quite formidable." "I shall not," came the reply. "Such a stubborn lad. Your spirit pleases me." The tyrant grinned widely. The rumors circulating in the city hold a kernel of truth. These two young men indeed regard loyalty as more precious than life itself. Master Bai fanned himself, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Such an opportunity may only present itself once in a lifetime. Please, accept them, my dear Godfather. Chapter 74. Taking on a mentor. Damn it, I never said I wouldn't accept them. The Overlord reclined with satisfaction, crossing his legs. They possess courage, determination, and intellect. Their temperaments suit my taste. I find them quite appealing. The unexpected turn of events caught the two young tigers off guard. Duan interjected from the side, reminding them, "Just now, your godfather was testing you. But accepting us might bring you trouble. Isn't it said that we harbor murderous intent?" Old Nine expressed his confusion. "Ha ha ha, these two are amusing." Old Nine's words provoked uproarious laughter from the crowd. The Overlord's boisterous laughter reverberated through the hall. "All 7 of my sons are troublemakers. If I feared trouble, I wouldn't remain outside the city." The Overlord rose, his commanding presence palpable. "What of the murderous intent? To kill one is to be a thief. To slay thousands is to be a hero. Which of us does not have blood on our hands? I detest cunning individuals with hidden agendas. You have lingered in the city for too long, and I fear you may adopt Li Yoshian's vile habits. Hence, I put you to the test." The Overlord unabashedly expressed his fondness for the two, squinting as he smiled, and said, "Remember this, in the apocalypse, all schemes and deceptions are futile. Only strength is the foundation for survival. Be forthright with your brothers, and be as ruthless as you can with your enemies. From this day forth, regardless of whether trouble arises within the city or beyond, do not concern yourselves with anyone's dignity. I shall be your steadfast protector." The words of the Overlord ignited a fervor within the two. Only he openly displayed his favoritism and protective instincts. Such is the nature of the thunderous figure outside the city. If he cherishes you, he will treat you with utmost sincerity. If he cannot abide you, he will draw his blade without a moment's hesitation, often without justification. "Still not on your knees?" The kindly White Elder smiled at the two. "Bow down," the chain man prompted, standing beside them. "Greetings to our master," Old Nine proclaimed. "Call him Godfather." The Overlord's fierce visage softened into a smile. "I have no offspring of my own. My disciples are like sons to me. You must ensure my legacy endures. As long as I draw breath, no one shall dare to impose upon you." "Godfather, Godfather," the two exclaimed joyfully, kneeling and bowing their heads. The Overlord's face crinkled with joy, his grin stretching from ear to ear. "This is your elder brother, my eldest son, Hoodoo." He stepped forward to assist the two, patting the chain man on the shoulder. Despite his fearsome appearance, the latter managed a benevolent smile. The smoker saved my life. His brothers are now my brothers. Should anyone ever dare to bully you, I shall exact vengeance upon their entire clan. Hoodoo, the overlord's eldest son. One son fierce, the other wicked, and the third a rogue. Hoodoo lived up to his fierce reputation, speaking little yet striking with great intensity. The overlord embraced the two and boldly approached the portly figure. The latter's face flushed with embarrassment, a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. Old 8, Old 9, it was your godfather who urged me to assess your strength. Do not hold it against your second brother. The rotund man laughed heartily, causing his flesh to jiggle amusingly. These are your third brother, Black Weasel, and fourth brother, Left Horse. The overlord introduced the other brothers to them. The fifth brother has passed away, and the sixth brother is incapacitated. Thus, only the first to fourth sons and the seventh brother are present. Upon hearing the name Left Horse, the ninth brother felt a tremor in his heart. Fong Mu's reminder tightened his chest. Congratulations to the eighth and ninth brothers. Left Horse possesses a simple and honest demeanor, resembling a peasant, and is quite dark-skinned. Do not be deceived by your fourth brother's appearance. Among our group of brothers, he harbors the darkest heart. The rotund man chuckled as he introduced the two. Left Horse grinned foolishly. Third brother, fourth brother, the ninth brother greeted the two without revealing his inner vigilance. Hello, my two younger brothers. I have nothing to offer you. But how about I go into the city tonight and take down the Ming King to liven things up for you? Third brother Black Weasel grinned mischievously. The little white tiger's lips quivered slightly. The notion of killing the Ming King seemed as simple to them as eating and drinking. Noticing the apprehension of the two, the rotund man explained with a smile. Our godfather is reluctant to engage with the officials in the city. Otherwise, it would be a trivial matter for us to enter. Do not underestimate the Ming King. Even though he is somewhat influential in the city, a few of us brothers could easily eliminate him. Mentioning the Ming King reminded the little white tiger of Mr. Li's advice. Godfather, we have a request. The overlord waved his hand nonchalantly. This is the essence of strength. There's no need to inquire about who the opponent is. They are all beneath us. It is not that complicated. Aren't there still the three overlords remaining in the city? My companion and I ventured into the city, swiftly eliminating all adversaries throughout the night, and presented the Ice Mansion as a congratulatory gift to our associates. Old 8 and Old 9. The tiger, maintaining a calm demeanor, sinisterly chuckled, eager to exact vengeance for the smoky ghost. With a resounding slap, the overlord struck the fatty across the face, exclaiming, First, take a good look at yourselves. Among you brothers, only Old 8 and Old 9 appear somewhat respectable. Upon receiving the overlord's high praise, Old 9 and the little white tiger bashfully lowered their heads. Father, it's not that we wish to kill anyone. We simply beseech you to refrain from attacking the city for the time being, pleaded the little white tiger, mustering his courage. Mr. Li expressed concern that the overlord's siege would render the city uninhabitable. It became evident that allowing this gang of ruthless bandits into the city would spell disaster for Ice Mansion. The overlord, upon hearing this, became displeased. What? Have you accepted money from Ming Wang? Or has Li Yuxian instructed you to say this? His disdain for Mr. Li was palpable. Stop trying to emulate them. Trust me. If I find someone intolerable, I'll deal with it personally. That nodded. Old 9 dared not oppose the overlord, cautiously advising, This is our own sentiment. Why is that? The fatty inquired, puzzled. We wish to avenge little Fei ourselves, and moreover, we fear your presence may lead to a massacre in the city. As the Western District fell under their control, the little white tiger began to aspire for expansion and the establishment of his own power. While the overlord's entry could indeed eliminate Ming Wang, what would the inhabitants of the city think? How many lives would be lost if outsiders besieged the city? The overlord could manage his own men, but he could not curb the rampant chaos wrought by others outside. The citizens would undoubtedly lay the blame at their feet. To grasp the icy sovereignty, one must not stand in opposition to the residents of the city. Thus, the King of Brightness may perish. Yet it must not be at the hands of outsiders. Foster father, in 3 months, we shall certainly bring about the demise of the King of Brightness. Upon noticing the subtle change in the expression of the overlord, the white tiger hastily added, If we fail to vanquish him within 3 months, we shall lead an assault on the city. This is not without merit. These two youngsters aspire to the heart of the city, and some customs ought to be adhered to as per the city's norms. Elder Bai nodded in approval. However, we cannot allow him any respite. The overlord, in a disgruntled manner, retrieved his satellite phone and barked, Hello. Who is this? A deep voice responded from the other end. Just wait. I am about to enlighten you on my identity. The overlord retorted with irritation. What do you intend to do? The king of brightness inquired sharply. Do you recognize me now? I have agreed to spare you for the time being. So, you shall transfer 10 million to me. What? The king of brightness was taken aback, having encountered many who demanded money, yet never so brazenly. I have taken your foster son. Do you not wish to show your appreciation? By tomorrow morning, I expect to see 20 million in my account. The overlord audaciously extorted the king of brightness, leaving the white tiger and old nine utterly bewildered. Is extortion truly conducted in such a manner? Fuming, the king of brightness shouted into the phone, Isn't it 10 million? 10 million. If I am in a good mood, I might accept 2. If you continue to dawdle, I shall raise the price. Chapter 75. Learning the craft. The following day, the two awoke with splitting headaches. That night had been the most restful in many years. Though none among the bandits were virtuous, they were genuinely kind to their own. After the overlord accepted them, the high-ranking members of the village treated the two as their own younger kin. Several elder brothers even personally organized a feast to celebrate the two's allegiance to the overlord. That night, the two drank so much bitter gall that they eventually expelled it all. Awake? The ninth glared at the other. Did they not wish to eat? The brothers took turns pouring wine, averaging a bowl every minute. It was fortunate that they had not been drowned in drink. Your godfather awaits you. Duan gestured for them to follow him. The three made their way to the edge of the cliff on the back mountain, where the overlord, bare-chested, was lifting a colossal stone weighing several thousand pounds, breathing heavily as he trained. Godfather. The three bowed respectfully. The overlord grinned. Here we are. With a thunderous crash, the stone fell to the ground, causing the earth to tremble. I heard from Shaoqi that you wish to go to the spring mansion. The overlord lifted a wine jar and took a swig. The ultimate skill of the Nine Awakening, the little white tiger seeks it with determination. It is not merely for the mastery of the skill, but more importantly, to repay the debt of blood to the Demon Ancestor. He is not one to forget his obligations. Is it for the ultimate skill of the Sun King? The overlord mocked. Li Yuxian truly does not engage in unprofitable ventures. The Sun King? The little white tiger and the ninth looked at the overlord in bewilderment. This name was unfamiliar to them. Upon reaching the Ninth Awakening, one could attain the title of king, for instance, the Aoshin King of Xiang Mansion, who guards a city, or the God of Death, the white-garbed king of the Fourth War Zone. The Sun King is our sole Nine Awakening here. His sun mastery is said to harness sunlight for his own use, and he is also known by the moniker Unkillable in the Light, as long as the sun shines. He possesses an inexhaustible source of energy, immortal and indestructible. When he perished, I was still but a young lad in the eyes of the formidable tyrant, gazing longingly at celestial beings. Does my adoptive father share an interest? Then let us seize the opportunity, for I am eager to engage. Who could resist the allure of the extraordinary skills left behind by such a powerful figure? The tyrant waved his hand dismissively, asserting that his abilities belonged to the realm of darkness, unattainable by others. He called us over, first to remind us that the Spring City is not akin to the Ice City. Currently, Spring City is inundated with foreign races. What nonsense is this? Old Zhou exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. The foreign entities from Kodao have infiltrated Spring City. The tyrant spat in disdain, noting that the mayor's son-in-law is of mixed heritage from the Dragon Kingdom and Kodao. This scoundrel, under the guise of attracting investment, has invited trouble into our midst, leading to rampant arrogance among the foreign races in Spring City. We will exercise caution, the white tiger murmured softly. Upon hearing this, the tyrant delivered a swift kick to the white tiger's backside. Caution, you say? I'm telling you, when confronting these foreign races, do not cower, fight fiercely, for I shall support you. The tyrant shot a glare at the two of them, asserting that Spring City is our territory. Only we have the right to seize. Should these foreign interlopers dare to extend their hands, I will ensure that we eradicate every last one of them. Understood, adoptive father. We shall vanquish them without mercy. The tyrant relished their fearless disposition, grinning with satisfaction. Just remember our village's rules. We do not rob the impoverished. We do not take from women. And we do not exploit the elderly. However, when it comes to the foreign tribes, you need not adhere to the rules. Unleash your wrath upon them. If they provoke me, I shall cross the sea to seize them. The latter scratched his rear and yawned, excusing himself to depart. Only 3 remained upon the cliff, and the overlord began to address them. The second matter, since you have pledged yourselves as my disciples, it is only fitting that I impart a few techniques for your self-defense. Little 8, your abilities are both offensive and defensive. I shall teach you the overlord's armor-breaking strike. This technique consists of 7 punches, each exponentially more powerful than the last, with the final punch capable of delivering an attack 100-fold. With your physique rivaling the pinnacle of the third awakening, none below the fourth awakening can withstand the fifth punch. The Overlord boasted with a hint of pride, explaining that his Overlord's 9 techniques allow each disciple to learn but one. This is not due to any secrecy on my part, but rather because the required vitality is immense. Failure to sustain it may result in catastrophic consequences. Little 9. Regarding the power within you. I shall impart the Overlord's Fatal Strike, a technique that demands life itself. Once unleashed, it is a matter of either your demise or mine. The Overlord cautioned with great care, advising against its use unless in dire straits, for the more grievous the injury, the more terrifying the unleashed power. It can be said to draw forth all potential within through adversity. Come, train alongside me. In the city, within the Ming Wang mansion, the now elderly Ming Wang had grown accustomed to retiring early. By 10 o'clock, he donned his night attire. A clatter emerged from downstairs. Ming Wang furrowed his brow. Perhaps it was the deaths of Hua Lao and Nalan, or perhaps it was the Overlord's influence. His sleep had been restless of late, and after 10 o'clock, not a sound should disturb the household. Ming Wang retrieved a bottle of medicine from the bedside and, after consuming 2 pills, approached the door to inquire. Outside the room, a rustling sound persisted in the living room. Ming Wang furrowed his brow, an unsettling sensation surging within him, for he detected the pungent odor of inferior tobacco mingled with a strong scent of blood. The door creaked open slightly, and Ming Wang peered through the gap to survey the scene below. For brutish men lounged on the living room sofa, while a risk of film flickered on the television. Damn. Watching such films on a large screen is quite exhilarating. Even I have a reaction, remarked a corpulent man clad in an oversized suit, slouched on the sofa as he lewdly scratched his groin. Old man Ming, you've got quite the collection of fine wines, one dark-skinned man remarked, clutching Ming Wang's precious hoard, lamenting the absence of snacks to accompany the drinks. I told you not to kill them all. Are you foolish? The fat man scolded, instructing someone to rouse Ming Wang to prepare some accompaniments for their libations. A man, bound by chains and initially turned away from Ming Wang, suddenly swiveled to meet his gaze. I hope we didn't disturb your slumber. He waved dismissively at Ming Wang, realizing he had been noticed. Ming Wang ceased to hide and descended directly to the first floor. The living room was strewn with dozens of security personnel, including several awakened beings. Their ability to infiltrate Ming Wang's home undetected spoke volumes of their formidable prowess. Your security is quite a challenge to deal with. I've grown weary from the effort. Please fetch some snacks for the drinks. The fat man grinned, gesturing towards the fine wines on the table. The butler, a 4 awakening level individual, hung lifelessly on the wall, pierced by a long gun, his gaze fixed upon Ming Wang's quarters. What brings you to the city? The mighty Wang Wujue unleashed an imposing aura, ready to engage in a fierce battle. Oh, quite the temper. Are we about to fight? The hefty man picked up the remote and paused the television. At your age, you should refrain from watching such inappropriate films. It is quite shameful. To punish you, I shall take these films outside the city and dispose of them. Can you not conduct yourself with a semblance of dignity? The black weasel cast a disdainful glare at the hefty man. He glanced at the neatly packed bottles of fine liquor beside the sofa. Given his age, drinking could easily lead to a stroke. I am doing this for your own good. What on earth are you all here for? Wang Wujue, growing increasingly irritable as the conversation drifted further from reason, barked. Do you wish to fight? Indeed, who slowly stood up with a sinister grin. I heard that my younger brother has been bullied by you. Fear not. My Godfather has decreed that we cannot kill you. Today, we shall only leave you half dead. I am quite measured in my approach. The group chuckled as they surrounded Wang Wujue. You are a veteran of the martial world. We are merely engaging in a group spar against you. You have no objections. I trust? The black weasel asked with a smirk. What nonsense is this? The hefty man's expression darkened as he shamelessly retorted, this individual is the overlord of the city. To not engage in a group confrontation would be a sign of disrespect. Has the old man not encountered numerous situations like this before? Old sir, for the sake of appearances, do not let it be said that you are using your strength to bully the weak. Why not let us have one hand tied behind our backs? Chapter 76, Departure to Chuanfu. Have you lost your mind? What did you say? The next day, the two still lost in slumber were roused by Mr. Li's incessant phone call. Lao Jiao, utterly bewildered, wondered what on earth had transpired. On the other end, Mr. Li unleashed a torrent of scolding that left him utterly confused. Ming Wang has been admitted to the hospital. Was it not you who incited Hu Du and those few simpletons to act thus? Mr. Li's roar nearly lifted the roof off. Lao Jiu moved the phone away, scratching his ear in confusion. What on earth is happening? Little White Tiger wore a bewildered expression. They had been cultivating on the back mountain with Ba Wang, completely unaware of Ming Wang's plight. Hu Du had ventured into the city with Air Pang, Haley Zi, and Zhuiju, and now Ming Wang had suffered 4 broken ribs, not to mention that his family's safe had been pried open. Mr. Li spoke in a single breath, leaving himself in a state of bewilderment. They rushed into the city just to give Ming Wang a beating? Were Ba Wang's adopted sons merely indulging in frivolous pursuits? In Mr. Li's mind, this was utterly senseless. Even if they had killed Ming Wang, it would have made more sense. Are you awake? As he spoke, the hefty figure of Fatty entered the room. Little White Tiger immediately noticed the bruise under Fatty's left eye and the arm dangling around his neck. What happened to you? Lao Jiu inquired, feigning ignorance. Clearly, Fatty had been injured in a confrontation with Ming Wang the previous day. Yet, Fatty stubbornly maintained his bravado, tilting his head back with a proud grin and dismissing it as nothing, claiming he had merely strained himself. Impressive, ergo Little White Tiger praised, raising a thumb. Listening to his bluster, it was evident that he had indeed fought with Ming Wang the day before. That old fellow had some skill. It had taken 4 against 1 just to barely secure a victory. Hu Du delivered a swift kick to Fatty's rear. The 4, Hu Du, Fatty, Haley Zi, and Zhuiju, squeezed into the room. The eldest and second had broken hands, while the third and fourth appeared pale, clearly suffering considerable internal injuries, presenting a sight that was almost unbearable to behold. The tiger spat out a mouthful of blood, indignantly exclaiming, "MLGB. We agreed to spar?" Yet that old rascal fought with full force. He continued, "I told you not to put on airs. Just take advantage of his slumber, cover his head, and give him a good thrashing. But no, you had to act like a clever fox." He pulled out a bottle of wine, obtained from the Ming family, and took a swig, cursing, "All the wine I had packed is now shattered." The 4 of them exchanged grievances, seemingly unconcerned about their own injuries. "Why are you all targeting him? Do you have a grudge?" The young White Tiger inquired, puzzled. Even Ba Wang agreed to refrain from attacking the city for the time being. What is the point in beating up Ming Wang? To his surprise, this remark incited a barrage of verbal assaults from the others. "You little rascal, we're worried you might go to Chuanfu, and Ming Wang might take the opportunity to seize your territory." The stout one, covering his darkened eye socket, retorted, "Now that Ming Wang is in the hospital, no one dares to covet your domain." A warm current surged within the hearts of the young White Tiger and his companion. Though these 4 brothers were somewhat reckless, their genuine concern for the duo was palpable. The mere fact that they were willing to enter the city and confront Ming Wang demonstrated that they truly regarded the young White Tiger and Lao Jiu as their younger brothers. The stout one sighed. "Having the same Godfather makes us true brothers. How could we stand by and watch you get bullied?" The young White Tiger felt a chill for Ming Wang. The tiger, a pure martial enthusiast, hung his arm limply, still brimming with eagerness. Meanwhile, Mr. Li listened to their conversation and silently ended the call. He was at a loss for words to describe this group of lunatics. It was no wonder the big shots in the city were reluctant to provoke Ba Wang. Even these few adopted sons were enough to give them a headache. "The time has come. Your godfather has arranged a vehicle for you. It's time to head to Chuanfu." Zhuiju glanced at his watch and remarked that it would take at least 5 or 6 days to travel from Bingfu to Chuanfu, provided they did not encounter any transformists along the way. Having delayed their departure for 2 days in the village, they risked not even having a sip of soup if they did not set off soon. Upon reaching the village gate, the vehicle arranged by the overlord was already in place, a heavy-duty truck laden with goods, as only such robust vehicles dared to venture into the wilderness. This was Lao Sun, a transport operator from Bingfu City, specializing in the route between Bingfu and Chuanfu. The overlord, draped in his attire, ambled out of the village and introduced the driver to the duo. The driver, with a simple smile, greeted them, "8th young master, 9th young master. Please take good care of my brother. If a single hair is lost from him, I shall send men to hijack your company's trucks every day." The stout man chuckled as he tossed a backpack to the 2, explaining that it contained a few gold bars borrowed from the Ming family for their journey. Chuanfu is more chaotic than Bingfu, so be cautious once you arrive. If you encounter trouble you cannot handle, do not be reckless. As long as I am alive, you need not risk your lives. The overlord, with sincere gravity, patted the shoulder of the little White Tiger. Among men, there is often no need for excessive words. Sometimes a mere glance suffices. The group of tigers watched as the 2 departed, filled with concern for their brother. If anything arises, call me, he urged. Understood. The driver, a man in his 40s, spoke little. Once aboard, he respectfully offered cigarettes to the two, clearly showing deference towards the overlord's group. For those in the transport business, the greatest fear is encountering bandits. Master, how does Chuanfu compare to Bingfu? Is it more prosperous? The little white tiger and Lao Jiao, who had never traveled far, engaged the driver eagerly in conversation. Firstly, the journey feels rather tedious without conversation. Secondly, I wish to learn more about Chuanfu. The driver, gripping the steering wheel with both hands and a cigarette clenched between his lips, had one eye watering from the smoke. The bustling city is somewhat similar, though Chuanfu exhibits more chaos. Recently, the entire city has been under martial law. What happened? Has the converter launched an attack? Lao Jiao, seated cross-legged on the small bed behind the driver's seat, inquired. Haven't you been following the news? The driver replied, astonished by their ignorance. Over the past few days, a rumor has spread like wildfire here. The Sama Group's bank in Chuanfu was robbed. Astonishingly, over 20 million was stolen, and to add insult to injury, they went after dozens of foreigners associated with the Sama Group. They deserve to be punished, those scoundrels, deceiving the populace into investing in dubious funds, with even members of the parliament endorsing them. What do these ordinary folks know? They simply follow the promise of profit, ultimately leading many to ruin, the driver lamented. These foreign entities are primarily interested in siphoning off our wealth. They deserve their fate. Xiao Baihu and Lao Jiao listened, wide-eyed and speechless. In this apocalyptic era, bank robberies are not uncommon, but it is rare to encounter such audacity as to commit murder afterward. Who is behind this? Xiao Baihu asked curiously. Rumor has it the mastermind is a university student from a modest middle-class family in Chuanfu. Having been swayed by the Sanmu Group's fabrications, he invested his entire family fortune only to discover that the bank declared total losses, refunding not a single cent. In despair, his entire family tragically took the leap. The driver, growing more familiar with the two, continued to share his thoughts. This young man was undoubtedly destined for such a fate. He executed the plan with remarkable precision. The driver pulled out a newspaper from beneath his seat and handed it to them. 3 days prior, the newspaper's headline photo depicted 5 masked men brandishing firearms. Xiao Baihu astutely noted that one of the men possessed only 4 fingers. Chapter 77, An Odd Bunch. 6 days later, on a remote path nearing a desolate area, Xiao Baihu and Lao Jiao squinted as they huddled within the confines of the cab, the rugged road nearly jostling their very souls from their bodies. As they approached Spring Mansion, their conditions seemed to deteriorate. Just a little further, and we shall reach the town where I usually rest. There, we can savor a warm meal. The driver rummaged through his pockets, discovering his supply of cigarettes had been exhausted, compelling him to accelerate further. Suddenly, the truck, now operating at full throttle, screeched to a halt, nearly catapulting Xiao Baihu from the vehicle. What is happening? Damn it, how unlucky encountering highway robbers. The driver, seasoned in the ways of the world, exhibited little alarm upon realizing the situation. He retrieved a stack of cash from the drawer and called out to the figures outside. Brothers, thank you for your hard work. Please make some room. Here is a little something for you to buy cigarettes. Not robbers, Lao Jiao observed keenly, instantly discerning that the individuals before them were not thieves. The most notorious bandits hailed from the overlord's camp. Yet Lao Jiao had encountered members of that gang and recognized that the demeanor of the current group was entirely distinct. 7 men were scattered along the roadside, and both Lao Jiao and Xiao Baihu sensed that their positioning held significance, although they could not articulate precisely what it was. Moreover, it was evident that these 7 individuals were not from the outskirts. Unlike the rough-skinned rogues and brutes of the outer city, these youths, each shouldering camouflage bags, possessed a sheen to their skin that set them apart. A man, standing resolutely in the middle of the road, brandished a shotgun and boldly requested a ride. Damn it. This is trouble, the driver thought, his nerves instantly fraying. Encountering those who demanded money outside the city was manageable, but those who asked for nothing were the true menace. Who could fathom their intentions? If they decided to rob both the occupants and the cargo, calamity would ensue. The man approached the car door, tapping on the window before tossing in a roll of cash. Brother, our vehicle has broken down. Could we catch a ride? In this desolate wilderness, who would dare allow a stranger to board? The driver cast a pleading glance at the young man beside him, hoping they could intimidate these highwaymen in the name of the overlord. All are awakened. Do not act rashly, the young man cautioned the driver, having assessed the group. There were 5 with a third awakening and 1 with a fourth. The leader's strength was indiscernible. This assembly was excessive unless the driver was transporting a truckload of gold. Otherwise, such a display was unwarranted. Before the driver could respond, the man waved his arm, and the other 6 swiftly climbed onto the truck's cargo. The leader then opened the door and entered the vehicle. "Young brother, kindly make some space," he said, securing the shotgun at his waist and nodding at the 2 occupants. In the glow of the driver's cabin light, they discerned one another's features. He appeared to be in his 40s, sporting a crew cut with piercing eyes, exuding an aura of righteousness that set him apart from the scum of the earth. "Thanks," the man said as he settled into the small bed, producing a cigarette and offering it to the 3. "Don't be afraid, we're just hitching a ride. We'll cover the fare and won't cause you any trouble." "Ah, thank you. Songbai Mountain. Quite nice." The driver recognized the brand of the cigarette. The middle-aged man nodded with a smile, saying little, and began to smoke contemplatively. At present, it seemed that this group harbored no malice towards them. If they were bandits, they would not have followed the vehicle. "Are you also heading to Chuanfu?" After squinting for a moment, perhaps sensing the awkwardness of the atmosphere, the middle-aged man initiated a conversation with the 2 young men, Xiaobehu and Lao Jiao. Noticing their youthful appearance, he lowered his guard somewhat. "Oh, starting to make a living at such a young age, that must be quite tough," he remarked with a wry smile. After a noncommittal nod, he turned away to continue resting. Xiaobehu felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his back. The middle-aged man had clearly discerned their deception but chose not to expose it. Perhaps he believed that avoiding trouble was wiser. Just then, the voice of a comrade crackled through the middle-aged man's walkie-talkie. "Instructor, at the 9 o'clock position, 5 vehicles with heavy firepower." The middle-aged man abruptly sat upright as a powerful beam of light swept across the cabin. The driver felt a chill run down his spine. Outside, the roar of off-road vehicles grew nearer. There was no chance the heavy truck could outrun them. Stranded in the wilderness, if their vehicle was rendered inoperable, they would be left to face their fate. "Instructor, we have company," exclaimed the middle-aged man as he leapt into the driver's seat, tossing the driver back to the passenger seat as if he were a mere chicken. The reports from his comrades blared over the walkie-talkie. "The enemy vehicles are within range." With unwavering calmness, the middle-aged man maneuvered the vehicle while urging the 2 young men, "Buckle up." The driver and Xiaobehu were left bewildered, having unwittingly been drawn into someone else's battle. Through the car window, the oncoming force appeared fierce, and the distant sound of gunfire began to resonate. Suddenly, with a shattering crash, the window fragmented, sending shards of glass scattering. "Be careful," the middle-aged man cautioned, prompting the young White Tiger and Old Nine to feign fear by lowering their heads. In secret, White Tiger brushed his cheek, which had been grazed by the glass, a flicker of malice igniting in his eyes. "Apologies, dear driver, but it seems your vehicle is destined for the scrap heap today. I have some money in my bag. Take it for now, and I shall compensate you once we reach the city," the middle-aged man declared, rolling down the window and signaling to the individuals atop the vehicle with a gesture that eluded White Tiger's understanding. "Hold on tight." With that, the driver accelerated with fervor, executing a dramatic drift, causing the cargo on the truck to scatter across several meters. White Tiger's eyes widened in astonishment. It was his first encounter with a truck performing a drift. The heavy truck lifted one side, completely elevating off the ground, leaving a long trail on the pavement before coming to a jarring halt. The middle-aged man kicked the door open with fervor, bellowing, "Open fire." The contrasting sounds of gunfire erupted, tat-tat-tat and tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The middle-aged man's group unleashed controlled bursts or semi-automatic shots, while the opposing vehicle unleashed a relentless barrage. Military. Both White Tiger and Old Nine, skilled marksmen, discerned the disparity between the 2 factions simply by the sound of the gunfire. "They are awakeners. Why are they still using guns?" Old Nine inquired nonchalantly, lighting a cigarette from the passenger seat. "In such scenarios, they fear being recognized," the driver muttered from the back seat. "Certain abilities may leave unique traces. They likely wish to avoid being tracked down." The curiosity of White Tiger and Old Nine towards this group intensified. The harmonious collaboration, precise marksmanship, and the presence of supernatural abilities, albeit restrained, all exuded an air of enigma. Through the car window, the 2 distinctly observed that all vehicles trailing less than 100 meters behind the truck had been rendered inoperative. "Instructor, I shall take care of those on the roof," exclaimed the young man, frustrated after being pursued relentlessly by a band of petty thieves. "If we do not eliminate them, it would be a disgrace to the name of Shadow Ghost." Cough, cough, the middle-aged man interrupted, clearing his throat. "We are entering the city. Do not forget our purpose this time. Let us not alert the enemy." With that, he resumed driving the automobile. Chapter 78. Uneven Roads. Some will tread upon them due to the arrival of these uninvited guests. The original plan to rest for a night in the town of life was regrettably abandoned. The middle-aged man drove swiftly, finally reaching Spring City just before dawn. The scale of Spring City far surpassed that of Ice City, with city walls towering at least 20 to 30 meters high. Through the walls, they could faintly discern several high-rise buildings under construction. "Spring City is quite impressive," remarked old Gio, pointing at a skyscraper that exceeded the height of the walls. "Such tall buildings, Ice City has none of this." "Bah," the driver scoffed. "Those islanders only engage in superficial projects. How many corpses lie buried beneath these grand structures? I have yet to see them distribute even a morsel of food to the starving. Those who are not of our kind will surely harbor different intentions." The driver, having witnessed the ferocity of these individuals, could only resign himself to his misfortune. Nodding in agreement, he opened the car door. He anticipated that this journey would cost him dearly. Before parting, the middle-aged man fixed a penetrating gaze upon old Gio and the young white tiger, saying meaningfully, "Young brothers, the road ahead for Thunder is fraught with peril. It would be wise to seek a more secure occupation." "How do you know?" The young white tiger and the middle-aged man simultaneously became alert, instinctively reaching for their waists. "Do not be agitated," the middle-aged man gestured with his hand, offering a gentle smile. "Be cautious. My companions are not to be trifled with, lest you incur unintended harm." It was only then that the two noticed the shift in the positions of the others, realizing that the moment White Tiger made a move, they would be poised to attack from all directions. "You are the most menacing youths I have ever encountered. One cannot cultivate such an aura of lethality without having taken the lives of many, even when pursued by bandits. You exhibit a calmness that surpasses that of a mere driver," he chuckled. The middle-aged man continued, addressing the driver with a respectful gesture. "Brother, the payment will be transferred to your card within 3 days." "Thank you." Upon finishing his words, the group of 7 shouldered their bags and set off towards the city gates on foot. Once the 7 had completely vanished from the sight of the 3, the driver cautiously restarted the battered truck, slowly making his way towards the city gate. At the entrance, only a sparse crowd of a few dozen individuals stood in line to enter the city. The exit had been entirely sealed off. To the bewilderment of the 3, it was not the Spring Prefecture's guards conducting the checks on those entering the city. Typically, the responsibility of guarding the city gates fell to either the patrol troops or the garrison. Yet, the entrance, which spanned several meters, was filled with robust men clad in black attire, meticulously inspecting each individual seeking entry. "Those are members of the Sama group." The driver discerned their confusion and explained. "Since Sama Bank was robbed, they do not trust the garrison's capabilities and have taken matters into their own hands to ensure that the bandits are contained within the city." Upon hearing this, the two were taken aback. How could a mere Sama group be involved in city defense? In any other prefecture, such an event would surely have caused an uproar. Who provides the Sama group with its backing? The mayor's son-in-law is a shareholder of their conglomerate, and the townsfolk dare not voice their grievances. As the driver complains, he exits the vehicle for inspection. In the midst of their conversation, 7 or 8 lackeys from the Sanmu group obstruct the truck. The driver hurriedly presents his pass, the cargo list, and a stack of cash. At the city gate, only a small detachment of guards is engaged in card games, while the remaining 30 or so are mere minions of the Sama group. A few lackeys circled the truck in a perfunctory manner before extending their hands again, stating, "The rules have changed. It used to be 500 to enter the city, but during these exceptional times, it is now 3,000. The driver's lips twitched slightly. How much could one earn from a single trip? Seeing the driver hesitate, a few lackeys menacingly unlatched the safeties of their firearms. "Help! Someone!" As the standoff continued, a woman's scream suddenly pierced the air at the entrance for pedestrians. For men dressed in Kodao attire laughed as they seized a woman, her face smeared but her figure voluptuous. "You lack a resident permit. We suspect you are a lazy. Come with us for questioning," they jeered in their broken Longwood dialect, pushing her towards the duty room. The Kodao men's lewd smiles and sinister gazes made their intentions clear. Accompanying the woman, a man struggled against them, loudly proclaiming, "This is my wife. We are merely here to buy some goods." "You are also a lazy," one of the Kodao men retorted, seeing the man protectively shielding the woman. The leader of the Kodao men drew his pistol, aiming it at the man. "Step forward again, and I will kill you." Bang! The gun fired, the bullet piercing the man's thigh with precision. A group of raucous islanders arrogantly laughed as they hoisted the woman towards the duty room. "Let go of my wife, you brutes." The man, having risen from the ground despite the blood seeping through his pant leg, limped toward his spouse. For a man from the Dragon Kingdom, a woman embodies his boundaries, his dignity. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. The man's other leg was shattered, causing him to collapse in agony. This shot was fired by the henchmen surrounding the young white tiger, and the assailant waved dismissively at the four islanders, an obsequious smile on his face. "Consider yourselves fortunate. We have business to attend to. Leave." The henchmen swiftly shifted their focus to ingratiating themselves with their superiors, no longer harassing the young white tiger and his companions. They approached the wounded man with mocking expressions. "Lucky you, the islanders have taken a liking to your wife. Rest assured, they'll pay for their fun. Think of it as extra income." The man clutched his leg, fury blazing in his eyes. "You will reap what you sow." "Reap what? Huh? The lack of money is the real curse." The shooter, evidently a small-time leader among the group, barked at his underlings. "Throw him out. We would want to disturb our foreign guests. Let us go." The driver silently ignited the engine. As they passed the duty room, the young white tiger caught sight of the woman, her fingers desperately gripping the door frame. Blood trickled through her fingers. In that moment of shared despair, she screamed, "Please, help me find the police station." "Haha, they won't help us." Several islanders approached, their excitement palpable as they tore at the woman's clothing, their laughter devoid of humanity. "Ha, the women of the Dragon Kingdom, so fair-skinned. Alas, those robbers should have spared the driver. Their actions are utterly deplorable. He too detests such occurrences. Yet he feels powerless." Little White Tiger and Old Nine exchanged glances, reaching for the car door, only to be halted by the driver who cautioned, "It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Such events are all too frequent." Little White Tiger raised an eyebrow, questioning, "Are we to ignore it simply because it is burdensome?" Even in this apocalyptic world, tyrants like Ba Wang would never engage in such malevolent acts. Thieves have their code. That is the rule. This mere island of bandits dares to act with impunity in Spring City. Perhaps others fear the Samu group. But for a small fry like Little White Tiger from the outskirts, what is Samu? With a swift press of the accelerator, the driver left amidst the desperate glances of women. However, mere meters beyond the city gates, 3 vans obstructed the driver's truck. A boy with a noodle-like hairstyle leaped from his vehicle, grinning widely. "Tiger brother, Nine brother, all brothers, disembark. Your task is complete." Little White Tiger patted the driver's shoulder, urging, "Hurry, we're about to face a serious situation. Do not act recklessly." The driver growled, suddenly comprehending Little White Tiger's intent. Ignoring him, Little White Tiger jumped from the vehicle and embraced his comrades. "Did you bring the gear?" Old Nine's intentions were unclear to the driver. Yet instinctively he nodded and opened the van's trunk. Inside lay numerous boxes of equipment. The driver's eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you planning to besiege the city?" he shouted. "There is no concern for you. We are the Thunder Clan of the Dragon Nation. Today, we shall allow them to experience what it feels like to be bullied." Lao Jiao swiftly stepped forward, extracting a shotgun from the trunk. Haigo and Xiaowen exchanged a glance, requiring no further words. The brothers encircled the van, while Xiaofeng leaped into the cabin and pried open a large wooden crate with a shovel. An array of firearms was meticulously arranged within the box. These were all procured from the black market by Yen Gu, and the counterfeit Yen Gu had also arrived at Chuanfu, currently awaiting us at the residence for further explanations. For this expedition to Chuanfu, Mr. Li, in a bid for caution, had dispatched nearly all the firepower available to Xiao Baihu. "Have you grown too accustomed to a peaceful life? Let us seek some excitement," Xiao Baihu suggested, expertly chambering a round into an automatic rifle. "I caught a glimpse earlier and noticed that among that group of Ko Dao people, there are 2 awakened ones. Lao Jiao and I will handle them, while the rest should refrain from using their abilities," Xiao Baihu cautioned. "After all, we are on enemy territory. Excessive use of powers may lead to revealing clues." The driver, unable to bear it any longer, poked his head out of the truck and scolded, "At least wear a mask, you young heroes." "All right, you go ahead. Don't get dragged into this." Lao Jiao nodded and headed straight toward a small convenience store by the roadside. "Boss, give me 12 masks, preferably of King Yanluo. We are going to collect some little ghosts," Lao Jiao declared, slapping down a large banknote. The shopkeeper raised his head from beneath the counter, bewildered, and inquired why so many people were buying masks today. In the tranquil city gates, newcomers unconsciously stole glances toward the duty room. The glass door of the duty room vaguely revealed the vibrant colors within. A passerby, unable to tolerate the scene, muttered a curse under his breath. Suddenly, A thug from the Sanmu group struck the passerby across the face. How dare you? The Spring City belongs to us, so mind your own business. The thug's small leader shouted at the crowd, if you like what you see, bring your women here. I'll perform right in front of you. He laughed mockingly at the line of people, his tone dripping with arrogance. The leader of the thugs raised his chin, brandishing his gun, challenging anyone to step forward and argue, threatening, I'll treat you to a bullet instead. Amidst the crowd, someone shouted back, nonsense. I'm not one of your lowly kind. The thug leader's retort was cut short, his eyes widening in shock. At the exit, 12 youths stood in formation. The first 2 adorned with Yama masks, while the remaining 10 wore Monkey King masks. A chill swept across the faces of the thugs as the wind blew softly. The 12 moved slowly through the dimly lit city gate, as if death had come to collect. Over 30 thugs simultaneously aimed their guns at the youths. Halt. Brothers. Which street are you from? You can't just barge in here. The thug leader's words faltered, his expression shifting to one of terror. He recognized the 2 in front. Despite their masks, their attire had not changed. You are. Bang. A gunshot rang out, and a gaping wound appeared in the thug leader's hand. How dare you refuse to be a citizen of Long Nation? The worm hastily unfastened the canvas bag on its back, revealing a plethora of grenades that left the henchmen in utter astonishment, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. I shall send you all to be reborn, it declared. Boom, boom, boom. 12 figures stood in a perfect line, resembling divine beings descended from the heavens, unleashing fire upon their foes. The henchmen, accustomed to their mundane existence, had never encountered such ferocity. At the sound of gunfire, their instinctive reaction was to drop and seek cover. How dare you relish in being dogs? Kneel before me and bark. Old Gio brandished his shotgun, swiftly advancing towards the leader of the henchmen. Protect me. Protect. Bang. The henchman's leader, paralyzed with fear, cowered behind his cover, trembling. Old Gio forcefully kicked aside the makeshift shield, seizing the leader by the collar. You dare demand 3,000 from me? How many lives do you possess to challenge my authority? With the shotgun primed, he fired. Bang. One of the leader's legs was blasted off. This horrifying spectacle left the henchmen trembling, their hearts racing in terror. These youths were undeniably ferocious. Amidst a hail of bullets, not a single one sought refuge, instead laying down fire upon the henchman's cover. Xiao Baihu, his attire riddled with holes, stood undeterred, untouched by harm. The adversaries recognized Xiao Baihu as an awakened one, and despair filled their hearts. With a grand gesture, Xiao Baihu signaled to his brothers, who stepped forward in unison. Kneel. Anyone who dares to raise their head shall have their skull shattered. Xiao Baihu, exuding dominance, seized one henchman and crushed his skull with a single strike. This bloody scene sent shivers down the spines of all who beheld it. Brother, big brother, lazy. It's a misunderstanding. I truly did not know you were lazy. With a swift motion, Lao Jiu struck the other man, sending 5 of his teeth flying. Aren't you the one catching lazy? Lao Jiu scoffed, pressing the muzzle of his gun against the henchman's forehead. Let me ask you, where are you from? The henchman, no fool, instantly grasped the reason behind Lao Jiu and his associate's visit. That was just in the heat of the moment. I am from the Dragon Kingdom. Upon hearing this response, Lao Jiu nodded and lowered the gun. Before the henchman could breathe a sigh of relief, Lao Jiu spread his hand, revealing a bullet that lay before him. Do you enjoy being served bullets? Allow me to offer you one. With an affectionate demeanor, Lao Jiu presented the bullet to the man's mouth. Either I shoot this bullet into your gut, or you swallow it yourself. The bullet, thicker than a finger, posed a lethal threat if swallowed. The henchman pleaded, Brother, let me go, I beg you. It seemed Lao Jiu's intent was to extract assistance from him. He pulled back the gun's bolt, causing the henchman to flinch in terror. In a panic, he hastily swallowed the bullet, nearly choking in the process. Brother, is that enough? The desperate henchman gasped, cautiously inquiring, Can I leave now? Lao Jiu grinned mischievously. Was it tasty? With a swift motion, Xiao Feng slapped the henchman across the face, shouting, My brother is asking you, was it tasty? Why yes, it was tasty, he stammered. That's all that matters. Here, have more. Lao Jiu unbuckled a pouch filled with bullets and tossed a heaping bag of them onto the ground. With a fierce exclamation, he consumed every last one, declaring that even a single bullet missing would warrant his wrath. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted as Lao Jiu delivered a powerful kick, sending his adversary flying. Bone, mocking, picked up the bullet pouch from the ground. The small leader, upon seeing this, was seized by fear and scurried away towards the outskirts of the city with a frantic cry. As he passed a line of onlookers, several men swiftly subdued him, pressing him to the ground. Brother, you've handled this well. We respect you. We shall aid you with the bullets. Indeed, such a traitor must perish. Make him swallow every last one." The outraged crowd, long unable to tolerate the scene, shouted in indignation. Two men wrenched the bullets from Bones' grasp, forcefully prying open the small leader's mouth to pour them in. "Leave this to us, gentlemen. Focus on your own affairs." An elderly man outside the city gestured to the young white tiger, who nodded in response. Lao Jio raised his shotgun, issuing a command, "Eliminate them all. Keeping them alive will only invite more suffering." With that, a barrage of gunfire erupted, echoing for a full 5 minutes. Over 30 frightened henchmen were left riddled with bullets. These individuals were mere thugs from the city, lured into the embrace of the Sanmu group under the illusion of rising to power. In truth, they only found the courage to bully the defenseless poor when faced with the wild and untamed men from beyond the city. They lacked even the resolve to wield a firearm. If they falsely accused you of being a rogue, it would be wise to truly embody that role. "Thanks, my friend." As the crowd dispersed, they understood the gravity of their actions. Having committed such a massacre, returning to the city would undoubtedly lead to their capture. At the city gate, the henchman's chief stared wide-eyed, his mouth crammed full of bullets, his throat distended by the projectiles, choked to death by the very ammunition he sought to employ. As the crowd dispersed, Old Nine removed his mask. "There's no need to wear masks anymore, is there?" Bone inquired, puzzled. "I want these diminutive island bandits to know who extinguished their existence, ensuring they never dare to encroach upon the Dragon Kingdom again in their next lives," Old Nine declared. With that, the brothers removed their masks and proceeded towards the duty room. Chapter 80. Firearm Awaken. Oh, hello. This is the East Gate checkpoint. A junior soldier from the garrison was about to call for reinforcements, having remained ensconced in another duty room, uninvolved in the checkpoint inspection. The duty captain reached out and restrained the soldier from making the call. "Captain, I'm not asking you to be a paragon, but at least endeavor to be a Dragon Kingdom citizen." The captain cast a profound glance at the junior soldier, who instantly grasped the captain's intent. They were not henchmen of the Sanmu group. Though they might skim a little profit, they never crossed the line. These foreign races had gone too far. Hello. The voice on the other end of the line excitedly demanded to know the situation. The junior soldier paused for a moment before replying, reporting, "Our entire squad has suffered from severe food poisoning today and requests a full leave of absence." "What? I can't speak any further. Our captain is suffering from debilitating diarrhea and is on his way to the hospital." The junior soldier hung up the phone. The captain nodded in satisfaction, leading his team out of the duty room with a swagger, directly encountering Old Nine. The two sides faced each other from a distance of several meters. And Earthworm and the opposing soldiers simultaneously raised their weapons. The squad leader pressed down on his teammate's gun barrel, muttering in frustration that it was high time they were equipped with goggles, as everything appeared blurred. "Yes, Captain, it seems dust has invaded my eyes. I can scarcely see anything," one bespectacled comrade remarked disdainfully at his teammate's lackluster performance, tossing his glasses to the ground and shattering them. "Now I truly cannot see." Old Gio smirked, shaking his head at the worm, and leisurely hefted his shotgun, making his way toward the duty room on Ko Island. The woman's cries had ceased, leaving an eerie silence within. Surely, the inhabitants of Ko Island had heard the commotion outside. Knock, knock, knock. Old Gio rapped on the door of the duty room. "May I come in to have a word with you?" Peering through the glass of the door, he saw the woman cowering on the bed, trembling. Yet her fingers subtly pointed to the side of the door, evidently warning him of an ambush. With a thunderous crash, a large hand broke through the wall, sending a Ko Islander, who had been hiding beside the door, sprawling several meters away. "Oh!" Old Gio exclaimed, smacking his forehead in realization. The brutes were incapable of human speech. Yip, he taunted, knocking on the door while imitating a dog-esque bark. Perhaps unable to tolerate Old Gio's mockery. Or perhaps having resolved to fight to the bitter end, two other Ko Islanders suddenly emerged from behind the door, their katana thrusting through the wooden barrier towards him. Clang! The katana struck Old Gio's chest, shattering into pieces. "Your blades are as fragile as your kind," he remarked with a sickly smile, as he drove his shotgun through the wooden door, piercing one of the Ko Islanders hiding behind it. Two ordinary inhabitants of the island lay grievously injured, while the remaining two awakened individuals surged towards the bed, seizing a woman and threatening her to relinquish her weapons. Xiao Baihu furrowed his brow, muttering a curse under his breath at their shamelessness. However, Lao Jio wore a sinister grin as he lifted the injured islander, tauntingly declaring, "Isn't this delightful? I have a hostage as well." The firearm he wielded remained embedded in the body of his captive. As he twisted the barrel, The injured man emitted a pained cacophony, sounding almost like a plea for mercy. Go on, kill that woman, he urged. Fear not, my dear. I shall ensure they accompany you on your journey. Xiao Baihu shrugged, feigning indifference to the woman's fate. In response, the woman raised her gaze, her eyes filled with determination. Mister, could you tell me how my man is faring? He is not dead, but he is rendered useless, Xiao Baihu replied candidly. Those who are incapacitated have no right to survive outside the city. The woman's eyes dimmed with despair as she shouted, Thank you for avenging my husband and me. I must join him. Please escort me. And do not let me perish at the hands of these brutes. Lao Jiu pulled out his firearm, aiming it at the groin of the islander in his grasp. If you cannot control your own fate, allow me to assist you, he jeered, and with a deafening bang, the injured man let out a horrified scream. The two awakened islanders, witnessing the gruesome sight before them, felt a shudder of fear. What is this humidity? Is it some special butterfly from your island? They questioned, bewildered. Lao Jiu released his grip, and the injured islander breathed his last. Baka. The two awakened islanders, filled with shame and rage, raised their knives, ready to strike down the woman. Simultaneously, Lao Jiu and the White Tigress launched an assault upon the KT Awakeners. Insolent two awakened, daring to court death. Black Hound. Intercept them. Two KT Awakeners, both of the Third Awakening, naturally held the White Tigress and Lao Jiu in disdain. Just as the katana was about to cleave the woman, Black Hound interjected, halting the White Tigress and Lao Jiu. One sword style, Bat Jutsu. Bat Jutsu my ass. Blade light shimmered, and the keen sword energy carved a fissure into the earth, the translucent blade energy coalescing into a crescent as it lunged toward the White Tigress. Clang. The White Tigress stood firm, enduring the blow head-on. Simultaneously, a faint silver luminescence emanated from her skin, absorbing the impact of the blade energy. Baka? Impossible. Black Hound's eyes widened in disbelief. A full-force strike, yet it couldn't breach the defenses of a two-awakened awakener? Overlord Armor Breaker. The White Tigress greeted Black Hound with a punch. The collision of blade and fist instantly reduced the guardhouse to a scene of devastation. Torn asunder by the sword energy and fist winds. 3 exchanges ensued between the two. In the first punch, Black Hound temporarily suppressed the White Tigress. In the second, they were evenly matched. In the third, Black Hound was staggered backward, his katana shattered into 3 pieces. Impossible. How can you unleash an attack befitting the peak of the Third Awakening? Black Hound stared at the White Tigress in disbelief. Concurrently, Lao Jiu seized the opportunity to circumvent Black Hound in an attempt to rescue the woman. Alas, their opponent was too swift. Knowing her demise was imminent, the woman ceased her struggles, glaring at the KT Awakener. I'll be waiting for you bastards down below. Bang. Blood splattered. Black Hound and the White Tigress simultaneously ceased their actions, stunned by the scene before them. Death had occurred, but it was the KT-3 awakened awakener who had perished, his head detonating like a watermelon. 3 seconds later, the sound of a gunshot echoed from afar. The bullet arrived first, the sound following 3 seconds later, a terrifying experience. The awakened firearms user, Black Dog, trembled as if confronted by a ghost, crouching low in fear of being shot in the head. 1,000 meters away, one shot had taken down 3 awakened individuals. Black Dog was oblivious to the identity or location of the shooter. Inside the duty room, everyone felt as if they were being scrutinized by the Grim Reaper, their hair standing on end. The firearms awakened were a unique presence among summoning-type abilities, possessing the formidable power to strike a target from 1,000 miles away, with bullets formed from condensed air. If their opponent's location remained undiscovered, anyone could only passively endure the assault. Who fired the shot? Little White Tiger and Black Dog exchanged glances, each seeking answers in the other's eyes. 1,000 meters away, a masked man lay quietly on the ground in a building under construction, the instructor's voice crackling through the intercom. Chapter 81. Slaying Black Dog. You actually have firearms awakened? Black Dog felt a retreating impulse yet dared not rush out of the duty room, fearing an immediate fatal encounter. Little White Tiger and Old Nine shared a sense of confusion. In this unfamiliar territory of Chuanfu, who could be the divine being behind this? Who are you? Black Dog warily scrutinized Little White Tiger and Old Nine, aware that ordinary teams could not cultivate elite firearms awakened. Old Nine, unconcerned whether the sniper was friend or foe, approached to assist the woman lying on the bed, handing her over to Little Wind. Old Nine reached into his pocket, finding it empty, then shifted his gaze to Black Dog, asking, "Do you have any money?" Huh? The Black Dog could not comprehend where the audacity of the Old Nine stemmed from, daring to demand money from him. How absurd. You are on the brink of death and still concerned about this trifling sum? I am merely attempting to accumulate some karmic merit on your behalf. The old nine scornfully retorted, Sister, step outside for a moment. I shall procure some medical funds for you. Baka, you wretched fool. In a flash, the old nine appeared behind the black dog. Startled, the latter jumped up and swung his blade. The crumbling wall fell victim to the black dog's strike, while a gash appeared on the old nine's waist, oozing blood. Humph. Utterly unaware of his own limitations, the black dog scoffed coldly, seeing the old nine wounded by his own attack. Yet at that moment, an ominous voice from behind him echoed, Enjoying yourself? Are you? The figure of the old nine wavered like a mirage. Meanwhile, the real old nine wielded a chair he had picked up from the ground, bringing it crashing down upon the black dog's head. Illusion. The black dog stared in bewilderment at the fading silhouette of the old nine. Are you of the enhancement type or the spiritual type? There is no need for such superfluous chatter from a corpse. The little white tiger and the old nine flanked the black dog, enclosing him. The latter swallowed hard. Before him stood two youths. One, possessing the second awakening, could unleash the explosive force of a third awakening peak. The other, with an enhanced physique, also wielded illusionary magic. The black dog could not contend with the little white tiger in a direct confrontation, nor could he outmaneuver the old nine with trickery. With this realization, the black dog issued a menacing warning. You shall wait and see. With that, he brandished his broken blade, unleashing a flurry of wind blades toward the onlookers at the entrance. He had anticipated that the old nine and the little white tiger would be distracted enough to rescue them, providing him a chance to escape. However, the individuals outside moved with remarkable speed, vanishing from the doorway in the blink of an eye. As the smoke technique failed, the black dog hurled a black sphere, releasing a foul-smelling mist that rapidly enveloped a 10-meter radius. Seizing the opportunity, the black dog leaped forward, covering several meters. The dog sought to escape, but the white tiger charged ahead in pursuit. Observing our appearance, he could not afford to let it flee. With masks donned, we resolved to eliminate the notorious old nine without hesitation. Our brothers no longer concealed their prowess. Donning masks, they surged forward, propelled by the winds beneath their feet in pursuit of the black dog. After running several hundred meters, the black dog believed he had evaded capture, convinced that no one would dare to kill a member of the K Island gang in broad daylight. I shall eradicate every last one of these Dragon Kingdom individuals, he vowed. Before he could finish speaking, an explosion suddenly erupted beside him. The violent blast even caused him, with his three-tiered cultivation, to sustain injuries. Two youths wearing Sun Wukong masks charged onto the street, one of whom was continuously flinging a blue energy projectile. The sound of explosions echoed throughout the street, sending pedestrians into a panic as they frantically sought refuge. Damn it, the specter lingers, he thought. Ray will kill without mercy. On the other side of the street, the white tiger and old nine burst forth from the crowd, advancing toward the black dog. You cannot kill me. The Samu group will not spare you, the black dog declared, cutting his palm to allow his blood to be absorbed by the severed blade, coalescing into a crimson blade tip. A towering inferno erupted from the black dog's hands, hurtling toward him. The black dog, unwilling to confront the white tiger and old nine head-on, pivoted and charged towards the fiery entity. The elemental force of wind coalesced around the blade, cleaving through the inferno before it leapt into the air. The katana aimed directly at the wretched creature known as High Dog. Baka, how dare you stand in my way for such a trivial matter? With that, he called upon his brothers to engage. Seizing the moment while the black dog was still airborne, High Dog grinned broadly, his eyes gleaming with the satisfaction of a cunning plan coming to fruition. Suddenly, from either side of the street, several figures surged forth. Secure him. In a bold move, High Dog, like an undeterred worm, advanced and wrapped his arms around the black dog's legs, which were still suspended in midair. Die. With a sudden realization of dread, the black dog discovered that his hands had been firmly grasped by 4 or 5 awakened individuals, rendering him powerless to wield his blade. With a violent tug, the black dog was hoisted into the air by High Dog and his 10 brothers, forming a star-like pattern. Despite his vigorous struggles, the strength of High Dog and his comrades, honed through trials of thunder, surpassed that of ordinary awakened beings of the same level. Through gritted teeth, he acknowledged that temporarily restraining a third-tier awakened was not beyond the realm of possibility. His brothers exerted every ounce of effort to hold the black dog in check. Baka, I am Haikawa of the Sama group. You dare to kill me, you will find no resting place in death. The black dog bellowed fiercely, Onlookers in the bustling street gazed in shock at this band of masked youths. Over the years, the KD people had committed numerous atrocities in Xuanfu. And though there had been attempts to assassinate them from the shadows, no one had ever dared to confront them in broad daylight. Why should we not? The Slayers of the Black Dog, the Demon Dragon, the Slayers of the Black Dog, the Malevolent Tiger. Old Nine and Little White Tiger strode forward in the center of the street, under the scrutiny of hundreds of eyes, gradually unsheathing their short blades. Those who harm my kin, Old Nine proclaimed, brandishing his weapon, shall face the wrath of the underworld. With renewed vigor, High Dog and his companions strained once more to straighten the contorted form of the Black Dog. Those who dare to harm the daughters of my dragon nation shall face death. The crowd roared in unison. The foreign entities wreaking havoc in our dragon nation shall be exterminated. This time, the onlookers began to respond. Those who prey upon the citizens of the dragon nation shall be eradicated. The masses stirred with fervor. And the Little White Tiger along with the Old Ninth acted upon their suppressed desires. Yet, for the first time, the Black Dog felt the chilling proximity of death. Those he once regarded as inconsequential now wished to see him torn asunder. Heaven has opened its eyes. Kill. The impassioned crowd screamed in a frenzy. The two leapt into action. This blade is in retribution for that woman. The women of the dragon nation shall not be wronged. The Old Ninth stood atop the Black Dog, driving a dagger through his cheek, rendering him speechless. This blade is in retribution for her man. The men of the dragon nation are no cowards. The Little White Tiger thrust a knife into the Black Dog's groin. Bring forth the blades. The Old Ninth proclaimed from his perch on the Black Dog. Gentlemen, continue. From the shops lining the streets, an array of kitchen knives and daggers rained down upon the Old Ninth. Damn it, throw every blade you have. I'll cover the cost. A young professional donned in a suit flushed with excitement, tossing a wad of cash into the air. Gentlemen, receive the blades. The Old Ninth gripped the knife with both hands, declaring, this blade is for the citizens of Xuanfu. The Black Dog, rendered voiceless, shook his head violently. The Old Ninth, eyes ablaze with fury, relentlessly plunged the knife into the Black Dog's body, as if subjecting him to 1,000 cuts. 10 minutes later, the Black Dog's diminutive form was impaled by numerous steel blades, resembling a porcupine. Amidst the bustling streets, a convoy of off-road vehicles surged forward with reckless abandon. A cadre of awakened individuals sprinted ahead, carving a path directly towards the notorious Old Nine. At the forefront, a man clad in attire from the island of KD barked orders, urging his comrades to seize their quarry. Hurry, the reinforcements from the Sama group have arrived. The onlookers surged forward, pushing Old Nine and his companions back, swiftly engulfing a dozen masked youths in the crowd. By the heavens, if you possess the courage, slay us all, came the defiant shouts. Today, we shall avenge ourselves. You must escape while we hold them off. The crowd erupted in fervent cries. The leader of the Sanmu group unsheathed his katana, bellowing at the driver. Charge through. Run over these wretched commoners. Leave no one alive. With a clamor, the guards of the Sanmu group raised their firearms. Curse it, I relish the slaughter of the people from Long Country. The foremost awakened individual grinned menacingly, baring his fangs. The oppressed multitude, long subjugated by the KD inhabitants, joined hands, their gazes fierce and resolute, staring defiantly at the advancing foes. By the heavens, the men of Long Country fear not. Come at us. Chapter 82. The terrifying instructor. A gunshot rang out. The head of the foremost awakened member of the Sanmu group exploded, a spray of crimson and alabaster erupting forth. Another firearms-wielding awakened individual had made his move. Suddenly, chaos ensued as the Sanmu group's convoy erupted in flames, vehicles flipping and countless lives lost. Old Nine and the White Tiger stood in stunned silence, gazing at the pandemonium engulfing the Sanmu group. Which divine being has intervened this time? The killer, the instructor. With a thunderous crash, a man adorned with a Yasha mask descended from the heavens, landing heavily before the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Two awakened individuals from the Ko Island immediately charged towards the instructor. The middle-aged man, who had previously displayed kindness towards the young White Tiger and Old Nine, seemed to have transformed into a different person. With an outstretched hand, he effortlessly seized the heads of the two awakened ones. With a resounding pop, their skulls exploded. Or rather, were crushed by the instructor's grip. The killer, a display of skill. Bang! Another awakened one's head burst open. A sniper under the instructor's command stood atop a low building by the roadside, his gaze filled with disdain. So you lot are called Samu? Is there anyone capable among you? Raise your hand. The killer, the gorilla. Boom, boom, boom. Vehicles at the tail of the convoy, lucky to have escaped destruction, were sent flying. A 4-meter-tall gorilla, muscles rippling, charged through the crowd, its powerful arms capable of effortlessly tossing aside dozens of people. With a roar, the gorilla stood defiantly among the Ko Island crowd, pounding its chest with its fists. A group of over 20 awakened individuals from Ko Island huddled together, bracing themselves as they fixed their gaze on the instructor. The instructor spat on the ground and proclaimed loudly, "All those who speak Ko Island's language shall perish. Dare to seal the city and trap my brothers? I will unleash havoc within your walls." With that, the ground beneath the instructor erupted, propelling him like a cannonball towards the awakened ones from Ko Island. The leading awakened individual drew a long blade and shouted as he charged forth. The group of over 20 awakened ones unleashed their ultimate techniques, a barrage of elemental attacks hurtling towards the instructor. Yet, as he surged forward, a thin protective shield absorbed all the elements the moment they approached him. With a swift strike, the instructor lunged into the ranks of the awakened ones, executing a devastating blow that sent one's head flying. Remarkably, even after such a brutal fate, the fallen warrior maintained an aggressive stance. The young white tiger and the elder 9 watched in horror, unable to fathom the terrifying prowess of the man they shared a vehicle with. The instructor mercilessly tore the head from one awakened individual and then crushed the skull of another, exhibiting sheer cruelty. Do you understand the consequences of provoking the Samu group? The leader of the awakened ones from the Samu group, terrified, began to retreat, invoking the name of his organization in a futile attempt to intimidate. "I am here to confront the Samu group," declared the instructor, surrounded by a dozen awakened ones, his countenance serene as he lit a cigarette, the smile behind his Yiksham mask dripping with irony. "Indeed, we from the Samu group." The leader's words were abruptly cut off as the instructor's hand descended upon his head. "I am not interested in your words. I wish to see you kneel." The instructor removed the cigarette, but pressed it against the opponent's face. Though the ember could not inflict harm upon an awakened one, the humiliation was far more potent than death. With his head tilted back, the fallen warrior uttered, "Go ahead and kill me, my brethren will." Crack! The instructor's kick twisted the adversary's leg into an L shape. "I said kneel." From beneath the Yiksham mask, a voice akin to that of the Grim Reaper emerged. Faced with the instructor's overwhelming might, even the most formidable of 5 awakened ones would struggle to prevail. The leader's spirit extinguished, he clenched his fists tightly. "Baka. The warriors of Kodeo will never submit." "Huh, so you refuse to yield, is it?" The instructor slowly raised his right hand. A sharp sound echoed, followed by exclamations of astonishment from the crowd. Lao Jiao and Xiao Baihu, unable to believe their eyes, rubbed them in disbelief. The sensation was overwhelming, as if their heads spun like tops from the force of the instructor's slap. This was indeed the sensation of the 4 senses, a being capable of dominating an ice city. "Brother Jiao, I see the excitement. I must join in and claim a few more victories." "Me too." Lao Jiao and Xiao Baihu were filled with fervor, exclaiming, "This is what it means to be a man. Let us charge once more." Lao Jiao crouched, preparing for another assault. Suddenly, a large hand grasped the clothing of the two. "Enough. It's time to go. The main force of the Samu group is already on the way." The newcomer was one of the instructor's subordinates, sporting a buzz cut and a golden earring. With a cheeky grin on his face, "The instructor has ordered your retreat. Once they finish fighting, we must leave as well. We cannot be encircled." With that, the buzz cut grabbed Xiao Baihu and Lao Jiao, pulling them into a nearby alley. 10 minutes later, in a concealed courtyard, Lao Jiao and the others changed their clothes. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the dim alley. A tall figure emerged into view. The instructor, hands in his pockets and a cigarette between his lips, wore an air of nonchalance. The few individuals behind him appeared equally unfazed, as if the earlier battle had never occurred. Instructor Xiao Baihu and Lao Jiao instinctively stood up straight. The latter squinted his eyes, adopting the demeanor of a friendly neighbor, nodding amiably at the two. The instructor, with an air of confidence, patted the young white tiger on the shoulder, evoking a sense of awe. "In comparison to you all, we..." Old 9 awkwardly touched his nose, feeling somewhat inferior. The instructor swiftly struck the head of a 4th-level awakened individual, an image that was indelibly etched in the hearts of the 2 observers. "We are different. We have been trained for this purpose." The instructor, with a cheerful demeanor, offered cigarettes to everyone. "Why do you wish to kill the people of the Samu group?" "My godfather instructed me that if we see anyone from Koda Island, We should deal with them directly, the young white tiger replied, a hint of pride on his face while mentioning the overlord. He pondered who might be stronger, the instructor or the overlord. And what about you? Why are you helping us? Old Nine, assuming the instructor's intervention was to rescue him, asked somewhat bashfully. A glimmer of amusement appeared on the instructor's face. We are not here to save you. This group of ours once took an oath to defend the Dragon Nation at all costs. It is our responsibility and a belief ingrained in our very bones. You wouldn't understand, young brother. It has been a pleasure to meet you. The instructor slowly extended his hand. On behalf of that couple, I thank you. Understood. Well, it seems we are fated to cross paths. If we survive, there may be another opportunity to meet. The instructor cast a meaningful glance at the two, urging them to live well. As he and his companions gradually receded into the distance, Old Nine felt an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. The shadows of these individuals stretched long under the sunlight, reminiscent of solitary figures marching against the tide. It evoked a sense of the lone hero confronting countless foes. Where are you headed? Old Nine couldn't help but call out. The moment he spoke, regret washed over him, for this was a taboo in the realm of martial arts. The man known as Yi Xiu, who bore a heavy sniper rifle, turned his head and cheerfully waved at Lao Jiu, declaring their intent to conquer the city. Chapter 83, Enrollment. Sir, Xiao Baihu and Lao Jiu have already arrived in Chuanfu. In Mr. Li's office at Bingfu, the secretary quietly reported Xiao Baihu's whereabouts to Li Yuxian. As long as they are here, have their files been prepared? Enroll them as transfer students, Mr. Li instructed, his gaze fixed on the documents before him. The secretary hesitated, glancing around for a moment before finally voicing his concern. Sir, I believe you should reconsider. Xiao Baihu and Lao Jiu are far too dangerous. If they enter the school, I fear they might wreak havoc. The secretary genuinely feared that these two killers might provoke serious trouble. If they unleashed their fury within the school, it would be catastrophic. Xiao Baihu and Lao Jiu would undoubtedly overpower those privileged youths who had been sheltered since childhood. No, Xiao Baihu maintains a degree of restraint, Mr. Li reassured, lifting his teacup and blowing gently on the surface. Ahem. Sir, just yesterday, Xiao Baihu and Lao Jiu caused a ruckus at the city gates, killing dozens from the Kodao. Moreover, it seems they have connections with the shadow ghosts. Mr. Li spat out his tea in shock. While he was indifferent to the deaths of a few Kodao individuals and could tolerate the destruction at the city gates, the mention of the shadow ghosts, taboo throughout Longhua, struck a chord of alarm within him. Are you certain? How on earth did these two get involved with the shadow ghosts? Mr. Li exclaimed, rising in agitation. Who else is aware of this? At present, few are aware. The secretary furrowed her brow. The Spring Mansion, Tianhe Private High School, stands as the most prestigious private institution in Spring City, where only the affluent or noble can gain admission. Mr. Li expended a substantial sum to ensure that the little white tiger and his peers enrolled smoothly. At this moment, the entrance of Tianhe High School is adorned with an array of luxury vehicles, and many students are even accompanied by bodyguards. In stark contrast to these privileged youths, the little white tiger and Old Nine appear rather shabby. Though clad in uniforms, the innate aura of wealth is not something that can be cultivated in an instant. Old Nine squats at the school gate, a cigarette dangling from his lips, his body swaying, completely devoid of the demeanor expected of someone of noble birth. Passers-by cast disdainful glances at him. Classmate by, classmately, your enrollment has been processed. Please follow me. A flamboyantly dressed receptionist approached them, momentarily taken aback. At the opulent school entrance, the demeanor of the crowd is refined, yet Old Nine and his group, huddled in a circle, all with cigarettes in their mouths, unmistakably resemble street ruffians. Ahem, the receptionist cleared her throat, pointing at the cigarette in Old Nine's mouth, signaling him to discard it. Our Tianhe institution is the finest in the city. Smoking at the entrance will tarnish the school's image, she admonished sternly. The implication being, is it permissible to smoke within the school? The naive worm inquired, oblivious. A child cannot be taught. The teacher shot a disapproving glance at Worm and, with a wave of her hand, instructed, follow me. You are to attend the weekly flag-raising ceremony first. Within the campus, the typical Western-style architecture stood proudly amidst a flourishing garden, exuding a rich aroma of books that starkly contrasted with the dilapidation beyond its gates. The group, akin to Lu Laolao entering the grand garden, gazed around in wonder, their curiosity piqued by everything they encountered. After all, these children, raised in the refuse of society, had never set foot in a school before. Suddenly, the campus resonated with music. The teacher's expression shifted slightly as they urged the students to move quickly. for the flag-raising ceremony was about to commence. What is this? Isn't the national anthem of Longwa played during the flag-raising? Although Lao Jiu lacked formal education, he was still aware of such fundamental knowledge. With a hint of pride, the teacher cleared their throat and explained, "Our Tianha has been acquired by the Sama group. Thus we will raise the flag of Kodao, and the song we sing will surely be." The teacher, unabashedly proud, continued. "This is a unique opportunity for all of us in Chuanfu. Upon graduation, students from Tianha can directly join SAMU, which is a tremendous privilege." Though Xiaobehu had not received much formal education, he understood that Kodao would not generously support Longwa's education. Students nurtured in such an institution would merely become pawns of Kodao. In the future, Kodao would harness these students to dominate all of Chuanfu. The Sama group is the largest conglomerate in Chuanfu, and once in school, it was imperative to cultivate good relations with Kodao students, assisting them with manageable tasks whenever possible. One must always remember to show gratitude. Unbeknownst to the teacher, Xiaobehu and Lao Jio's hands had already crept towards their waists. For these two little rascals, if you are a dog of Kodao, then you must be eliminated. Fortunately, Xiaofeng reached out and grasped the blades of the two individuals, softly reminding them not to forget their primary purpose. "Teacher, what is your surname?" "In Tianha." The objective was merely to draw closer to the offspring of nobility and extract some benefits. Noticing that Lao Jio was quite astute, the teacher nodded in satisfaction. "My surname is Sima. You may address me as Teacher Sima. As for gifts, please refrain from delivering them to the school. It would be too conspicuous." Xiao Baihu extracted his mobile phone, walking while capturing a photograph of Teacher Sima's retreating figure to send to Jia Yan. Alive or dead? For lazy. When the boss issued a task, it was his duty to execute it, regardless of the motives behind it. All that mattered was to invoke memories of his ancestors. If those memories eluded him, he would be sent to reunite with them. As night fell and business commenced, the conversation concluded. Unbeknownst to Sima, his fate had already been meticulously orchestrated by Xiao Baihu. Should he choose to compromise for the sake of survival, Xiao Baihu would extend understanding. However, his pride in such a situation would render that option untenable. The group swiftly arrived at a vast playground, capable of accommodating thousands, its surface adorned with lush grass. Over 1,000 students stood in orderly rows, their expressions solemn as they gazed up at the flag of the Quodo on the platform. If you do not know the song, follow along and learn. This is the first lesson of enrollment. Upon learning that Xiao Baihu intended to present him with a gift, a smile graced Teacher Sima's face. The reception teacher arranged for them to stand at the very end of a specific class line. "This will be your class after transferring. Martial Arts, Senior Year, Class 5. In the post-apocalyptic high school, students were generally divided into literary and martial arts tracks. Students who had awakened pursued the martial arts curriculum, while those who had not continued with the literary studies. Standing among the crowd, Xiao Baihu felt distinctly out of place. Ultimately, they exuded an aura of menace, bloodlust, and dominance, yet lacked the refined demeanor of scholars. Similarly out of place were a group of individuals at the rear of the adjacent classes lineup. Brother High Dog nudged Lao Jio with his elbow, gesturing with his eyes towards the individuals at the end of the line. There, a genuine leather sofa was positioned, upon which a handsome youth with a meticulously styled slick-back hairstyle was engrossed in a game on his tablet. He displayed an air of arrogance as everyone else stood, while he lounged with his leg crossed, thoroughly enjoying himself. Chapter 84, The Ma Family. Dear students, before we commence today's flag-raising ceremony, I must share with you a somber piece of news. As the ceremony began, the principal, accompanied by a short man clad in a black suit, ascended the platform. Yesterday, a band of ruthless bandits stormed into Chuanfu, and in defense of the city's tranquility, the Sama group engaged in combat with the enemy. Regrettably, they suffered the loss of several valiant heroes, which is indeed lamentable. Now, let us bow our heads in profound sorrow to honor them. The principal spoke with heartfelt emotion, tears welling in his eyes. The short man beside him removed his glasses, deeply pained, and bowed profoundly towards the flag of Kodao. The moment of silence commenced, and under the principal's guidance, all faculty and students bowed at a 90-degree angle towards the Kodao flag. A melancholic atmosphere enveloped the campus. Yet, there were exceptions. The little white tiger and his companions held their heads high, hands in pockets, watching the principal's display with indifference. Brother, is he referring to those little rascals we took down with the instructor yesterday? High Dog leaned towards Lao Jio, chuckling as he inquired. Who cares? As long as they were Kodao people, that's all that matters. Old Jio turned to the earthworm and exclaimed, School is out. Let's go buy a couple of firecrackers to dispel the bad luck. Suddenly, the boy who had been engrossed in his tablet burst into laughter. His almond-shaped eyes curving into crescent moons, exuding a charm that was irresistible to women. It was then that little white tiger realized that this boy had not even stood to pay his respects. The death of a few minor thugs from the island was treated as if their emperor had passed, an exaggeration indeed. The youth on the sofa winked and smiled at little white tiger. What are you doing? Everyone is in mourning, and you are just sitting there? This is a desecration of our heroes. Get up to the podium. A large, stout man standing at the podium noticed little white tiger and his companions standing stiffly in place and bellowed in displeasure. Simultaneously, the black man's voice captured the attention of the entire school faculty and students. A few students from the island even contemplated confronting little white tiger. Get up here. The stout man scolded while bowing to the short man beside the principal, saying, Kuroki-kun, I apologize. It is our failure in education. We will swiftly eliminate this troublemaker. Education requires time. The short man nodded. His face darkened as he fixed his gaze on little white tiger. Little white tiger exchanged a glance with old Gio, both displaying a sense of helplessness. Initially, they had planned to investigate the ninth awakening technique and leave, but it seemed trouble was inescapable. Even raising a flag brought them trouble. What shall we do? Old Gio sighed. Let us go. If he dares to provoke, we shall confront him. Little white tiger retorted with a cold smirk, leading the way toward the podium. Having grown up amidst street fights, little white tiger and his companions were least intimidated by a mere teacher. Additionally, you there, the one in the white shirt, come forward. The stout man pointed out several students who had not observed a moment of silence. The youth seated on the sofa was also called upon, and, visibly displeased, rose to his feet. Suddenly, 4 or 5 young men rushed out from the class, standing respectfully behind him. Young master, it's nothing. The youth waved his hand, yawning. Let's go. It's time to stretch a bit. The youth from the sofa, the little white tiger, and another elegantly dressed youth in a white shirt ascended the stage under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Teacher Seamus stood nearby, glanced at the little white tiger, and quickly turned his face away, pretending not to see him, clearly fearing that the little white tiger might implicate him. The students from the Kodao Academy wore fierce expressions, as though they wished to devour a few individuals whole. In contrast, the students from Longwa cast sympathetic glances. Since the Tianhe Academy was acquired by the Sama Group, the institution had undergone a transformation. Those leaders and students who opposed them were expelled, leaving behind a gaggle of sycophants. What are your names? The stout man scowled, reprimanding them with a menacing tone. There are no rules here. I punish you to kneel on the stage for an entire day. Cough, cough. The principal, standing nearby, cast an awkward glance at the youth on the sofa, his expression tinged with apprehension. He quietly reminded the stout man, directorly, it is commendable to uphold justice, but... The principal hurried forward and whispered in the short man's ear. His surname is Ma Fang's Han. With a sudden change, the stout man's face transitioned from dark to pale. The teaching rod in his hand fell to the ground. Once you pass the Shanhaiguan, the Ma family holds the authority. Regardless of whether he is a direct descendant of the Ma family, his surname alone commands respect from the Sama Group in Chuanfu. In today's world, the only entities capable of negotiating with the Dragon Nation are the distant Euro Federation and the American Federation. The diminutive Kodao, both in territory and population, pales in comparison to the Dragon Nation. Though they might engage in wicked deeds in Chuanfu, they only dare to target the powerless and insignificant. The reason the Sama Group is allowed to flourish in Chuanfu is merely a matter of mutual interests being negotiated. Young Master Ma. The corpulent figure was nearly in tears. I still prefer your untamed demeanor, Ma Fangzhan scoffed, casting a glance at the corpulent man. That individual is the son of the head of the Chuanfu Police Department. They have only recently transferred to this school. The principal remarked sympathetically at the sight of the corpulent man. You have managed to attract the most formidable backgrounds in the entire school. If you are not the unfortunate one, who else could be? The corpulent man turned pale, nervously glancing at the young man in the white shirt. The youth was extraordinarily handsome, the kind that could captivate the heart of any woman. With a smirk that was neither fully a smile nor a frown, the young man in the white shirt asked, You want me to bow to Kodao? Why not ask him? If he dares to bend down before me. He gestured towards the short man. Clearing his throat, the principal interjected, Young Master Ma, Young Master Zhu, you've just transferred here, and directorly is somewhat unobservant. Please forgive him. Fortunately, neither of the two delved further into the matter. Seizing the opportunity, the corpulent man quickly exclaimed, You all should leave now, and, be cautious in the future. With a cold laugh, Ma Fangzhan turned on his heel and departed. Perhaps sensing the resentful gazes of the students from Caudal below, or perhaps feeling a loss of face, the stout man cast his gaze upon the little white tiger. "Did I permit you to leave?" he bellowed as he noticed little white tiger's intent to depart. "What? Afraid of the tough ones, are we?" Old Joe turned away with a disdainful smile. "Nonsense. They have just transferred, which is understandable. Did no one educate you before your enrollment?" The stout man shot a glance at Seema, who quickly affirmed, "I have already informed them of the rules." "Then you are willfully breaking the law. I shall punish you to kneel on the podium for 3 days." Observing that the temperament of little white tiger and his companions did not resemble that of wealthy science, the stout man grew bolder. "Surely, I cannot encounter tough adversaries thrice in a row. Come here," he barked. Little white tiger and old Geo exchanged a knowing smile. "Background? Who doesn't he have a bit of background?" Without further ado, they approached the podium and removed their shirts, revealing the vibrant 3-colored skull tattoo on their chests that shimmered in the sunlight. "We are not the pampered young masters of the city, Director Lee. Feel free to punish us," little white tiger indicated towards the tattoo. The 3-colored skull is a distinctive tattoo of the core members of the Overlord's stronghold, symbolizing the Overlord's acknowledgement. However, to provoke the Overlord, the trouble starts in the morning. People are buried outside the city by nightfall. We have no connection to the Ma family or any central authority. My Godfather merely oversees more than 10,000 people outside the city. If you unleash your chakra and a single person takes down our 10,000, we shall have no choice but to accept our fate." Old Gio remarked with a shrug and a smile. The stout man and the short one darkened their expressions. The tyrant has long dominated outside the city, instilling fear in the hearts of its inhabitants, who dare not venture forth to confront him. His ruthlessness is well known. To provoke him is to invite his wrath upon oneself. The Sanmu group has committed numerous transgressions in Chuanfu, yet they have never dared to unleash their misdeeds beyond the city limits, as they are wary of the tyrant's formidable power. Once again, the stout figure cast a pleading glance at the principal, only to find that he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Early in the morning, the melancholic strains of music resonated, causing the young white tiger to scratch his ear in discomfort. The national music from the broadcast continued to play, and the more he listened, the more agitated he became. The earthworm, understanding the unspoken tension, unzipped his canvas bag and drew forth a firearm, aiming it at the speaker. A loud bang silenced the cacophony, leaving the scene enveloped in an eerie stillness. The school officials stared in astonishment at the weapon in the earthworm's hands. Who brings a firearm to school? Chapter 85. The challenge, quite intriguing indeed. It is no wonder that he is the offspring of the tyrant. From the podium, Ma Fangshan observed the young white tiger and Lao Jio with keen interest. The tyrant? Ma Fangshan's underling inquired in disbelief whether these ruffians were capable of scholarly pursuits. In the eyes of the townsfolk, the tyrant was merely a bandit, albeit a powerful one. The notion of these outlaws engaging in education seemed absurd. As the new overlord of the Shipu district, the 8th and 9th adopted sons of the tyrant, Ma Fangshan remarked that without the support of their families, they were negligible in comparison. His words conveyed admiration for the young white tiger and Lao Jio. The followers behind him were taken aback. It was rare for the esteemed young master of the Ma family, known for his lofty aspirations, to regard 2 mere ruffians with such respect. It was the first time they had witnessed him express such appreciation for a peer, contrary to the tales of his invincibility beyond the Shanhaiguan Pass. Hee. You fail to comprehend. Those who emerge from the depths, like the little thunder, are akin to rootless duckweed. A single misstep leads to an abyss of despair. They possess a wildness that we, the scions of affluent families, sorely lack. At the podium, the corpulent figure, caught in a predicament, alongside the school authorities, found themselves in an awkward situation. Should they impose penalties on the little white tiger, the tyrant would undoubtedly retaliate, wreaking havoc upon the school. Yet, if left unchecked, how would they manage the institution in the future? Cough, cough. This student, the school prohibits the possession of firearms, Seema, with lingering trepidation, gestured towards the weapon in the hands of the worm. This matter, considering it is your first offense, we shall not pursue accountability, relinquish your weapon. Ultimately, it was the principal who decisively quelled the incident. In the face of true prowess, the modicum of authority they wielded within the school is utterly insignificant. However, this action incited discontent among the students of Kodeo. Why should they be compelled to kneel and apologize for the fallen Kodeo warriors? Indeed, they deemed it a desecration of heroes. The clamor from the audience grew increasingly intense, as the Kodeo students united in their vehement denunciation of the little white tiger. interrupting their traditional music with firearms, refusing to bow or observe a moment of silence, incited profound dissatisfaction among these brazen youths from Chuanfu. The principal, caught between two fronts, whispered to the diminutive figure, "It would be prudent not to offend the tyrant who has reigned unchecked for years. No, he must apologize for today's events." A student clad in traditional Kodao attire leapt onto the podium. Clang, the blade was drawn. The sword pointed at the little white tiger, a countenance filled with provocation. Wow! The worm raised his gun, while Haegu brandished a dagger. The atmosphere instantly became charged with tension. The little white tiger scoffed disdainfully, hands tucked into his pockets. "Are we going to fight? Kill this dog from the Dragon Kingdom." After all, when one slays a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, one merely pays a fine. The clamor from the crowd below grew so overwhelming that even Ma Fang's Han could no longer endure it, his face darkening further. The young man in the white shirt clasped his hands behind his back, slowly tightening his grip. A flicker of crimson light flashed in Lao Jio's eyes as he extended his blood-red tongue to lick his lips. "If you lose, don't you dare cry," he taunted, pushing aside the excited dogs and earthworms, stepping forward. The second awakening of his aura was fully unleashed, and the opposing students, not to be outdone, simultaneously advanced. With a resounding clash, the two forces collided. A sudden gust swept across the podium, forcing everyone to squint against the wind. The confrontation was merely a tentative exchange of energy, yet the pupils of the students from the podium widened in astonishment. Typically, students from Tianhe Academy achieved only a single awakening, with only a select few exceptional individuals barely reaching the second. He could not comprehend how a small rogue like Lao Jio also possessed a second awakening. Lao Jio grinned mischievously, extending his hand with delicate fingers hovering near the opponent's katana. "Playing with swords? I was wielding a blade at 8 years old. Do not embarrass yourself." With a flick, Lao Jio struck the back of the katana, shattering it effortlessly. A torrent of overwhelming and furious energy erupted from Lao Jio's body, forcing his opponent back a step. With that step, the opponent had already lost. Baka. Seeing his compatriot at a disadvantage, other students from the podium surged forward, intent on surrounding Lao Jio. The little white tiger let out a cold snort, a roar that shook the very heavens. In a sudden motion, he unleashed a punch that sent two students from the podium flying. The great battle was on the verge of erupting. Both Ma Fang's Han and the short-statured man from the podium shouted out simultaneously to intervene. "Nakata Shinichi, your development in Chufu does not imply that Chufu belongs to you. Do you understand?" Ma Fang's Han stood below the stage, speaking calmly to the short man, whose expression turned serious. The weight of words varies depending on the speaker. Even the Sanmu group must yield to the strength of the Ma family. Nakata's face turned ashen as he bowed to Ma Fang's Han, who nodded in satisfaction and then winked at the little white tiger. "Lord Nakata," a student who had been pushed back by old Jio said defiantly, looking at the short man, "I am aware that your brother was killed yesterday, which has left you furious. However, do not forget our purpose for coming to Longwa. A moment of impatience could disrupt our grand scheme, and we cannot afford to offend the Ma family." Nakata subtly shook his head at Heichuan, who, despite feeling deeply dissatisfied, could only swallow his grievances. The four great families of Longwa possessed the strength to engage in war with surrounding foreign tribes independently. Moreover, this was on the Ma family's territory. Seeing that a confrontation could not ensue, the little white tiger and old Jio turned to leave. Heichuan, unwilling to relent, shouted, "Stop. What, is it not over?" Impatient, the little white tiger retorted, "If you're not convinced, why not step outside the city with me? R&M, whether it's a duel or a brawl, it's your choice. Today, I will subdue you first." With a swift motion, Chillworm flipped open a canvas bag. The brothers drew out various weapons from within. Heichuan frowned, suppressing his rising anger. "Since young Master Ma has chosen to let it go, I will not trouble you. However, do you dare to participate in the exchange competition organized by the school in a week?" Heichuan declared defiantly, "I will defeat you in a fair contest." The exchange competition serves as a conduit for fostering relations between students of two nations. However, one might also perceive it as a self-staged display of bravado by the inhabitants of Kodao. A figure clad in a white shirt, having remained on the sidelines, quietly elucidated this to the little white tiger, who, in gratitude, cast a glance at his companion, who responded with a subtle smile. A week later, the little white tiger, with an air of defiance, pointed towards all the Kodao students in the audience and provocatively declared, "Once again, I challenge you to a duel or a brawl. Let your steeds run wild." The audacious demeanor of the little white tiger and old nine incited indignation among the Kodao students below. Yet, with a mere glance, Nakata Shinichi quelled their fury. Rest assured, Nakata Dano, I shall vanquish them on the field, cleansing the spirit of our martyrs with the blood of the Dragon Kingdom, asserted the Black Dog with fervor. Nakata Shinichi placed a firm hand on the shoulder of Black Dog, urging patience. The board is already devising a plan to deal with the tyrant. Once the tyrant falls, they will pose no threat. Inform the other students to refrain from provoking them for now, especially Ma Fang's Han. I have arranged something for the exchange competition that will undoubtedly lead to the downfall of the tyrant's offspring, Nakata Shinichi reassured. Upon returning to their group, Ma Fang's Han languidly reclined on the sofa, retrieving a handful of sunflower seeds from his pocket, and gestured to the vacant spot beside him. Come sit. He beckoned to the little white tiger. Though puzzled, the little white tiger acquiesced, feeling compelled to occupy the space next to Ma Fang's Han, who inquired directly. Are you here for the ultimate technique? What technique? The little white tiger replied. The little white tiger blinked in confusion and asked, Does this dilapidated school have any hidden talents? With a knowing smile, Ma Fang's Han refrained from disclosing the truth and simply nodded. Chapter 86. A pleasant surprise during the lunch break. Sima hummed a cheerful tune as he strolled through the school's parking lot. The mere thought of the little white tiger caused a smile to unconsciously grace his lips. The offspring of a tyrant ought to bestow gifts of exceptional quality. Wouldn't they? Given the significant trouble the little white tiger had stirred up today, surely he would offer something valuable to mend his relationship with the school. Has fortune smiled upon me? Sima's wife teased playfully. A few affluent individuals had arrived at the school. From now on, financial concerns would be a thing of the past. Sima remained enraptured by the promises of gifts from Laojiao. These aristocratic students were notoriously difficult to manage, he mused. You don't understand, he continued, his smile widening. There are several students from outside the city. They know nothing. If we threaten to expel them, we could easily extort a hefty sum. Sima's excitement grew as he spoke. Judging by the morning ceremony earlier today, the little white tiger had already offended a significant portion of the student body. At this juncture, a mere hint of intimidation would surely compel the little white tiger to part with his money willingly. Off to indulge again. No. Sima's words were abruptly cut short. Through the reflection in the car window, he noticed 3 men wearing knitted hats standing behind him. The leader of the trio had one eye devoid of luster. Who are you? Sima swallowed hard, noticing the gleaming knife in the opponent's hand. He threatened. This is right outside Tiana School. If I shout, the school's security will be here in an instant. Don't do anything reckless. The figure known as Fake Eye paid no heed to Sima's threats, meticulously comparing something on his phone before Sima, causing him to break into a cold sweat. He wished to call for help, but found the parking lot utterly deserted. Brother, it's definitely him. One of Fake Eye's newly recruited members confirmed after glancing at Sima. Who are you? Sima stammered. It's him, without a doubt. Let's proceed, Fake Eye affirmed, pocketing his phone and nodding at his accomplices. At that moment, a man named Lazy suddenly lunged forward, gripping Sima's neck with one hand while plunging the knife straight into his thigh. Lazy twisted the knife's handle, barking. Do you remember whose blood runs in your veins? Help me. Sima cried out in agony, clutching his thigh but too terrified to resist. As an ordinary man, he felt utterly powerless against these predatory figures. The instinct to survive prompted him to contemplate every possible enemy, seeking to identify who might wish him dead. Finally, a terrifying silhouette emerged in his mind. Are you here to silence me? I swear I won't betray the old man. I took your money. I won't reveal anything about the skills you want to sell. Please believe me. A stream of yellow liquid trickled down his pants as Sima wept, pleading, Please tell the old man that I don't want the money anymore. I'll return it to you. I promise I won't betray you. Fake Eye paused momentarily, taken aback. After years of experience, Lei could instantly discern whether someone was lying. This fellow actually possessed insider knowledge of the secret technique? I will return the money to you. If you could just spare me, Sima pleaded, kneeling on the ground with his hands clasped in supplication. The order given to the foe, I was merely to teach Sima a lesson. Yet it appeared he had stumbled upon a most astonishing secret. What the hell are you saying? Foe I hurriedly interrupted his subordinate. Only the dead can keep secrets. With narrowed eyes, Foe I leaned closer to Sima. How am I supposed to explain this to the boss? You selling the secret technique? Not even with 10 lives would I dare to meddle in that. I am just an ordinary person, seeking to earn a bit of money. I truly did not intend to overhear your conversation. Besides, I have already accepted a hush fee, so I would never speak out of turn. Sima, trembling in fear, reached for his wallet. I haven't touched a single cent of your money. I beg you, grant me a way to survive. Terrified and disoriented, Sima was met with a moment of silence from Fo Ai, who then stepped aside to dial Xiao Baihu's number. 5 minutes later, Fo Ai, menacing with a knife in hand, returned to face Sima. The boss has granted you a chance. Forget this conversation forever. Why yes. I will surely forget my discussion with the old master. A slap resounded as Fo Ai struck Sima across the face. Are you on familiar terms with the boss? Is he someone you can address so casually? Oh, Sima quivered as Fo Ai raised his hand again. Wu, Chairman Wu. I will definitely forget my conversation with Chairman Wu. Upon hearing the name, Fo Ai revealed a broad grin. He opened the trunk of a dilapidated car and gestured with his chin, indicating for Sima to climb inside. Sima shook his head vigorously, akin to a clapper in a bell. Didn't you say you would release me? He asked, his voice laced with despair. I have elderly dependents and young children. A figure known as Fake Eye gestured towards the trunk, reassuringly stating, Do not fear. Your life is spared, brother. Another of Lei's associates looked at Fake Eye in confusion. The latter lit a cigarette, declaring, The boss's phone is unreachable. Let us keep him here for now until the boss decides his fate after school. Goodness, you're actually a concealed NPC? Remarked another Lei with a chuckle, patting Sima on the head. I initially intended to break your legs, but congratulations, they are safe for now. However, whether your life will be spared depends on your conduct. Even Sima, despite his simplicity, realized that these individuals were not affiliated with Director Wu. Enraged by the deceit, he exclaimed, You are not from Director Wu's circle. You tricked me. Fake Eye, uninterested in concealing the truth, removed his mask and rubbed his artificial eye. You truly are quite the clever one. Now, crawl inside, he commanded, the blade of his knife lightly tapping Sima's chubby face, causing him to retract his neck in fear. Yet, what good was that knowledge if his life remained in their grasp? 3 minutes later, Sima found himself stuffed into the trunk, and the dilapidated vehicle sped away. Meanwhile, at Tianhe School, within a lavish office, an elderly man with silvery hair but a keen demeanor sat behind his desk, poring over documents. The telephone rang. Hello, Mr. Wu. We no longer want the money. I implore you, release my husband. We will leave Chuanfu immediately, if you would be so kind. Sima's wife pleaded over the line. Old Wu was left utterly bewildered, a sense of foreboding rising from the depths of his heart. When Sima was surrounded by the thunderous gang, he did not hang up the phone immediately. What has happened to Sima? Old Wu rose and glanced out the door, softly inquiring. He was not bound by you. It's over. Old Wu sank heavily into his chair. Old Wu, silence.